Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1071 to Chapter 1123. People from the cultivation realm couldn't really control a plane. However, they had things that were related to small planes. It could be said that communication devices allowed them to send their remnant souls to small planes in order to collect faith power. However, if people from the cultivation realm wanted to collect faith power from small planes, they couldn't just send their remnant souls. Instead, they needed to use their own means to make the people of the plane worship them as if they were gods. This way, faith power would be produced, and they would be able to collect faith power. But even if this was the case, it was still a great thing. Generally speaking, as long as Taoist masters went to small planes, they could easily become godlike existences. This was because they had formidable strength and knowledge that far exceeded the people of small planes. Even if they only sent down a projection of their avatar, they could still dominate a small plane. At this time, the laws of the underworld were slowly changing. Even the Wind Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to find the underworld anymore. Under the influence of the giant heart, the underworld changed from a fixed city to a moving planet. The original coordinates were no longer useful. The things that could be used to communicate with the underworld were also useless. This was because the giant heart had changed everything. Moreover, Xianxia discovered that the spatial rift between the Ark continent and the underworld was being repaired by the giant heart. Xianxia believed that it wouldn't be long before the spatial rift completely disappeared. The reason why the giant heart did this was to protect himself. Although the spatial rift connected to the Ark continent allowed the underworld to expand, it also exposed the underworld's location. How could the giant heart allow such a thing to exist? Therefore, it was repairing the spatial rift bit by bit. Xianxia didn't oppose this. On the contrary, he agreed with the giant heart's decision. The underworld was now his territory. Naturally, it would be better for it to stay hidden. However, no matter how the underworld changed, it didn't affect Xianxia at all. After all, he had the same heart as the giant heart. And with the space absorbing the underworld, it was impossible for Xianxia to not be able to return to the underworld. However, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to care about the underworld. The underworld was managed by Addison, so he didn't need to worry about it. Although the giant heart wouldn't take the initiative to attack, Xianxia knew that as long as the giant heart willed it, the underworld's laws could be mobilized. It can be said that the giant heart was the core of the underworld's laws. Because of this, nobody in the underworld could do anything to the giant heart. The reason why the giant heart accepted Xianxia in the first place was because Xianxia wasn't under the jurisdiction of the underworld's laws. In the underworld, Xianxia could be said to be outside of the three realms. And with Xianxia's formidable strength, the giant heart couldn't do anything to Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia's most important task was to find a plane where he could ascend. The underworld was certainly out of the question. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to control the underworld and completely separate it from the cultivation realm. If he ascends there, then he would be able to establish a new connection between the cultivation realm and the Wind Ghost Emperor. When that time comes, both the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and the Wind Ghost Emperor wouldn't let go of the underworld. Because of this, it was impossible for Xianxia to ascend in the underworld. The Divine Realm, the Ark Continent, and the Demon Realm were all small planes. If he were to ascend there, then it would be the same as delivering meat to Lu Wei's mouth. Xianxia didn't want to do this. Although Xianxia had poured dirty water on Lu Wei twice in the underworld, it had only been 2 years. What could he do in 2 years? Perhaps Xianxia could do a lot of things in 2 years. But for the people of the cultivation realm, 2 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Xianxia didn't believe that Lu Wei would be killed by the Wind Ghost Emperor and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in 2 years. It was hard to say if the Wind Ghost Emperor and the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would be able to find Lu Wei, let alone kill him. Because of this, the Divine Realm, the Ark Continent, and the Demon Realm weren't suitable places for Xianxia to ascend. If Xianxia wanted to ascend, then there was only one place left, the Atlanta Plain. Although the Atlanta Plain was connected to the Ark Continent, Xianxia was almost certain that the situation in the Atlanta Plain was similar to the underworld. The only difference was that the heart of the underworld had its own intelligence. It knew how to protect its people, so it was constantly changing the underworld. On the other hand, the Atlanta Plain didn't have the same situation. Zhao Hai also discovered that whether it was the Divine Realm, the Arc Continent, or the Atlanta Plane, the laws of heaven and earth could be changed. However, these changes were very regular. It was like a computer that had been programmed. It could only follow certain rules, there wouldn't be any changes. On the other hand, the heart was different. The heart was the core of the underworld's laws. On the other hand, it wasn't just a computer, it had its own intelligence. In other words, it was about to become like a human. Such an existence was naturally different from the other planes. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to ascend to the Atlanta Plane. This time, he came to the Divine Realm in order to see the place where he fought. If he ascends, then it would be impossible for him to return to this place. Even if he can return to this place through the space, he would still be rejected by the plane's laws. Because of this, once he leaves, it would be impossible for him to return. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the laws of heaven and earth in the Atlanta Plane were somewhat strange. Take the Magic Armor Continent for example. If someone from the Magic Armor Continent wanted to ascend, then they would need to rely on magic armors. Other methods wouldn't work. The laws of heaven and earth in the Atlanta Plane were very strange. Although Zhao Hai was repelled by the Atlanta Plane, the repelling force was different. When Zhao Hai was repelled by the laws of heaven and earth in other planes, it felt like he was in a hostile place. Everyone was pushing and kicking him, they couldn't wait to kick him out. On the other hand, the repelling force in the Atlanta Plane wasn't like this. The repelling force in the Atlanta Plane was like being in a place that made you uncomfortable. You wanted to leave as soon as possible, you didn't want to stay there for even a quarter of an hour. One was passive while the other was active. These were two completely different concepts. It was like being imprisoned and wanting to go to prison. They weren't the same thing. This was what Zhao Hai was most distressed about. If he was in the Divine Realm, then he would know about ascension. As long as he accumulates his strength, then he would be able to rely on the repelling force of the space to ascend. However, the problem was that as soon as he arrived in the Atlanta Plane, he would feel irritated. He didn't want to stay there for even a moment. However, the space didn't seem to be repelling him. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. In this case, he simply didn't know how to ascend. This was the reason why he was distressed. If it was in the past, then he could wait for a while and figure out what was going on. However, this wasn't the case right now. Zhao Hai calculated that it would only take a few months before his body would be filled with energy. When that time comes, he would have no choice but to ascend. In other words, he only had a few months to figure out why the Atlanta Plane's spatial laws were like this. A few months might seem like a long time, but it wasn't that long. Moreover, what Zhao Hai wanted to find was the changes in the space laws. Therefore, a few months seemed even shorter. The power of laws was something that cultivators in the cultivation realm couldn't comprehend. For Zhao Hai to figure out why the Atlanta Plane's heaven and earth laws were like this in just a few months was too much for him. Zhao Hai was currently distressed by this matter. He couldn't think of a good way to solve it, so he walked around and unconsciously arrived at the central continent. The central continent had been completely abandoned. It had turned into a paradise for magic beasts. Magic beasts of all ranks could be seen everywhere. The connecting heaven palace had already turned into ruins. Looking at this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Although he was the one who caused all of this, he still couldn't help but sigh. Humans were born with two completely different abilities, construction and destruction. Humans built one glorious civilization after another, then destroyed them. Then they continued to build and destroy. This seemed to be part of their nature. While humans were building and destroying, they were slowly moving forward. Perhaps even humans didn't know where they would end up. Zhao Hai unconsciously thought about his own cultivation method, the myriad stellar transformations Yin-Yang art. When Zhao Hai obtained this cultivation method, he knew that it was an amazing technique. However, when he practiced it, he always felt that something was missing. What was it? He didn't know before. But now that he saw the ruins, Zhao Hai suddenly understood. When he practiced the myriad stellar transformations Yin-Yang art, what he lacked was a certain feeling. A feeling of the stars, the universe, all living things, and yin and yang. Zhao Hai used to practice the myriad stellar transformations Yin-Yang art as a cultivation method. Although this cultivation method made the energy inside his body 10 times more powerful than ordinary cultivation methods, he didn't really use his heart to comprehend this cultivation method. It can be said that Zhao Hai didn't even learn the surface of the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. Zhao Hai stood there quietly. He was completely immersed in this feeling. He didn't know anything about the outside world. One must know that this was very dangerous. This was because magic beasts were everywhere in the central continent. Who knows when a magic beast would jump out and attack Zhao Hai. But what was strange was that even though Zhao Hai was standing there, some magic beasts in the central continent ignored him. This was very strange. At this time, Laura and the others were very anxious inside the space. When Zhao Hai stood there motionless, they knew that something was wrong. This was because Zhao Hai didn't move at all, he didn't seem to have any connection with them. This was very abnormal. Kair also discovered Zhao Hai's situation, but she didn't panic. She knew that Zhao Hai wasn't in any danger, he was just comprehending something. Seeing Laura and the others anxious, Kair immediately said, "Elder sister Laura, you don't need to worry. The young master is currently comprehending something, he isn't in any danger. If we take the young master back to the space, then we might disrupt his comprehension. If that happens, the young master would be in more danger." Upon hearing Kair, Laura and the others let out a long breath. However, Lizzie looked at the monitor and immediately said, "Kair, immediately send some undead to protect Brother Hai. There are a lot of magic beasts around Brother Hai. What if they attack Brother Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Kair, send some undead to protect Brother Hai." Kair smiled and said, "Elder sister Lizzie, don't worry. If I guessed wrong, then the young master is currently comprehending his cultivation method. The young master's cultivation method is very strange. While he is comprehending the cultivation method, his body is completely integrated with the surrounding environment. The magic beasts will only regard the young master as a part of the environment, just like a stone or a blade of grass. They won't attack the young master. On the contrary, if we send the undead to protect the young master, then the magic beasts will certainly attack the undead. When the time comes, the young master's cultivation method will surely be interrupted." Laura and the others nodded, then Megan pouted and said, "Brother Hai, you're actually comprehending a cultivation method at this time. You're scaring people half to death. Wait for Brother Hai to come back, then we'll settle this account with him." When Laura heard Megan, she couldn't help but tease, "Alright, then we'll squeeze Brother Hai dry. I think Sister Megan should be the first to go." Upon hearing Laura, Lizzie and the others couldn't help but laugh. Megan's face turned red as she rushed towards Laura and said, "Sister Laura, you dare to laugh at me?" Then she bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she rushed towards Laura. Laura screamed, then she turned around and ran. Lizzie and the others also joined the fray, turning the villa into a mess. And Zhao Hai, who was comprehending the cultivation method outside, did not know that his happiness was coming. In Zhao Hai's mind, the boundless stars in the universe flashed from time to time. It flashed with the way of yin and yang. This universe was made up of yin and yang. Therefore, everything in this world, if there was yin, there would be yang. This was an eternal and unchanging law. Furthermore, from yin and yang to the 5 elements, from the 5 elements to all things, and from all things to the universe. This was a process of going from simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. It was also a process of producing the laws of the entire universe. Just like the yin-yang fish, there was yang and yin and yang, yin and yang, yin and yang, endless and endless. This was the supreme law of the universe. Zhao Hai didn't know how long he was in this mysterious state of enlightenment, but he suddenly woke up. When he woke up, Zhao Hai discovered that the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang harmony art in his body had become a bit more profound. Moreover, when he used it, it was more flexible and free. It was as smooth and natural as moving his fingers. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be honest, he was a bit afraid. If he was immersed in his comprehension, then his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang law might have reached its peak. At that time, he would have ascended in a daze. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Zhao Hai looked at his surroundings. Although there were a lot of magic beasts around him, they didn't seem to be afraid of Zhao Hai. It could be said that they didn't consider Zhao Hai as an enemy. Some magic beasts just looked at Zhao Hai and then went on with their own business. They didn't seem to want to attack or escape. Zhao Hai looked at the magic beasts and smiled faintly. Then his figure flashed and returned to the space. However, when he returned, Zhao Hai's brows wrinkled. This was because he was worried about where he would ascend. Zhao Hai had already decided to ascend in the Atlanta Plain. However, the Atlanta Plain's strange laws were what gave Zhao Hai a headache. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, he entered the space's villa. When he entered the villa, he was immediately stunned. Laura and the others were standing there with angry faces. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. He pretended to be dispirited and said to them, "Dear wives, did I do something wrong?" When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but want to laugh. However, when they thought about their plan, they held back. Megan was the first to stand up and said, Brother Hai, you actually comprehended your cultivation method when we were outside. You scared us half to death. Tell us, shouldn't you be punished?" Zhao Hai stared, but he immediately replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Dear wives, how do you want to punish me?" Megan snorted and said, "Come with us." Then she turned her head and walked towards the villa. However, when Zhao Hai looked at the direction Megan was heading, his eyes shone. This was because Megan was heading towards the villa's basement, the hot spring room. Laura and the others also pretended to be a prisoner as they escorted Zhao Hai towards the hot spring room. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. He could see that Laura and the others just wanted him to relax. Therefore, they came up with this trick. Naturally, he would cooperate with them. After several hours of role-playing, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were lying down in the hot spring and didn't want to get up. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you still worried about ascending?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Right, the Atlanta Plains laws are really strange. I now know why people need to use the Ascension magic armor in order to ascend. But even if I use the Ascension magic armor, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for me to ascend. This is because I feel that I don't like the Atlanta Plain. I don't know why this is the case." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "All right." Megan frowned and said, "Then what do we do?" "Brother Hai, do you really want to ascend here? We don't know where we'll ascend to. What if we ascend to Lu Wei's place? Wouldn't that be like sending a sheep to a tiger's den?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If we ascend in the divine realm, then we might be hunted down by Lu Wei. But we should be able to protect ourselves. However, I still want to ascend in the Atlanta Plain. No matter what, it's much safer there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be able to ascend in the divine realm." Lizzie frowned and said, "Does Bluewell have any information about the Ascension magic armor? If he has information about the soaring magic armor, then we can try using it. Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "The problem is that we don't have that much time. I've calculated that the energy inside my body has increased. As long as I accumulate it for 2 months, I'll be able to ascend. Otherwise, I can only hide inside the space. However, I'm afraid that Bluewell wouldn't be able to find any clues about the Ascension magic armor in 2 months. This is the most difficult thing for me right now." Megan suddenly said, "Big Brother Hai, I think we should just go to the Atlanta Plain and rob it. We also know about the Atlanta Plains situation. The strongest expert there is on par with the strongest expert in the divine realm. If we go there and rob them, then with our current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for us to flatten the Atlanta Plain." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. You've forgotten about the divine realm. The Ascension magic armor of the Atlanta Plain is much more special compared to the divine realm. If we go there and rob them and kill a lot of people, then we might offend the person who controls the Atlanta Plain. When we ascend, I'm afraid that we would be hunted down. This is also the reason why I haven't done anything to the Atlanta Plain yet." Laura nodded and said, "I was wondering why Brother Hai was so polite to the people from the Atlanta Plain. Right, it seems like we can't rob them. Otherwise, we might as well ascend from the divine realm. That would save us a lot of trouble. However, ascending from the Atlanta Plain wouldn't be easy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded, then. He said, "Then when I ascend, I'll go to the Atlanta Plain. I want to see if the Atlanta Plains laws will still be the same when I ascend. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, then I'll go to the Atlanta Plain and see if the Atlanta Plains laws will still be the same. At this time, Meg, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, young master, why don't you go to the Magic Continent and the Warrior Continent? Xiaohai stared and said, is there a difference? Aren't they both from the Atlanta Plain? Meg smiled and said, young master, the Atlanta Plain is divided into 3 parts. The Magic Armor Continent uses magic armors to ascend. Do the people from the Warrior Continent and the Magic Continent not need to ascend? Moreover, the relationship between the Warrior Continent and the Magic Armor Continent isn't very good. Additionally, the people from the Warrior Continent and the Magic Continent don't know how to drive magic armors. If they ascend, then they wouldn't be able to use magic armors. If they don't use magic armors, then what do they use to ascend? When Zhao Hai heard Megan, he couldn't help but stare. To be honest, he didn't think about this point. He always thought that since the Atlanta Plain was a single plain, then the laws of the plain should be the same as well. Now that Meg said this, Zhao Hai understood. Right, the Atlanta Plain didn't only have the Magic Armor Continent, it also had the Warrior Continent and the Magic Continent. The people from these 2 continents were just like the Arc Continent and the Divine Realm, they used magic and martial skills. Moreover, these 2 continents were able to fight against the Magic Armor Continent for many years without falling behind. This showed that the 2 continents had their own unique ways of using magic and martial skills. Moreover, no matter which plane one was in, ascension was always considered as the most lofty ideal. If the people from the Warrior Continent and the Magic Continent didn't ascend, then would there still be people from the Magic Armor Continent who would learn magic and martial skills? If people from these 2 continents ascend, then they wouldn't be using magic armors but something else. If that was the case, then Zhao Hai's problem would be solved, he wouldn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai laughed as he jumped out of the hot spring and hugged Meg. Laura and the others also laughed, they were smart people, so they naturally understood what Meg's reminder meant for Zhao Hai. They were also happy for Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the hot spring. The group sat down in the living room and adjusted the monitor to show the Atlanta Plains Magic Armor Continent. Looking at the Magic Armor Continent, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a sigh and said, I've been thinking about the Magic Armor Continent and forgot about the other 2 continents. Now it's time to go and take a look. Laura nodded and said, Brother Hai, do you want to go now? Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Kai and said, Kai take out a map of the Atlanta Plain and see where the other 2 continents are. Then we'll go. Kai nodded and then placed a map on the screen. This map wasn't the same as the previous one where the Blood Ghost staff was used to store it. Instead, it was an ordinary map that was bought from the Magic Armor Continent. Because of this, this map couldn't be displayed in 3D like the previous one. It could only be used as an ordinary map. However, Zhao Hai didn't need this map to immediately go to the 2 continents. Instead, he wanted to take a look at the location and size of the 2 continents. After that, he would go to the 2 continents to take a look. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the map. From the map, he could clearly see the distribution of the 3 continents. These 3 continents were divided into a triangle in the Atlanta Plain. The other 2 continents weren't any smaller than the Magic Armor Continent. The Warrior Continent was located in the northeast of the Magic Armor Continent while the Mage Continent was located in the southeast of the Magic Armor Continent. The distance between these 3 continents wasn't very far, there were also a lot of islands in between. Zhao Hai carefully observed the 3 continents. If the sides of the 3 continents were to be put together, then they would look like a single continent. Zhao Hai believed that the 3 continents were originally one continent. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 continents and said, let's go to the Warrior Continent first. If the laws there are the same as the Divine Realm, then we don't need to worry. Laura nodded and said, right, there's still about 2 months left. That's enough time for us to absorb the Warrior Continent and the Mage Continent into the Spaces map. As long as the laws there are suitable for ascension, then Brother Hai can find a suitable place to ascend. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, we need to find a suitable place to ascend. Ascension would certainly cause a lot of commotion. It's best to find a place with few people. That way, we'll be safe. Alright, let's not think about it. We still don't know if the laws there are suitable for ascension. If it is, then it wouldn't be too late to find another place. A blood-red rusty needle was flying in the sky. Its speed was very fast, almost nobody would notice it. Even people with good eyesight would only see a faint red line flashing by. They wouldn't be able to see anything else, making people think that it was an illusion. Naturally, no one would be able to see this red line. This red line was currently flying in the sea. This sea was a very dangerous area for the Atlanta plain. Aside from certain times, almost everyone who appeared in this area would die. The people of the Atlanta plain were very special. The magic armor continent, the mage continent, and the warrior continent had always been hostile to each other. However, the people of the three continents needed to trade. Since the three continents were enemies, it wasn't easy for them to trade with each other. In the beginning, only some large caravans of the three continents dared to trade. Moreover, they had to bring along a lot of guards. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the people of the other two continents. Later on, the people of the three continents discovered that this kind of trade didn't bring them any benefits. On the contrary, because too many people died, very few merchants were willing to trade. This caused the three continents to be in a state of shortage of materials. Naturally, this shortage of materials didn't mean that they couldn't survive. They just lacked some special materials from the other continents. However, it was very difficult for them to develop their own continent. After discovering this situation, the people of the three continents finally reached an agreement. Every year, they would set aside a few months for trade. During this time, the three continents would be able to trade with each other. The people of the three continents were not allowed to attack each other. Anyone who dared to set up a caravan during this time would be attacked by the three continents. However, aside from these few months of trade, the sea was a battlefield. The people of the three continents would come here to train. First, they would look for ores, and second, they would train the newcomers. In this sea, there were a lot of powerful warriors and mages. Naturally, there were also some magic armor warriors from the magic armor continent. These people wanted to kill the people of the other two continents all the time. They didn't kill the other party just for the sake of killing. More importantly, every time they killed someone, they would obtain something from the other party. When they returned to their own continent, they would be rewarded handsomely. It was precisely because of this reason that there were countless newcomers who came here to train every year. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't think about going outside. He knew that if he went out, he would be attacked. Now that he was about to ascend, he didn't want to cause trouble. Therefore, he turned his staff into a small blood needle. In addition to this blood needle, Zhao Hai also made a lot of blood needles. These blood needles flew in two directions. One was like the warrior continent, while the other was like the mage continent. Zhao Hai wanted to grasp the situation of the two continents in the shortest time possible. Zhao Hai's approach was very correct. At this time, Zhao Hai had already sent the flying needles to the space. Naturally, the hidden warriors, mages, and magic armor warriors were also displayed on the space's screen. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do this. Every minute he stayed in the space, his cultivation would advance. Now, as long as he calmly cultivated, he would have no choice but to ascend in a month. Even if he didn't cultivate at all and just relied on his own strength, it wouldn't take more than 2 months for him to ascend. In this case, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be anxious. This flight didn't take more than 5 days before the flying needles arrived at the warrior continent and the mage continent. The warrior continent and the mage continent had their own architectural styles as well as their own characteristics. In the warrior continent, one could see people wearing warrior clothes and holding weapons in their hands. Even ordinary households would have weapon racks in front of their doors and in their courtyards. On these racks, there were all kinds of weapons. Moreover, in almost every household, there would be stone locks, sandbags, and other tools. In the warrior continent, these things were an indispensable part of people's lives. Even in poor households, these things were still necessary. In the magic continent, magic towers could be seen in almost every prefecture city. This kind of magic tower was where mages lived. In fact, whether it was in the Arc continent or the Divine Realm, these magic towers were ancient things that couldn't be seen anymore. Besides the Mage continent, the only place where magic towers could be seen was the underworld. In the underworld, every city had a magic tower. These magic towers were the residences of the highest-level undead that guarded the city. These magic towers were actually magic towers. However, in the Ark continent, magic towers didn't exist anymore. Even if there were a few left, they were only used for decoration. However, these magic towers were present in almost every city in the Mage continent. Most importantly, through the Spaces screen, Xiaohai could see that the magic towers in every city were the most lively places in the city. What surprised Xiaohai even more was that he calculated that in the Magic continent, every 10 people walking on the street would have 2 or 3 people wearing magic robes. The proportion of mages was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. In the Ark continent, 1 mage out of every 1,000 people was considered a high ratio. But here, out of 10 people, 2 to 3 were mages. This ratio was simply unacceptable. Xiaohai nodded and said, "You're right. You're right. It's understandable to say that warriors can be practiced. After all, warriors can be practiced by ordinary people. Even if they can't practice too deeply, they can also practice to become ordinary warriors. But if magicians don't have talent, they can't learn it. But in the magic land, the proportion of magicians is too high, isn't it?" Even with Zhao Hai's mental strength, he couldn't help but feel speechless when he saw the ratio of mages in the Mage continent. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh. If there was still time, Zhao Hai would certainly explore the 2 continents. He might even get a piece of land in the 2 continents and become a landlord. Occasionally, he would come and play. Unfortunately, he was about to ascend. He didn't have the time to visit the 2 continents. As long as he ascends, then he wouldn't have the opportunity to visit them in the future. Although the blood needles had arrived at the 2 continents, Zhao Hai didn't immediately leave the space. Instead, he waited for the needles to absorb the terrain of the 2 continents. By the time the 2 continents were absorbed into the space, 5 days had already passed. Unknowingly, 10 days had already passed. If Zhao Hai stayed inside the space, then he wouldn't dare to leave the space for a month. Once he leaves the space, he would ascend to the immortal realm. After 5 days, the maps of the 2 continents were finally absorbed into the space. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he slowly stood up. Although it was already dark outside, Zhao Hai still wanted to go out and take a look. Seeing Zhao Hai stand up, Laura quickly said, "Brother Hai, it's already dark outside. Why don't you wait until tomorrow?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No, I'll go out and take a look. I want to feel the laws of the world outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel relieved." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but say, "All right. But Brother Hai, you have to be careful. If the laws of the world outside are the same as the Atlanta Plain, then you should come back. We'll go to the Atlanta Plain to grab the Ascension magic armor." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Then with an intention, Zhao Hai's clothes turned into a warrior's clothes. The magic staff in his hand also turned into a sword as he carried it on his back. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's actions, Laura knew that Zhao Hai wanted to go to the warrior continent. The group didn't stop him. In the warrior continent, people dressed like Zhao Hai could be seen everywhere. With Zhao Hai's strength, he could easily sweep through the warrior continent. Naturally, the people there wouldn't pose a threat to him. The only thing that could threaten him was the laws of the world. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others before he smiled faintly. Then his figure flickered as he appeared in the warrior continent. As soon as he appeared in the warrior continent, Zhao Hai immediately felt the world's laws rushing towards him. The repelling force here was much stronger than the divine realms. However, upon feeling this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. This was because the laws of the world here were completely different compared to the magic armor continent. The laws of the magic armor continent made Zhao Hai feel sick of them. But the laws of the world here were the same as the laws of the divine realm. In other words, he could ascend in this place. Zhao Hai carried his sword as he walked towards a tavern in the city. He listened to the warriors inside the tavern bragging. Although the warriors were bragging, Zhao Hai was still able to get some useful information from them. However, Zhao Hai only stayed in the city for about an hour before he returned to the space. Now that he was sure that he could ascend in the warrior continent, he decided to go to the magic continent. If the magic continent could also ascend, then he would need to choose a continent. Zhao Hai changed his appearance to that of a mage before he went to the magic continent. The situation in the magic continent was the same as the warrior continent. It was a place where Zhao Hai could ascend. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. With the magic continent and the warrior continent, he wouldn't need to worry about not having a place to ascend. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to decide which continent to ascend to right now. He wanted to understand the two continents first before deciding where to ascend. Although Zhao Hai didn't know where he would ascend to, the Atlan continent had two different laws of the world. This showed that choosing a place to ascend was the right choice. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to choose a place that would bring him the most benefits. Xianxia City was a famous city in the warriors' continent. This city was built according to ancient methods. The city walls were about 300 feet high and 10 feet thick. Moreover, these walls weren't made of ordinary materials, they were made of a special type of black iron found in the warriors' continent. Black iron was a common iron ore found in the warriors' continent. Black iron could be refined into black iron. However, black iron wasn't very popular in the warriors' continent. This was because black iron had almost no advantages compared to other types of steel. The only advantage it had was its weight. Black iron refined from black iron ores was 10 times heavier than ordinary steel of the same volume. However, whether it was in terms of toughness or hardness, black iron could not be compared to ordinary steel. It could be said to be a very useless existence. In the warriors' continent, black iron was generally made into an appendage tool specially used to train strength. However, this kind of black iron stone was different from black iron. Black iron stone can be said to be one of the hardest stones in the continent. Before being refined into black iron, the hardness of black iron stone was no less than that of steel. After being refined into black iron, the hardness of black iron stone was no less than that of black iron stone. This was the reason why the people of the warrior continent couldn't understand it. However, this black iron ore was the best material for building city walls. Even when the warriors were making weapons, they had to add in some black iron ore. An ordinary-looking young man carrying a fiery red greatsword on his back and dressed in a warrior's uniform was walking towards the city from outside. This young man's attire was very ordinary. He was wearing the most common warrior's uniform on the warrior's continent. However, the greatsword on his back did not look ordinary. This person was naturally Zhao Hai. The warrior guarding the city looked at Zhao Hai and didn't do anything. In the warrior's continent, the streets were filled with people carrying weapons. If one didn't bring a warrior, they would be very conspicuous. Zhao Hai looked at the city walls of Xianxia City. His eyes flashed. He didn't have this kind of stone in the space. If he had time, he would have to get some of it. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai entered Xianxia City. After entering Xianxia City, Zhao Hai first found a small restaurant. He ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. Nobody paid attention to him. However, Zhao Hai's ears were listening to the conversations of the warriors who were eating in the restaurant. The reason why Zhao Hai came to Xianxia City was to inquire about this place. At the same time, he wanted to collect some cultivation methods of the warriors' continent. For example, in the warrior continent, everyone studied literature. Moreover, in every city, there was a bookstore. In this bookstore, you can find all the basic cultivation methods of the warrior continent. Some of the more profound cultivation methods could only be learned from aristocratic families or martial arts schools. But in the warrior continent, there were also some things that Zhao Hai learned from the warrior continent. For example, in the warrior continent, everyone studied literature. Moreover, in every city, there was a bookstore. In this bookstore, you can read all the basic cultivation methods of the warrior continent. Aristocratic families and martial dojos were an important part of the warriors' continent. In the warriors' continent, there was no distinction between countries. In every city, there would be several aristocratic families or martial dojos managing the city. Even the city's army was controlled by the aristocratic families and martial dojos. Aristocratic families, as the name suggests, were great clans that were passed down from the warriors' continent. These great clans generally had their own secret techniques. These secret techniques weren't simple, each one of them was very powerful. On the other hand, martial dojos were places established by experts to practice martial arts. They were just like schools. No matter what kind of background one had, one could go to a martial dojo to study. Therefore, martial dojos were an indispensable part of the city. After knowing this information, Zhao Hai immediately paid the bill and left the restaurant. Then he walked towards the bookstore. There were a lot of bookstores here. These bookstores sold books related to martial arts. However, the central bookstore of each city had the most complete collection of martial arts books. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't go anywhere else and directly went to the central bookstore. The central bookstore of Xianxia City was very imposing. The tallest building in the city was the central bookstore. The entire bookstore was divided into 10 floors. The first to fifth floors were where books were sold. In these 5 floors, one could buy any basic cultivation method of any kind of martial arts. The 6th to 8th floors were where books were sold. If a warrior were to find some secret martial arts books somewhere else, then aside from cultivating them himself, he could also bring them here to sell. As long as the bookstore took a fancy to them, they would give you a good price. As for the 9th and 10th floors, it was actually a place to borrow books. However, not everyone could borrow books from there, and not everyone could go up. Between the 9th and 10th floors, there was an energy barrier protecting them. If one wanted to enter the 9th and 10th floors, they would have to break through the energy barrier. Zhao Hai arrived at the central bookstore. Looking at the huge building, he couldn't help but feel that these 3 buildings weren't small at all. They weren't any worse than the large shopping malls on Earth. Zhao Hai calmly walked into the bookstore. As soon as he entered the bookstore, Zhao Hai was stunned. On the first floor of the bookstore, there were 10 Mago bookshelves. On this floor, rows of tall bookshelves could be seen everywhere. These bookshelves had a ceiling above them and were facing the ground. They really gave off an indomitable feeling. There were a total of 10 such bookshelves on this floor. Below each bookshelf, there were some people in warrior attire picking out books. It looked very lively. Zhao Hai swept his gaze over the people on this floor. He didn't stop on this floor. Instead, he went to the stairs on the side and went up. Zhao Hai didn't stop on the first 8 floors. There was nothing he needed here, so he directly went up to the 9th floor. Naturally, he also encountered obstacles on the 9th floor. However, these obstacles were nothing to Zhao Hai. He easily went up to the 9th floor. There were fewer people on the 9th floor. Moreover, this floor was different from the previous floors. There weren't many bookshelves here. There were also resting areas between the bookshelves. One could rest and read books there. Zhao Hai walked around the hall on the 9th floor, quickly inserting a flying needle between the outer bookshelves. He had Kyer record the titles of the books on the bookshelves. Then he found a book that he needed and took it to a remote resting area to read. The books that Zhao Hai looked for were all books about high-level martial arts. In addition to these, there were also miscellaneous records about the strange things that happened in the warrior continent. Such books were very rare in the warrior continent. The reason why Zhao Hai looked at those high-level martial skills books was because he wanted to get a general understanding of the warrior continent's martial skills as well as their strength. Zhao Hai looked at these miscellaneous records because he wanted to see if there was anything about ascension. Zhao Hai wasn't just reading books. He released a flying needle and had it scan all the books in the study room. After that, he gave it to Kyer to sort out and classify. After all, the warrior continent was a place that specialized in martial arts. The people here should have their own unique way of cultivation. Zhao Hai wanted to know what level of cultivation they had reached. He stayed on the 9th floor for a while, waiting for the flying needle to scan the place. Then he put away the flying needle and went to the 10th floor. He had no choice but to stay on the 9th floor. There was a barrier between the 9th floor and the 10th floor. If the flying needle came by itself, then it would certainly cause a reaction. If that happened, then he might be exposed. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to come up. Zhao Hai stayed on the 10th floor for a short time. After scanning all the books, he left the study room and went out of the city. Xianxia City was a big city. Every year, there would be a lot of people entering and leaving the city. Because of this, nobody paid attention to Zhao Hai. Originally, the several giants in the city noticed Zhao Hai. But by the time they received news about him, Zhao Hai had already left the city and returned to the space. In the central bookstore of every city in the warrior continent, there were informants from the various aristocratic families. As long as someone was qualified to go up to the 9th and 10th floors, those informants would report to the various aristocratic families. One must know that those who could go up to the 9th and 10th floors were already considered experts in the warrior continent. If an unfamiliar expert came to the city, it would naturally attract attention. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. However, he didn't stay in the central study room for long. Moreover, he quickly left. By the time the families received the news and wanted to find him, he was already back in the space. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he immediately turned to Kai and said, "Kai, how many books did you receive this time?" Kai immediately replying to the young master, "This time, we received more than 10,000 books. Among them, there are 10,000 books about martial arts. As for other books, there are only 1,000. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, you can sort out those books. If there are some low-level books that aren't useful, then just directly dispose of them. If there's something useful, then keep them and make them into books. Then send them to the various academies. Pay attention to the high-level books and miscellaneous books. See if there's anything that we need." Kai complied and then went to deal with it. Zhao Hai sat down. Meg gave Zhao Hai a cup of medicinal tea. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to the magic continent tomorrow? Do you want to take us there to play?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I'm going there tomorrow to get some books. I don't have much time to play. You can go and play by yourselves. In the next few days, I'll be reading those books and looking for information about ascension. I don't know if I'll be able to find it." Laura, who was on the side, said, "Brother Hai, I think you don't need to spend so much effort. Just grab a high-level warrior and turn him into an undead. Then you can ask him about it. The magic continent can also be dealt with this way, wouldn't it be faster?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, I'm about to ascend. I don't want to kill people. I'll just read some books and study them while looking for a place to ascend. I'll find one in the magic continent and one in the warrior continent. Then I'll ascend and see what kind of information these books can provide us." He finally ascended. Tomorrow will be a more exciting new chapter. Please continue to support Mingming. Thank you. Zhao Hai stood quietly on a deserted island. This deserted island was far away from the magic continent. It was not on the route. There was nothing on the island, only a pile of rocks and weeds. In an old saying, this was a place where birds don't shit. And this was the place that Zhao Hai chose to ascend. Although it was far from the magic continent, in general, it was still under the jurisdiction of the magic continent. This island was not only far from the magic continent, but also from the warrior continent and the magic armor continent. It was a deserted island. It couldn't be used as a supply point. There were no usable materials on the island, let alone any usable ores. No one would come to such a place. After Zhao Hai took the books from the magic continent and the warrior continent into the space, he had been using the rest of his time to study which continent he was going to ascend on. Since Zhao Hai discovered that the laws of heaven and earth were different between the magic armor continent and the magic continent, Zhao Hai knew that if he ascended in different places, the place where he would appear in the cultivation world would be different. He finally chose the magic continent. The reason why Zhao Hai chose the magic continent was that there were fewer magicians than warriors. Although the warriors' cultivation also required talent, compared to the magicians, the warriors' cultivation was still simpler. Therefore, in terms of quantity, there were fewer magicians than warriors. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what the status of magicians was in the cultivation world, in his opinion, magicians should have a higher status than warriors. Additionally, Zhao Hai usually wore a magic robe and a magic staff. Moreover, through his understanding of the magic continent, Zhao Hai had already reached the level of the magic continent. Although the magic of the magic continent was very mysterious, it was still far inferior to the magic of the undead in the underworld. Zhao Hai had already learned most of the undead's magic, so naturally, he didn't put the magic of the continent in his eyes. Zhao Hai stood quietly on the deserted island as he looked at the rolling waves. His heart was filled with sadness. Although he hadn't been in the Atlanta plain for a long time, no matter what, this place was still connected to the Ark continent. Xiaohai was reborn in the Ark continent. Now that he was about to leave this place, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't sad. After leaving, Xiaohai wanted to enjoy the sea breeze and take a deep breath of the air. This was because Xiaohai felt that in 2 days, the energy in his body would accumulate to a critical point. As long as he stayed here, he would certainly ascend. Xiaohai sighed as he slowly sat down cross-legged. Then he started to circulate the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. To be honest, after obtaining this technique, besides the time he comprehended it in the central continent, Xiaohai didn't practice it seriously. He just let it circulate on its own. As Xiaohai sat there, he used all of his mind to analyze his own heart. He discovered that he really was a timid person. The reason why he didn't deliberately cultivate the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was because he wanted to reach the ascension realm later. He wanted to stay here for a while longer. The reason why he did this was because he was reluctant to leave this place, and also because he was afraid of facing a new environment. He was afraid of facing powerful cultivators. Perhaps he wasn't aware of this was just his subconscious behavior. Because of this, he didn't practice the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. When he found out that he had such thoughts, Zhao couldn't help but feel ashamed. No wonder people said that in this world, the person who doesn't understand you the most is yourself. It seems like this really is the case. If he hadn't ascended and used all his mind to analyze himself, he probably wouldn't have discovered this. However, it wasn't too late for him to discover it now. Xiaohai immediately used his mind as a sword to cut off this trace of fear. In the past, Xiaohai heard a saying called the sword of wisdom cuts off emotions. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but at this moment, he finally understood. When his mind reached the level of perfection, he could clearly feel his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He could clearly feel the deepest part of his heart and the truest thoughts. Because of this, Xiaohai didn't hesitate to use his mind as a sword to cut off the fear of the future in his heart. In addition to this trace of fear, Xiaohai also used his mind as a sword to cut off all the negative emotions in his heart. Of course, he didn't mean that he wouldn't have negative emotions from now on. Emotions came from the heart, and emotions came from the bottom of the heart. Even if you wanted to prevent it, you couldn't prevent it. He just temporarily cut off these negative emotions. After a while, these emotions would appear on their own. The reason why Xiaohai did this was that he wanted to welcome the arrival of the time of ascension in his best state. Just as he was getting closer and closer to the time of ascension, he always had some inexplicable feelings. These feelings told him that ascension was not so safe. Ascension was also dangerous. If he couldn't keep himself in the best state, then ascension was likely to fail. If ascension failed, if it was a native of the magic continent, it would be a dead end. Even Xiaohai would be seriously injured. Xiaohai didn't want this to happen. When Xiaohai cut off all the negative emotions, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed. This refreshment didn't come from the outside, but from the inside. It made him feel comfortable from the inside to the outside. Not only was it comfortable, but Xiaohai felt that his mind was more transparent. Even some parts of the stellar myriad yin-yang method that were originally somewhat awkward were now freely moving. The sword of wisdom cuts off emotions. It was indeed called the sword of wisdom cuts off emotions. Slowly, an energy vortex with Xiaohai as the center was slowly forming. This energy vortex was getting bigger and bigger, as if it had turned from a small whirlwind into a huge tornado, swallowing the energy around it like a black hole. Xiaohai, who was in the center of the vortex, was motionless like a rock. However, he wasn't feeling well now. He felt that the laws of heaven and earth around him were repelling him more and more. It was as if there was a huge force pushing him out of this space. At this time, a dark cloud was slowly gathering above Xiaohai's head. This dark cloud was getting bigger and bigger. Slowly, a trace of lightning appeared in the dark cloud. The lightning was like a light snake weaving through the dark cloud, as if it would pounce down at any time, choosing to devour people. Xiaohai also felt the dark cloud above his head. He suddenly stopped circulating his cultivation method and stood up. He looked up at the dark cloud above his head. He knew that this was the test of ascension. Xiaohai didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and the blood lotus staff appeared in his hand. This staff had been modified by Zhao Hai many times, and now it looked very beautiful. The blood-red staff had a 10-handed constellation symbol on it. It looked beautiful and mysterious. The entire staff was 3 meters long, too. 4 meters of which was the body. Every 20 centimeters of the body of the staff had a constellation symbol. At the top of the staff was a 60-centimeter-long blood-red lotus. The lotus had 7 stamens, and the entire lotus was divided into 18 layers. Each layer had 18 petals, and each petal had a small red bell. The bell gently swayed along with the breeze, issuing a pleasant sound. Originally, Zhao was holding a cane. It wasn't long, only about a meter long, so it was very convenient to hold in his hand. But if the top of the cane was made into a lotus, it wouldn't be very good. It would be very uncomfortable to hold in his hand. So when he wanted to turn the cane into a cane, Zhao made the top of the cane look like a skull. This long staff was designed by Laura and the others, so Zhao Hai agreed. A 3-meter-long staff wasn't short, but for a mage, it wasn't very long either. There were also many mages who held magic staffs that were about 3 meters long. Some mages even made their magic staffs 4 meters long or even longer so that they could set up a small magic array on top of their magic staffs to make it easier for them to defend against enemies. However, when Laura and the others designed the staff, Zhao Hai felt that it looked like a staff used by Buddhists. However, he didn't say anything. This staff wasn't just a staff, it also had a huge lotus on top. Zhao Hai could use it as a strange weapon. Zhao Hai had investigated this weapon back on Earth before. There were people who used this weapon. The name of this weapon was the Iron Chestnut Bud. Naturally, Zhao Hai's staff was much more beautiful compared to the Iron Chestnut Bud. Zhao Hai held the staff as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky that were getting thicker and thicker. His expression was heavy. He was very clear that he couldn't avoid this. If he didn't go through this, then it would be impossible for him to ascend. If he hides inside the space, then the dark clouds would disperse. But as long as he comes out of the space, the dark clouds would certainly appear again. Zhao Hai's golden core rotated at full strength. Every time it rotated, it would absorb a large amount of energy from the outside world into Zhao Hai's body. At the same time, the Tao Lotus inside Zhao Hai's body also rotated gently. Every time the Tao Lotus rotated, the energy absorbed by the golden core would be further compressed. Then the Tao Lotus would slowly circulate the energy in a very mysterious way. This way, Zhao Hai could use this energy to deal with enemies at any time. Zhao Hai stood there motionlessly with the staff in his hand. His hair was slightly blown by the wind from the vortex. However, his eyes were still staring at the dark clouds above his head, waiting for the test to come. Laura and the others were also staring at the dark clouds from the space. They were worried about Zhao Hai, but they also knew that the dark clouds were a test for Zhao Hai. They couldn't help him at all. It wasn't only Laura and the others, Green and the others were also looking at the situation outside. Even Karen, who didn't care about the outside world, was also paying attention to the situation inside. Before long, the dark clouds in the sky had accumulated to a certain degree. Then a loud rumbling sound was heard as a huge lightning bolt struck towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the lightning bolt and coldly snorted. He raised the staff in his hand as a yellow light shot out from it. When the yellow light came out of the staff, it immediately absorbed the energy in the air. Before long, a yellow warhammer appeared in the air and went straight towards the lightning bolt. When the yellow warhammer came out of the staff, it gave people a very heavy feeling. Its attack power was very strong. The whole warhammer flashed with a yellow light, it looked as if it was made of gold. In just a blink of an eye, the warhammer had already met the lightning bolt. Boom! A loud sound was heard. On top of Zhao Hai's head, there was a burst of sparks like fireworks. When the sparks dissipated, the warhammer and the lightning bolt had completely disappeared. But this wasn't the end. After the sparks dissipated, a second lightning bolt struck down. This time, Zhao Hai's staff emitted a purple light. This light quickly formed a large shield in the air. This shield gave people a very heavy feeling. When the lightning bolt struck the shield, the whole earth trembled. However, after the lightning bolt disappeared, the shield miraculously survived. Zhao Hai waved the staff in his hand and a golden light appeared under the shield. then a blue light, then a green light, then a purple light, then a golden light, then a blue light, and then a green light. These lights slowly formed a huge stick. This stick went from the bottom of the shield to the ground of the island and went about 100 meters deep. Just as this stick was formed, the third lightning bolt struck down. The shield finally collapsed, but the lightning bolt also shattered the first few lights of Zhao Hai's energy stick before completely disappearing. After the third lightning bolt, the fourth lightning bolt immediately struck down. This time, Zhao Hai didn't have time to cast any spells. He raised the staff in his hand, which instantly turned into a large glaive. Zhao Hai slashed the glaive at the lightning bolt. The seemingly powerful lightning bolt was scattered in the air by the glaive. However, the lightning bolt didn't give Zhao Hai time to prepare. The fifth lightning bolt struck down. It was too late for Zhao Hai to change his move. However, his body instantly crystallized and took the attack head-on. Although the lightning made Zhao Hai's body shake, Zhao Hai didn't fall down. The staff in his hand instantly turned into 100 large shields and blocked above him. Just as the shield was raised, the sixth bolt of lightning struck it. The shield only trembled slightly, but there was no change. Then the seventh, eighth, and ninth bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Each bolt was faster and fiercer than the last. However, the blood-red shield only trembled more fiercely, but it was still able to withstand the attacks. After the ninth lightning bolt, the dark clouds in the sky slowly disappeared. Zhao Hai turned the blood-red staff back into a staff. After the dark clouds completely dispersed, a spatial rift more than 10 meters long and 3 meters wide appeared in the sky. Then a huge suction force sucked Zhao Hai straight into the rift. Zhao Hai found that he couldn't use his strength now. The suction force was too strong. He didn't even have the qualifications to resist and was sucked into the rift. After Zhao Hai entered the rift instantly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, Zhao Hai was no longer in this space. A new chapter begins. A more wonderful world awaits Zhao Hai. Please support Ming Ming, support Zhao Hai. Ming Ming is here to thank you. After a dazzling white light, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and stared blankly. This was because he found himself in a room, and there were people in this room. This was a very large room, no less than 1,000 square meters. It was about 10 meters tall. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the room were shining with a metallic silver luster. Clearly, whether it was the walls or the ceiling of this room, they were all made of metal. And on these metals were engraved mysterious magic formations. These magic formations overlapped with each other, making them look very mysterious. But if someone who understood magic formations saw these magic formations, then they would immediately be immersed in them. This was because these magic formations were too mysterious. The room was very spacious. The entire 1,000 square meter room was empty. Aside from the people standing by the side, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai looked at these people. They were wearing magic robes. These magic robes were very ancient and covered their entire body. Beside them was a magic staff. This magic staff wasn't the same as the ones Zhao Hai had seen before. This magic staff was actually made of metal. While Zhao Hai was looking at these people in a daze, they suddenly walked towards him. Zhao Hai's hand moved and the blood staff appeared in his hand. He looked at these people with a cautious expression. However, Zhao Hai also noticed that the heaven and earth energy here was much stronger compared to the Atlanta plane. Not to mention the Atlanta plane, even the underworld couldn't compare. Moreover, the heaven and earth laws here didn't reject Zhao Hai. This feeling of not rejecting was something that Zhao Hai hadn't felt in a long time. However, Zhao Hai's attention was still on the mages. There were a total of 5 mages in the room. Zhao Hai scanned them with his spiritual force and found that there were no energy fluctuations coming from these 5 mages. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. At this time, the mages arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai discovered that these mages had number tags on their bodies. And the numbers on the tags were actually Arabic numerals. The mage with the number 1 tag said, "Hello, Ascended Mage. Welcome to the machine field. Please come with us." Her voice was a woman's. Her voice was very gentle and flat. However, Zhao Hai couldn't feel any trace of human life from this voice. Not only that, it was also filled with a metallic sound. Zhao Hai confirmed that these mages weren't real people, they were just robots. Although he thought of this, Zhao Hai still nodded and said, "Thank you." Then he followed the mages out of the room. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that this room had no doors or windows. It looked like a square iron box. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange. He wanted to know how they would leave this room. Zhao Hai discovered this. Because the room was very bright, he didn't notice that there were no doors or windows. But now he noticed that the reason why the room was so bright was because the walls, ceiling, and floor were all emitting white light. This white light was very soft and not dazzling. Zhao Hai followed the robot to a wall. This wall didn't look any different from the other hundreds of walls. The mage reached out and pressed a magic symbol on the wall a few times. Then the magic symbol lit up and a door suddenly appeared on the wall. The door appeared so suddenly that Zhao Hai didn't notice how it came out. This was a door that could allow two people to pass side by side. The door wasn't big, so the mage turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Respected Mr. Mage, please." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked out of the door. When he came out of the door, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because when he came out of the station, he found himself in another room. This room was completely different from the previous one. This room wasn't very big, it was only about 100 square meters. The walls of the room looked like they were made of stone. On the ceiling of the room, there was a very old-style chandelier. This chandelier was made of iron chains and iron plates. It looked very sturdy. On top of the chandelier were fluorescent stones that radiated white light. The floor of the room was covered with a thick carpet, it was very comfortable to step on. What caught Zhao Hai's attention the most were the 5 huge bookshelves in the room. The bookshelves were filled with books, but these books looked like they hadn't been touched for a long time. In the innermost part of the room was a table with a person sitting behind it. The person was resting on the table, it seems like he was asleep. Zhao Hai could feel a powerful force coming from this person. This force was something that he had never seen before. Even with his current level, he would still be defeated if he were to meet this person. The 5 mage robots led Zhao Hai to the table. Then Robot 1 opened his mouth and said, "Mr. A mage ascended to the machine field today. Please register." The person snorted and then slowly sat up straight. Then he stretched his body and said, "Really? Why can't you let me rest in the middle of the night?" Then she picked up a goose feather from the table and looked at Zhao. "Name, which plane do you come from? What kind of mage are you?" Zhao Hai looked at the mage's appearance and couldn't help but knit his brows. But he still replied, "I'm Zhao Hai from the Atlanta plane. I'm an all-element mage." While speaking, Zhao Hai carefully sized up the mage. The mage didn't look young. His beard was already white and he wore a black robe. His eyebrows were also wrinkled. His hair and beard were messy. His appearance wasn't very good. The old mage was writing something on the table with his quill. But when he heard Zhao Hai say that he was an all-element mage, he couldn't help but stop. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and frowned, "You said that you're an all-element mage?" Zhao Hai was attracted by the quill and the table. At this point, Zhao Hai discovered that the quill in the old man's hand wasn't a real quill. There was no ink at the tip of the quill. Instead, it looked like a laser. It was very beautiful. Although the table looked like it was made of wood, Zhao Hai noticed that it was actually a touch screen. When the light from the quill fell on the screen, it could directly write on it. When he heard the old mage's question, Zhao Hai recovered. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm an all-element mage." The old mage's eyes lit up, then he smiled and said, "Good, very good. Then show me 2 spells." Zhao froze for a moment. He looked around and turned to the old magician. "Do you want to release it now?" The old mage looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he smiled and said, "Let's do it, but don't use too big of a spell." Zhao Hai nodded, he wasn't opposed to this. In his opinion, this should be a kind of test. He waved his left hand and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. This whirlwind was like a beautiful spirit, gently twisting in his palm and drilling between his fingers. It was like a naughty child playing a game. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. Instead, he just waved his left hand and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. This wasn't over yet. Then, a small fireball appeared in the palm of Xiao Hai's right hand. This fireball kept rolling in his palm. Then, Xiao Hai threw the fireball to his left hand. The fireball appeared next to the small whirlwind. A fireball and a whirlwind chased each other. Then, a ball of water appeared in Xiao Hai's right hand. As usual, he threw the ball of water to his left hand. Then, a stone appeared, followed by a white and black ball of air. When all 6 elements of magic appeared, they began to fly. With Xiao Hai's body as the center, they kept rotating, just like a few naughty children playing around with their father. With the demonstration up to this point, Xiao Hai knew that it was about time. With a light shout, the 6 elements immediately disappeared into the air. Xiao Hai then looked at the old mage and said, "Sir, do you think it's done?" The old magician's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Hai. He nodded again and said, "Yes, very good. Wait a moment." After saying that, he picked up the quill and quickly wrote on the table. After a while, he put down the quill. Then, a piece of paper suddenly spat out from the side of the table. The old magician took the paper and looked at the content. He nodded and handed it to Xiao Hai, "Take this. Then go and rest with them. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to find you and take you to a place. When you get there, you will know everything you want to know." Xiao Hai took the paper and looked at it. The paper was written with Chinese characters, but it was written in traditional Chinese characters. However, Xiao Hai could still see that the content of the paper was related to him. It was nothing more than the plane he came from, his name, which element he was a magician, and some other comments. Needless to say, the old magician's evaluation of Xiao Hai wasn't low. It was written that Xiao Hai was an all-element magician. Moreover, his control over magic had reached an advanced level. It was recommended that he focus on training him. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already considered a top expert in the Atlanta Plain. But here, it was written that he needed to focus on training. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Xiao Hai didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. This was because he could feel that the old magician was stronger than him. If he dared to show any dissatisfaction, then the old magician wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Before he figured out where he was, he didn't dare to act recklessly. What would Xiao Hai encounter in the world of cultivation? Please support Ming Ming, support Xiao Hai. Ming Ming thanks you all. After a dazzling white light, Xiao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and stared blankly. This was because he discovered that he was in a room, and there were people in this room. This was a very large room, no less than 1,000 square meters. It was about 10 meters tall. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the room were shining with a metallic silver luster. Clearly, whether it was the walls or the ceiling of this room, they were all made of metal. And on these metals were engraved mysterious magic formations. These magic formations overlapped with each other and looked very mysterious. But if a person who understood magic formations saw these magic formations, then they would immediately be mesmerized by them. This was because these magic formations were too mysterious. The room was very spacious. The entire 1,000 square meter room was empty. Aside from the people standing by the side, there was nothing else. Zhao looked at the group of people. They were all wearing a very ancient style of magic robes that covered their whole body. Next to them was a magic staff. This staff was different from the ones he had seen before. It was made entirely of metal. Zhao looked at the group of people who were wearing magic robes. Next to them was a magic staff that was different from the ones he had seen before. This magic staff was made of metal. While Xiao Hai was looking at these people in a daze, they suddenly walked towards him. Xiao Hai's hand moved as the blood staff appeared in his hand. He looked at these people with a face full of caution. However, Xiao Hai also noticed that the heaven and earth energy here was much stronger compared to the Atlanta Plain. Not to mention the Atlanta Plain, even the underworld couldn't compare. Moreover, the heaven and earth laws here didn't reject Xiao Hai. This feeling of not rejecting was something that Xiao Hai hadn't felt in a long time. However, Xiao Hai's attention was still on the mages. There were a total of 5 mages in the room. Xiao Hai scanned them with his spiritual force and found that there were no energy fluctuations coming from these 5 mages. This caused Xiao Hai to stare. At this time, the mages arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai discovered that these mages had number tags on their bodies. And the numbers on these tags were actually Arabic numerals. The mage with the number 1 tag said, "Hello, Ascended Mage. Welcome to the machine field. Please come with us." Her voice was a woman's. Her voice was very gentle and flat. However, Zhao Hai couldn't feel any trace of human life from this voice. Not only that, it was also filled with a metallic sound. Zhao Hai confirmed that these mages weren't real people, they were just robots. Although he thought of this, Zhao Hai still nodded and said, "Thank you." Then he followed the mages out of the room. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that this room had no doors or windows. It looked like a square iron box. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel strange. He really wanted to know how they would leave this room. Zhao Hai discovered this. Because the room was very bright, he didn't notice that this room had no doors or windows. But now, he noticed that the reason why this room was so bright was because the walls, ceiling, and floor were all emitting white light. This white light was very soft and not dazzling. Zhao Hai followed the robot to a wall. This wall didn't look any different from the other hundreds of walls. Then the mage reached out and pressed several magic symbols on the wall. Then the symbols lit up and a door suddenly appeared on the wall. The door appeared so suddenly that Zhao Hai didn't notice how it came out. This door was enough for 2 people to pass through side by side. The door wasn't big. The mage turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Mage, please." Zhao Hai nodded and then went through the door. When he came out of the door, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because when he came out of the station, he found himself in another room. This room was completely different from the previous one. This room wasn't very big, it was only about 100 square meters. The walls of the room looked like they were made of stone. On the ceiling of the room, there was a very old-style chandelier. This chandelier was made of iron chains and iron plates. It looked very sturdy. On top of the chandelier were fluorescent stones that radiated white light. The floor of the room was covered with a thick carpet, it was very comfortable to step on. What caught Zhao Hai's attention the most were the 5 huge bookshelves in the room. The bookshelves were filled with books, but these books looked like they hadn't been touched for a long time. In the innermost part of the room was a table with a person sitting behind it. The person was resting on the table, it seems like he was asleep. Zhao Hai could feel a powerful force coming from this person. This force was something that he had never seen before. Even with his current level, he would still be defeated if he were to meet this person. The 5 mage robots led Zhao Hai to the table. Then Robot 1 opened his mouth and said, "Mr. A mage has ascended to the machine field today. Please register." The person snorted and then slowly sat up. Then he stretched his body and said, "Really? Why can't you let me rest in the middle of the night?" Then she picked up a goose feather from the table and looked at Zhao. "Name, which plane do you come from? What kind of mage are you?" Zhao Hai looked at the mage's appearance and couldn't help but knit his brows. But he still replied, "I'm Zhao Hai from the Atlanta plane. I'm an all-element mage." While speaking, Zhao Hai carefully sized up the mage. The mage didn't look young. His beard was already white and he wore a black robe. His eyebrows were also wrinkled. His hair and beard were messy. His appearance wasn't very good. The old mage was writing something on the table with his quill. But when he heard Zhao Hai say that he was an all-element mage, he couldn't help but stop. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and frowned, "You said that you're an all-element mage?" Zhao Hai was attracted by the quill and the table. At this point, Zhao Hai discovered that the quill in the old man's hand wasn't a real quill. There was no ink at the tip of the quill. Instead, it looked like a laser. It was very beautiful. Although the table looked like it was made of wood, Zhao Hai noticed that it looked like a touch screen. When the light from the quill fell on the screen, it could directly write on it. When he heard the old mage's question, Zhao Hai recovered. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm an all-element mage." The old mage's eyes lit up, then he smiled and said, "Good, very good. Then show me 2 spells." Zhao froze for a moment. He looked around, then turned to the old magician and asked, "Should I release it now?" The old mage looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he smiled and said, let's do it, but don't use too big of a spell. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't object to this. In his opinion, this should be a test. He waved his left hand and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. This whirlwind was like a beautiful spirit. It gently twisted in his palm and drilled in between his fingers. It was like a naughty child playing a game. This wasn't over yet. Then, a small fireball appeared in the palm of Zhao Hai's right hand. This fireball kept rolling in his palm. Then, Zhao Hai threw the fireball to his left hand. The fireball appeared next to the small whirlwind. A fireball and a whirlwind chased each other. Then, a ball of water appeared in Zhao Hai's right hand. As usual, he threw the ball of water to his left hand. Then, a stone appeared, followed by a white and black ball of air. When all 6 elements of magic appeared, they began to fly. With Zhao Hai's body as the center, they kept rotating, just like a few naughty children playing around with their father. With the demonstration up to this point, Zhao Hai knew that it was about time. With a light shout, the 6 elements immediately disappeared into the air. Zhao Hai then looked at the old mage and said, "Sir, do you think it's done?" The old magician's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. He nodded again and said, "Yes, very good. Wait a moment." After saying that, he picked up the quill and quickly wrote on the table. After a while, he put down the quill. Then, a piece of paper suddenly spat out from the side of the table. The old magician took the paper and looked at the content. He nodded and handed it to Zhao Hai, "Take this. Then go and rest with them. Tomorrow morning, someone will come to find you and take you to a place. When you get there, you will know everything you want to know." Zhao Hai took the paper and looked at it. The paper was written with Chinese characters, but it was written in traditional Chinese characters. However, Zhao Hai could still see that the content of the paper was related to him. It was nothing more than the plane he came from, his name, which element he was a magician, and some evaluations. Needless to say, the old magician's evaluation of Zhao Hai wasn't low. It was written that Zhao Hai was an all-element magician. Moreover, his control over magic had reached an advanced level. It was recommended that he focus on training him. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already considered a top expert in the Atlanta plane. But here, it was written that he needed to focus on training. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. This was because he could feel that the old magician was stronger than him. If he dared to show any dissatisfaction, then the old magician wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Before figuring out where this place was, Zhao Hai didn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still looking at the paper, the old magician knew what he was thinking. The old magician chuckled and said, "Young man, go and take a good rest. People who have just ascended to the machine field need to do so. For you to ascend, this means that you're the strongest in your plane. But compared to the machine field, you're just a beginner. Go and take a good rest. Tomorrow, someone will take you to a place where you'll find out everything you want to know." The old magician nodded and said, "Young man, go take a good rest." When Zhao Hai heard the old mage, he quickly put away the paper and respectfully gave the old mage a salute and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance." Then Zhao Hai turned around and followed the 5 mage robots. After Zhao Hai left, the old mage nodded and muttered, "It's rare for an all-element mage to not be arrogant. He'll certainly have great achievements in the future." Then the old mage yawned as he lay on the table and muttered, "I hope those guys can cultivate him." His voice got lower and lower as if he had fallen asleep. Zhao Hai followed the 5 mage robots out of the room and went upstairs. Zhao Hai scanned his surroundings with his spiritual force and discovered that the building was made of a special material. It was able to isolate people's spiritual force. Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't penetrate the building. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be more careful. His spiritual force was very strong, many times stronger than ordinary mages. Even so, his spiritual force couldn't penetrate the building. This showed how special the materials used in the building were. Not to mention the old mage's strength, this building material was something that had never been seen in the Atlanta plane or the underworld. And with the addition of the 5 mage robots, Zhao Hai became even more curious about the machine field. What Zhao Hai was most curious about was the place where he ascended, and not the cultivation realm, but the machine field. This was a plane that he had never heard of before. Did Lu Wei's remnant soul lie? Impossible, he was already subdued by the space. It was impossible for him to lie. This was because he ascended from the Atlanta plane. Therefore, he didn't ascend to the cultivation realm, but to the machine field. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel regret. If he knew that he would ascend to this place, then he wouldn't have ascended to the magic continent. Instead, he ascended to the divine realm. After all, he had some understanding of the cultivation realm. However, he didn't know anything about the machine field. But on second thought, he was a little glad. Judging from the situation here today, it was not very strange to receive ascenders here, and it seemed that there was its own reception system, which was a great thing. This meant that there was more than one ascender here, which meant that the strength of this plane was indeed higher than that of the magic continent, and it would not be worse than that of the cultivation world. While he was thinking about this, the 5 mage robots led Zhao Hai to a room upstairs. Mage number 1 turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Mage, please go in and rest. We'll be waiting outside. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to tell us." Zhao Hai recovered. After thanking the mage robots, he turned his head and pushed the door. But when he saw the room number, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were 4 Arabic numbers written on the door, 2046. Upon seeing these 4 numbers, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, he arrived at room 2046. Alright, let's see what's different about this room. After gently shaking his head, he pushed the door and entered the room. Zhao Hai knew that this was just a coincidence. He still had some memories of Earth. This was an ordinary room. The room was divided into 2 parts. One was a small living room, while the other was a bedroom. Between the two was a door that was open. Zhao Hai looked inside and saw a bathroom. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He didn't care about it as he walked towards the bedroom. The bedroom was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. There was a bed, a bedside cabinet, and a simple chandelier on the bedside cabinet. It was very ordinary. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, but he didn't care. He just walked to the bedside and sat on it. He let out a long breath and called Kair in his mind. Kair immediately replied. Okay. Hearing Kair's response, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he said to Kair, I can't enter the space today. You don't need to worry. I'm afraid that there will be surveillance in this room. Wait until I understand the situation of this plane. You don't need to worry. Kair nodded. Zhao Hai stopped communicating with her as he sat cross-legged on the bed and rested. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that his decision to not enter the space was correct. This was because every room in this building was being monitored. When Zhao Hai entered room 2046, his situation was already known. Moreover, all of his information was known. This caused the machine field to be shaken. Zhao Hai had just arrived in the machine field, so he didn't know that the machine field took care of people who ascended from the lower realms. This was because the spiritual chi in the lower realms was many times worse than the machine field. People who were able to ascend from the lower realms were rare geniuses. As long as these people were properly nurtured in the machine field, they would become experts in the future. Naturally, this also depended on one's own efforts. After all those who ascended were peerless geniuses in the lower realms. But in the machine field, they were just ordinary people. Some people couldn't stand this change in status, so they couldn't rise up and became ordinary people. There were also people who arrived in the machine field. They were attracted to the machine field because it was much more mystical than the lower realms. From then on, they only cared about having fun. They didn't have the heart to improve themselves. Naturally, it was impossible for them to become talents. The place where Zhao Hai was now was the machine field's reception area. The machine field controlled a lot of lower realms. Almost every year, people from the lower realms would ascend to the machine field. However, there were very few people who could become talents. Although they were geniuses, because of various reasons, they became ordinary people. However, in this reception area, there was a very special room. This room was room 2046. in the entire Ascender reception tower, besides the staff rooms on the first floor, the second to the 11th floors were accommodations for Ascenders. There were a total of 100 rooms. Above the 11th floor were the staff rooms. In the machine field, there were less than 100 people who ascended every year. Moreover, they would only stay for one night before leaving. Therefore, most of the time, the 100 rooms were empty. Generally, the mages in charge of registering ascenders would assign rooms to them. These rooms weren't randomly assigned. The allocation of rooms was based on a person's qualifications. The higher the room assigned to you, the better your qualifications. On the other hand, the lower the room assigned to you, the worse your qualifications. Zhao Hai's room was on the second floor, so it should be the worst room. However, room 2046 was an exception. Room 2046 had a very special position in the reception tower for ascended personnel. It must be said that room 2046 wasn't anything special in the beginning, it was just an ordinary room. But one day, it changed. It was a mage who ascended from the lower realms. Because of his low aptitude and lack of future, he was assigned to room 2046. But no one expected him to create a miracle and become a famous expert in the machine field. In his later years, he took charge of the Ascension Reception Tower. Everyone who was selected by him would be assigned to room 2046. And all of those who were assigned to room 2046 eventually became famous experts. Because of this, an unwritten rule was formed in the Ascension Reception Tower. Everyone who lived in room 2046 was favored by the Ascension Reception Tower. Because of this, everyone who ascended and lived in room 2046 would be noticed. But Zhao Hai wasn't aware of this. He just followed the arrangements of the mage robots and lived in room 2046. At this time, Zhao Hai's image had already been passed to all the forces in the machine field. Everyone was now paying attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has been cultivating in his room. But there was one thing that he found strange. He was very sensitive to energy. Because of this, he knew that when he was in the metal room, the heaven and earth energy wasn't as strong as this room. Although the laws of heaven and earth were the same, the intensity of the heaven and earth energy was different. Although Zhao Hai was puzzled, he didn't express it. The old mage said that someone would take him to a place tomorrow. Everything that he didn't understand would be answered when they arrive. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't ask too much. In a new place, keeping a low profile was a must. Because of this, Zhao Hai kept a low profile. And it was because of this that the old mage paid attention to him. Because of this, the old mage gave room 2046 to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai knew that the old mage gave room 2046 to him because of this, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he was careful and didn't enter the space. Otherwise, his biggest secret would have been exposed. And while Zhao Hai wasn't aware, all of his information had already been placed on the desks of the major forces. When the major forces saw that Zhao Hai was an all-rounder mage, they paid more attention to him. When Zhao Hai was in the divine realm, the energy they used could be freely converted into magic and battle chi. But in the magic continent, it was impossible to convert this energy into battle chi. Zhao Hai didn't notice this because the time he spent in the magic continent was too short. The laws of heaven and earth were mysterious and unfathomable. The laws of heaven and earth in every place were different. The laws of heaven and earth in the magic continent were like this. In the magic continent, there was only magic energy. In addition to magic energy, other types of energy could also be used. However, they couldn't use too much energy. Therefore, in the magic continent, no one would dual cultivate magic and martial arts. Because of this, they would never be able to reach the top level of strength, let alone ascend. It was just like how there were no powerful warriors and magicians in the magic armor continent. The reason why Zhao Hai was rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the magic continent was because Zhao Hai's energy was composed of magic energy and warrior energy. Moreover, these two types of energy were very powerful in his body. Because of this, he was rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the magic continent. When he ascends to the machine field, he would be able to use all of his energy. If he was a native of the magic continent, then he would be able to use his own magic energy. However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. Because of this, he said that he was an all-round mage. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on in the magic continent, but the people in the machine field knew. Because of this, when they heard that Zhao Hai was an all-round mage, they couldn't help but stare. An all-round mage who ascended to the magic continent, needless to say, his aptitude was very clear. Because of this, the people in the machine field valued Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He just sat on his bed for the entire night, cultivating non-stop. He knew that back in the Atlanta plain, he was a top-notch expert. But here, he was just a person with potential. If he wanted to live a better life here, then he needed to have strength. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he just sat on his bed for the entire night. Zhao Hai's performance was seen by the people who paid attention to him. People who ascended would think that they were strong. They would be arrogant and would inevitably slack off. People like Zhao Hai who cultivated as soon as they ascended were very rare. Even for those who ascended and became experts, when they first ascended, they were still full of arrogance. If they didn't want to go out for a stroll, then they would be restless. For people like Zhao Hai, who had been cultivating for the whole night, they would be restless. And the more it was like this, the more it showed that Zhao Hai was different. When these people saw Zhao Hai's performance, they felt that he was worthy of their attention. One night for a person who was focused on cultivation was nothing. Zhao Hai felt that he had just circulated the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique a few times when he heard someone knocking on his door. Zhao Hai stared, then he put away his cultivation method and said, "Come in." The door opened and a person wearing a magic robe came in. This person's magic robe wasn't like the ones worn by mages. It was very old and covered the entire person. This person was wearing a very fashionable magic robe. Zhao Hai stared, he quickly got up from his bed and looked at the person as he said, "You are?" The person smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Mr. Zhao Hai, the all-element mage who ascended from the Atlanta spatial magic continent, right?" "Hello, I'm here to pick you up." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai. May I know where you're taking me?" The mage smiled and said, "Everyone who ascends from the lower realms has to go to the Machine Formation Continent's Ascension Academy to study for a year. After passing a test, they would be issued with an official identity document. I'm taking you to the academy now." Zhao Hai quickly said, "All right, I'll be troubling you." "Please." The person smiled and said, "It's no trouble. This is just a temporary place to rest. Once we arrive at the academy, I'll take you to eat. Please." Then he made an inviting gesture. After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he followed the person out. At this time, the 5 mages had already disappeared. Zhao Hai followed the person out. Zhao Hai lived on the 2nd floor, so it didn't take long for the two to arrive outside. Upon arriving outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. The scene outside was very similar to what he saw in sci-fi movies. There were tall buildings with more than 100 floors. There were flying cars that could only be seen in sci-fi movies, shuttling back and forth in the air. On top of each building, there was a huge screen that was playing advertisements. It looked very beautiful. When the person saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't feel strange, you'll get used to it. Come, let's get in the car." As he said that, he pointed in front of Zhao Hai. Not far in front of Zhao Hai, there was a car parked. This car was the same as those flying cars, it didn't have wheels. There was a propeller at the back of the car, making it look like an airship. Zhao Hai didn't ask anything, he just lowered his head and got into the car. The person also got in. Zhao Hai had the opportunity to look back at the place where he lived yesterday. It was a tall tower, but in a place like this, the tower looked a bit short. It only had 20 floors. Even if the tower was tall, it was only about 30 floors high. The whole tower was made of a kind of green stone. It was an antique building, and it really looked like a magic tower. The tower didn't have any windows, it was exactly the same as a magic tower. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect to see such a building here. When the person saw Zhao Hai's expression, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't you find it strange? This ascended reception doesn't seem to fit in with the buildings next to it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it seems like it doesn't fit." The person smiled and said, "This is the oldest building in the Magic City. At the same time, this building was intentionally built like this. Zhao Hai looked at the person with a puzzled expression. The person smiled faintly and said, "You ascended from the lower realms. If you live in those buildings, would you be able to get used to it?" Then he pointed to the tall buildings nearby. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're from the lower realms." Then he turned his head to the front of the car and said, "Ascension Academy." The car silently started. The car started very smoothly, Zhao Hai didn't even feel the car start. However, he still shook his head and said, "Yes, if you live in a building like this, you wouldn't be able to get used to it." The person smiled and said, "Yes, it's because of this that this place was built like this. At the same time, there's another reason why this place was built like this. It's because there's a lot of magic formations here to suppress spiritual energy." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Spiritual energy?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and smiled as he said, "Right, spiritual energy. In the machine field, the magic energy that you study can no longer be called magic energy, but spiritual energy. Don't think that the spiritual energy you felt yesterday and today isn't very strong. That's because it's suppressed by magic formations. In fact, the spiritual energy in the machine field is 100 times stronger than what you can feel right now. If an ascended person were to suddenly feel such a large amount of spiritual energy, you might not be able to adapt and might even suffer from cultivation deviation. In order to give you time to adapt, the spiritual energy was deliberately suppressed. Once you arrive at the Ascension Academy, you will slowly adapt to the spiritual energy in the machine field for a year. Once you've completely adapted to the spiritual energy here, you can take the assessment. As long as you complete the assessment, you will be considered an official member of the machine field." As the person spoke, the flying car continued to move forward. Although the speed was fast, there was a sense of discomfort. It was as if the two were sitting in a room and chatting. By the time the person finished speaking, the flying car had already stopped in front of a courtyard. The courtyard looked very big. In the courtyard, there was a building that was more than 100 stories tall. On the top of the building were the words Ascension Academy. After the car stopped, the door opened automatically. Then an electronic voice said, "We've arrived at the Ascension Academy. Please get off." The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go, we've arrived." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the person out of the car. As soon as the two stood on the ground immediately moved forward. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. But after looking at the ground, he didn't care about it. The person looked at Zhao Hai's performance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your performance is really good. You're very calm. You don't know, but I've received a person before." As soon as he stood on the ground, he fell down. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the Atlanta Plains development is very good. Although we don't have a movable floor, we have elevators. I think the principle of this floor is similar to elevators." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the Atlanta Plains development is very good. Although we don't have a movable floor, we have elevators." The person stared and said, "Is that so? Your Atlanta Plain already has elevators? Is that true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's true. You might also know that the Atlanta Plain is made up of 3 continents. Among them is the Mage Continent, the Warrior Continent, and the Magic Armor Continent. Naturally, the Mage Continent and the Warrior Continent don't have elevators, but the Magic Armor Continent does. Later on, we also introduced some." "Oh, right, the mages who received me yesterday looked similar to the magic armors of the Mage Continent." Zhao Hai said this in order to test the person. Sure enough, the person didn't doubt him. He smiled and said, "Of course they're not real people. They're just reception robots. They look like real people, but they're just machines." "Right, what kind of magic armors are you talking about?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Magic armors are iron men that are more than 10 meters tall. People have to go inside the iron men to operate them. Then the iron men can fight and do other things. The iron men's fighting strength is very formidable. Moreover, they also have flying magic armors. I heard that they can allow high-level magic armor pilots to fly up to the immortal realm. Is this the place?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes." "Is this the place?" The person nodded and said, "Then it should be here. But the place you're talking about certainly hasn't had anyone ascend for a long time. I've been receiving people for about 20 years, but I've never heard of such a place. Xiao Hai smiled and said, right. Ascension in the Atlanta plane is very slow. It's been a long time since someone ascended. Xiao Hai smiled and said, yes. The person smiled and said, this is very normal. There are some small planes that haven't had anyone ascend for hundreds of years. That's normal, it's not a big deal. The two of them talked as they walked to the front of the building. In front of the building, there was a signboard with a screen. On the signboard, some of the situation in the building was written. This building was the entire Ascension Academy. It could also be called the Ascension Magic Academy because the people who studied in this academy were all people who had ascended from the magic plane. When the person saw Xiao Hai looking at the screen, he smiled and said, there's no need to look at it. This thing is for beginners. You'll understand it after living in the building for a while. Let's go, I'll take you to register first. Then we'll go settle down in your dorm and have a meal. Xiao Hai nodded, then he followed the person into the building. Upon entering the building, they saw a large hall. This hall's area wasn't any smaller than the metal room that Xiao Hai saw when he ascended. In the hall, there were some people wearing magic robes walking around. When they saw Xiao Hai come in, they pointed at Xiao Hai and whispered to him. Xiao Hai's ears were very sharp, he could clearly hear one of them say, it's another newcomer. I don't know where he ascended from. Another person said, so what if he ascended from there? He might be a genius there, but here, everyone is the same. At this time, Xiao Hai and the person had already arrived at the innermost part of the hall. There was a door with 3 words written on it, registration. The person pushed the door and walked in. Xiao Hai quickly ran inside. The room wasn't very big, it was only about 20 square meters. The room was also very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a robot sitting on the chair. It was a simple-looking robot. It had a round head, a semicircular screen, and a shiny silver body. Its 2 arms seemed to be connected by 2 metal roots and gears. One of its hands held a square machine, while the other hand held a metal pen. Seeing this, Xiao Hai understood. No wonder the person was so polite, it was because the one working here was a robot. The person didn't act polite, he walked in front of the robot and turned to Xiao Hai and said, take out the record that you received yesterday. Xiao Hai immediately took out the paper that the old mage gave him. After the person received the paper, he placed it on the table. The screen on the robot's face lit up slightly. Then the robot's hand moved. The metal pen moved on the paper and then stopped. Then the square machine on the other hand made 2 beeps before a card was spat out. The person took the card and gave it to Xiao Hai, then he said, this is your identity card. For this year, you can only live in the Ascension Academy. Here, you'll have your own room. There are also shops that sell all kinds of things. This identity card can also be used as a bank card. Do you know banks? Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, naturally, we also have banks. In the Atlanta plane, identity cards can also be used as bank cards. The person stared for a moment before he said, it seems like I need to understand the Atlanta plane. I didn't expect you to be this advanced. This card has 10,000 machine coins. You can use this money to buy things. Naturally, you don't need to spend money to buy a house or eat in the cafeteria. But if you want to eat something good, you can go to the cafeteria and eat there. You need to spend money to buy things and eat here. Although 10,000 coins isn't a lot, it's enough to live here for a year. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to, there will be an exam every month. The content of the exam is different, there's literature and martial arts. If you pass the exam, you'll receive machine coins as a reward. If you pass the exam, you'll fail. Xiao Hai nodded, he understood that the machine field really took a lot of effort for people who just ascended. First, they built a school so that people could slowly adapt to the changes in spiritual qi in the machine field. Moreover, the school was built like a small city so that people could adapt to life in the machine field. Moreover, they also gave out 10,000 machine coins for free, it was very generous. When the person saw Xiao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but stare and said, aren't you surprised? I remember receiving a mage in the past. When he heard that he wasn't allowed to go out for a year, he immediately made a ruckus. He said that if he didn't go out for a year, then he would be under house arrest. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Mr. must be joking. I'm very satisfied with this arrangement. Do you think I'll be fine? Where do I live? Where do I eat? Where do I take classes? When the person heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, you don't need to worry about this. When you get this card, you'll also get a robot butler. This robot is a gift to you. You can take it with you when you leave the school. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask the robot. Just as he said that, the door opened and a robot walked in. This robot wasn't as advanced as the robots in the reception tower. It had a metal shell and a head with 2 eyes. When it walked, it made clanking sounds. One could see that it wasn't a good thing. The person looked at the robot and said, this robot butler is your robot butler. The person looked at the robot and said, this is your butler robot. If you don't want this robot, you can go to the school store and buy a few. Of course, you can also sell the things you brought from the lower realm to the store, and the store will give you machine coins. Here, the lower realm's currency doesn't circulate. If you bring gold coins or similar things from the lower realm, you can go to the school's bank and exchange them for machine coins. Don't worry, the exchange rate is very good, you won't lose out. Alright, my work is done. If you have any questions, you can ask this robot. This robot's program includes almost all the questions that people who ascended would ask. Zhao Hai nodded, then he bowed and said, thank you mister for your help. You see, from the time I met you until now, I still haven't asked your name. That's really rude of me. Here's my gift to you, please accept it. After he said that, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out a small bag. The bag wasn't big, but the things inside seemed to be 10 times heavier. The person was also a person who knew what was what. When he saw Zhao Hai take out the bag, he knew that it was a bag of gold coins. To be honest, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would give him a bag of gold coins. This person has been working here for more than 20 years. He has received countless people who ascended. When these people ascended, they were all arrogant. They didn't even need to think about giving him a gift. Each and every one of them looked at him as if he was a servant. Although he was in this job, the person was still very unhappy with the ascended geniuses. And Zhao Hai was the first person in 20 years to give him a bag of gold coins. The person didn't reach out to receive the gold coins. Instead, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, I'd like to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. My name is Gu Mingyue. Mr. Zhao Hai, you're the first person to give me a bag of gold coins in my 20 years as a receptionist. But I can't accept it. You should keep these gold coins. This school is just like a small city. You just came here, you need money for everything. It's better to keep some money for self-defense. Zhao Hai laughed and said, Mr. doesn't need to worry about me. I'm a mage. Once I start studying magic, I won't leave my place for a year. Moreover, I don't like to walk around. I won't spend much money here, so you should accept it. Then he took Gu Mingyue's hand and gave him the bag of gold coins. Seeing Zhao Hai like this, Gu Mingyue felt even more moved. He looked around and then said to the robot butler, you can go outside and wait. The robot butler didn't move. It just turned its head to look at Zhao Hai. Naturally, its master was Zhao Hai. It only listens to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Gu Mingyue and knew that he had something to say. He immediately turned his head to the robot and said, you can go outside and wait. The robot immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, yes, master. Then it went outside. After the robot left the room, Gu Mingyue immediately said to Zhao Hai, Mr. Zhao Hai, if you want to use this robot, you should pay attention. This robot isn't just a butler robot, it's also used to monitor people. If you really want to use it, you can modify it in the school's robot shop and remove the monitoring device. Among all the robot shops in the school, only Strange doesn't care about the school's authority. If you want to buy a robot, you can also go to Strange. Their products are guaranteed to be of good quality. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, then he bowed to Gu Mingyue and said, alright, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, if you have any problems in the future, you can look for me. As long as I can help, I'll definitely help. Please rest assured. Gu Mingyue bowed to Zhao Hai and said, then I'll have to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. I'll take my leave first. Then he turned around and left. Seeing Gu Mingyue leave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. He understood that Gu Mingyue was one of the lowest people in the machine field. It's likely that he wouldn't be able to achieve much in his lifetime. Therefore, he could only work as a receptionist for more than 20 years. Ordinary ascended experts wouldn't pay attention to these people who lived at the bottom of society. However, Zhao Hai knew that in order to survive, these people would have their own ways to survive. Sometimes, befriending them would bring unexpected benefits. Zhao Hai didn't care about the ascended experts at all. Now Zhao was in a completely unfamiliar place. In this case, he had to make a few friends and keep a low profile. This was the best way to survive. Even if you don't hear, can you save Lord Meng's life? Just like today, the bag of gold coins was nothing to Zhao Hai. But for Gu Mingyue, the bag of gold coins represented a lot of things. The bag of gold coins could change his life. But more importantly, Gu Mingyue saw Zhao Hai's respect for him. This was what Gu Mingyue cared about the most. Because of this, Gu Mingyue told Zhao Hai a very important piece of information. It was about the robot that was used to monitor Zhao Hai. This information was very important for Zhao Hai. His biggest secret was the farm. If people knew that Zhao Hai had such a heaven-defying thing, then they would use all kinds of methods to get their hands on the farm. Gu Mingyue told Zhao Hai that the spiritual qi in the machine field was 100 times denser than the lower realms. Experts born in such a place would certainly be stronger than those born in the underworld. Zhao Hai now knew that the laws of a plane were directly related to the concentration of spiritual qi. Compared to the Arc continent, the spiritual qi in the machine field was inferior to the divine realm. Because of this, only 9th ranks could be born there. God-ranked experts would have to ascend. This wasn't only because of the laws of heaven and earth, but also because of the spiritual qi in the machine field. If a God-ranked expert stayed in the Arc continent for a long time, then they would absorb a large amount of spiritual qi. This would affect the development of the Arc continent. Because the spiritual qi in the Arc continent was too low, the laws of heaven and earth didn't allow God-ranked experts to exist. The laws of heaven and earth and the spiritual qi in the world were natural things. Naturally, they complemented each other. The laws of heaven and earth in the Arc continent were forcibly changed. But because it was connected to the divine realm, the spiritual qi in the Arc continent couldn't reach the density of the divine realm. Because of this, spatial rifts appeared in order to replenish the Arc continent's spiritual qi. Although there was only dark energy in the underworld, dark energy was also a kind of spiritual qi. The dark energy in the underworld was much stronger than that of the divine realm. Because of this, the strongest experts born in the underworld were much stronger than those born in the divine realm. If the spiritual qi in the machine field was 100 times denser than the Atlanta plane, then it would be natural for experts to be born here that were 100 times stronger than the strongest experts in the divine realm. In the face of such an expert, Zhao Hai could only wait to be captured. Zhao Hai wanted to be as arrogant as he was in the underworld. He wanted to destroy cities and countries. However, he knew that he didn't have the capital to be arrogant in the machine field. When Zhao Hai came out of the registration office, the robot butler assigned to him by the school came over. Zhao Hai looked at the robot butler and thought that it was too ugly. And with Gu Mingyue's reminder, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't keep this robot by his side. However, he wouldn't immediately replace the robot. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. It wouldn't be too late to replace it in the future. In any case, it was impossible for the robot to follow him at night. When it stops following him, Zhao Hai can enter the space. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he said to the robot butler, "I'll give you a name. I'll call you Ding Dang. Later on, you can call me young master. Do you understand?" The robot butler bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Ding Dang understands. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Ding Dang and said, "Ding Dang, take me to my room." Ding Dang complied and then led Zhao Hai to the side. Zhao Hai noticed that there were several elevators in the room. Some of them even had the word "for use" written on them. To be honest, the technological level of the machine field was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. But at the same time, the level of magic formations here was also beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Whether it was elevators or flying cars, there were traces of magic formations on everything related to technology. These magic formations weren't just for decoration, they were actually useful. This made Zhao Hai surprised. For a place with such advanced technology to be able to see magic formations in everyday life, this place wasn't simple. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai and Ding Dang entered the elevator. When Ding Dang pressed the button, Zhao Hai discovered that in addition to numbers, there were also a lot of text on the elevator. For example, below the number 12 was a shop, below the number 14 was a restaurant, and so on. Zhao Hai looked at the elevator and saw that there were a total of 110 floors. Among them, 10 floors were classrooms, 10 floors were dormitories for students, and 5 floors were a library. On the 5th floor was a playground. This made Zhao Hai confused. But when he thought about what Gu Mingyue said about the academy being a small city, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He was afraid that this playground was a real one. It's just that it was built inside the building. It seems like they wouldn't be able to go outside for the next year. There was no need for Zhao Hai to take care of the dormitory. Ding Dang naturally knew where to take him. Before long, the elevator doors opened and Ding Dang led Zhao Hai out. Zhao Hai was very curious about the elevator. He felt that the elevator was faster than he imagined. When they came out of the elevator, they were greeted with a floor plan. There were different colored areas on the floor, and each of these areas had words written on them. For example, there was a pure area, a clear area, a no area, and a wizzy area. A total of 4 areas. Zhao Hai looked at the words on the 4 areas and couldn't help but whisper, pure and inactive. That's interesting. When Ding Dang saw Zhao Hai stop, he also stopped. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Dang and said, Ding Dang, which area do we live in? Ding Dang replying to the young master, we live in the clear area. Young master, please come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Ding Dang inside. Ding Dang took 7 or 8 turns as they walked forward. Zhao Hai's room was surprisingly large. It seems like there were dozens of rooms on this floor. Ding Dang led Zhao Hai to the 13th room of the clear area. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, this is the place. You can use your ID card to open the door. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out his ID card and inserted it into the door. With a ding sound, the door opened. Ding Dang opened the door for Zhao Hai and then invited Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. After passing through the dormitory, Zhao Hai looked around. Needless to say, the room was more than 50 square meters. It was really good. After entering the room, there was a small living room with a sofa and a TV. Between the living room and the bedroom, there wasn't an ordinary wall. Instead, there was a shelf. On this shelf, there were some small models, some flying cars, and some other things. The bedroom was very simple. There was a bed, a bedside table, and a wardrobe. There was nothing else. Next to the living room was another room. Zhao Hai looked inside and saw that there was a toilet. It seems like that was the bathroom. Next to the bedroom was another room. Zhao Hai looked inside and saw a table and a chair. Next to the room were some shelves with some books on them. It turned out to be a study. Although it was small, it still had all the essentials. This place was really good. Then Ding Dang took Zhao Hai and introduced him to the facilities in the room. There wasn't anything too advanced in the room. Besides the computer, there was only one computer in the study. There was nothing else that was too advanced. However, Zhao Hai liked this place very much. The computers here were the same as the ones in the machine field. The programs that he could watch were also the same. The computer in the study was also connected to the machine field's network. For an old networker like him, this computer was a good thing. Zhao Hai walked around the room a few times. Then he looked at the books in the study. Sure enough, the contents of the books were simple. Most of the books were about the machine field. Naturally, these books were for the sake of people who ascended from the lower realms. In such a place, computers were enough. However, people who ascended from the lower realms weren't very familiar with computers. Naturally, they weren't used to computers. Therefore, these books were placed here. After looking around the room, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to study the machine field. He had time right now. What he needed to do was to understand the school's situation. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Dang and said, Ding Dang, take me to the classrooms and the cafeteria. Ding Dang nodded and then led Xiao Hai outside. It was very simple to lock the door. There was a button on the door that could be pressed to lock the door. Moreover, the button could be identified by fingerprints. The owner of the room could press the button and lock the door. If someone else breaks the button, then the door wouldn't be locked. Then Ding Dang led Xiao Hai to the classrooms. When they arrived at the classrooms, Xiao Hai discovered that the classrooms were different. Newcomers were assigned to classrooms that were specially arranged. Teachers would teach them, and after a period of time, they would be given an exam. As long as they passed, they could go to another classroom. But after that, there were no teachers, only a robot. Xiao Hai didn't object to this arrangement. Then Ding Dang led Xiao Hai to the cafeteria. Actually, the cafeteria wasn't far from the classrooms. It was for the convenience of students when they go to school. In the cafeteria, robots would cook for them. The food was provided for free. However, the amount of food was fixed. In other words, what you eat here was up to others. If you don't like it, then there's nothing you can do about it. After visiting these places, Xiao Hai returned to his room. As for the other shops and halls, he wanted to wait for a while before going there. After all, understanding the technology here was much more advanced than on Earth. He needed to understand it well. After returning to his room with Ding Dang, Xiao Hai went to the bathroom and took a bath. He noticed that there were 2 sets of pajamas in the bedroom's closet. He also changed into a set of pajamas. Then he threw his clothes into the automatic washing machine in the bathroom. These matters were left to Ding Dang, he didn't need to worry about it. When Xiao Hai arrived at the study, he resisted the urge to turn on the computer. Instead, he went to the bookshelf and took out a book that introduced the machine field. Xiao Hai slowly flipped through the book. His face looked calm, but his heart wasn't. This book didn't only introduce the machine field, it also introduced a lot of other things. Xiao Hai finally understood why he ascended to the machine field. From the book, it can be seen that the machine field and the cultivation realm mentioned by Lu Wei's remnant soul were all on the same plane. It was just like the difference between the magic armor continent and the magic continent in the Atlanta plane. However, what separated the machine field and the cultivation realm wasn't an ocean, but the void of space. The machine field had more than 1,200 habitable planets. On the other hand, the cultivation realm was much bigger. The cultivation realm had more than 10,000 habitable planets. Moreover, the relationship between the two wasn't peaceful, but rather hostile. The reason why the machine field was named this way was because the mechanical civilization here was very well developed. Moreover, besides the mechanical civilization, magic formations were also developed to the extreme. Xiao Hai discovered this when he was in the underworld. Although magic formations weren't as advanced as the ones in the cultivation realm, the two belonged to different systems. In the beginning, Xiao Hai thought that if he wanted to study magic formations, he would need to study magic formations. But later on, he discovered that he was wrong. Magic formations and magic formations walked 2 completely different paths. In the machine field, magic formations were developed to the extreme. The magic formations used in the cultivation realm were completely different from the magic formations here. The machine field can be said to be supported by 2 systems. One was the mechanical civilization while the other was the magic formation system. It was precisely because of this that the machine field was called the machine field. Besides the machine field and the cultivation realm, there were also the devil realm, the spirit realm, the monster realm, the elven realm, and so on. Moreover, these realms weren't all in one plane. Instead, they were composed of countless smaller planes. These smaller planes were all connected by transmission formations. It wasn't difficult to go to them. After reading the book, Xiao Hai understood that this was a group of small planes that formed an incomparably huge plane. It could be said that this was the world of cultivation. Xiao Hai's mind was completely attracted by the book. Under the guidance of the book, a huge world of cultivation slowly appeared in front of Xiao Hai's eyes. This was an incomparably mystical world. Moreover, it wasn't like the novels that Xiao Hai read in the past. People in the world of cultivation only knew how to fly on their flying swords. The technological level of the world of cultivation was very advanced. Swordsmen's weapons were flying swords. But when they were in a hurry, they didn't necessarily need to use flying swords. Instead, they used transmission formations and vehicles. The world of cultivation was very dangerous. Even cultivators could be in danger at any time. Flying on a flying sword required magic power to maintain. If you were to fly on a flying sword and your enemy knew about it, then they would use transmission formations to get there. Then they would wait for the enemy to arrive. The result wouldn't be good. Because of this, cultivators would use flying vehicles and other means of transportation. They didn't want to waste magic power like Xianxia. This was like saying that you're a long-distance runner. But that doesn't mean that you have to run from one city to another. The world of cultivation was the same. However, the technological civilization of these places was different from what Xianxia knew. It can be said that the technological civilization here wasn't purely technological. Instead, it was developed based on technology. It had its own characteristics. Take the machine field for example. The machine field was a combination of technology and magic formations. It was a new kind of civilization. However, the machine field was more inclined towards technology. Magic formations only played a supporting role. On the other hand, the cultivation realm was dominated by cultivation. Technology only played a supporting role. The two were completely different. It was because of this difference that the machine field developed flying cars, mechas, and even space battleships. On the other hand, the strongest fighting force in the cultivation realm was still the cultivators. They also had all kinds of magic treasures. At present, the cultivators' civilization was developing more smoothly than the machine field's technology. Although the machine field had a lot of battleships, these battleships couldn't compete with the magic treasures of the cultivation realm. Besides the cultivation realm and the machine field, there was also the devil realm, the monster realm, the spirit realm, and the spirit realm. There were a total of 6 realms in the world of cultivation. Among the 6 realms, the world of cultivation was located in the middle of all the realms. It was the true central country. The other realms were built around the cultivation realm. Moreover, these realms weren't as big as the cultivation realm. Their strength was also far inferior to the cultivation realm. However, each of these realms had their own trump cards. Additionally, the cultivation realm wasn't very peaceful. Because of this, they were able to survive until now. Although these realms were hostile to each other, this didn't mean that they didn't have any dealings with each other. On the contrary, these 6 realms had frequent dealings with each other. They were also connected by transmission formations. Now, both sides were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Nobody wanted to take the initiative to start a war. Everyone maintained peace on the surface. Since they wanted to maintain peace on the surface, trade was necessary. However, the infighting between these realms had never stopped for even a moment. Naturally, these things weren't written in the book. But from the contents of the book, Xianxia could see that Xianxia had experienced a lot. After reading this, Xianxia understood. It seems like the Ark continent and the divine realm were small planes controlled by the cultivation realm. The Atlanta plane was controlled by the machine field. Although they ascended to different places, they still ascended to the same large plane, the world of cultivation. Xianxia's reading speed was very fast. And the introduction to the machine field wasn't very long. Therefore, Xianxia finished reading in one breath. Then he closed the book and let out a long breath. His eyes were shining. This was a wonderful world that he didn't think about before. There were battles between immortals and space battleships. There were battles between beasts and humans. This was an incomparably vast and incomparably powerful plane. It was much more wonderful than the Ark continent, the divine realm, the Atlanta plane, and the underworld. Xianxia let out a long breath and calmed his excitement. Then he turned his head to Ding Dang and said, "Ding Dang, do I have any classes for tomorrow?" Ding Dang nodded and said, "Young master, there's class tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'll have to invite you to classroom 1. There, you'll receive guidance on ascension." Xianxia nodded and said, "Can I go to the cafeteria to eat now?" Ding Dang replied, "Young master, as long as you get your identity card, you can go to the cafeteria to eat." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, then let's go eat." "Right, Ding Dang, do you need any energy?" You don't need to eat, right? Ding Dang replied, replying to the young master, Ding Dang doesn't need to eat. Ding Dang needs to charge his batteries. Every night, Ding Dang will charge his batteries. So the young master doesn't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he didn't think that Ding Dang would actually need to be recharged. He thought that Ding Dang would use a huge battery and wouldn't need to replace it for many years. He didn't think that it would need to be recharged once a day. Zhao Hai wore his already dry magic robe. Naturally, this magic robe was the transformative combat robe that he exchanged from the space. But since he was here, he couldn't show any difference. Otherwise, people would be suspicious. Although Gu Mingyue didn't tell Zhao Hai a lot of things, Zhao Hai was able to infer a lot of things from her words. People like him who ascended from the lower realms were able to use spatial equipment. Because of this, no one would care if he used spatial equipment in the academy. However, if he had one or two spatial equipment that was far beyond what the machine field could imagine, then the machine field wouldn't let him off. Zhao Hai didn't think much about it. Zhao Hai wore his magic robe and followed Ding Dang outside. While walking, he asked, Ding Dang, how long can you charge your batteries? If I leave the academy one day, you'll have to follow me. If I go out and you suddenly run out of battery, wouldn't that be troublesome? Ding Dang looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young master, I'm this guy's robot butler, so it's impossible for me to go too far from home. If young master wants to take me out, then we can take a car. You can also recharge in the car. If young master wants to go to a place without electricity, then it's best to leave me at home. Once I recharge, I'll be able to work normally for 2 days. I also have a spare battery in my body that can last me 5 days without recharging. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like Ding Dang was really an ordinary housekeeper robot. It couldn't be used outside the house. In this case, Ding Dang wasn't as good as his undead. Thinking of this, Zhao couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he patted his head. He had forgotten that yesterday he had reported that he was an all-round mage. Now that he was here, he could use undead. No one would doubt it, but he didn't know if the school would allow it. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Ding Dang and said, Ding Dang, I'm an all-element mage. I can summon undead to help me. Does the academy allow it? Ding Dang immediately replied, it's allowed. However, you can't summon too many. An ascended student can only summon up to 5 undead to work for him. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't think that the academy would allow this. However, this matter made Zhao Hai think of another matter. It was the problem of faith in the machine formation continent. If the machine formation continent were to act like the divine realm and suppress dark element mages, then Zhao Hai's situation wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's expression. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to get anything out of Ding Dang. He would have to go back and slowly investigate. Perhaps he would ask the teacher tomorrow. The two took the elevator and soon arrived at the school's cafeteria. The school's cafeteria was very big. The school's classrooms occupied 10 floors, and the first floor had its own independent cafeteria. Zhao could only study on the first floor, so if he wanted to eat, he could only go to the cafeteria. The first floor's classrooms were filled with people who recently ascended. They were mages from different planes. However, there was a big gap between these mages. For example, Zhao Hai ascended at a young age. There were also geniuses from other planes who ascended at a young age. Naturally, there were also people who weren't very talented. When they ascended, they were already quite old. From this point, one could see how talented these people were. After all, their age couldn't be concealed. Every floor of the academy's cafeteria can accommodate 200 people at the same time. Naturally, since the day the cafeteria was built, it has never been full. Aside from the older ones, the younger ones who ascended from the lower realms were all very arrogant. They were considered geniuses in their own realms and were treated with respect every day. However, the food provided in the cafeteria was very ordinary, so how could they eat it? Because of this, the younger ones who ascended would use the gold they brought from the lower realms to exchange for machine coins. Then they would go to the cafeteria to eat instead of eating in the cafeteria. When Zhao Hai and Ding Dang entered the first floor's cafeteria, they discovered that there were only a few people in the cafeteria. These people were wearing mage robes and didn't look young. One of them had white hair and beard. These old mages were quietly sitting in the cafeteria. In front of them was a very ordinary meal. Everyone was silently eating, the entire cafeteria was lifeless. Zhao Hai looked at the old mages and couldn't help but sigh. He could understand the feelings of these old mages. These old mages painstakingly practiced their entire lives in order to ascend and become immortals. But when they ascended, they discovered that they weren't immortals at all. Instead, they were sent to a plane that was much more advanced than them. In this case, the blow to them was huge. Zhao Hai also noticed that these old mages were followed by butler robots. Moreover, most of the robots were of the same model as Ding Dang. Only a few of them looked more advanced. Although these old mages were eating lifelessly, they were still very familiar with each other. Now that they heard that someone had arrived, they casually looked towards the door. Then they stared. They didn't think that they would see a young man like Zhao Hai in the cafeteria. Moreover, they had never seen this person before. However, after thinking about it, they understood what was going on. This person must be a newcomer who just ascended. They didn't care about him as they turned their heads to look at the food in front of them. Zhao Hai looked at these old mages. He understood their feelings. In their minds, after ascending, they discovered that this place wasn't the immortal realm that they imagined. Moreover, they were already very old, so it would be very difficult for them to improve their strength. Because of this, they didn't want to waste money. Instead, they wanted to save the money that they brought from the lower realms so that they could enjoy their old age after leaving the academy. Zhao Hai sighed. He sympathized with these old mages. Moreover, he didn't think that these old mages were useless. For these old mages to ascend, it meant that they had some potential. Moreover, they had lived in the lower realm for many years, so they had a lot of experience. Sometimes, experience was the most precious thing. Zhao Hai never looked down on old people. He stood in front of the dining hall and looked at the old mages. Then he coughed twice and said, "Hello, I'm Zhao Hai. I just ascended from the Atlanta plane yesterday. I hope that you can take care of me in the future." The old mages nodded and said, "I'm Zhao Hai." The old mages didn't expect Zhao Hai to take the initiative to talk to them. Moreover, he was very polite. One must know that those who ascended at a young age were very arrogant. When they saw the old mages, they didn't even make a sound. Their eyes were on their foreheads. They weren't used to seeing someone so polite. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "You all ascended from other planes. It can be said that we all came from the same place. Moreover, it seems like you all ascended not too long ago. Since we're all from the same group, I hope that you can help each other in the future. After all, the machine field is a completely unfamiliar place to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." The old mages looked at Zhao Hai and didn't speak for a long time. After some time, one of the old mages stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as he said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr.'s words are very polite. I'm from the Oli continent, my name is Odin's." Those who can ascend from the lower realms weren't simple people. Even these old mages would be considered geniuses in the machine field. Unfortunately, they were born in the lower realms. By the time they ascended, they were already old and frail. It would be very difficult for them to have any kind of development in the machine field. However, these old mages were also outstanding people in the lower realms. Moreover, for people like them to be able to cultivate to the ascended realm, their hands were stained with blood. Moreover, their minds were incomparably persevering. It's just that these old mages had just ascended from the lower realms. Because of the change in environment and their age, they were disheartened. They planned to find a place to live in seclusion in the future. But Zhao Hai's words just now implied that he wanted to form an alliance with them. These old mages were experienced people. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. These old mages came from the lower realms. Although they had just arrived in the machine field and the machine field treated them very well, they didn't know what would happen in the future. Perhaps they would be used as cannon fodder in the future. These old mages didn't have Zhao Hai's space. If they don't listen to the machine field's arrangements in the future, then they might die miserably. But if these people unite, then the situation would be different. Even if their combined strength couldn't compare to the machine field's original forces, they could still work together in the future. This way, they would be able to survive for a long time. These old mages were all outstanding people. Before, they were just depressed. And since they came from different realms, they didn't have any connections with each other. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately reported their names. At this time, there were only 15 old mages in the dining hall. After the old mages introduced themselves, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and say, "Grandmasters, this kid has just ascended. I don't know anything about this place." Looking at the Grandmasters, it seems like you have also just ascended. In the future, we should take care of each other. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandmasters, this kid has just ascended." The magicians naturally agreed with a smile. Zhao Hai went to the robot to get some food, and then everyone gathered together to eat. Although there weren't any good dishes or wine, and there were only a dozen people in the restaurant, which was enough for 200 people to eat, the previous lifeless atmosphere had disappeared. Zhao Hai knew that with Ding Dang here, what he did today would be known by a lot of people. However, he wasn't worried. This was because there were only a dozen people here. Even if there were more people in the future, they wouldn't be able to threaten the machine field situation. What he did might even attract the attention of some great forces. Zhao Hai believed that no matter where, if a force wanted to grow, they would need a lot of talents. And to be blunt, Zhao Hai was a talent. Things were indeed as Zhao Hai thought. The first thing that Zhao Hai did was already known to the major forces of the machine field through different channels. Even those who didn't receive a video report had already received a written report. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Among these reports were the Dark Mage families. The Ashley family was one of them. The Ashley family was a famous Dark Mage family in the machine field. This family's dark magic was indeed unique. In the world of cultivation, the 6 great realms weren't the only enemies. In the 6 great realms, there were also some things that were their enemies. For example, some evil spirits that were born from special terrains or some extremely powerful demon beasts. Until now, no one had been able to explain how malicious ghosts were created. Some people said that these malicious ghosts were people who had been wronged. After death, their souls did not dissipate, so they slowly became malicious ghosts. This theory was also considered to be the closest to reality. It was not enough to not create malicious ghosts just because of a wrongful death. It also required some special terrain. For example, in the underworld, places with strong dark energy would produce undead. The same was true in the machine field. Generally speaking, the machine field's evil spirits and magic beasts that threaten people's lives needed to be cleaned up. In general, this job would be handed over to mages or warriors. Because of this, mages and warriors were generally responsible for cleaning up the place. There were a lot of churches in the machine field. Naturally, these churches weren't only for light mages. In fact, mages of each element had their own churches. In addition to the churches, there were also aristocratic families. These aristocratic families were either magic families or warrior families. These aristocratic families had very powerful martial and magic cultivation methods. These aristocratic families also had outstanding achievements in their element. After many years of development, they absorbed talents and slowly formed their own influence. In the machine field, there were 3 organizations that had the most power. The first was the Church Alliance. This Church Alliance was the Mage Alliance. Almost all of the higher-ups in the Church Alliance were mages. They were also a place that nurtured and absorbed mages. The churches in the machine field were all under the Church Alliance. But the Church Alliance didn't only have churches, there were also mage forces that were members of the Church Alliance. The second one was the Martial Arts Alliance. This Martial Arts Alliance was similar to the Mage Alliance. They opened martial arts halls all over the machine field. Whether it was ascended or natives, a lot of them would join the Martial Arts Alliance. Naturally, there were also martial arts clans. The third was the Machine Army. It must be said that the Machine Army was the biggest force in the machine field. The Machine Army was just like an army. They had space battleships, magic mecha warriors, mages, and warriors. It can be said that they were the strongest fighting force in the machine field. If the machine field was a country, then the Machine Army would be the country's official army. The Church Alliance and the Martial Arts Alliance could only be regarded as military forces recognized by the government. They were inextricably linked to the government, but they also had certain restrictions on the government. The Church Alliance and the dojo's headquarters also had their own battleships and magic mecha squads. However, the number of battleships and magic mecha squads in their hands weren't as many as the Machine Field's army. In the Machine Field, the strongest forces were battleships and magic mecha squads. Mages and warriors weren't the strongest forces here. The Ashley family was a member of the Church Alliance. They were a famous dark mage family. Their family's influence was also ranked in the top 100 in the Church Alliance. One shouldn't underestimate these 100. One must know that the Machine Field controls more than 1,000 habitable planets. And for the Church Alliance to be ranked in the top 3 of the Machine Field, they must be a formidable behemoth. For the Ashley family to be ranked in the top 100 of the Church Alliance, this was enough to show their strength. Zhao Hai's current location was a territory controlled by the Ashley family. The Machine Field didn't only have one ascension point where Zhao Hai ascended. There were many other ascension points. And the one that Zhao Hai ascended from was controlled by the Ashley family. The Ashley family was a dark mage family. Naturally, they looked at dark mages differently. This was especially true for dark mages who ascended from the lower realms. This was because the Ashley family's first-generation patriarch also ascended from the lower realms. At this time, the video of Zhao Hai's actions in the past few days had been placed on the Ashley family's outer court manager's desk. The Ashley family's outer court manager was also a dark mage. He was currently sitting there wearing a black magic robe. However, he wasn't skinny like the average dark mage. This outer court manager had a broad heart and a fat body. He was more than 190 centimeters in height, perhaps 300 kg in weight. He had brown hair and a pair of silver-gray eyes. However, he didn't have the honest appearance of a fat person. On the contrary, he had a fierce face. He didn't look like a good person. On his desk was the video of Zhao Hai's actions in the past few days. A middle-aged man was standing next to him. This middle-aged man looked very ordinary. He was also wearing a magic robe. But aside from his magic robe, there was nothing else about him that was worth paying attention to. At this time, the middle-aged man was respectfully standing across the fat manager's desk. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After all, Zhao Hai had only been here for 2 days. He didn't do much. Moreover, it was impossible for the video to record all of Zhao Hai's life. It only recorded some of the valuable things that Zhao Hai did. Before long, the fat manager finished watching the video. The fat manager looked at the middle-aged man and said, "This person is interesting. He ascended from the lower realms, but he doesn't have any arrogance. Moreover, he's very good at communicating with people. He's a talent." The middle-aged man bowed and said, "Yes." This Zhao Hai was assigned to room 2046 as soon as he appeared. Then he gave money to the people who received him. After that, he joined forces with the old mages who weren't welcomed. From this, one can see that he's a talent. Because of this little one recommended him to Sir Manager. "Sir Manager, our bone symbol camp has been slowly losing ground to the other camps. It's time to attract some talents." The fat manager nodded, then he sighed and said, "Our bone symbol camp is the #1 camp in the outer court. But because of this, every time there's a mission, our bone symbol camp would be the most dangerous. Moreover, our bone symbol camp isn't like the other camps. Because of this, our bone symbol camp slowly declined. This ascension point is one of the few places that our bone symbol camp can control. Unfortunately, this ascension point hasn't sent any talents to us. I hope this Zhao Hai can give me a pleasant surprise." Although this fat manager had a fierce face and looked incomparably ferocious, his voice was calm and natural, making people have a good impression of him. It was really hard for people to associate his voice with his appearance. When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sir, this is all because you're too soft-hearted. If you eliminated people like the other battalions, then our bone symbol camp wouldn't have declined like this." The middle-aged man was aware of the fat manager's temper. Although the fat manager looked fierce, he was actually a soft-hearted person. Moreover, he was always kind to his subordinates. Because of this, the middle-aged man dared to speak to the fat manager like this. The fat manager looked at the middle-aged man and sighed, "Tao Wang, you don't understand. Although our Ashley family is one of the 100 great powers of the Church Alliance, the pressure on us is very big. Moreover, there are many kinds of people. Just being able to fight doesn't mean that you're a genius. Some people have special abilities. If you can get them to display their strengths, then they would be a great help to the family. But right now, the family only looks at people who can fight. No matter what kind of person they are, as long as they're recruited, they would be sent to the outer court battalions to undergo trials. If they don't pass the trials, then they would die. This would cause a large number of people who weren't good at fighting but were good at other things to die. This is a waste." This was especially true for those who ascended from the lower realms. Which one of them wasn't a genius in the lower realms? But in the machine field, how many of them were valued? And those who were valued were young people. These young people ascended from the lower realms, each and every one of them was full of arrogance. Once they arrived in the machine field, they were attracted to the great 1,000 realms. There were very few of them who could become talents. On the other hand, those who ascended from the lower realms didn't receive much attention. However, nobody thought that these people who ascended from the lower realms had good aptitudes. And with their long cultivation time and rich combat experience, if they were given enough time, their achievements would be higher than those who ascended from the lower realms. Unfortunately, nobody paid attention to this point at this time. The method of elimination is to select talents, but the number of talents selected in this way is too small. I remember someone once said that if a foolish servant is useful, then he is a good servant. But now, not many people remember this sentence. Blindly rushing for success and profit is not desirable. Although this fat manager had a fierce look on his face, his way of thinking was really different from other people. Just by the fact that he could say such words, it was enough to show that he had a compassionate heart. He was much better than other people who only cared about the law of the jungle. Tao Wang looked at the fat manager and asked, "Manager, what should we do about this Zhao Hai?" The fat manager pondered for a moment and said, "We shouldn't monitor this kind of person too much. How about this, we should find a time to remove the surveillance system inside his robot. We should get along well with this kind of person so that he won't have any opinions about us in the future. Also, we should observe him and see what his personality is like." Tao Wang nodded and said, "Yes. Please rest assured, I know what to do." The fat manager nodded and said, "Go, list Zhao Hai as a key person to observe. If people from other camps come in contact with Zhao Hai, don't be polite, teach them a lesson. This place is one of our few ascension points, we can't let them control it." Tao Wang nodded, then said, "What if Zhao is challenged in school?" "What if Zhao is challenged? Don't tell me it's those who have been here for almost a year. Some of those guys have already joined the other camps. I'm afraid that they would be instigated by the other camps to deal with Zhao Hai." The fat manager sighed and said, "Let's see how he develops. I always feel that this Zhao Hai isn't a simple person. If he can't even deal with such a challenge, then even if he enters the camp, he won't be of much help to us. Moreover, don't forget that you can challenge people in school, but you can also choose not to accept the challenge. We can use this point to see Zhao Hai's personality. Right, after those old mages are promoted to the advanced class, we can find an opportunity to get in touch with them." Tao Wang nodded, then he turned around and left. The fat manager turned on Zhao Hai's video on the table. After looking at it for some time, he sighed and said, "What a talent. I hope you can come to the bone symbol camp alive." The other forces in the machine field also knew about Zhao Hai. However, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was the Ashley family. The Ashley family wasn't a vegetarian. Although they weren't a top force in the machine field, their influence wasn't small. It wasn't worth it to offend such a force for someone who might become an expert. After all, every force had their own training channels. The machine field was a big place, there were a lot of geniuses. On the other hand, the Ashley family didn't have such thoughts. The bone symbol camp was very glorious in the past, but now it had declined. Now that a genius appeared in the bone symbol camp's ascension point, how could they let him go? These people immediately made their move. Although Zhao Hai knew that people would know about what he did, he didn't expect it to cause such a big uproar. In his mind, he was just an ordinary ascended person. How could he attract attention? What he didn't expect was that from the moment he entered room 2046, he was already being watched. Coupled with the things he did later, he attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives. After having a meal with the old mages, Zhao Hai returned to his room and rested for a while. Then he went to his study and had Ding Dang teach him how to use a computer. The computers in the machine field were much more advanced compared to those on Earth. Although the computers here were placed on the table, the computer could be retracted into the table when used. The entire table's surface was turned into the computer's interface. You can use your hands to operate the computer's interface. You can also use your voice to operate the computer. Naturally, these computers were much better than the ones Zhao Hai used back on Earth. Moreover, in order to accommodate the user's feelings, the surface of the table could be moved. It could be raised up and placed flat like a normal table. This was for the convenience of the user. Zhao Hai wasn't a stranger to computers. And although the machine field's computers were very developed, there weren't many changes to their operation. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to get used to it quickly. Before long, Zhao Hai was able to use the computer freely. Then he immediately went to the machine field's portals and looked at the news there. If you want to understand an interface, you can't not read the news. Zhao Hai had already finished reading the introduction book to the machine field. Now that he was looking at the news, he didn't feel like he didn't know what to do. Because he hadn't been online for a long time, he couldn't stop. Zhao Hai surfed the net until late at night before he went to rest. Fortunately, his skills were profound, so he didn't need to sleep. Resting was just for show. After resting for a while, he was woken up by Ding Dang. Zhao Hai had Ding Dang set a time for him to wake up every morning. After waking up, Zhao Hai would clean up the room. Then he would sit in the study and drink 2 cups of tea. After reading for a while, he would go to the cafeteria to eat and then go to class. Zhao Hai had already asked Ding Dang. The cafeteria didn't have a time limit. You can eat whenever you want. Even if you eat 10 meals a day, nobody would care. The robots would still cook for you. Zhao Hai had already passed the level of hidden net. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he sat in the study and drank tea while reading books. There were a lot of books in the study. These books were all introductions to the 6 realms as well as history books. These books were very important for Zhao Hai, who just ascended to the machine field and wanted to know more about the machine field. At around 8 o'clock, Zhao Hai put down his book and followed Ding Dang to the cafeteria. The old mages were already there. Since Zhao Hai had dinner with them last night, the old mages had already recognized their situation. Moreover, they weren't young anymore. They weren't like young people who were always competing with each other. They had reached a realm where they didn't care about anything. They had already calmed down. It was just that they were unfamiliar with this place when they first arrived. Additionally, they were surrounded by people who were stronger than them. This huge contrast made them depressed. But now that they had recovered, they were able to communicate with each other. If it was in the past, they would stay in their rooms and read books every morning. They would only come to the cafeteria when it was time to eat. After eating, they would go to study and wouldn't greet others. But today was different. The cafeteria had become a small gathering place. The old mages were sitting there eating and chatting. Even those who had finished eating were sitting there drinking tea. This tea was also one of the school's benefits. Everyone's room would have a few small tubes. Among those small tubes, there was one that was specially used to release tea. There were also some other drinks, but unfortunately, there was no alcohol. When the old mages saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, they immediately invited him to sit down. Zhao Hai also smiled as he walked over and sat down. Ding Dang went to get him some food. He didn't need to worry about this. After Zhao Hai sat down, Odins looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, how are you? Are you used to it? Did you use the computer?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I did. That thing is really convenient. It's much more convenient than books. If you want to find something, you can just go online and find it. It's a good thing." Odins laughed and said, right, it's a good thing. Tell me, when did you go to sleep last night? Xiaohai thought for a moment and said, I can't remember. In any case, it was the first time that I slept so late. Time passed by unknowingly. The other old mages also laughed. They had also experienced what Xiaohai went through. Naturally, they could understand how Xiaohai felt. One of the old mages named Barrett smiled and said, Little Xiaohai, you need to properly control yourself. Otherwise, it's easy for that thing to disappear. Xiaohai smiled and said, alright, I know. Rest assured, I'll control it well. Jabelet nodded, then he smiled and said, today is your first day at school, so there will be a teacher who will give you private tutoring. However, there will only be classes in the morning, so you'll have a rest in the afternoon. How about we go out and have a good meal and a few drinks? Jabelet nodded, then he smiled and said, today is your first day at school. Although Bartlett wasn't young, his character was bold and generous. His figure was also very tall and sturdy. If he wasn't wearing a magic robe, one would think that he was a warrior. After hearing Bartlett's proposal, the others agreed. When they were in the lower realms, they were people above millions of people. But after arriving in the machine field, they were depressed. Now that their depression has been eliminated, they naturally wanted to go out and get in touch with other places in the machine field. Xiaohai smiled and said, alright, I also want to go out and have a look. But I don't think any of you have as many gold coins as I do. How about I treat everyone? When the old mages heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but stare. Odins looked at Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, your tone isn't small. Tell me, how many gold coins do you have? Don't you use things like bank cards? Do you have a lot of gold coins? When they were in the lower realms, they were almost always treated with respect. Because of this, they rarely carried gold coins. Even if they did, they would only carry things like bank cards. Xiaohai smiled and said, of course we have banks. But I'm used to carrying a lot of gold coins. Naturally, I also have silver and copper coins. I'm not just a mage, I'm also a merchant. Upon hearing Xiaohai, Odins and the others nodded. Then Bartlett laughed and said, so you're a rich kid. Alright, we'll eat your food today. Right, bring more money. Don't forget to pay when the time comes. Xiaohai laughed and said, don't worry, I won't. It's almost time, I'll be going to the classroom. We'll meet here after class. Odins and the others nodded. Then they stood up and went to different classrooms. Today was Xiaohai's first day of class. Therefore, he went to a simple classroom. There would be teachers there to tutor him. After Xiaohai put down the cutlery, he followed Ding Dang to his classroom. He didn't need to take care of the cutlery, as the robot in the cafeteria would take care of it. The classroom that Xiaohai went to didn't have a special name. There was only an electronic sign on it that said Classroom 2. Xiaohai didn't care about it. In any case, Ding Dang would know that he was there every day, so he didn't need to worry about this kind of thing. Xiaohai entered classroom number 2. This classroom was very empty. There was nothing inside, not even a table or a chair. It looked like an empty room. Xiaohai froze for a moment. The classrooms he went to yesterday had tables and chairs, and there were people sitting inside, so Xiaohai really didn't pay attention to what their classrooms were like. Right at this moment, Ding Dang said in a deep voice, a set of tables and chairs. Just as his voice fell, the classroom suddenly flipped over, and a set of tables and chairs appeared on the floor. Xiaohai stared, he didn't think that it would be like this. He smiled faintly and said, good, it's very convenient. Then he sat down on the chair. Not long after Xiaohai sat down, footsteps could be heard from outside. Before long, the classroom door opened, and a female magician wearing a magic robe came in. This female magician didn't look very old. She had blonde hair. Although she was wearing an old-fashioned, loose black magic robe, it couldn't hide her graceful figure. Xiaohai stared, he didn't think that his teacher would be a beauty. Moreover, she was a dark magician. Xiaohai quickly stood up. The beauty looked at Xiaohai for a moment before she said, you are Xiaohai? Xiaohai bowed and said, I am. May I ask if you are my teacher? The female magician nodded and said, yes, my name is Margaret. I am a dark magician. For the next year, I will be your teacher. You can come and find me at any time. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he said, "Hello, Teacher Margaret. Didn't you say that we only have a teacher for the first month?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "No, I'll be your teacher for the next year. But I'll only be teaching you for the first month. Later on, you'll have to learn from the robots. But I'm still your teacher. If you have any problems, you can look for me. If you have any difficulties, you can look for me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Margaret in the future." Margaret shook her head and said, "You don't need to be polite. Today, I'll tell you about the difference between the machine field and the machine field. You can learn about the machine field through computers and robots. There's no need to waste time. What you need to learn right now is the magic of the machine field. The magic of the machine field is different from the magic of the lower realms. Although the magic of the lower realms is powerful, it's still lacking compared to the magic of the machine field. The magic of the machine field was created after many years of research by the predecessors. They fused magic formations, magic studies, summoning studies, alchemy, and other disciplines together to create a new form of magic. If you want to survive in the machine field, then you must learn the magic here." Margaret nodded and said, "The magic of the machine field is very different from the magic of the lower realms." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, thank you, Teacher Margaret." At first, Zhao Hai thought that his teacher would teach him about life. He didn't expect her to teach him magic. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai didn't know that Margaret wasn't an ordinary teacher. Moreover, people like Odin's didn't have a teacher. Only people like Zhao Hai with potential would have a teacher. Actually, in the Ascension Academy, most teachers were part-time teachers. Only a few teachers were permanently stationed here. This was because the Ascension Academy had very few students, so they didn't need a lot of permanent teachers. Margaret was a part-time teacher. However, she wasn't an ordinary part-time teacher. She was someone sent by the Ashley family and the Bone Symbol Camp. She was here to examine Zhao Hai in advance. At the same time, she wanted to reserve Zhao Hai in advance. She was here to tell these people that Zhao Hai was already reserved by the Bone Symbol Camp. If anyone wants to get in touch with Zhao Hai, then they would be going against the Bone Symbol Camp. On the other hand, Odin's and the others didn't have this kind of treatment. Their teachers were part-timers. After teaching them for a month, they would leave and no longer care about them. Other forces could also come in contact with them. The Bone Symbol Camp wouldn't be willing to interfere. When the Bone Symbol Camp said that they controlled an ascension point, it didn't mean that everyone who ascended from the ascension point would join the Bone Symbol Camp. Instead, the Bone Symbol Camp would have priority in recruiting new people. When new people arrive, the Bone Symbol Camp would have the first pick. Only after the Bone Symbol Camp had finished picking would they allow others to pick. This was a rule. Naturally, ascension points could also be snatched away. If other people were strong, then the ascension point would be taken away. After that, the priority would be gone. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, then she said, "Magic in the lower realms generally requires incantations as well as hand gestures. If you want to make your magic more powerful, then you need to use a magic staff. It can be said that the strength of such magic is limited. This is because this magic requires a lot of spiritual force. How much spiritual force can you communicate with just by relying on your spiritual force? If you communicate with less spiritual force, then the power of your magic would be reduced." However, this situation was very common in the lower realms. This was because the spiritual force in the lower realms was very thin. Using this method would be fine. But it's different in the machine field. The concentration of spiritual force in the machine field is about 100 times higher than in the lower realms. If you use this method, then it's the same as using a small bowl to collect water from a large river. This is too much of a waste of time. At the same time, it's also a waste of water. Therefore, after many years of research, the machine field's predecessors finally invented the magic formation technique. This magic formation technique combines magic formations and magic to create a new form of magic. This kind of magic is very powerful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." After saying this, Margaret paused for a moment as she looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai had a thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but stare. This was because people who heard this for the first time would be confused. But Zhao Hai seemed to understand. This made Margaret surprised. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you understand what I just said?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I roughly understand. Let's take the Atlanta Plain as an example. Learning magic there requires one to practice spiritual force. Then through incantations and hand gestures, one can gather their spiritual force and communicate with the heaven and earth's magic energy. However, I always felt that this method wasn't very easy to use. A person's spiritual force is limited while there is a lot of magic energy in the world. Using one's spiritual force to communicate with this energy is a lot worse. If it's like what teacher said, one can increase one's spiritual force through magic formations, or if one can communicate with the heaven and earth spiritual chi, then the might of one's magic would increase by a lot. However, this method isn't easy to master." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes, then she nodded and said, "Right, you're right. This method isn't easy to master. The machine field's predecessors spent hundreds of years of research before they were able to develop this method. The so-called magic formation is a combination of magic formations and spiritual force. This way, one can communicate with the world's spiritual chi and increase the power of magic." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right. This method isn't easy to master." Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret continued, "If you want to learn the magic formation technique, then you need to study magic formations first." "Zhao Hai, have you studied magic formations before?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've studied some. But I don't specialize in magic formations. Therefore, I only studied some simple formations." Margaret nodded and said, "After many years of development, the machine field has its own set of theories regarding magic formations. Magic formations seem very difficult, but it's actually very simple. If you want to study magic formations, you need to first study magic formation runes as well as the basic framework of magic formations. As long as you learn these two things, you'll be able to study magic formations in a short period of time." Margaret nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then his eyes shone as he said, "Teacher, you mean that the machine field has already turned all the symbols in the magic formation into a type of formation text? You've also figured out the function of each symbol?" Margaret nodded and said, "Correct. After many years of development, the machine field has already deciphered the meaning of each symbol as well as its function. The functions of these symbols are actually fixed. It's just that there are some subtle changes. If we use an analogy, then the symbols are the same as the horizontal and vertical strokes. On the other hand, magic formations are characters composed of strokes. Although the strokes are fixed, when used on different characters, the meaning of the characters is different. This is the study of magic formations." Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He really didn't think about this point. This would play a crucial role in the development of magic formations in the space. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Using magic symbols to form a magic formation is just the foundation of magic formation magic. After that, you have to combine the magic formations to form a huge magic formation net. A magic formation net is much more powerful than magic. If magic formation is a word, then a magic formation net is a sentence. Naturally, the meaning of a sentence is much clearer than a word." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai kept nodding. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and gently nodded. Then she walked towards the wall opposite of Zhao Hai and gently knocked on it. The wall immediately turned into a screen. The screen was white, but it wasn't dazzling at all. Margaret's hand lightly swiped on the wall, causing a row of magic symbols to appear. These magic symbols weren't unfamiliar to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had used them before. These magic symbols were the most common magic symbols used in magic formations. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The most difficult part of magic formations are the magic symbols. At present, more than 100,000 magic symbols have been deciphered. Moreover, with the development of magic formations, more magic symbols would be discovered and waiting to be deciphered. Even if a person's mind is strong, it would still be impossible for them to remember more than 100,000 magic symbols. Because of this, most mages would major in magic symbols related to their field of study. Jiao Hai stared and said, "Teacher, are magic symbols also divided into different fields?" Margaret nodded and said, "Right, magic symbols are also divided into different fields. Altogether, magic symbols are divided into 9 types. They are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, and space. These 9 types of magic symbols are the components of magic formations." Jiao froze for a moment. He really didn't think that the magic symbols would be divided into 9 major systems, and the first 5 were clearly divided according to the 5 elements. Could it be that the magic symbols had something to do with the 5 elements? After thinking about this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Teacher, is there also metal element magic? Why would there be metal magic symbols?" Jiao Hai knew metal attributed abilities, but he couldn't integrate them into his attacks. It was just like how he couldn't use metal attributed abilities when he was using magic or martial arts. Therefore, when he heard Margaret say that magic runes were divided into 9 elements, including the 5 elements, Jiao Hai couldn't help but ask. Margaret looked at Jiao Hai's expression. She also knew that metal attributed magic didn't exist in the lower realms. Therefore, Jiao Hai asked this question. She nodded and said, "You're right, there is indeed metal attributed magic in the machine field. Metal attributed magic wasn't developed from the lower realms. Instead, it was developed by studying the 5 elements from the cultivation realm. It's a type of magic unique to the machine field." Jiao Hai nodded. It seems like metal attributed magic in the machine field absorbed some of the cultivation realm's characteristics. Slowly, it evolved into magic formation. This was within Jiao Hai's expectations. Actually, in the world of cultivation, the cultivation techniques of the various realms were influenced by the cultivation realm. Take the machine field for example. The machine field had 2 types of combat strength. One was battleships, and the other was magic mechas. Needless to say, the battleship was simply a weapon created after learning some superficial knowledge of the cultivation world's refining techniques. Although it was powerful, it was far inferior to the magical weapons of the cultivation world. As for the magic mecha, to put it bluntly, it was just an enlarged version of the magic puppet technique from the cultivation world. In terms of ingenuity, it wasn't as good as the magic puppet technique. The magic puppet technique allowed one to control multiple magic puppets. Moreover, even if one destroyed the magic puppet, the damage done to the magic puppet master was very limited. On the other hand, the magic mecha was different. The magic mecha was a combination of the magic puppet technique and the cultivation world's battle armor refining technique. Although it was powerful, the magic mecha's pilot didn't need to rely on it. As long as the magic mecha was destroyed, the pilot would die without a doubt. As for the magic formation, needless to say, it contained the power of the 5 elements. It was clear how much of it was borrowed from the cultivation realm. Although Jiao Hai thought about this, he didn't say anything. He just nodded. Seeing Jiao Hai nod, Margaret said, "I heard that you're a mage of all elements. Then tell me, which element do you want to study?" Jiao Hai didn't think about it as he directly said, "Teacher, I want to study dark runes. It's best if it's related to summoning." When Margaret heard Jiao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She was a member of the Ashley family, a famous dark mage family. Naturally, she hoped that Jiao Hai could study dark runes. But in the end, what he wanted to learn would depend on Jiao Hai. Even if Jiao Hai wanted to study other elements, she would still invite Jiao Hai into the Ashley family. Although the Ashley family was a dark magician family, they didn't only accept dark magicians. Otherwise, their family wouldn't have been able to develop. It was only because the core members of the family mainly practiced dark magic that they were considered a dark magician family. Margaret took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Then she said, "Actually, if you want to use the magic formation technique to a profound level, then you need to learn all the magic formation runes. Unfortunately, there are too many magic formation runes, and only a few can do this. If you use a magic formation rune on its own, then its power wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Margaret took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. Then she said, "Actually, if you want to use magic formation runes to a profound level, then you need to learn all the magic formation runes." Jiao Hai nodded, then Margaret continued, "You shouldn't be unfamiliar with dark element summoning magic. In the machine field, if you want to display the greatest power of this kind of magic, you need to learn dark element magic runes as well as space element magic runes. I'll teach you dark element magic runes first. After a few days, I'll teach you space element magic runes. Dark element summoning magic runes are the main element while space element magic runes are supplementary. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Margaret began to draw symbols on the wall. Behind each symbol, there would be a detailed explanation. Although Zhao Hai was only looking at it on the surface, he had already informed Kai to record everything she saw today so that she could use it in the future. Although Kai was recording the runes, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai didn't understand them. Although the runes looked simple, every tiny change would have an impact on the runes. And it was clear that the machine field's understanding of these runes was beyond his imagination. Moreover, these runes had an immeasurable effect on the usage of magic formations. Although Zhao Hai was also studying magic formations in the space, how could these magic formations be compared to the ones in the machine field? The people in the machine field had been studying magic formations for countless years. They had already systematized magic formations. Margaret didn't teach Zhao Hai too many runes, she only taught him a dozen runes before she stopped. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Go back and memorize these runes. In fact, these runes can be found on the computer. But first, you need to learn the basics. What teachers can do is to guide you through the basics, then you can study the runes on your own." The reason why there are so many runes is because people are creating new runes from time to time. Because of this, the runes aren't fixed. You can also learn from some of the magic formations that have been created in the past. But it's best for you to explore and create a magic formation that suits you. Creating a magic formation that suits you is much easier than creating new runes. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Margaret meant. Creating a new magic formation was like inventing a new language, it wasn't an easy matter. But creating a magic formation that suits you was different. It was like writing a sentence that suits you, it was much easier than creating a new language. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Margaret meant. Creating a magic formation that suits you was a lot easier than creating a new language. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was Margaret's words. Magic formation runes could be learned on the computer. This was good news for him. Others might not be able to memorize so many runes, but Zhao Hai could. With the space, he had an incomparably powerful computer. Naturally, he would be able to memorize all of the runes. Even if an average person could memorize all of the runes, they wouldn't necessarily be able to use the runes in the most appropriate place. This was like a person who could write, but not necessarily write a good essay. Although Zhao Hai had only learned a dozen runes, he still spent a lot of time on it. The two spent 2 hours teaching and learning. When Margaret announced the end of the class, it was already 11 o'clock. Zhao Hai raised his spirits as he walked out of the classroom towards the cafeteria. While walking, he was thinking about the runes. He really wanted to get his hands on them. However, he also knew that he couldn't be anxious right now. When Zhao Hai arrived at the cafeteria, Odin's and the others were already there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the elders stood up and enthusiastically greeted him. Although Zhao Hai was young, these elders weren't inexperienced people. Naturally, they wouldn't underestimate Zhao Hai just because of his age. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they might have already died. Zhao Hai also quickly returned the greeting. After everyone gave their greetings, Zhao Hai looked at Odin's and the others and said, "Everyone, which one of you has been to the building before? Can you lead the way?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Odin's and the others couldn't help but blush. They were all disheartened before, so they didn't have the mood to go to the building. Moreover, they ascended not much earlier than Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the classroom on the first floor. So when they heard Zhao Hai say this, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai knew what they meant. He didn't laugh at these people, they were pitiful people. Laughing at them was useless. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Then let these robots lead the way. Ding dang, take us to the shops first." "Right, let's find a bank." Ding dang replied, "Yes, young master. There's a bank on the floor of the store." "Young master, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Odin's and the others and said, "Today, I'm going to spend a lot of money too. Go shopping with you." If you see anything you like, buy it. What a pity, I'm not going to be shopping with beautiful women, but with a group of old men. What a bummer. When Odins and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel moved. However, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but stare before they laughed. Odin smiled and said, "Brat, you're lucky to be able to go shopping with us. What else do you want? Let's go." Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed. Then he walked outside. The old mages also followed him with smiles on their faces. The group chatted and laughed as they walked outside. Before long, they arrived at the elevator. This time, they found a bigger elevator and went to the store. When the elevator opened, Zhao Hai saw two beautiful women in professional attire standing in front of the elevator. They smiled at the group and said, "Welcome." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked inside. This was a very big shopping mall. There were a lot of people inside, most of them were service staff. These service staff didn't wear magic robes. Those who wore magic robes and had a robot by their side were the people who came here to buy things. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the two beautiful women as he followed the old mages into the building. This was the first time that the old mages had seen such a big store, so they couldn't help but be amazed. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the store. It had everything, from Japanese goods to magic staffs. Almost everything that a mage needed was here. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Magic in the machine field was completely different from the lower realms. Things used by mages in the lower realms might not necessarily be useful in the machine field. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows when he saw so many mage items. The mage items here were very complete. There were magic staffs, magic robes, magic potions, and even magic tools. However, these things didn't match with the magic formation techniques that Zhao Hai learned recently. Zhao Hai discovered this point. Magic formation techniques were very mystical, but it used formations to enhance magic power. If one wanted to use a magic staff to enhance the magic formation techniques, then ordinary magic staffs wouldn't work. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai felt strange. He didn't know why there were so many things that were used by mages in the lower realms. However, Zhao Hai quickly understood. When the old mages saw these things, their interest was piqued. They quickly walked over and looked at the items with reluctant expressions. Zhao Hai looked at the old mages' expressions and understood. These old mages still didn't fully understand what magic formation techniques were. Therefore, they wanted to buy some things from the lower realms to enhance their strength. When they were in the lower realm, they were all people who stood at the top of the pyramid. People like them didn't need potions or magic staffs at all. Because in the lower realm almost no one would dare to make a move against them. Therefore, he definitely didn't prepare those things. But in the machine field, magic staffs and potions were very important. There were a lot of people in the machine field who were stronger than them. Therefore, they wanted to buy magic staffs and potions in order to enhance their strength. However, Zhao Hai was certain that these things wouldn't be of any help to them. Magic formation techniques were completely different from ordinary magic. In the future, they would certainly learn more useful cultivation methods. These magic staffs and potions might be useful to mages in the lower realms, but they were completely useless to them. Zhao Hai walked towards Odin's and smiled faintly as he said, "What's wrong? You want to buy these things?" Odin's turned to Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly as he said, "Right. After coming to the machine field, I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. I thought that I was invincible, so I wanted to buy these things to save my life." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "If you trust me, then don't buy it. These things aren't useful to us at all. You've also studied magic formations. Magic formations are completely different from what we've learned before. Using those things would be useless. Let's look elsewhere and see if we can find any special tools that the mages of the machine field use." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai's voice wasn't small. He wasn't afraid of offending people. However, Zhao Hai didn't see that as soon as he said this, a staff member standing next to him looked at him in shock. Just as Zhao Hai said, these things were useless to mages in the machine field. The reason why they were sold here was to test how deep the mage's understanding of magic formation techniques was. If they had some understanding of magic formation techniques, then they wouldn't buy these things. On the contrary, they would be like Odin's and the others. They would want to buy some magic equipment to save their lives. Although this was the staff member's first time seeing Zhao Hai, she was actually working for the Bone Symbol camp. She knew that this was Zhao Hai's first class. For him to have such a high understanding of magic formation techniques in his first class was too astonishing. Before the staff member could say anything, a cold snort was heard. Then an arrogant voice said, "If you can't afford it, then just say it. What's the point of pretending? It's as if you know a lot about magic formation techniques." Zhao Hai and the others stared. Then they turned their heads and saw a young mage standing there looking at them. The young mage looked to be in his 20s, less than 30 years old. He was also followed by a robot butler. However, this robot butler was much more advanced than Ding Dang. Although the robot butler looked like a robot, it didn't make any sound when it walked. Moreover, it looked more pleasing to the eye compared to Ding Dang. It already looked like a human. The mage's body was well proportioned. His face was very white. He wore a gorgeous magic robe and had blonde hair. He looked very handsome. At the very least, he was much better than Zhao Hai, who looked ordinary. However, he had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked at Zhao Hai like an emperor looking at a beggar. Zhao Hai looked at the mage and frowned. "Does Mr. know us?" The mage looked at Odin's and the others and snorted disdainfully, "A bunch of useless old men. Even if they ascended, how many days do they have left? Humph, why aren't you hiding in your room like before?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Odin's and the others. He saw that Odin's and the others had ugly expressions. Zhao Hai turned his head to the mage and said, "If Mr. likes these things, then you can buy more. Whether we buy or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with Mr. Could it be that you've taken money from these merchants? Did you come here to be their prop?" When Odin's and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then one by one, they laughed. Naturally, they knew that this was impossible. Zhao Hai was just teasing the mage. When the mage heard Zhao Hai, his face paled as he said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks. If you can't afford it, then just say so. What's the point of pretending? Do you want this young master to give you something?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't want useless things. Everyone, let's go. It's boring to meet a mad dog when you go out." When they heard Zhao Hai, Odin's and the others couldn't help but laugh. Then they followed Zhao Hai and left. When the mage heard Zhao Hai, his eyes burned with anger. However, Zhao Hai had a lot of people and he had just ascended. Moreover, the school didn't allow private fights. In the end, he couldn't make a move. Zhao Hai was led by Ding Dang to the bank inside the store. Upon entering the bank, a robot immediately came over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Mr. Hello. May I ask what kind of business you're looking for?" Zhao Hai looked at the robot. This robot looked very similar to the one the mage brought. They were both advanced robots. Zhao Hai said, "I want to exchange some gold coins for machine coins. Where should I do it?" The robot immediately said, "Please come with me." Then it led Zhao Hai to a room on the side. There weren't a lot of people in the hall, but they were all doing general business. The business of exchanging gold coins for machine coins wasn't done in the hall. When he arrived at the room, there was already a person waiting for Zhao. This person was a real human, not a robot. "Hello, Mr. 115 is at your service." Zhao nodded and said, "Mr. 115 is at your service." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a bag of gold coins. This bag had a total of 1,000 gold coins. He threw it to the person and said, "Here are 1,000 gold coins. Take a look and see how many machine coins you can exchange for." Number 115 took the gold coins and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. Because the gold coins minted in the lower realms are different, the amount of coins exchanged for the machine is also different. Please let me check first, then I will give you an answer." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then 115 took the gold coins and left. Before long, 115 returned and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Mr. The gold coins that you brought are very valuable. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 20 machine coins. What does Mr. think about this exchange rate?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Mr. The gold coins that you brought are very valuable. Jiao Hai nodded, then he took out his identity card and said, deposit the money. Number 115 took the card and turned around to leave. When Jiao Hai came out of the bank, he was already a millionaire with 30,000 gold coins. Jiao Hai wasn't in a hurry to buy anything. Instead, he went to the elevator and went directly to the floor where the dining hall was. Then he looked for a restaurant and had a big meal. Needless to say, the food in the machine field was very good. After eating, Jiao Hai and the others went to the store. However, they didn't shop for too long. They bought some daily necessities and then left. It wasn't that Jiao Hai didn't want to buy more things. It's just that the things he wanted to buy weren't available on this floor. In the school, the shops were also divided into different levels. If you ascended less than a month ago, then you can only buy things on the first floor. The other floors weren't open to you. Today, Odin's and the others were very happy. They had been hiding in their rooms for the past few days. It had been a long time since they were this lively. Moreover, after ascending, they didn't bring a lot of things with them. Before ascending, they gave the good things to their disciples or left them for their families. In their minds, these things wouldn't be useful after ascending. If they failed, then their families wouldn't be able to get them. Because of this, they didn't bring anything with them. There weren't many people like Jiao Hai who ascended with a lot of things. Jiao Hai returned to his room and placed the things he bought in the most convenient place. Then he washed his face and rinsed his mouth before returning to his study. After reading a book for a while, he sat in front of the computer and looked up magic formation runes. Just like what Margaret said, magic runes could be easily found on the internet. Moreover, the first magic rune symbol was accompanied by a corresponding explanation. It was very comprehensive. Zhao's understanding of magic runes was very deep. So even if he didn't go to school, he would still be able to self-study at home without any problems. However, what Jiao Hai needed to do right now was to quickly store all the runes into the space. This would play a crucial role in the space's research on magic formations. Therefore, Jiao Hai sat in front of the computer and looked at the runes one after another. He didn't force himself to memorize the runes, he left the task of doing so to Kai. Now, all he needed to do was to find the runes. That night, Jiao Hai stored all the magic symbols in the space. Kai already sorted them out. Jiao Hai also went to rest. The next day was the same as the first day. He woke up at 7 o'clock, read books, ate, and went to the classroom at 9 o'clock. Just as he entered the classroom, Margaret walked in. Jiao Hai quickly stood up and gave Margaret a salute as he said, "I've seen teacher." Margaret nodded and said, "Have a seat." "Did you have a conflict with Fry yesterday?" Zhao froze for a moment, then he looked at Margaret with a puzzled expression. "Teacher, are you talking about the Fry that we met at the store yesterday?" Margaret nodded and said, "Right, this Fry is a young expert who ascended from the spirit wind realm. The spirit wind realm is one of the lower realms with abundant spiritual qi. People from that realm often ascend. Moreover, people from the spirit wind realm take care of each other in the machine field. Now that you've offended Fry, the people from the spirit wind realm will surely come looking for you in the future. There are already people from the spirit wind realm who have become experts in the machine field. You need to be careful in the future." Jiao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled faintly and said, "Maybe we won't be able to see each other after leaving the school. So what if I offend them? The people from the spirit wind realm aren't that domineering." Margaret sighed and said, "You're wrong this time. The people of the spirit wind realm are very domineering. Not only because they're united but also because they have a close relationship with the wind god temple. Almost all of the people from the spirit wind realm are wind element mages. They're very talented in wind magic. Because of this, almost all of the people from the spirit wind realm would join the wind god temple. Their influence in the machine field isn't small. When you go back, check the wind god temple and the spirit wind realm. Then you'll know what's going on." Jiao Hai nodded, then he gave Margaret a salute and said, "Thank you for the reminder, teacher." Margaret looked at Jiao Hai and sighed, "Jiao Hai, you're a genius. But there are too many geniuses in the machine field. Before becoming an expert, nobody would pay attention to a genius. A dead genius isn't as useful as a living idiot. You have to remember to protect yourself." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Margaret and said, "You're a genius, but there are too many geniuses in the machine field." Zhao Hai nodded, then Margaret continued, "The waters of the machine field are deeper than you think. After you go back, you should read more books about the church. I think that with your intelligence, you should be able to see some things. Once you leave the academy, you should be able to join a large force. Then you'll be safe." Margaret nodded and said, "You'll be able to see some things." When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, his heart couldn't help but move. He wasn't an idiot, he knew the dark side of the world better than anyone else. Therefore, when he heard Margaret, he immediately understood that Margaret was a member of the church. Margaret obviously didn't want to talk about it anymore. She turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "I won't say anything else. You'll slowly understand it in the future. Let's continue to study magic formation runes. Did you remember what we learned yesterday?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Teacher Margaret, I think we should learn something else. I've already memorized the dark and spatial runes." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed as she said, "You've memorized it? You've memorized it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Teacher, I've memorized it." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, since you've memorized it, then I'll give you a test today. As long as you pass, then I'll teach you magic formation runes. If you don't learn it, then I'll punish you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Teacher can rest assured." Margaret nodded, then she walked towards Zhao's desk and whispered, "Questions for the dark and space magic formation exam." As soon as her voice fell, the desk immediately turned into a screen, and on top of it appeared a series of questions. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and concentrated on the questions on the table. Actually, most of these questions were done by Kai and the others. Since Kai was one with Zhao Hai, doing it was equivalent to him doing it. When Zhao Hai looked at a question, the answer would automatically appear in his mind. Therefore, it wasn't strenuous for him to do these questions. After about half an hour, Zhao Hai finished all the questions. These questions were about the dark and spatial runes, so they weren't very difficult. Naturally, it wasn't possible to cover all the runes. It was just that some of the runes were given to him in order to see his understanding of magic formation runes. While Zhao Hai was doing the questions, Margaret was looking at him from the side. She didn't make any noise, she just quietly watched. To be honest, Zhao Hai's speed was beyond her imagination. Moreover, she saw that Zhao Hai didn't make a single mistake. This made her very surprised. Before, her evaluation of Zhao Hai was very high. But now, she discovered that she still underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't just a genius, he could be regarded as a peerless genius. After Zhao Hai finished his questions, Margaret nodded and said, "Very good, you can learn magic formations. Alright, I'll teach you about magic formations." As she spoke, Margaret walked towards the wall opposite of Zhao Hai. The wall had already turned into a light screen. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Magic formations are actually magic runes that are combined together to form a method to move the world's spiritual energy. Besides a small portion of magic formations, most of them are circular. Moreover, the materials needed to make magic formations are very special. After many years of research in the machine field, we discovered that magic runes are the main reason to move the world's spiritual energy. The materials used to make magic formations only play a supporting role." Zhao Hai nodded. Just as Margaret said, the materials used to make magic formations had a lot to do with their power. However, what really played a role were the magic runes. These runes were what the machine field called magic formation runes. Margaret replied, "Magic formations have their own unique path. Magic formations and magic have their own unique path. But magic formations and magic are separate. Their individual strengths aren't very strong. Compared to the environment of the machine field, they should be considered weak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." After saying this, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You should know that besides the machine field, there's also the cultivation realm, the devil realm, and other realms. These realms aren't very peaceful. In the beginning, the machine field could only be bullied. Later on, people invented magic formations as well as magic mechas and battleships. Only then did the machine field gain the qualifications to be on equal footing with the other realms." Zhao Hai listened quietly. He had read about these things in books, so he wasn't surprised. Margaret continued, but single combat has always been the machine field's weakest point. Magic formations might be able to make up for this weakness, but it's only a possibility. The most powerful thing about magic formations is that mages can use their spiritual force to arrange magic formations. The stronger one's spiritual force is, the faster the formations can be arranged. The more formations one can arrange, the more powerful the formations would be. Margaret nodded and said, but the machine field has always been weak. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed in Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao finally understood the core of the magic formation technique. The most important part of the magic formation technique was to arrange a magic formation out of thin air. Zhao was no stranger to the use of spiritual force, but he had never thought of using spiritual force to arrange a magic formation out of thin air and use it in this way. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes as he carefully understood Margaret's words. Although this sentence was very simple and easy to understand, the inspiration it gave to Zhao Hai was immeasurable. When Margaret said this sentence, she was observing Zhao Hai's reaction. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Margaret couldn't help but smile faintly. A flash of insight was very important for mages. This was a process of epiphany. Margaret had never encountered someone who could have an epiphany after hearing a sentence. This was enough to show how extraordinary Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai wasn't just trying to understand Margaret's words, he was also trying to use his spiritual force to arrange a magic formation. His spiritual force was far superior to ordinary mages. He could multitask his spiritual force, just like how Barry controlled her hair. Zhao Hai could also control his spiritual force. This was where Zhao Hai was superior to other mages. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very strong, and he could also control it. However, he didn't use this control in the most appropriate way. It was like a person who had infinite strength and flexible movements. However, he couldn't pull a rope that was tied to a tree. He couldn't touch the sky and couldn't reach the ground. Even if he had strength, he wouldn't be able to use it. Margaret's words opened a door for Zhao Hai, a door that allowed him to develop his spiritual force and control it to the extreme. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't wait to try it out. The biggest difference between Zhao Hai's spiritual force and ordinary mages was his ability to control it. Ordinary mages could only use their spiritual force as a rope. However, Zhao Hai could use his spiritual force as many ropes. In other words, Zhao Hai could multitask. Multitasking might seem simple, but it was actually very difficult to do. Not to mention other things, even multitasking was something that only a few people could do. However, Zhao Hai could multitask. This wasn't only because of his strong spiritual force, it was also because he learned the succubi's method of controlling their spiritual force. With the help of the space, he was able to do this. Zhao Hai was currently using his spiritual force to arrange a magic formation. Zhao Hai also had a certain understanding of magic formations. He knew that he had just learned it, so he couldn't arrange too many magic formations at the same time. Therefore, he arranged a simple formation first. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that he was wrong. The magic formations that Zhao Hai learned before couldn't be arranged using spiritual force. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Margaret sitting there drinking tea. Seeing Zhao Hai open his eyes, Margaret couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Were you trying to arrange a magic formation? Did you fail?" Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret smiled faintly and said, "Most mages would do the same as you when they heard my words. However, all of them ended up failing. Do you know why?" Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret smiled faintly. Zhao Hai shook his head. Margaret smiled faintly and said, "It's because magic formations in the lower realms are different from the ones in the machine field. Magic formations used in magic mechas and battleships are also different from magic formations used in magic formations." When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, he couldn't help but be shaken. He finally understood that the machine field's magic formation techniques were more complex than he imagined. It wasn't something that he could use just because he heard a hint. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "In the lower realms, most magic formations are circular. And the outer edge of a circular formation is just a line. However, nobody knows that the edge of a magic formation is the most important part. If a magic formation is a building, then the edge is the foundation of the building, the frame. The quality of the foundation determines the lifespan of the building, and the quality of the frame also determines the lifespan of the building. On the other hand, the edge of a magic formation is the foundation of the formation. What the formation is used for and how powerful it is are all inseparable from the edge of the formation. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Actually, there's no need to worry about it." Zhao Hai's eyes shined brighter and brighter. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Margaret became more and more satisfied. She now knew that Zhao Hai must have done a lot of research on magic formations in the lower realms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. However, Margaret continued, magic formations in the lower realms are made up of lines. But in the machine field, the edges of the circle are made up of countless magic symbols. Zhao Hai suddenly had a feeling of seeing the sun. Zhao Hai believed that this was the biggest difference between magic formations in the lower realms and magic formations in the lower realms. No wonder he couldn't make a magic formation out of thin air. So this was the problem. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. If it's used on an ordinary magic mecha or battleship, using lines as the edges of the magic formation wouldn't be a problem. At most, it would affect the power of the magic formation. But to use magic formations, the edges of the magic formation must be made up of magic symbols. Otherwise, even if your spiritual force reaches the heavens, it would still be impossible to make a magic formation. Zhao Hai nodded. He already tried it, so naturally he believed Margaret's words. But this time, he didn't try it out. This was because he knew that magic formations were far more complicated than he imagined. He didn't need to worry, it was better to listen carefully. Margaret saw that Zhao didn't immediately try to use the magic formation, so she couldn't help but gently nod. Zhao's performance made her very satisfied. Then she said, different elements of the magic formation will have different internal patterns. Today, I'll talk to you about the 9 basic patterns of the magic formation. Zhao nodded. Margaret was very satisfied with Margaret's performance. She was very satisfied with Zhao's performance. Zhao Hai sat quietly in his room with his eyes closed. About half a meter in front of him, a magic formation slowly appeared. The formation looked very mysterious. It was composed of countless magic symbols. However, the formation was very slow. Each symbol seemed to have gone through a very long process. Zhao Hai returned from the classroom. Today's lesson was very important for Zhao Hai. It can be said that he now understood the ultimate mystery of magic formation. The mystery was very simple. It was nothing more than using spiritual force to form a formation. The formation needed to be surrounded by magic symbols. Moreover, each type of formation needed to have a fixed format in order to display its greatest power. Zhao Hai was now condensing his first formation. This formation was a dark summoning formation. It was a dual material formation that was both a dark element formation and a spatial element formation. Because of this, it was very difficult to condense. For mages in the machine field, condensing a formation for the first time was the most difficult. As long as they condensed their first formation, they would grasp the trick of condensing a formation. Later on, it would be much easier to condense a formation. However, dual material formations were much more difficult than single-element formations. Zhao Hai also asked Margaret about it. In the machine field, the dark element creatures summoned weren't ordinary undead, but king-level undead. Zhao Hai wanted to see what kind of king-level undead were. If he could really summon a king-level undead, then he might be able to increase the strength of the space's undead. The formation took shape little by little. When the last symbol was completed, the entire formation suddenly lit up. Then a figure came out of the formation. Upon seeing the figure, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he actually summoned a golden skeleton. Golden skeletons, in other people's eyes, might be a good fighting strength. But in front of Zhao Hai, it was nothing. Above golden skeletons were variant skeletons, crystal skeletons, and skeleton kings. These were the top fighting strength. As for golden skeletons, Zhao Hai didn't know how many of them there were in the space. For Zhao Hai, golden skeletons simply didn't need to be summoned. However, after thinking about it for a while, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. Mages in the machine field rarely used a single formation when casting a spell. Instead, they would use several formations to stack up. As long as the energy of several formations were stacked together, they would be able to summon more powerful undead. Xiaohai actually didn't care about the undead that he summoned. What he cared about was the process of condensing the formation. In order to successfully condense the first formation, Xiaohai didn't disperse his spiritual force too much. Instead, he concentrated his spiritual force and condensed the formation bit by bit. The formation that he condensed wasn't something that he created himself. It was a formation that was already available in the machine field. With Xiaohai's current understanding of magic formations, he still couldn't create his own. But this wasn't a problem. He believed that he would be able to create his own formation in the future. After Xiaohai condensed the formation, he didn't immediately start condensing it. Instead, he sat quietly and felt the feeling of condensing a formation for the first time. As for the golden skeleton that he just summoned, Xiaohai was certain that it wasn't summoned from the underworld. As for where it came from, he still didn't know. Almost all of the undead in the underworld had entered the space and became Xiaohai's subordinates. If the formation was summoned from the underworld, then Xiaohai should have felt it. But he didn't feel it at all. This meant that the skeleton wasn't summoned from the underworld. Moreover, after Xiaohai sent the golden skeleton to the space, he discovered that the newly summoned golden skeleton was stronger than the golden skeletons in the underworld. This was beyond his expectations. However, from this point, Xiaohai could see how extraordinary the magic formation was. In the lower realms, even if one's strength reached Xiaohai's level, it would still be impossible to summon an undead like the golden skeleton. If one wanted to obtain an undead like the golden skeleton, then they would have to subdue it themselves and turn it into a summoned creature. In the machine field, Xiaohai was using the same amount of power as the lower realms. Moreover, because he had just ascended, the spiritual qi of the place he lived in was similar to the lower realms. In this case, Xiaohai was able to summon an undead like the golden skeletons just by using the formation devil technique. This showed how powerful the formation devil technique was. 1. Shouldn't look at the golden skeletons that were everywhere in Xiaohai's space. This was because of the space. Without the space, it would have been impossible for Xiaohai to subdue so many golden skeletons. Xiaohai sat down as he carefully recalled the process of condensing the magic formation. He suddenly had a feeling that the next time he condensed the magic formation would be much easier. After thinking about this, Xiaohai immediately gave it a try. Just as he thought about it, a magic formation appeared in front of him. It was the magic formation that he just condensed. Xiaohai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately asked Kai, what's going on? Kai smiled and said, young master, don't forget that your spiritual force is integrated with the space. The function of the space is to record things. In fact, the space is like a computer, and the magic formation that you condensed is like a preset program. This program might be very difficult to write, but once it's written and stored in the computer, you can access it at any time. It's very convenient. So as long as you condense a magic formation, you can use it whenever you want. Kai smiled and said, you can use the magic formation whenever you want. Xiaohai smiled and said, that's right. When Xiaohai heard Kai, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, so that's how it is. That's great. Can't the space help me condense a magic formation? Kai smiled and said, young master, you're getting lazier and lazier. The space can't help you condense magic. The space is like a computer. If you don't write a program for it, then it's just a computer. But when you condense a magic formation, it's equivalent to writing a program for the space. Because of this, you still need to condense a magic formation yourself. Xiaohai thought about it and felt that he was being too greedy. He was sure that other mages wouldn't have the same ability as him. Now that he condensed a magic formation, he could access it at any time. This was a lot more convenient. After thinking about this, Xiaohai couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, it seems like I'll need to condense more magic formations in the future. Laura, how are you? Although Xiaohai couldn't enter the space, he could still talk to Laura and the others. When they heard Xiaohai, Laura and the others nodded and said, we're fine. Brother Hai, don't worry. The machine field isn't like the lower realms. You need to be careful. You don't need to worry about us. Jiao Hai nodded and said, I'll be fine for a while. After some time, I'll check the room and see if there are any surveillance devices. If there aren't, then you can come out of the room and familiarize yourself with the environment. Right, did father-in-law and the others get the magic formation runes? Laura smiled and said, they got it. They were very happy. Right now, they're all inside the laboratory and aren't willing to come out. Jiao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. The laboratory in Wild Dragon Island was now almost abandoned. Karen and the others had already moved the laboratory to the 100 Spirits Trees asteroid. The asteroid was now where Jiao Hai's villa was located. The asteroid wasn't small, about 100,000 square kilometers. 100,000 square kilometers was very big. Therefore, Jiao Hai had Karen and the others move the laboratory to the asteroid. It wasn't only Karen and the others, most of the people in Wild Dragon Island also moved to the asteroid. After all, the asteroid was much bigger than Wild Dragon Island. Besides the asteroid, Jiao Hai didn't touch the other 99 fruits that the 100 Spirits Tree bore. Although these fruits weren't as big as the asteroid, they were still very useful to a person. They can be used as space equipment, they can be used for farming, and they can even be used for cultivation. These things were absolutely heaven-defying existences. Keeping these fruits would certainly be very useful in the future. Jiao Hai didn't touch the 100 Spirits Tree. Jiao Hai chatted with Laura and the others for a while before he stopped talking. Instead, he focused on practicing magic formations. In the machine field, there were countless magic formations that had been finalized. Every element had a large number of magic formations. The spells that these magic formations released were also different. With the addition of various stacking effects, it's possible that the people of the machine field didn't know how many finalized magic formations there were in the machine field. And now that Jiao Hai had the space's ability to store magic formations, the more magic formations he could condense, the better. Naturally, he needed to seize the moment and condense as many magic formations as he could. Jiao Hai understood that he was safe in the school right now. But once he leaves, nobody can guarantee his safety. Don't believe in the laws of the machine field. These laws were made for ordinary people. For the big forces, the laws were useless. Moreover, Jiao Hai had offended Fry. Fry was backed by a powerful expert from the Spirit Wind realm. And this expert had a significant influence on the Wind Temple. While he was in the school, Fry and the Spirit Wind realm wouldn't deal with him. But once he leaves the school, it's hard to say if Fry wouldn't deal with him. If he wasn't strong enough, then even with the space, he could only hide like a turtle. This wasn't something that Jiao Hai wanted. Most importantly, Jiao Hai was afraid that if he kept hiding in the space, it would be discovered sooner or later. When that time comes, he would be in a lot of trouble. Because of this, he needed to improve his fighting strength as soon as possible. It wasn't until dinner time that Jiao Hai stopped condensing formations. In this period of time, he had condensed more than 20 formations. If other people knew about this speed, they would certainly be surprised. But for Jiao Hai, this wasn't a big deal. When he condensed his first formation, he already had an understanding of the process. Therefore, it was natural for him to condense formations in the future. At this point, Jiao Hai could already divide his spiritual force into 5 parts to condense formations. Moreover, he was able to do so with ease. Because of this, he was able to condense more than 20 formations in a short period of time. The formations that Jiao Hai condensed weren't all for the dark element. There were formations for each element. As a mage of all elements, it was naturally impossible for him to only condense formations for one element. When Jiao Hai arrived at the dining hall, Odin's and the others were already there. When they saw Jiao Hai, they smiled and greeted him. Odin's looked at Jiao Hai's happy expression and couldn't help but smile as he said, "Little Jiao Hai, why do you look like you're in a good mood?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I've learned some unparalleled magic. Naturally, I'm happy about it." When Odin's heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "Kid, don't brag. This is only your 2nd class. What kind of magic can you learn? Are you still memorizing magic formation runes?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't think that magic formations would be this strong. Moreover, the machine field's research on magic formations has reached this level. I really admire you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right. I didn't expect magic formations to be this strong." Odin sighed and said, "The upper realm really is the upper realm. Their research on magic formations is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, I've been using the computer to check their void formation technique. To be honest, it's very strong." The others nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand and took out a pile of food. These were all famous snacks from the Ark continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't lack these things in the space. But in order to avoid suspicion, he took out cold snacks. Then he took out several bottles of wine and placed them on the table. When Odin's and the others saw Zhao Hai take out these things, they couldn't help but stare. After some time, Odin's pointed at the things and said, "Where did these things come from?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course they came from the lower realms. Otherwise, where do you think they come from? This is the most famous snack in our world. Everyone, have a taste." The same goes for the wine. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Odin's quickly replied, "Since that's the case, then we won't be polite. I didn't think that an ascended expert like you would bring so many things with you. It's strange." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm very greedy. Naturally, I would bring these things. I'm not like you, old immortals who don't eat the food of mortals." These words caused Odin's and the others to laugh. They couldn't blame Zhao Hai for saying this. When they ascended, they didn't expect the upper realm to be like this. They thought that once they become immortals, they would become gods. Naturally, they wouldn't need to eat. Some of them even left their spatial equipment to their families. Today, Zhao Hai didn't tell them that he had already begun to condense magic formations. In Zhao Hai's opinion, Odin's and the others might not have reached the level where they could condense magic formations. Telling them now would be a blow to their confidence. After eating, everyone chatted for a while before Zhao Hai returned to his room. But this time, he didn't condense magic formations. Instead, he sat in front of his computer and looked up the spirit wind realm and the wind temple. He had already offended Fry, so naturally, he needed to know more about the people who might become his enemy. This information startled Zhao Hai. Just as Margaret said, the spirit wind realm couldn't be underestimated. It was a place that specialized in ascension. Every year, there would be people ascending. Moreover, the people who came out of the spirit wind realm were very united. Anyone who wanted to deal with them would be attacked by all the ascenders of the spirit wind realm. Additionally, almost all of the ascenders of the spirit wind realm were wind element geniuses. Because of this, they were very close to the wind temple and held a pivotal position in the temple. The wind temple was one of the main churches in the machine formation continent. Moreover, the wind temple's strength belonged to the upper echelons of the church alliance. The wind temple was truly a behemoth. The machine formation realm was ruled by three major forces. The Church Alliance was one of them. And the Wind Temple's position in the Church Alliance wasn't low. It was an absolute force. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai offended such a force. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like being low-key in the machine formation realm was no longer possible. Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn off his computer and then began to condense formations. It wasn't until midnight that Zhao Hai stopped. At this point, he had already condensed more than 50 formations. This speed was something that even the natives of the machine formation realm couldn't achieve. The next day, Zhao Hai woke up at his usual sitting time. After having a meal with Odin's and the others, he went to the classroom. Unexpectedly, Margaret was already waiting for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly gave Margaret a salute and said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Margaret. I'm late." Margaret shook her head and said, "You're not late. I'm the one who came early. Sit down, I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "According to the rules of the Ascension Academy, the first month of studying magic formations would be taught by a teacher. If you didn't learn it in the first month, then you would continue to study it in the second month. But this time, it would be the robot teacher's turn to teach you. After learning magic formations, the teacher would teach you how to arrange formations in the void. After that, you would be allowed to practice on your own. Your progress is far beyond my imagination. Have you learned how to arrange formations?" You've already learned how to set up formations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, teacher. I've already learned how to set up formations. Margaret nodded and said, I've already told the school that you don't have to come to class in the future. If you have any problems, you can contact me directly. This is for you. It's a small computer. It has a communication function as well as an ordinary computer. After Margaret said that, she gave Zhao Hai a wrist guard. This thing was shiny and very beautiful. Zhao put the gadget on his wrist and tried out its functions. It was even more powerful than a desktop computer. When looking at the web page, a light screen shot out of the air, just like a screen. It was very convenient. After fiddling with it for a while, Zhao Hai stopped. Margaret didn't interrupt Zhao Hai. When she saw that he stopped, she said, this optical computer has my number. If you have any problems, you can contact me directly. What you need to do now is to condense magic formations. You need to familiarize yourself with the process so that you can condense magic formations as fast as possible. Later on, when you leave the academy and go to the battlefield, the speed at which you condense formations in the void will determine your life and death. Understand? Zhao Hai nodded. He already understood this principle. But since he had the space to help him, the process of condensing magic formations in the void wasn't a problem at all. Our Ashley family is also an important member of the Dark Church in the Church Alliance. The Bone Symbol Camp used to be the Ashley family's most famous team in the outer court. But now, it has fallen. However, this ascension point is still firmly under our control. I hope that you can directly join our Bone Symbol Camp after you graduate. Our camp master has already said that he will no longer monitor you in the school. Your robot butler and all the monitors in your room have been removed, so you can rest assured. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, the Bone Symbol Camp is an important member of the Church Alliance, the Dark Church. The Bone Symbol Camp used to be the Ashley family's most famous team in the outer court. Although it has fallen, this ascension point is still firmly under our control. I hope that you can directly join our Bone Symbol Camp after you graduate. Our camp master has already said that he will no longer monitor you in the school. Your robot butler as well as all the monitors in your room have been removed. Zhao Hai stared. Yesterday, he already thought that Margaret might be a member of a large force. However, he didn't expect Margaret to reveal her cards today. However, he still believed Margaret's words. If Margaret wanted him to join the Ashley family, then she wouldn't lie to him about this matter. Moreover, the talent that he showed in the past few days was indeed worthy of the Ashley family's attention. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, teacher can rest assured. If I'm not mistaken, then I'm willing to join the Bone Symbol Camp. However, I hope that teacher can help me take care of Odin's and the other old mages. If possible, recruit them as well. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, I'll talk to the camp lord. I believe that the camp lord will agree. The other forces should also know about my contact with you. According to common sense, they wouldn't contact you. However, our Bone Symbol Camp has been very low-key these days. There might be some people who don't know how to open their eyes and come in contact with you. I hope that you can think clearly before making a decision. After you go back, you can check the situation of the Bone Symbol Camp. Pay attention, don't just look at the glorious things. You should also pay attention to the elimination rate and casualties of each camp. You are a smart person, you should understand what I mean. Zhao Hai nodded and said, teacher can rest assured, I understand. But teacher, I've offended the Wind God Temple. If I join the Ashley family, wouldn't that bring trouble to the family? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, teacher can rest assured. But teacher, I've already provoked the Wind God Temple. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and calmly said, the Ashley family is a family of dark mages. They're never afraid of trouble. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, teacher. I understand. Margaret nodded, then she said, it's inconvenient to practice in your room. You can go to the field to practice. At the same time, you can test the power of the formation there. Here are two things for you. One is a practice room in the field. It's prepared for you. This magic formation is used to adjust the concentration of spiritual qi. After a month, the formation will automatically adjust the concentration of spiritual qi around your body. By the time you graduate, you'll be able to get used to the concentration of spiritual qi in the machine field. Then Margaret threw two things to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the two things and looked at them. One of them was a card that looked like a room card with a number written on it. The other was a small metal formation. It wasn't very heavy and looked like an ornament. However, Zhao Hai knew that this formation wasn't as simple as an ornament. Margaret nodded and said, "I hope that you can do what you say. Don't waste the camp lord's painstaking efforts." "Alright, I've already taught you what I should teach you. Now that you've learned the void condensing technique, your future development will depend on yourself. When you go back, don't forget to look at other people's overlays. But don't learn from them, you need to walk the path that suits you the most. Understand?" Margaret nodded and said, "Alright, I've already taught you everything you need to know. Now that you've learned the void condensing technique, your future development will depend on you. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, teacher can rest assured. I understand." Margaret nodded, then she turned around and left. Seeing Margaret leave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect to be monitored as soon as he arrived in the machine field. Moreover, now that he was involved in the machine field struggle, it was impossible for him to escape. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and couldn't help but frown. Although Margaret said that she hoped that he would return to the Ashley family's bone symbol camp after graduation, she didn't force him. However, her words weren't without threats. Margaret said that the ascension point was under the control of the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. Additionally, they were able to arrange people in the school. Moreover, they were able to remove their surveillance. From this point, one could see how much control the bone symbol camp had over the school. If he didn't join the bone symbol camp in the future, then he wouldn't have a good time. In any place, internal strife existed. The machine field was no exception. The Wind God Temple didn't seem to be on good terms with the Ashley family. If Zhao Hai were to join another force, then the Ashley family wouldn't mind exterminating him. The reason why Zhao Hai had this idea was because of his performance in the past few days. Other people might not be able to learn a single magic symbol in a few months, but Zhao Hai was able to learn 2 in a day. Other people might need to graduate before they can learn the void formation technique. But now, Zhao Hai was able to condense magic formations. This caused people to pay attention to him, especially the Ashley family. The other families might not understand Zhao Hai's current strength, but the Ashley family had a complete understanding of it through Margaret. If Zhao Hai doesn't join the Ashley family, then the Ashley family wouldn't allow him to join any other forces. This was because in the eyes of the Ashley family, Zhao Hai had the potential to become a top-notch expert. Letting a top-notch expert join another force would only increase their strength. This was something that they couldn't do. Because of this, Zhao Hai only had one choice, and that was to join the Ashley family. However, Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to joining the Ashley family. Just like Margaret said before, Zhao Hai wanted to understand the Ashley family's bone symbol camp first. At the same time, Zhao Hai had the old mages join the bone symbol camp. This was also for his own sake. If he and the old mages joined the bone symbol camp, then they would be able to take care of each other in the future. In a completely unfamiliar place like the machine field, it was better to pull in some people and form a small force than to be alone. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai stood up and prepared to go to a shopping street to see if there were any anti-surveillance items. If there were, then he would buy one. It wasn't that he didn't trust Margaret's words. If Margaret said that all the surveillance devices in his house were removed, then they should be removed. This should be the Ashley family's way of showing their sincerity. Zhao Hai wanted to buy anti-surveillance items not for the Ashley family, but for other people. Just because the Ashley family didn't monitor him didn't mean that other people wouldn't. It was better to be safe than sorry. Zhao Hai has always been a careful person, especially in a completely unfamiliar place like this. He wouldn't feel relieved just because of Margaret's words. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He really hoped that he would ascend to the immortal realm. If there weren't so many struggles, then he would be able to take his wife around and find a beautiful place to settle down. But now, it seems impossible. The struggles in the world of cultivation were much more brutal compared to the lower realms. Zhao Hai took ding dang and left the room. Then he took the elevator and went straight to the shop. After looking around the shop, he finally found the place he was looking for, the strange robot shop. This strange robot shop was the shop that Gu Mingyue recommended to Zhao Hai. Gu Mingyue wanted Zhao Hai to remove the surveillance system on Ding Dang. Zhao Hai believed Gu Mingyue's words. Although Gu Mingyue wasn't a high-ranking member of the Ascension Academy, people like him who were at the bottom of society naturally had their own sources of information. The fact that he could say this was enough to show how extraordinary the strange robot store was. Zhao Hai looked at the strange robot shop. It looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. If it wasn't for Gu Mingyue's reminder, Zhao Hai wouldn't have paid attention to it. Zhao Hai didn't see anything special about it, so he brought Ding Dang into the shop. As soon as they entered, a robot came to greet them. This robot wasn't a high-ranking one, it was just like Ding Dang. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that this robot was very light and didn't make any clanking sounds. The robot walked in front of Zhao Hai and then bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, how can I help you?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "I want to modify my robot butler. Is that okay?" The robot immediately said, "Yes, please follow me." Then he made a gesture to Zhao Hai. The robot's movements weren't stiff at all. Moreover, it spoke fluently, it didn't seem to be programmed at all. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the owner of this shop. In front of the shop were some ordinary robots and robot parts, as well as some electronic products. It didn't look any different from an ordinary shop. However, when Zhao Hai followed the robot to the back, it was completely different. At the back of the shop was a robot repair shop. There were old robot parts everywhere. A person was sitting in a pile of parts, holding a tool in his hand as he fiddled with a robot in front of him. Zhao Hai followed the robot into the room. Then he heard the robot say, "Khan, come here. This mister wants to modify his robot butler." Hearing the robot say this, Zhao couldn't help but stare. The robot actually said such human words. It seems like this was the setting of this person. This person was very interesting. The person nodded, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he couldn't help but stare. This person wasn't very old, he looked about 30 years old. His face was pale and he was wearing work clothes. He looked very ordinary, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit, making him unforgettable. The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he quickly greeted him and said, "Mister, are you the one who wants to modify your robot butler?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I just ascended from the lower realms. The school gave me this robot butler. I received some guidance, so I came here to modify it." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the person's eyes flashed and said, "Since you were introduced by someone, then there shouldn't be a problem. How do you want to modify it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "First, I want a robot that is absolutely loyal to me." "Mister, do you understand?" The person's eyes lit up even more, then he nodded and said, "It seems like you were introduced by a friend. I understand. Go on, what other requests do you have?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Second, I want him to help me check my room or my surroundings. I don't like being watched." The person nodded, then he took out a wrist-mounted computer and recorded something on it. While recording, he said, "Go on, tell me all your requests in one breath." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want him to be more advanced, so he won't be easily damaged. He needs to store a lot of things, so he doesn't need to be charged every day. It would be best if he doesn't need to be charged for a long time. He also needs to learn how to repair machines, not just robots, but other machines as well. Naturally, the most important thing is to make him a butler. I don't need him to fight, but he needs to help me with my daily life and take good care of me." After recording, the person looked at Ji Ling, then he frowned and said to Zhao Hai, "To be honest, I can do all of your requests. But using it on a robot is too wasteful. If you want to modify this robot, then you might as well buy a more advanced robot. Then after some slight modifications, it should be able to meet your requirements. Mister, do you want to think about it?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "If that's the case, then that's fine. But this robot's clanking sound needs to be removed. Moreover, it can't be charged every day. Mister, please recommend me a more advanced robot that can meet my requirements." Right, it should be able to connect to the internet at any time. You can leave the robot here with me, and it will be ready in about an hour. You can take a look around the store, and when it's time to go back, you can come here and pick up the robot. As for the new robot you mentioned, you'll have to choose it yourself. And because you have a lot of requirements, you can leave the robot here with me after you've chosen it, and come back 3 days later to pick it up. I guarantee that all the functions you mentioned can be installed on the robot. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, alright, then it's settled. I'll leave Ding Dang here. Can we go outside and choose a robot? The person smiled and said, the robots outside are just ordinary goods, there's nothing good. If you trust me, then come with me outside to choose. There are robots that I've assembled myself. Although they might not be as funny as the ones outside, I'm sure that they're better than the ones outside. Moreover, their materials are also better than the ones outside. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it was a friend who recommended me. Naturally, I trust Mr. Please. The person looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, you're an interesting person. I like it. Don't call me Mr. My name is Chi. You can call me a E or Little Chi. Zhao Hai smiled and said, so it's Manager Chi. Your name is really interesting. I'll call you a E. A E, let's go and see the robot you mentioned. Chi smiled and said, alright. Right, what's your name? You still haven't told me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hai. You can call me a Hai. Chi smiled and said, alright, a Hai, let's go and see the robot I've installed. Right, who pushed you here? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's Mr. Gu Mingyue. He's my Ascension receptionist. We got along quite well, so he told me to come here when I have time. He wanted me to turn Ding Dang into a robot that is completely loyal to me. However, it seems like someone from the school helped me remove the surveillance program on Ding Dang. I don't know much about robots, so I wanted to ask you to help me take a look. Oh, it's him, then there's no problem. But if it's really as you said, then you're a genius. Rest assured, I'll help you take a look. And if someone really did tell you this, then you can rest assured that there won't be anyone spying on you in the school. If a force removes their surveillance and another force dares to spy on you, then it's tantamount to declaring that the two forces are hostile. I don't think anyone would want to take this risk. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he said, there's such a thing? I really didn't know about it. It seems like I'll have to ask you more in the future. Right, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to a meal. Also, I'll have a few friends from the school. Let's have a drink together. Chi looked at Zhao Hai and said, how many days have you been in the school? You actually made friends? Alright, no problem. Come find me tonight, I'll wait for you. As he spoke, he walked to a door and touched it with his hand. The door opened and the two of them entered a room. The room was about 100 square meters, which wasn't small. There were a lot of robots in the room. These robots were all humanoid. They didn't look very beautiful, but they were very clean, and each one of them was shining. Zhao Hai looked at the robots. These robots looked much better than Ding Dang. At the very least, the facial features of these robots were somewhat similar to humans. Their joints also looked more flexible. Looking at these robots, it was as if he was looking at his lover. He softly said, all the robots in this room were assembled by me bit by bit. The materials used in these robots were also processed by me. They aren't products of any large companies. These robots are my, Chi's, products. Looking at Ki's appearance, Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Ki really had a monomaniacal obsession with robots. So many robots were actually made by him one by one, it was amazing. After some time, Chi let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, ah Hai, I'm fated to meet you. I'll let you choose one of these robots. Zhao Hai looked at Chi and smiled faintly, alright, then I'll have to thank you. These robots were made by you, so you can choose the most suitable one for me. In any case, you'll be the one to modify them in the future. Hearing Zhao Hai, Chi couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Then he said, do you trust me that much? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, just like you said, I'm fated to meet you. Our temperaments. match. Therefore, I trust you. Chi laughed and said, all right, then it's settled. 3 days later, you can come and pick up your robot. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. Let's go. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed Chi out of the room. When they arrived at Chi's workshop, Zhao Hai looked at Chi and said, Chi, since you have the ability, why don't you open your own company? What's the point of opening a small shop? Chi smiled bitterly and said, behind this school is the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. I can also be considered a member of the bone symbol camp. However, I don't know magic, I only know how to research robots. Aside from the bone symbol camp, there's no other place that wants me. This shop was given to me by the camp. I don't expect the shop to make money, I'm just here to look after the shop. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Chi to be a member of the bone symbol camp. Zhao Hai looked at Chi and said, I've just heard about the bone symbol camp. I heard that this ascension point is controlled by them. Since you're a member of the bone symbol camp, did you ascend as well? Chi smiled bitterly and said, how could that be possible? With my ability, I wouldn't be able to ascend even if I wanted to. You can see that my cultivation talent is very ordinary. There's nothing special about it, I just like to research machines. Not to mention anything else, the robots that I developed aren't any worse than those made by other large companies. It's precisely because of this that I was accepted into the bone symbol camp. In my opinion, the machine field is similar to the lower realms. Those who ascend are the top existences of their realm. Zhao Hai looked at Chi in confusion and said, you seem to be very willing to join the bone symbol camp? Why? Chi looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, don't the lower realms also have differences between nobles and commoners? Tell me, if a commoner was suddenly accepted by a noble and wanted to join their family, would the commoner agree? Zhao Hai understood what Chi meant. He nodded and said, I understand. But is the bone symbol camp really that good? I heard that the bone symbol camp seems to be declining. The bone symbol camp isn't declining. It's just that the bone symbol camp isn't like the other camps. We don't use the cruelest elimination system. Everyone in the bone symbol camp is a friend and a brother. The camp lord never eliminates anyone. Instead, he allows everyone to display their strengths. Everyone is an enemy and a competitor. Every year, the other camps will replenish some people. But for every 100 people that are replenished, it's already good if one of them can survive. But my bone symbol camp isn't like that. Aside from having casualties during our missions, we don't have any casualties during our training. It's precisely because of this that our bone symbol camp's combat strength is inferior to the other camps. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Chi's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Ah Hai, you wouldn't want to join our bone symbol camp, right? If that's the case, then that's great. I'll give you my robot. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Chi, he couldn't help but laugh. Chi was really a dedicated person. Although he knew a bit about the ways of the world, he was still far behind those old foxes. If other forces wanted to recruit Zhao Hai, then the conditions they would offer would certainly be very good. How could a small robot like him be useful? However, from this point, one could see the difference between the bone symbol camp and the bone symbol camp. For a person like Chi, if he didn't have anyone to protect him, then he would have already died in the bone symbol camp. Moreover, he was still alive and well. Zhao Hai smiled and said, giving me one is also good. I already promised Teacher Margaret that I would join the bone symbol camp. The people who are eating with me tonight will also join the bone symbol camp. When there's an opportunity in the future, I'll have them bring their robot stewards. You should also help me. Chi patted his chest and said, rest assured, leave it to me. I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to robots, I, Chi, won't submit to anyone. Have them bring me their robots. Zhao Hai nodded, then he had Ding Dang stay behind. Then he turned around and left the strange robot shop. It must be said that there were a lot of people buying things in this shop. However, Zhao Hai didn't buy anything this time. He didn't want to be in the limelight. He was a person who ascended from the lower realms, so he didn't have any backing. In this case, if he were to go around and buy things, then it would certainly arouse suspicion. Moreover, if there were things in this shop, then there would be other places in the machine field as well. As long as he graduates in the future, he can buy whatever he wants. There's no need to rush. After more than an hour, it was almost time for lunch. Zhao Hai returned to the strange robot shop. This time, Qi was waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai, Qi immediately welcomed him and said, "Come, take a look at your robot." Then he led Zhao Hai to a room in the back. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he couldn't help but stare. In the middle of the room was a robot. From the robot's head, one could see that it was Ding Dang. However, there were a lot of things on the robot's body. It looked much more pleasing to the eye compared to Ding Dang. Qi looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, then he smiled proudly and said, "Not bad, right? Your robot has been equipped with a solar self-charging system as well as a silencer system. Most importantly, I've also installed an anti-surveillance system on your robot. This ensures that nobody can monitor you. Take it back and come back 3 days later to pick up another robot." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, then I'll have to thank you. Qi, don't forget about dinner. You should prepare it." Qi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget." Then Zhao Hai took Ding Dang back to the school's cafeteria. Odin and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai. Odin and the others now had their own professors. However, it was clear that their professors were part-time teachers. Their lectures weren't as serious as Margaret's. However, they would still have classes every day. Because of this, Odin and the others' lives were very regular. When they saw Zhao Hai arrive, Odin and the others immediately went to greet him. However, Odin and the others quickly discovered the difference in Ding Dang. Odin looked at Ding Dang and said, "Zhao Hai, did you modify Ding Dang? Where did you do it? It looks pretty good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's pretty good. There's a strange robot shop in the shopping mall. Robots can be modified there. I've already talked to the owner of the shop. I'll send your robots over and have them modified." Odin and the others now considered Zhao Hai as one of their own. They also knew that Zhao Hai wasn't lacking in money. Therefore, they didn't object. Odin nodded and said, "All right, when will you send them over?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In the afternoon. I'll have dinner with the store manager. You can take your robots with you and leave them there. I think they'll be ready by tomorrow." Odin stared, he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "How did you get to know the store manager? Why did you invite him to dinner?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. We just got along well with each other, so we decided to have a meal together. He's a native of the machine field. If we interact with him more, we'll be able to better understand the machine field situation." Odin nodded and said, "All right, let's go see him. It'll be good for us to know more people from the machine field. After all, the things we see on the computer aren't complete." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to the others and said, "Let's do this. Everyone, gather here at 5 o'clock in the evening. Then we'll go to the store and look for Qi. Don't forget to take your robots with you. Leave them with Qi and have him modify them." Odin and the others nodded. However, their expressions weren't right. Zhao Hai mentioned modifying the robots several times. This wasn't normal. Odin and the others were old foxes, so they could hear the hidden meaning in Zhao Hai's words. However, they didn't say anything. It seems like they didn't understand the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. After eating lunch, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Upon entering his room, Zhao Hai immediately said to Ding Dang, "Ding Dang, check my room and see if there's anyone monitoring it." Ding Dang replied, "Yes, young master." After saying that, his eyes suddenly emitted bursts of red light, continuously sweeping the room. After a while, Ding Dang said, "Young master, there is no one monitoring the room, you can live in peace." Zhao Hai nodded and let out a breath of relief. However, he didn't release Laura and the others. Instead, he sat down and practiced the formation. At the same time, he had Kair monitor Qi's every move. He wanted to see if Qi was sincere in helping him modify the robots. If Qi made any moves, then Zhao Hai wouldn't release Laura and the others. Zhao Hai's speed of condensing formations was getting faster and faster. At this point, he could condense 10 formations at once. However, compared to the number of formations in the machine field, this speed was still far from enough. But Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He could now condense 10 magic formations at the same time, and each one took about 10 minutes. In an hour, he could condense about 50 magic formations. This speed was already unprecedented, and it wouldn't be surpassed in the future. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't just condensing formations. The formations that he condensed were recorded by the space. Then Kai would take these formations to the universal scanner for analysis. This analysis would help to determine the most suitable combination of formations. In the machine field, the ranks of mages were reclassified. In the machine field, a mage's rank was based on the number of stacked formations. The first rank was 5 to 10 stacked formations, the third rank was 10 to 50 stacked formations, the fourth rank was 50 to 100 stacked formations, the fifth rank was 100 to 500 stacked formations, the sixth rank was 500 to 1000 stacked formations, the seventh rank was 1000 to 3000 stacked formations, the eighth rank was 3000 to 5000 stacked formations, the ninth rank was 10,000 stacked formations, and the 10th rank was more than 10,000 stacked formations. The machine field had existed for countless years. The magic formation technique had been invented for tens of thousands of years. But up until now, there were only 9th-level mages, not 10th-level mages. A 9th-grade magician could only stack 9,999 magic arrays at most. It was almost impossible to stack 10,000 magic arrays. It can be said that the magic formation technique was the symbol of a mage's strength in the machine field. Moreover, there were countless formations in the machine field. It was almost impossible to condense so many formations together. In fact, the ranks of mages in the machine field were almost all speculated by the seniors. This was because up until now, no mage has been able to stack 3,000 formations. In other words, nobody has reached the 8th rank. At most, they could only reach the 7th rank. Condensing 3,000 formations would take a mage a lot of time to arrange. Think about it, if two people were to fight, would the opponent allow them to easily arrange formations? That's impossible. If you're only using a few layers of protection, it's nothing in the eyes of an expert. In the world of cultivation, the cultivation speed of each realm was almost the same. For example, in the machine field, a mage with 5 stacked formations was enough to fight against a body-tempering cultivator. If one were to compare them to the divine realm, then a body-tempering cultivator would be equivalent to a 9th rank or demigod. Stacking 10 arrays was equivalent to a chi refining stage cultivator, which was equivalent to a god or a high god expert. This speed wasn't very slow. It wasn't difficult to stack 10 to 50 stacks. As long as you could stack 30 stacks, you could reach the level of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. However, magicians were generally stuck at this level. Many magicians could only reach the 3rd level, which was already considered pretty good. It was simply impossible for them to go any further. However, this was not the case for self-cultivators. For self-cultivators, only when they entered the foundation establishment stage could they truly enter the world of self-cultivators. Although 1 in 100 cultivators could reach the foundation establishment stage, 1 in 10,000 magicians could reach the 4th rank. In this case, magicians were no match for cultivators. The classification of warriors in the machine field was similar to that of magicians. However, warriors weren't classified by stacking formations, but by the range of their sword chi. The classification of warriors was also very simple. Just like magicians, the numbers were just 100. Compared to a first-rank warrior in the machine field, a first-rank warrior's sword chi range was less than 500 meters. A second-rank warrior's sword chi range was 500 to 1,000 meters, and so on. The highest-rank warrior's sword chi range was 1 million meters. Naturally, this only existed in legends. The sword chi here was just a general term. It didn't necessarily mean that the energy emitted by the sword was sword chi. In the machine field, a warrior can use their best weapon. As long as they can emit the same energy as sword chi, then that's enough. Because of this classification in the machine field, warriors and magicians couldn't compete with experts from other realms. In the end, they could only rely on battleships and magic mechas. Right now, Zhao had only condensed the magic formation, but he hadn't tried the effect of stacking the magic formations together. He planned to try it in the space, not in school. Even if he went to his private practice room, he still felt that it wouldn't be safe. Therefore, he decided to try it in the space. In the afternoon, Zhao Hai condensed several hundred magic formations. Seeing that it was about time, he went out of his room and went to the dining hall. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Zhao Hai saw that Odin's and the others were already there. Zhao Hai quickly called them over to the storefront. There was a good thing about being in the school. Whether it was the store or the cafeteria, they were open all day long. No matter what time you go, you can buy and eat. Zhao Hai led Odin's and the others to the strange robot shop. Odin was still busy in the shop. When he saw Zhao Hai, he put down his work and laughed as he said, Zhao Hai, you're here. Look at me, I've been busy for a long time. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's fine. Come, let me introduce you. These are people who recently ascended to the machine field. They came a bit earlier than me. They also want you to help them modify their robots. I'll have to trouble you. I'll leave the robots here today. When you finish them, they'll come to pick them up. Odin laughed and said, you're really good at finding work for me. Alright, don't worry, I'll do it well. Then after he said that, Zhao Hai introduced him to everyone. After everyone gave their greetings, Zhao Hai led everyone to the dining hall. This time, it was Odin's choice. The dining hall was called the Academy's dining hall. It wasn't big and didn't seem to have anything special about it. After ordering the dishes, Zhao Hai looked at Odin's and the others and said, everyone, I'll be frank with you. The Ascension Academy is under the control of the Ashley family's Bone Symbol Camp. Today, the Bone Symbol Camp contacted me and said that they want me to join them after I graduate. I told them that I hope that everyone can join the Bone Symbol Camp. Odin's and the others stared. To be honest, they didn't know about this. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, I've learned a bit about the Bone Symbol Camp. In the machine field, the other forces recruit people like us through an elimination system. Then they send us out on missions and undergo a cruel process of elimination. Those who survive will stay and those who die will be eliminated. However, the Bone Symbol Camp isn't like this. The Bone Symbol Camp doesn't undergo elimination. As long as you join, you'll be assigned tasks based on your strength. Chi is a member of the Bone Symbol Camp. His cultivation is average and he's only interested in robots. Because of this, the Bone Symbol Camp sent him to the academy to open a robot shop. Everyone should understand what I mean. You aren't young anymore and aren't valued by the other forces in the machine field. If you were assigned to a force, you would at most be cannon fodder. Because of this, I've agreed to the Bone Symbol Camp's request. I hope that you can join the Bone Symbol Camp so that we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think? As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Odin's, and the others turned silent. They weren't fools. On the contrary, after years of experience in the lower realms, they had a better grasp of people's hearts compared to the younger generation. Therefore, they believed in Zhao Hai's words. Additionally, since they would be joining the same camp, they would be able to take care of each other. This was what they wanted to see the most. Therefore, everyone looked at each other before nodding. Then Barrett said, don't worry, little Hai. We understand what you mean. Since you want to join the Bone Symbol Camp, then we will all join together. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued, alright, it's good that everyone agrees. Chi is also a member of the Bone Symbol Camp. Today, I sent your robots to Chi because there's a monitoring system in the robots. Our every move is being watched by others. Therefore, I had Chi help you remove the monitoring system. In any case, everyone will be a family in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, it's good that everyone agrees. When Odin heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned his head to Chimera. Chimera had an excited expression on his face. Although these mages weren't young, in the past, only mages from other realms would come in contact with other camps. They would rather be cannon fodder than join the Bone Symbol Camp. Because of this, there weren't a lot of people in the Bone Symbol Camp. Now that there were so many people joining the camp, it was natural for Chimera to be happy. Now that he saw so many people looking at him, Oddball immediately nodded and said, Hai is right. The butler robots you are using all have surveillance systems. This surveillance system can not only be seen by 1 or 2 people, but many people can see it. Then, it will evaluate you. If you can meet their standards, they will come into contact with you and recruit you into their camp. The expressions of Odin's and the others were somewhat ugly. Who would want to be monitored all day? This was no doubt the same as throwing a person naked on the street. Nobody would be able to stand it. Zhao looked at them and said, I know that after a while, there may be people from various camps who will come in contact with you. They may offer you a lot of good conditions, but you should also know that life is the most important thing. In such a cruel elimination, no one can guarantee that they will survive. Moreover, we are a vulnerable group here. Even if they give you good conditions, when you go there, they won't be able to fulfill the conditions they promised you. You can't do anything about it, so I still hope that everyone can join the camp and take care of each other. Odin's and the others nodded. They weren't young anymore, they had long passed the age where they yearned for power and glory. For them, being able to live for a while was more important than anything else. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they felt that it was reasonable. Although the bone symbol camp doesn't seem to be any different from the other camps on the surface, I also noticed the casualty ratio between the bone symbol camp and the other camps. The casualty ratio of the bone symbol camp in the past 10 years is about 1 in 1,000. And this is just an average number. The casualty ratio of the bone symbol camp is about 1 in 5. In other words, out of every 5 people that enter the camp, 1 person will die. It's incomparably cruel. If you're interested, you can also check it out. If you want to know, you can check it out. Odin's and the others nodded. They would check it out. This didn't mean that they didn't believe in Zhao Hai. They just wanted to see the casualty ratio of the other camps. They believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them about this. This was because there was no need for him to do so. As long as they go back and check, they would be able to find out. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, we didn't ascend to the machine field to die. Therefore, the bone symbol camp is our best choice. Even if the treatment is a bit low, it wouldn't be a problem. Also, I checked today and the treatment of the bone symbol camp isn't low. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you're right. Odin's nodded and said, Zhao Hai is right. We didn't ascend to be cannon fodder. It would be best if we can enter the bone symbol camp. That way, we'll be able to look after each other. The others nodded as well. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai said, all right, since everyone agrees, then I have nothing else to say. Come, let's drink. In the future, we'll all work together to enter the bone symbol camp. Everyone responded as they raised their glasses. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to talk to Odin's and the others today was because Odin's and the others placed their robot butlers in the strange robot shop. Moreover, the dining hall they were currently in wasn't monitored. Naturally, this was because Zhao Hai asked Qi about it. The Ascension Academy that Zhao Hai and the others were currently in was under the jurisdiction of the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. Almost every place here was under surveillance. Naturally, Zhao Hai also thought about this point. Therefore, he asked Qi about the shop that wasn't under surveillance. Qi then led them to the Academy's restaurant. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai looked up some information on the internet before he began to condense magic formations. For the next few days, Zhao's life was very regular. Every day, he would go to the school to eat breakfast, then go to the classroom to put on a show, and then go back to his room to do what he liked. Zhao Hai didn't release Laura and the others. However, he didn't stop monitoring Qi. He wanted to see if Qi really didn't monitor him, or if Qi was just playing dumb. It didn't take long for Zhao to find out that Qi really wasn't monitoring him. Qi really had a monomaniacal obsession with robots. These days, he stayed in his shop and didn't go out. When he was hungry, he would ask the restaurant to send him food. The rest of the time, he would stay in his shop and repair the robots. Odin and the others' robots were already taken care of the next day. Qi didn't collect any money from them. In Qi's opinion, Odin and the others were already his people. Besides monitoring Qi, Zhao Hai also monitored Odin and the others. Zhao Hai wanted to know if Odin and the others would accept other people's offers. 3 days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai woke up early in the morning and went to the restaurant to have his meal. Then he went to Qi's shop. Today was the day that he and Qi would go to get the robots. Zhao Hai didn't know what kind of robots Qi prepared for him. Although he was monitoring Qi these days, as long as Qi didn't do anything bad to him, Zhao Hai didn't bother to pay attention to Qi. Zhao Hai went to Qi's shop. Sure enough, Qi wasn't in the front. Instead, he was in his own repair room. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony and directly walked over. There was a robot in front of Qi's shop. The robot's program had been adjusted by Qi. Zhao Hai could enter and leave freely. That was why Zhao Hai could easily go to the repair room. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the repair room, he saw Qi working in front of a robot. This robot wasn't any of the robots that Zhao Hai saw in the room that day. Instead, it was a very human-like robot. This robot's body was covered with biochemical skin. Its eyes were also made into eyes. If it wasn't for its expressionless face, it would look no different from a real human. Zhao Hai was sure that this wasn't the robot he wanted. This was because Qi's robots had a special characteristic. He never made any useless biochemical skin for robots. For Qi, robots were robots, and robots were also alive. There was no need to make a robot with biochemical skin just to cater to human characteristics. Although Zhao Hai didn't agree with Qi's theory, he didn't say anything. For a paranoid person like Qi, this point was very important. Zhao Hai looked at the room and saw that there was a robot next to it. This robot was the one he saw in the room. Its entire body was shining with metal. It wasn't very tall, only about 1.8 meters. Zhao Hai could see that it had a human face. It was completely different from the robots with biochemical skin. Zhao Hai also said. Qi was very busy. He coughed twice. Only then did Qi react. He looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Qi and smiled. Qi, I'm here to get the robot. How is it? Is it done? Qi looked at Zhao Hai and quickly said, it's done. Look, it's a good one. It has all the functions you need. How about it? Why don't you leave your old robot with me? This'll be enough for you to use. Zhao Hai smiled and said, forget it. It's fine to have 2 robots. I'll be going. Qi didn't mind. He nodded and said, all right, come back tonight. How about we go and have a drink? Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't go out. We'll have 2 dishes. Let's have a drink here. Just the 2 of us. Qi nodded. Zhao Hai turned around and left. But this time, he was followed by 2 robots. Because it was time for classes, there were very few people in the store. Zhao Hai didn't meet anyone and directly returned to his room. After arriving at the store, Zhao Hai had Ding Dang inspect the new robot. Seeing that there were no surveillance devices, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he waved his hand and called Laura and the others out. When Laura and the others came out, they cheered as they threw themselves at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was hugged by the girls. Zhao Hai felt very satisfied. After some time, Laura and the others felt relieved. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, you can't leave this room right now. You can only surf the net and learn about this world. I think I'll have to wait until I leave the academy before I can get you an identity card. Laura didn't mind and said, it's fine. We're doing well in the space. Right, Brother Hai, I've already asked Father and the others to study the mage grinder that Margaret gave you. I believe that it wouldn't take long for them to make defensive products. When the time comes, we'll be able to adapt to the spiritual chi density of the machine field. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, there's no need to worry. After you go back, take Ding Dang to the space and let Father-in-law and the others take a look. Ding Dang can't stay in the space. It wouldn't be good if he was found missing. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai took out several wrist computers and gave them to Laura and the others. Then they went to surf the net. The computers in the machine field were much better than the space. Because the space didn't have a network, the computers there could only use their own functions. They didn't have the ability to surf the net. On the other hand, the machine field had its own network. The content on the network was 100 times better than the content on Earth. Because of this, Laura and the others quickly fell in love with the computers. After learning about the machine field, Zhao Hai understood that surfing the net in the machine field didn't cost money. Whether it was robots or civilian computers, they could all surf the net for free. This made Zhao Hai very happy. While Laura and the others surfed the net, Zhao Hai sat on the side and condensed magic formations. When it was almost time for dinner, Zhao Hai stopped condensing magic formations. Then he looked at Laura and the others who were engrossed in surfing the net and smiled. Alright, it's already late. You should go back, you were playing yesterday. Laura and the others looked at the time and saw that it was indeed late. However, they were still reluctant. Zhao Hai smiled and had them download some content on their computers before taking it to the space. After Laura and the others were done, Zhao sent them along with Ding Dang to the space. But he didn't expect that when Ding Dang entered the space, a prompt would be heard: advanced technological civilization robots discovered. Space level increased to level 130. Host can now purchase 10 advanced technological civilization backgrounds and 50 ordinary backgrounds. Therefore, the robots can now wirelessly connect to the Advanced Technological Civilization Network. The space will automatically be connected to the Advanced Technological Civilization Network. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he was overjoyed. He always wanted to establish a network in the space. However, the computers in the space hadn't been popularized yet. Because of this, he didn't have any experience in establishing a network. Because of this, he didn't take action. He didn't expect the space to solve this problem. However, Zhao Hai immediately thought that if the space was connected to the machine field's network, then wouldn't the space's secret be exposed? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. Then he looked at Kai and said, Kai, what's going on? If the space is connected to the outside world, then wouldn't the space's secret be exposed? Kai smiled and said, it's alright, young master. You don't need to worry. Although the space can connect to the outside world, it only allows people to enter and not exit. The space can only receive signals from the outside, it can't send signals out. You don't need to worry. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Kai, he relaxed. Then his eyes shone as he said, Kai, can we attack the machine field secret networks and steal their information? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Kai, can we attack the machine field secret networks and steal their information? Kai shook her head and said, I'm afraid that's not possible. Young master, I've already tried it. The machine field's network is just a place for people to play with. The real secret places aren't connected to the network. They exist on their own or use their own networks. They have nothing to do with the machine field's network. Zhao Hai nodded. Although he was helpless, he could only accept this fact. However, the network was already a great help to the space. He didn't ask for anything else. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kai and said, Kai, popularize the schools with computers. Let everyone learn about the machine field. Let them understand how terrifying the machine field is. Kai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, alright, I'll be going out. I'll leave the space's matters to you. Although I can return to the space now, it's better if I don't come back. It would be troublesome if I'm discovered. Kai nodded. Zhao Hai turned around and returned to his room. After sorting out his thoughts, he went to the dining room. The space's ability to connect to the internet played an important role in improving the overall level of the city. It was like a bridge that connected the space to the outside world. It allowed the people in the space to understand that the world of cultivation was an incomparably powerful and huge world. This was very important to the people in the space. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that the people in the space would want to leave. In fact, people in the space simply didn't want to leave. Their thoughts were slowly being transformed by the space. Additionally, the space's environment was very good. Compared to the competition in the machine field, the people in the space wouldn't want to leave. At most, they would just watch the fun. Even the people in the space felt pity for the people in the machine field. The people in the machine field were very tired. They had to work hard every day to improve themselves. Ordinary people also had a hard time. They couldn't compare to the space. However, this was good news for Karen and the others. They can directly search for information about magic formations on the internet. This was much easier than doing research on their own. They can research on this foundation, which would save them a lot of trouble. The only regret was that the network could only connect to the machine field. It couldn't connect to other realms. This made Zhao Hai unable to learn more about other realms. Time passed by quickly. Unknowingly, Xiaohai had been in the machine field for a month. During this time, Odin's and the others had already ascended to the second floor. And in the first floor, besides Xiaohai, there were also 2 people who had just ascended. There was no fixed time for ascension. Sometimes, there would be dozens or even hundreds of people ascending in a year. Sometimes, there would be no ascension at all. This was very normal. However, these 2 were young people. Xiaohai tried to get in touch with them, but the 2 were very wary of him. Moreover, they were arrogant to the point that Xiaohai couldn't stand it. In the end, Xiaohai could only give up on getting in touch with them and focus on condensing formations. At this point, Xiaohai had condensed more than 100,000 formations. Moreover, he could no longer sit in his room and condense formations. He could now go anywhere and condense formations using his spiritual force in the space. Moreover, he could condense 100 formations at the same time. 100 formations took him about 5 minutes to condense. Although Odin's and the others had already ascended to the second floor, Xiaohai still kept in touch with them. The group went out to eat together almost every day. Naturally, Odin's and the others were also present. Moreover, Margaret had already sent people to contact Odin's and the others. Once Odin's and the others finished their work, they would immediately be arranged to enter the bone symbol camp. This made the group feel relieved. But now, Xiaohai was about to take the monthly exam. As long as he passes the exam, he would be able to ascend to the second floor. At the same time, his magic formation would become useful. The magic formation was used to adjust the spiritual chi concentration around his body. This would allow him to adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi concentration bit by bit. Once he leaves the academy a year later, he would be able to adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi concentration. Xiaohai wasn't unfamiliar with the monthly exam. Xiaohai had seen Odin's and the others' monthly exam. But when he saw Odin's and the others' monthly exam, Xiaohai didn't know what his exam would be like. Odin's and the others' monthly exam was about magic formations. It was very similar to Margaret's exam. In other words, Xiaohai had already passed the exam on the second day he entered the academy. There was no meaning in having him take the exam. Xiaohai believed that Margaret and the others wouldn't have him take the exam. Although he was curious about what he was going to be tested on, he didn't ask Margaret about it. He still pretended to be in school every day, either in the classroom or in his room, constantly condensing magic formations, as usual. Before long, the day of the exam arrived. Xiaohai arrived at his classroom at 9 o'clock sharp. This time, he didn't bring his robots. The 2 robots were left in his room. At this time, Laura and the others were in his room. Xiaohai believed that Margaret would appear. Sure enough, at 9 o'clock, Margaret appeared on time. As soon as she appeared, she said to Xiaohai, "Come with me." Xiaohai nodded and followed her without saying anything else. Margaret's personality was cold. She never spoke much except in class or when she had something to say. Other than that, she generally didn't speak much. Xiaohai was already used to her personality. Although Margaret only taught him for 3 days, for Xiaohai, these 3 days were very important. This was because in these 3 days, Margaret opened a door for Xiaohai to become an expert. The magic formation technique was very suitable for Xiaohai. As long as he could create a magic formation, he wouldn't need to spend a lot of time in order to arrange it. He would be able to arrange it almost instantaneously. Moreover, he could even superimpose magic formations. Although Zhao had been condensing magic formations, he didn't relax for even a moment when it came to superimposing magic formations. Superimposing magic formations wasn't as simple as superimposing 2 magic formations together. There were many types of superimposing magic formations. The simplest type was superimposing the same magic formation. Compared to Zhao's dark summoning magic formation, this magic formation itself could be superimposed. Because it was the same type of magic formation, there was no need to worry about the conflict between the 2 magic formations, which was why it was the simplest. However, this was also the weakest type of superimposing magic formation. It was like adding numbers, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. The effect wasn't very good. The most difficult part of the magic array was the combination of different magic arrays. When two magic arrays were stacked together, the effect would not be as simple as adding them together. Instead, it would increase exponentially. This was the most powerful part of the magic array. In the machine field, there were also people who tried to use computers to superimpose magic formations. But in the end, they didn't succeed. The computer wasn't omnipotent. The magic array it calculated might be the strongest, but it couldn't be used with ordinary magic arrays. This was because the strongest magic array had very strict requirements for the magic array's control. Not a single mistake could be made. However, mages were still humans, not machines. Even if a machine was programmed, there would still be errors, let alone humans. There weren't any mages who could superimpose magic formations without making any mistakes. As long as there was a slight error in the calculation of the strongest superposition formation, it would be ineffective. It might even injure the mage. Because of this, the best superposition formations in the machine field were created by mages after a long period of battle. There weren't a lot of these formations. Most of them were 5-layer and 10-layer formations. Most of them were secrets that mages would only pass down to their disciples or juniors. It was impossible for them to be made public. Because of this, some of the best superposition formations in the machine field were created by mages after a long period of battle. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a universal analyzer in his space. Although the universal analyzer was still in its first level, it couldn't be compared to ordinary computers. The biggest feature of the universal analyzer was that it was created by the space. And Zhao Hai was the host of the space. It can be said that everything in the space revolved around Zhao Hai. The universal analyzer was no exception. Because of this, when Kaier gave the universal analyzer the magic formations, the universal analyzer was able to produce the most suitable combination for Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai was refining the magic formations, he was also constantly trying to combine them. At this point, Zhao Hai could already superimpose 100 formations. Zhao Hai and Margaret took the elevator and directly went upstairs. In the school, some of the rooms on the top floor weren't open to the students. These rooms were the most important facilities of the school. Teachers would also live there, so students weren't allowed to go up. The two went all the way to the top floor. From there, they could directly go to the platform. On the platform, there was a small battleship. This battleship looked like a bean-sized battleship. It had a round head in front and a tail behind it. The highest point of the battleship was about 50 meters high and 20 meters wide. On the battleship were 4 words, Ascension Academy. When Zhao Hai saw the battleship, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Margaret and said, "Teacher, are we going out?" Margaret nodded and said, "Regarding other people's tests, we won't be testing you. In the Ascension Academy, there are 10 tests a year. The first one is about magic formations, the second one is about whether or not you can condense a mage, and the third one is about the outside world." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Aren't we supposed to test the spiritual chi of the machine field before we can go out? Can we go out now?" Margaret replied, "You don't need to worry. The Academy's ships have been modified. They have the ability to adjust their spiritual chi automatically. The place you're going to is also a place where the spiritual chi in the machine field is thin. The density of spiritual chi there is similar to the lower realms. Because of this, the Ascension Academy has designated that place as a training ground. Your test this time is to go there and eliminate a malicious spirit." Margaret nodded and said, "You're going there." Zhao Hai stared and said, "Malicious spirit? Is it something like a lich?" Margaret nodded and said, "It's somewhat similar. But malicious spirits are different from liches. Malicious spirits are a lot stronger than liches. Not only can they attack using magic, they can also attack using physical attacks. For people like you who just learned magic formations, they're very hard to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded, then Margaret said, "This time, we're going to Aurora Star. It's located at the edge of the machine field, so the spiritual chi density there isn't high. However, there are still people living there. Moreover, it's an important source of mithril in the machine field. But because of years of mining, there are a lot of dark places in the constellation. It's easy for powerful dark creatures to appear there. It's also one of the training grounds for the Ascension Academies in the machine field. Besides you, there will also be people from other academies going there to deal with the evil spirits. Not only do you have to guard against the evil spirits, you also have to guard against the students from the other academies. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the two arrived at the airship's cabin door and entered. As soon as the two boarded, the door automatically closed. In front of Zhao Hai was a corridor. Margaret led Zhao Hai inside, and before long, they stopped in front of a door. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is your room. Stay inside and don't wander around." The interior of the airship has its own defense system as well as a lot of restricted areas. If you enter a restricted area, you'll be attacked by the ship's defense system. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Margaret and said, "Teacher Margaret, how long will it take?" Margaret replied, "About 3 days. Someone will send you food in these 3 days. You can also surf the net or practice in your room. It's best if you don't leave your room." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and entered his room. Zhao Hai entered the room and looked around. The room wasn't big, only about 20 square meters. There was a bed, a table, a bathroom, a sofa, and nothing else. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the window in the room. Although the window wasn't big, one could still see the scenery outside. Zhao Hai leaned against the window and looked outside. He didn't know when the ship took off, but he didn't feel anything. Zhao Hai couldn't help but re-evaluate the technology of this world. After looking outside the window, Zhao Hai returned to his bed. Then he flipped his hand and took out a small device. This device was obtained by Torquay. It was an anti-surveillance device, the most advanced anti-surveillance device in the machine field. As long as there was something monitoring him in the room, the device would immediately send out a warning. At the same time, it would send out interference waves, causing the device to malfunction. There were 2 ways to monitor people in the machine field. One was through surveillance devices. There were a lot of surveillance devices in the machine field. At the same time, there were also a lot of anti-surveillance devices. Compared to surveillance devices, anti-surveillance devices were much easier to manufacture. Surveillance devices were ingenious. As long as the anti-surveillance device emitted electromagnetic waves, it could completely interfere with the device. Because of this, as long as one was prepared, using surveillance devices to monitor people was the most difficult thing to do. Besides surveillance devices, there was another way to monitor people, and that was using magic. This method was very difficult to guard against. Surveillance magic was generally very secretive, making it very difficult to detect. However, what Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the most was surveillance magic. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was incomparably strong. And with the space, it was almost impossible to monitor him with magic. Therefore, Zhao Hai only needed to worry about surveillance devices. After discovering that there were no surveillance devices in the room, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He immediately returned to his room. Laura and the others were still in the room, waiting for Zhao Hai's news. Seeing Zhao Hai come out of the space, the group stared. Laura quickly greeted him and said, "Brother Hai, why did you come back from the space? Did you start the exam? What do you want to test?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "This time, I want to go to a planet called Tranquil Star and get rid of a ghost. I don't want to take the exam in school. Let's go to the spaceship and have a look." When Laura and the others heard young Master Zhao Hai, they cheered and followed him into the space. Zhao Hai also brought along the robot that Qi gave him. This robot was named Number 9 by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others to his room on the ship. This made the room a bit crowded. However, Zhao Hai only stayed in the room for a short while before he followed Laura and the others back to the space. In any case, when someone comes looking for him, he would be able to return to his room in time. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he immediately took a bath in the hot spring. Then he returned to his room and had Meg prepare a delicious meal for him. Zhao Hai didn't enter the space all this time because he wanted to adapt to life outside. Now that he was inside the space, he could finally relax. After eating, Zhao Hai went to the side to condense magic formations. At the same time, Laura and the others went online. The space also had access to the internet, but Laura and the others liked to stay by Zhao Hai's side. Because of this, they would rather spend a lot of time in Zhao Hai's room to accompany him. Zhao Hai also understood how Laura and the others felt. Therefore, in addition to condensing magic formations, he would also spend a lot of time with them. Now that Zhao Hai had more time to accompany Laura and the others, he could multitask. At the same time, his spiritual force was still condensing magic formations inside the space. Now, in addition to mastering nearly 100,000 magic formations, he could also use hundreds of combinations of magic formations. These combinations were all analyzed by the analysis machine. The most powerful combination was at least 5 stacked magic formations, while the most powerful combination was at least 100 stacked magic formations. 100 stacking formations was a symbol of a 4th-rank mage. A 4th-rank mage was already considered a small expert in the machine field. If the people in the machine field were to know that Zhao Hai was able to use 100 stacking formations before he graduated, they would certainly be shocked to death. Zhao Hai's expression changed. However, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to use the analysis machine to analyze more stacked formations. This was because the analysis machine was only at 1st rank. It could only analyze up to 100 stacked formations. Zhao Hai also went online to check. He found out that 100 stacked formations was already considered a great achievement in the machine field. For example, Fireball was the most common type of fire element attack. Its attack power was very weak. Even with Zhao Hai's current level, Fireball's attack power wasn't very high. Even if it exploded, it would only be comparable to a grenade. Zhao Hai didn't think much of the Fireball's attack power. However, after 100 stacked formations, the inferior Fireball's attack power was equivalent to a light missile. It wouldn't be a problem for it to kill hundreds of people. The problem was that Zhao Hai didn't know how to upgrade the analysis machine. Only by upgrading the analysis machine would he be able to improve his strength. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He discovered that 100 stacked formations was just right for his current spiritual force. If he exceeded this standard, then his spiritual force would be strained. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the analysis machine. Even if the analysis machine could analyze more stacked formations, he wouldn't be able to use them. Although Zhao Hai's star art was improving, it still wasn't enough for him to use more stacked formations. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't idle either. In addition to refining and analyzing the stacked formations, he also did something else. This was to familiarize himself with the fighting style of the warriors in the machine field. In the machine field, the fighting style of the warriors was very simple. They just needed to increase the energy in their body. Then the school would give them weapons. These weapons were completely different from the weapons used by the warriors in the lower realms. These weapons were carefully made in the machine field. There were many sets of magic formations engraved on them. These magic formations only had one function, and that was to concentrate the energy in the warrior's body and shoot it out. For example, if a warrior were to use a weapon from the lower realms, he would be able to make his sword glow sharper. On the other hand, warriors in the machine field could shoot out sword chi that could injure people from a distance. Moreover, the sword chi that was shot out was also supported by the magic formation inside the sword. It was stronger than the user's attack. However, how far the sword chi could shoot was related to the user's strength. The stronger the user was, the further the sword chi could shoot out. It was said that there was a legend in the machine field that a sword saint could shoot out sword chi that could kill an enemy. Although this legend seems to be fake, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take it lightly. He already found the magic formations that were suitable for the machine field's weapons. Moreover, after analyzing them, he was able to form 100 magic formations. Then he engraved them into his staff. This was his trump card. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also experimenting in the space. Now that he was using his staff as a sword, he was able to shoot out sword chi that could reach 10,000 meters away. This was the standard of a 4th-rank warrior. After testing the magic formations and sword chi, Zhao Hai knew that his current strength was only equivalent to a 4th-rank warrior in the machine field. The strongest person in the machine field was around 8th rank. At this time, Zhao Hai was only a 4th rank. He was still far from reaching that level. However, if the people in the machine field were to know that Zhao Hai was a 4th-rank warrior, they would certainly be surprised. This was because people who ascended from the lower realms would only be able to reach 2nd rank after a year of training. Only a few could reach third rank. But now, Zhao Hai was a fourth-rank warrior. This was enough to shock them. Zhao Hai continued to condense magic formations inside the space. He was also familiarizing himself with the might of the combination of magic formations. Although he could now use hundreds of magic formations, if he wanted to use them in an instant, he would need to practice for a long time. Mastering the layering of magic arrays did not mean that one's combat strength would increase. The layering of magic arrays was like a weapon. Moreover, they were different weapons for different warriors. Some were like spears, while others were like shields. As long as one practiced for a long time, they would be able to use the most suitable magic array at the most appropriate time. Only then could one be considered to have truly grasped this power. At this time, Zhao Hai's daily schedule was very full. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent most of his time practicing magic formations. At the same time, he also practiced shooting sword chi. He discovered that the reason why the machine field sword chi was so strong was because the first time he shot a sword chi, he could place a strand of his divine sense talisman on the sword chi. This allowed the sword chi to change direction. For Zhao Hai, these skills were new. He needed to digest them. This was because Zhao Hai knew that these skills would be the foundation of his life in the machine field. Although Laura and the others seemed to be bored and surfing the net every day, Zhao Hai knew that they were actually looking for information about the machine field and the cultivation realm. Moreover, they were also looking for information on how to upgrade the undead. Although there were a lot of secret departments in the machine field and their information was confidential, the information that was released was enough for Zhao Hai and the others to use. This allowed them to understand a lot of things. Take the magic formation technique for example. The magic formation technique was known as the combination of magic, magic formations, alchemy, and other disciplines. This was absolutely not groundless. Alchemy played a huge role in the magic formation technique. In the machine field, warriors had their own weapons as well as magic formations. Magic staffs and potions from the lower realms were useless to mages in the machine field. However, mages in the machine field also had their own weapons. First of all, magic staffs. The magic formations in the machine field were different from the magic formations in the lower realms. Here, mages could use spiritual force to engrave a corresponding number of magic formations on the staff. Engraving a combination of formations on a magic staff was equivalent to eliminating the need for void formation. This allowed the magic staff to release a spell in an instant, increasing the mage's combat ability. However, the more magic arrays engraved on the magic staff, the greater the amount of spiritual force required to activate the magic array. Therefore, a magician had to rely on their own strength to engrave magic arrays on the magic staff. If they engraved too many magic arrays on the magic staff, they wouldn't be able to activate it. If the magic staff was in the hands of a human, then it would be better to use a fire stick. This was the difference between a magic array inscribed on a magic staff and a void condensation array. A magic array inscribed on a magic staff required mental strength to activate, while a void condensation array didn't. This was because a void condensation array was a magic array condensed from a magic staff's mental strength. Naturally, it didn't require mental strength to activate. Besides magic staffs, there were also magic potions. In the machine field, magic potions were much more useful than in the lower realms. In the lower realms, magic potions were used to treat injuries or improve one's cultivation. But in the machine field, the most popular magic potions were magic potions that could quickly restore spiritual force. When mages fight, it was normal for their spiritual force to be exhausted. Once the spiritual force of a magic formation was exhausted and couldn't kill the enemy, then the mage would be in a very dangerous situation. But in the machine field, there were potions that could quickly restore a mage's spiritual force. This greatly increased a mage's fighting time, giving them more means to protect their lives. For a serious person, 3 days passed by quickly. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai only appeared in his room when it was time to eat. The rest of his time was spent practicing and resting inside the space. Because of this, he felt that time passed by very quickly. On the 3rd day, Zhao Hai appeared in his room. He was afraid that Margaret would come looking for him, so he came out of the space early. Although he came out of the space, Zhao Hai didn't stop condensing formations. His speed was getting faster and faster. If he condensed formations non-stop, then he could condense more than 10,000 formations a day. Zhao sat on his bed and continued to condense the magic formation. He didn't know how much time had passed before he heard 2 soft knocks on the door. Zhao got out of bed and opened the door. It was Margaret. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Come, follow me to the command hall. We'll arrive soon." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Margaret to the command hall. The command hall of the ship was usually off-limits. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. This was because he didn't leave his room for the past 3 days. However, he could monitor every corner of the ship. He also discovered that Margaret's identity wasn't simple. The commander of the ship was very respectful towards Margaret. In Margaret's opinion, Zhao Hai was also a genius. Not only was he smart, but he could also endure loneliness. For 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't leave his room. This was why Margaret was optimistic about Zhao Hai. In Margaret's opinion, most people who come to such a battleship for the first time wouldn't be able to help but look around. But Zhao Hai didn't. He seemed to have no curiosity at all. He just stayed in his room. Whether he was cultivating or looking up information on the internet, this kind of concentration was enough to make Margaret have a whole new level of respect for him. Before long, the two arrived at the command hall of the ship. The command hall wasn't very big, about 100 square meters. There were more than a dozen operators inside, each of them was in charge of a piece of equipment. However, they didn't look busy at all. Everyone was holding a teacup in their hands. From time to time, they would take a sip and chat. In the middle of the hall, there was a table and a chair. There was a person sitting there. This person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed neatly and had a teacup in his hand. On the table in front of him, there was a screen playing outside the spaceship. A planet was getting bigger and bigger on the screen. This planet was Terra Star, and this person was the commander of the spaceship. Seeing the two come in, the commander immediately stood up and gave Margaret a salute, "Teacher Margaret." Margaret nodded, then she pointed to Zhao Hai and said, "This is Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai. This is the commander of the ship, Crick." Zhao Hai gave a salute to Crick. Crick also politely returned the salute. The other people on the ship were curiously looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care. Among these people, only he and Margaret were wearing magic robes. Margaret was a teacher of the academy, so everyone here should know her. Therefore, there was nothing strange about it. As for Zhao Hai, the people here shouldn't have seen him, so it was understandable that they were curious. Margaret went to the commander's chair and looked at the planet on the table that was getting closer and closer. The planet was black and yellow. Zhao Hai knew that the yellow part was the land and the black part was the ocean. The strangest thing about this planet was that the ocean wasn't blue, but black. The land was also yellow. On this yellow land, there were only some sporadic plants. Moreover, the water on this planet wasn't drinkable. To be honest, this planet wasn't suitable for human habitation. The reason why humans wanted to develop this planet was because of the ore that they needed, mithril. This mithril was different from the mithril of the lower realms. Mithril in the lower realms was an anti-magic material that mages didn't use. On the other hand, mithril in the machine field was something else. Not only could mages use it, they couldn't do without it. Mithril in the machine field was an energy-conducting material. Whether it was magic power, battle chi, or origin chi, all of them could be conducted very well. Because of this, whether it was magic staffs or warrior weapons, mithril couldn't be used without it. In the beginning, there were only a few miners living in Tranquil Star. They lived in the mines and rarely came to the surface. There were a lot of fierce beasts on Tranquil Star. These beasts had a very strong fighting strength. To be able to survive on Tranquil Star, one could see that the strength of these beasts was ordinary. Moreover, whether it was the water or the plants on Tranquil Star, all of them were poisonous. And since the barbarians had been eating these things for a long time, naturally, they were also poisonous. Their claws only needed to scratch a person's skin to take their life. Later on, the major forces of the machine field spent a lot of effort to transform the planet and establish permanent settlements. In these settlements, there were water manufacturing machines and food manufacturing machines. Although they were still living in the mines, a unique mining city was formed. Most of the people there were miners. They lived here with their families and made a living by mining. Now, in addition to the traditional mining industry, the planet also had a unique tourism industry. People could explore the mines, sleep in special hotels, and even kill poisonous beasts in the wild for fun. None of the major forces of the machine field had any control over the planet. At this time, Tranquility Planet didn't belong to any of the major powers. Although the major powers wanted to swallow Tranquility Planet, because of the balance between the three major powers, nobody succeeded. In the end, they simply made Tranquility Planet independent. The three major powers started to collect ores here. The people of Tranquility Planet used the ores they mined to exchange for things they needed and machine coins. Although it was very hard to work in Tranquility Planet, they still earned a lot. After working here for more than 10 years, one could find a planet with a good environment and become a rich man. Although the mining cities of Tranquil Star were very safe, the mining areas weren't. The underground tranquil poisonous beasts and evil spirits could take the lives of the workers. However, because the spiritual chi here was thin, there weren't a lot of poisonous beasts and evil spirits underground. If a large number of troops were to be stationed here all year round, then it wouldn't be worth it. Because of this, the place slowly became a training ground for the Ascension Academies. This information wasn't obtained by Xiao Hai himself. Instead, it was obtained by Laura and the others. Xiao Hai didn't care too much about it. In a place with thin spiritual chi, it was impossible for strong magic beasts to appear. Because of this, Xiao Hai wasn't worried at all. Although the ship seemed to be moving slowly, it was actually very fast as it approached machine field. When it got close to the planet's atmosphere, the ship's speed began to slow down. Bit by bit, it entered the planet. Upon entering Calm Planet, Xiao Hai couldn't help but stare. Calm Planet was really desolate. Rocks could be seen everywhere, and these rocks were yellow in color. Weeds and small trees could be seen growing in the gaps between the rocks. These weeds and small trees were also yellow in color, just like the color of the rocks. From time to time, one could see strange beasts running around on the ground or fighting for food. There was no trace of human civilization. At this time, the ship arrived at the crater of a volcano. The crater was very large, it was about 1 kilometer in diameter. It was pitch black, one couldn't see the bottom of it. The ship slowly entered the crater. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Hai discovered a light coming from below. At this time, a staff member turned to Crick and said, "Captain, there's a signal. Requesting communication." Crick nodded and said, "Connect it." The staff responded, and then the image of a man appeared on the table. The man seemed to be in his 30s and looked very gentle. He bowed to Crick and said, "Welcome to Tairua Star, friends from the Ascension Academy. I am the station master of the spaceship docking station on Tairua Star. Please stop the spaceship at the 5th position under the guidance of the command light." Crick bowed and said, "Yes, Mr. Station Master." The image disappeared, and then the light on the ground changed. It began to send out different signals to guide the ship to land. When the ship landed, Margaret led Xiao Hai out. The people on the ship didn't disembark. They still had to deal with some things before they could get off and have a good rest. But Margaret and Xiao Hai would be taken care of by someone else. Margaret led Xiao Hai out of the ship. There were already people waiting for them outside. This person didn't look young. His hair and beard were gray. What was surprising was that he was also wearing a magic robe. Seeing Margaret and Xiao Hai coming down, the old man quickly greeted them. He bowed to Margaret and said, "Welcome, Master Margaret. Please come with me." Margaret bowed to the old man and said, "Mr. Simpson is too polite. Please." Then the three of them went to a flying car. This flying car was very big. There were 4 rows of seats. Margaret and Simpson sat in the 2nd row, and Xiao Hai sat in the 3rd row. The car could also provide tea for people. After getting on, Simpson poured a cup of tea for Margaret and Xiao Hai. Then he said, "Let's go to the reception." Xiao Hai knew that these words were directed to the flying car's computer. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, the flying car automatically started. At this time, Simpson turned to Margaret and said, "Master Margaret, I'll have to trouble you this time. Is this the student you brought to the trial? Margaret put the cup next to her seat, then she nodded. Yes, this time only Zhao came to participate in the trial. Aside from our academy, who else is there? Margaret nodded. Zhao is the only one who came to participate in the trial. Simpson whispered, besides your Qigong Ascension Academy, there's also the Atom Ascension Academy and the Wilderness Ascension Academy. This time, the two academies brought a total of 10 people. Among them, 6 from the Atom Ascension Academy and 4 from the Wilderness Ascension Academy. Upon hearing the names of these two academies, Margaret's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. However, she didn't say anything and just nodded. At this time, the flying car stopped. This place was a 10-story mine. It was similar to the 10-story buildings outside. However, this place was made up of mines. Besides the entrance and exit, all the entrances and exits were covered with glass, just like windows. Outside of the entrances and exits, there was also a space of about 1,000 square meters. Inside, there were several flying cars parked. When Zhao Hai got off the car, he couldn't help but look around. The place was very lively. This was a very large mine, it was more than 200 meters high. At the top of the mine, there were several huge magic formations that emitted a soft white light. Aside from some pillars, the rest of the space was occupied by caves. These caves were inhabited by people. Flying cars were flying here and there. There were also people walking on the streets. There were also shops with flashing neon lights in front of them, it was very beautiful. If this place wasn't a mine, then it wouldn't be any different from a city outside. However, because this place was a mine, the people here didn't live in buildings, instead, they lived in caves. Because of this, there was a different flavor to this place. Zhao Hai only took a glance before he followed Margaret and Simpson to the academy's reception. Upon entering the reception area, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the decoration of the place was very beautiful. Upon entering, one could see a large hall. There was a bar in the hall, as well as a place to rest. The floor was covered with tiles, and the walls were covered with wallpapers. It was very beautiful. For a cave to be this beautiful was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. If he didn't see the outside, he would have thought that he was in a hotel. Xianxia led Zhao Hai and Margaret to the bar. Standing behind the bar wasn't a person, but a robot. Xianxia looked at the robot and said, "Give me the room cards for the Qigong Ascension Academy." The robot complied, then it took out 2 room cards and handed them over to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the 2 room cards and then handed them over to Margaret and said, "Teacher Margaret, these are the rooms for your academy. You can go and tidy them up first." Margaret received the room cards, then she politely nodded and said, "All right, thank you, Mr. Xianxia." Then she led Zhao Hai to the elevator. Just as the two of them arrived at the elevator, the doors opened and 7 people walked out. These 7 people were all wearing magic robes. They were both young and old. The one walking in front was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very thin and had a mustache like a mouse. He looked very awkward. He was wearing a golden robe that looked very gorgeous. Upon seeing this person's robe, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because this person was a rare metal element mage. Metal element magic generally didn't exist in the lower realms. Only natives of the machine field would learn it. Moreover, metal element magic was recognized as the most difficult magic to deal with. It was much more difficult to deal with compared to other elements. Naturally, this didn't mean that other elements weren't as good as metal element magic. This mainly depended on the person who used it. Even if you gave a peerless sword to an idiot, it would still be impossible for the sword to display its full potential. The same was true for magic. It was just that metal element mages were rarer than other elements. And with the fact that metal element magic had strong offensive and defensive capabilities, it was considered the most difficult magic to deal with. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had been cramming his knowledge on metal element magic in the machine field. But to his disappointment, metal element magic in the machine field wasn't very special. It was just like other magic. It was just that metal element people were rare. Because of this, metal element magic was very rare. Actually, it was possible to learn metal element magic in the lower realms. As long as you have a metal element physique and know how to practice metal element magic, you would be fine. In the lower realms, there were also people with heaven-defying metal element physiques. Although these people didn't know how to practice metal element magic, their metal element physiques were too formidable. Because of this, they slowly learned how to manipulate metal. Such people were called divergent warlocks in the Ark continent. Unfortunately, there weren't any metal element cultivation methods in the lower realms. Otherwise, there would be more metal element mages in the machine field. Behind the metal element mage were 6 other mages. These 6 mages were of different ages. The oldest had white hair, while the youngest was almost 30 years old. The expressions on these mages' faces were also different. The white-haired mages' faces were gloomy, as if they had lost interest in everything. This was the same expression that Odin's and the others had when they first arrived. On the other hand, the faces of the young mages were filled with arrogance. This was the same expression that Zhao Hai saw on Frey's face. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai knew what they had encountered. It seems like this wasn't only happening in the ancient Ascension Academy, it was the same in other academies as well. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a sound. He also didn't want to get in touch with these people. He wasn't a saint. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to cultivate his own influence in the academy, then Zhao Hai wouldn't even care about Odin's and the others. In such a completely unfamiliar environment, it was very unwise for a person to easily meddle in other people's business. It would not bring you any benefits and would only put you in danger. Zhao Hai didn't intend to get in touch with the other party. However, he didn't expect the other party to stop as soon as they got out of the elevator. Then the leader of the group, a thin and small mage, looked at Margaret and Zhao Hai. His eyes clearly harbored ill intentions. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. When Xianxia and Pu told Margaret about the other 2 academies, Zhao Hai saw Margaret's expression change. Now that he saw the thin and small mage's expression, Zhao Hai knew that he had encountered an enemy this time. The thin metal element mage looked at Margaret, then he smiled and said, "Margaret, I didn't think that your strange ancient magic academy would actually send someone out for a trial. For someone like you to actually be a coward, it's rare, very rare." Margaret looked at the person and coldly said, "Xianxia, your mouth is still as stinky as before. What's wrong? Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" Xianxia was clearly afraid of Margaret. He looked at Margaret with some fear, then he coldly snorted and said, "Margaret, don't forget where you are. This isn't your ancient Ascension Academy. If you dare to make a move here, then I'm afraid I won't need to do anything. Someone else will take care of you." "What's wrong? Your ancient Ascension Academy is getting worse and worse. Only one person came this time, it's really shameful." Margaret coldly snorted, then she ignored him as she turned around and entered the elevator. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed Margaret into the elevator. Seeing that Margaret was ignoring him, Xianxia coldly snorted as he led the other mages out. The rooms arranged by Simpleton were on the 8th floor of the Ascension Academy. There were 2 rooms in total. After Margaret returned to her room, she went to Zhao Hai's room. After Zhao Hai asked Margaret to sit down, he poured her a cup of tea before sitting across from her. He knew that Margaret must have something to say to him, so he waited for her to speak. Sure enough, Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You should have heard what Simpson said. Besides our ancient Ascension Academy, there are also Adam's Ascension Academy and the Wilderness Ascension Academy. The Wilderness Ascension Academy is a warrior Ascension Academy. They don't have any conflict of interest with us. The Northfield family behind the Wilderness Ascension Academy has some friendship with the Ashley family behind us. Therefore, there's no need to worry about them." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, he wasn't clear about the relationship between the major forces in the machine field. Although he could check the internet, he couldn't trust everything that was written on the internet. Additionally, the relationship between the major forces wasn't necessarily revealed on the internet. Margaret continued, "But you need to pay attention to the Adam Ascension Academy. Behind the Adam Ascension Academy is the Adams family. The Adams family and our Ashley family have enmity. Therefore, the 2 Ascension Academies have always been at odds with each other. No matter which family's Ascension Academy it is, as long as it's confirmed that they've joined the other family will find ways to eliminate them. Xianxia has done this a lot. Now that I brought you to the trial, Xianxia will surely guess that you've joined the Ashley family. Therefore, she will certainly deal with you. 6 of them came this time while you're alone. When the time comes, they will certainly make a move against you. You must be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, teacher can rest assured. Margaret sighed and said, originally, I didn't want you to come out so early. However, your strength has already reached this level. It's useless to make you learn the basics. Although our bone symbol camp doesn't adopt an elimination system, the academy still has tests. Only by passing these tests can you truly join the bone symbol camp. During the tests, the most dangerous thing isn't the evil spirits or beasts that you have to hunt. Instead, it's the people who will be participating in the test with you. They might attack you at any time. Therefore, during the test, you shouldn't trust anyone easily. If necessary, you can kill them first, understand? Do you understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I understand. Margaret nodded, then she calmly said, have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, Xi and Pooh will tell you the details of the trial. You should also prepare yourself. Right, you can go outside and take a look. You can also buy things you need here. The money in your identity cards can be used here. Margaret nodded and said, all right, let's go out and take a look. You can also buy things you need here. Zhao Hai nodded, then Margaret turned around and left. As soon as Margaret left, Zhao Hai immediately took out his anti-surveillance device and checked if there were any surveillance devices in the room. Needless to say, there were indeed surveillance devices in the room. However, these devices seemed to have been installed in advance. This made Zhao Hai somewhat curious. However, Zhao Hai still removed the surveillance devices. Then he looked at the room. The room wasn't very big. It had 2 rooms altogether, a living room, a small bar, and a bathroom. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret was next door. He discovered that the soundproofing of the room wasn't very good. Therefore, he didn't let Laura and the others come out. Instead, he returned to the bedroom and closed the curtains. Then his body flashed and entered the space. After returning to the space, Zhao Hai immediately began to cultivate. He discovered that the trial was more dangerous than he imagined. Therefore, he needed to familiarize himself with his strength as soon as possible. This way, he would be able to display 100% of his strength in battle. Zhao Hai was constantly refining formations and experimenting with combinations of formations. At the same time, he also needed to test his sword chi. At this time, Zhao Hai was very busy. Although Laura and the others were distressed for Zhao Hai, they didn't stop Zhao Hai. They knew that the harder Zhao Hai worked, the better his life in the machine field would be in the future. He would be able to live more freely. They were only doing their best to help Zhao Hai with what they could. They wanted Zhao Hai to eat the best food and rest the best so that Zhao Hai could be in his best condition at all times. After cultivating for several hours, Zhao Hai rested. Tomorrow, he would go to the machine field to understand the content of the trial. Zhao Hai didn't want to tire himself out at this time. Otherwise, it would affect his condition tomorrow. The academy's reception was similar to a commercial hotel. Aside from living here, there were also places for people to practice magic and martial arts. There were also several meeting rooms. This meeting room wasn't the kind of meeting room that most people would think of with a round table. Instead, it was more like a classroom. One person stood at the front like a teacher, while the others sat below like a student. At this time, Xi and Pooh was standing at the front while Zhao Hai and the others sat at the bottom. Besides Zhao Hai and Margaret, Jing Jingji also brought the people from Adam's Ascension Academy. Aside from their group of 7, there was also a group of 5 people. These 5 people were dressed as warriors. They were people from the Wasteland Ascension Academy. Just like Margaret said, the people from the Wasteland Ascension Academy were very polite to them. When they entered the meeting room, the leader of the Wasteland Ascension Academy gave a polite greeting to Margaret and chatted for a bit. After the group sat down, Xi and Pooh pointed at the wall behind him. A map immediately appeared on the wall. This map was densely packed with mining tunnels. Looking at it would make people dizzy. Fortunately, there was a green line passing through the dense network of tunnels. Inside the tunnel, there was a large tunnel. Inside the tunnel, there was a red dot that indicated the location of the tunnel. Xianpu looked at the map, then he pointed at the red line and said, "This is an old tunnel in Tyru Planet's 9th mine. This old tunnel has been visited by evil spirits before. Therefore, we would often send people to check it. As long as an evil spirit appears, we would immediately notify the other academies and have them send people to eliminate it." At this point, Xianpu pointed towards the red dot and said, "This mine is a place where evil spirits and other creatures often appear. We don't know what's going on there, but we know that evil spirits and other undead would appear there. Sometimes, there would also be some mutant magic beasts. This time, there were 5 evil spirits and no less than 100 undead. We didn't discover anything else, but we can't rule out other dangers." Margaret gently knit her brows and said, "Mr. Simpson, how often do you go to the mine to take a look? Why are there so many evil spirits there?" Xianpu immediately replied, "We go there once a month. Those evil spirits aren't necessarily born there. Some of them were born in other tunnels and then went there. The tunnel is very big, and the dark energy is very dense. It's very suitable for undead to live in. I think it's because of this reason that evil spirits often appear there." Margaret nodded and said, "Then this time's trial will be a team operation?" Xianpu shook his head and said, "This isn't something this old man can manage. It's up to your respective academies. If you want to participate in a team trial, then you can do it. If you don't, then you can do it alone." Margaret frowned and said, "Aren't those evil ghosts still in the mine? If you don't participate in a team trial, then why don't you do it?" Xianpu smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher Margaret, I think you misunderstood. The area of the mine is very big, it's not smaller than a mining city. Moreover, it was originally planned to build a mining city. Therefore, there are a lot of small mines, some of which are connected to other mines. It can be said that it's a maze. When you go there, the first thing you need to do is to find the evil spirits. If you go there as a team, then the chances of finding them will be lower. However, it's safer. If you go alone, then the chances of finding the evil spirits wouldn't be much higher, but it's more dangerous. But if you go there alone, then it's much more dangerous." Upon hearing Xianpu, Margaret and the others understood what he meant. Whether it was Xianpu or Margaret, they were very clear that once you enter the tunnel, then your enemies wouldn't only be the evil spirits, there would also be other participants. Because of this, the danger would be greatly increased. At this time, Jing Jingji coldly snorted and said, "Some people see that they're alone, so they want to borrow other people's strength to pass the trial. How can there be such a good thing? Our Adam's Ascension Academy has 6 people, so we can form a small team to pass the trial. Others shouldn't even think about coming in." Margaret's eyes flashed with anger, but she didn't act on the spot. She just asked because she wanted to form a team. A team trial was different from a single trial. In a team trial, you couldn't attack your teammates at will. Margaret didn't know how strong Zhao was right now, but in her opinion, Zhao's strength was at most at the level of a first-level mage. Being able to superimpose 5 layers in such a short time was already a great achievement. With such strength, if they didn't form a team, then it would be too dangerous for them to enter the mine. Now that Jing Jingji said this, even if she wanted to form a team, it would be impossible. She couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai was the most talented person that the Bone Symbol Camp had seen in many years. She really didn't want Zhao Hai to die because of this. Margaret sighed. She wanted to stop Zhao Hai from participating in this trial. However, this was impossible. Once a person participates in a trial, they can't withdraw. Even if they take the initiative to admit defeat, it was still impossible. Margaret was also secretly blaming herself for not doing things properly. She didn't investigate which academy would be participating in this trial. She didn't expect to meet an opponent like Adam Academy. This time, she feared that Zhao Hai's luck would be more bad than good. But now that things have reached this point, she couldn't back down. Margaret coldly snorted as she stood up and walked towards the Ascension Academy. She looked at the instructor and said, "Mr. Dan, how are you? Our 2 academies will form a joint team. What do you think?" The instructor smiled and said, "What do you think?" When the Wasteland Ascension Academy's teacher heard Margaret, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but look at Jin Changji. If it was any other time, he would have agreed. After all, this time, warriors and mages would be able to display a lot of power. However, this time, the Adams Academy had sent 6 people while the Wasteland Ascension Academy only had 5 people. Moreover, the Atom Academy and the Odd Ancient Academy had a grudge against each other. If the Wasteland Ascension Academy and the Odd Ancient Academy were to join forces, then they would be attacked by the Atom Academy. Because of this, the Wasteland Ascension Academy hesitated. When Margaret saw Dan's expression, her heart couldn't help but sink. She immediately understood what the Wasteland Ascension Academy's teacher was thinking. Margaret couldn't hate him, so she nodded and said, "Teacher Dan, it's fine." Then she turned around and walked back, causing Jin Changji to ridicule her. Zhao Hai looked at Jin Changji, then he turned to Margaret and whispered, "Teacher, if too many people die in the mine, will there be trouble?" When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai was still smiling. She couldn't see any change in his expression. Margaret's heart couldn't help but turn cold. When Zhao Hai said those words, Margaret knew that Zhao Hai wanted to kill. However, Zhao Hai didn't reveal any killing intent, it was as if he was just chatting with a friend. This was enough to show that Zhao Hai was a person who killed people like flies. Killing people didn't mean that the more people you kill, the stronger your killing intent. If you kill one person, your killing intent would increase. If you kill 100 people, your killing intent would increase. If you kill 100 people, your killing intent would increase. Most people would be intimidated by your killing intent and would tremble in fear. But if you kill 10,000 people, then you would learn how to hide your killing intent. Even when you kill people, you wouldn't reveal any killing intent. It can be said that if a person can hide their killing intent well, then they can be called a butcher. Moreover, a 10,000-person butcher, although Margaret had seen a lot of people from the lower realms who killed people like flies, they were still far from reaching the level of a 10,000-person butcher. Because of this, it was impossible for them to hide their killing intent. The only 10,000-person Margaret had seen was a core member of the Ashley family. He went to the Six Realms battlefield for many years and came back with great strength. Even so, when he was angry, he would still reveal his killing intent. It was impossible for him to completely hide his killing intent like Zhao Hai. This meant that Zhao Hai had killed more than 10,000 people, this number was too terrifying. What did it mean for a person to kill 10,000 people? An average person would have already turned into a killing maniac. But Zhao Hai lived like a normal person. He even gave people the impression that he was very bright. Such a person was too terrifying. He was a completely abnormal person. Zhao didn't think that his casual question would actually make Margaret think of him as a pervert. If he knew that Margaret had such thoughts, he didn't know if he would have asked the same question or not. Margaret's mind turned, but she still whispered, "No, even if you kill those people, there wouldn't be any trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. At this time, Xianpu looked at Margaret with sympathy. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "There are more than 10 routes to the mine. Do you want to go together or separately?" Although Margaret knew that Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people, she was still worried about his strength. So she opened her mouth and said, "We'll go alone." Xianpu nodded, then he looked at the Atom and Wilderness Academies. The 2 academies also chose to go alone. Xianpu nodded and said, "All right, then I'll ask the 3 of you to prepare. I'll also ask you to bring some food. I'll also arrange 3 vehicles for the 3 of you. When you're done with the trial, you can sit in the vehicles and come back. Although we can't see what's going on down there, the scouts have already set up an alarm. As long as you eliminate the evil spirits and undead, the alarm will stop and will inform you that the trial is over. You have 3 hours to prepare. After 3 hours, please come back here and I'll send you down." Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the flying car. The car had been modified, the armor on the outside had been thickened. However, the inside of the car hadn't changed much. The seats inside the car could be laid flat, allowing people to lie down and rest. There was also a machine that provided tea, allowing people to drink while inside the car. Zhao Hai sat inside the car and calmly drank his tea. His spiritual force was projected outwards, looking at everything outside. He was very familiar with using his spiritual force as his eyes back in the underworld. Therefore, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He didn't release his flying needles because he didn't know if there was anyone watching this trial. If there really was an expert watching, then his flying needles would be exposed as soon as he released them. In such an unfamiliar environment, it was better to have more trump cards than anything else. The speed of the flying car was very fast and flexible. But even so, it still took more than 3 hours before they entered the tunnel that Xianxia mentioned. Upon entering the tunnel, Zhao Hai's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. This was because the tunnel contained a large amount of dark energy. This dark energy was very strong. Although it couldn't compare to the underworld, it was still very strange for a planet with such thin spiritual energy to have this kind of dark energy. The flying car was still moving forward, its speed didn't slow down. However, the flying car's lights seemed to be getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't because the lights were running out of energy, but because the dark energy in the tunnel was too strong. This affected the range of the light. Zhao Hai calmly felt the dark energy. Before long, he discovered that the dark energy in the tunnel was different from the dark energy in the underworld. The dark energy in the underworld was just dark energy, it was just a type of energy. However, the dark energy in the tunnel wasn't the same. The dark energy in the tunnel actually contained a violent aura, it was like an angry magic beast. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. He was very clear that if the dark energy contained this kind of aura, then the dark creatures that were nurtured by this aura would certainly be warlike. No wonder there were evil spirits here, it turned out to be because of this. However, Zhao Hai was still worried about dealing with other things. But when it came to dark creatures, he wasn't worried at all. He had come in contact with many dark creatures, so he was very familiar with them. Although the dark energy here was different, it didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. After nearly an hour, the flying car stopped. Zhao Hai scanned the area with his spiritual force. They were now in a large space. This was a huge tunnel, it wasn't any smaller than the city that Zhao Hai came from. Zhao Hai didn't stop. He got off the flying car and floated towards the tunnel. At the same time, he secretly released his spiritual force. He wanted to see how big the tunnel was. With Zhao Hai's spiritual force, it wasn't difficult for him to do this. When he was in the underworld, his spiritual force was fully developed. He could now extend it up to 10,000 miles away. When he fought Addison, the distance of his spiritual force wasn't short. This was one of the characteristics of the dark creatures in the underworld. Their spiritual force was very strong. Because you can't see anything in the underworld, you need to constantly release your spiritual force and use it as your eyes. This was very important in tempering one's spiritual force. Zhao Hai had been in the underworld for a long time, so his spiritual force was very formidable. After going through the underworld's tempering, his spiritual force had become even more formidable. If an average mage were to compete with Zhao Hai in terms of spiritual force, they would be defeated. Zhao Hai's spiritual force had reached the level of a 4th-rank mage in the machine field. He was already an expert. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual force covered the entire tunnel. The tunnel was very big, it wasn't any smaller than the city that Zhao Hai came from. There were countless large and small tunnels here. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the people from the other 2 academies were also in the tunnel. Zhao Hai scanned these people with his spiritual force. The 4 warriors from the Wilderness Ascension Academy had already taken out their weapons. The 4 of them gathered together and carefully moved forward. They were also holding fluorescent lamps in their hands. Zhao Hai didn't think that there was anything wrong with what they were doing. After all, they were warriors. Their spiritual force wasn't strong. Therefore, it was normal for them to do this. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force swept through the Atom Ascension Academy, he couldn't help but smile. Although there were 6 people from the Ascension Academy, they weren't united. The 6 of them were actually on guard against each other. They were very far away from each other. Moreover, they were also holding fluorescent lamps in their hands. A mage holding a fluorescent lamp in a dark environment, wouldn't that be the same as being a target? Warriors didn't have high spiritual force, so they couldn't use it to explore their surroundings. Therefore, they held fluorescent lamps. But don't forget that warriors had strong bodies. Even if someone got close to them, they would still be able to react in an instant. On the other hand, mages weren't able to do this. Mages were good at long-range attacks. Additionally, their bodies were too weak. If they were to hold fluorescent lamps, then it would be no different than courting death. But fortunately, these mages had some brains. They arranged several layers of magic shields on their bodies. This made them even more obvious. This was because magic shields were able to emit light. This wouldn't be a problem in a normal environment. But in this dark environment, a magic shield that emitted light was undoubtedly as conspicuous as a lighthouse. Zhao Hai didn't think about making a move on these people. This was because he had already discovered the location of the undead and the evil spirits. In addition to the undead and the evil spirits, Zhao Hai also discovered several beasts. They were all lying in small mines. However, what made Zhao Hai depressed was that the place where the evil spirits were located was very close to the people from Adam's Ascension Academy. However, they were quite far away from him. Zhao Hai didn't know that this was actually arranged by Margaret and Xianxia. Of course, Margaret and Xianxia didn't know where the evil spirits were. However, when Xianxia arranged the route for Zhao Hai's group, he made some adjustments. Margaret asked Xianxia to arrange for Zhao Hai's group to be further away from Adam's Ascension Academy. Zhao Hai used the space to arrive at the location of the evil spirits. However, he didn't immediately make a move on them. He was waiting for an opportunity. Zhao Hai calculated that the people from Adam's Ascension Academy would continue to move forward. It wouldn't take long for them to enter the domain of the evil ghosts. It would be a good opportunity for the evil ghosts to fight with them. This would allow them to see the level of the evil ghosts as well as their strength. If the people from Adam's Ascension Academy were to be killed by the evil spirits, then it would save him a lot of trouble. When he asked Margaret that question, he already had the intention to kill the people from Adam's Ascension Academy. Although these people were like him, they also ascended from the lower realms. Strictly speaking, there was no hatred between them. However, Zhao Hai believed that when these people entered the mine, Jin Chongji already told them to deal with him. Zhao Hai wasn't a saint. As long as they were his enemies, then he would eliminate them. Zhao Hai's body was now filled with dark energy. He had already merged with the surrounding environment. Even the evil spirits wouldn't be able to find him, let alone the mages from Adam's Ascension Academy. Zhao Hai learned this move from the Lich. The Lich had a way to turn the energy in his body into dark energy, fusing it with the underworld's dark mist. In fact, their bodies were still there, they just made adjustments to their energy. Zhao Hai also learned this move, so it was just right for him to use it here. Before long, the mages from Adam's Ascension Academy entered the domain of the evil spirits. Zhao Hai also calculated that there weren't only 5 evil spirits in the mine, there were 7 of them. However, these 7 evil spirits had their own territories, there wasn't much of an alliance between them. Each evil spirit also had several undead as their subordinates. Among the undead, there were humanoid and demonic beasts, all of them looked like zombies. As soon as the magicians entered the domain of the evil ghost immediately discovered them. He immediately floated out of the mine where he was hiding and let out a shrill cry. This cry was very sharp and very unpleasant to the ears. It was, as the saying goes, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. When Zhao Hai heard this cry, he couldn't help but knit his brows. This was because he discovered that the cry of the evil spirit had a trace of magic attack. Although the evil spirit looked like a lich, it didn't have a physical body. However, it was much uglier than a lich. Its face looked incomparably ferocious. Both of its hands had long nails. It seems like it could use physical attacks. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Along with the evil spirit's cry, the undead under his command also moved. They went straight towards the mages. In addition to them, the other evil spirits also brought their subordinates over. Even the demonic beasts that Zhao Hai noticed came over. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these things, he didn't want to help. He wanted to see the strength of the people from Adam's Ascension Academy. Naturally, the 6 mages from Adam's Ascension Academy also heard the evil spirit's cry. Several of them stopped and gathered together. However, there was still some distance between them and the evil spirit. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. They were already at death's door, yet they were still suspicious of each other. It would be hard for them to not die. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he flashed and entered the space. The evil spirits were very sensitive to dark energy. He didn't want to be discovered by the evil spirits and block the disaster for Adam's Ascension Academy. When he entered the space, he saw Laura and the others looking at the screen. The screen showed the situation of the evil spirits and the mages from Adam's Ascension Academy. The women were sitting there with nervous expressions. Zhao Hai knew that they weren't really worried about the mages from Adam's Ascension Academy. They were just watching a horror movie. Zhao Hai lightly coughed, scaring Laura and the others so much that they jumped up. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. When Laura and the others saw that it was Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but act coquettishly. After some time, they sat down and looked at the screen. Laura and the others sat beside Zhao Hai. Although the 6 people from Adam's Ascension Academy were some distance away, they could still see each other. At this time, an old magician raised his magic staff and gently waved it. A magic formation suddenly appeared, then a bright light was emitted from the magic formation. This light immediately turned into an incomparably huge ball of light, illuminating the surrounding 1,000 meters as if it was daytime. Zhao Hai nodded. This was light magic. It seems like this old mage was a light mage. Moreover, he was now able to use magic formation. This could be considered a great achievement. A few of the younger magicians beside him saw the old magician and hurriedly moved. However, not all of them were light magicians. There were magicians of various elements, and they also used magic arrays. Zhao gently nodded. The mine was full of dark energy, and only light energy could restrain it. Although magic formations were more powerful than ordinary magic, it was not a wise choice to not use light magic to restrain dark energy, and use magic formations that he was not very familiar with. For ascension mages like Zhao Hai, if they were to use magic from the lower realms, then they would be able to use all kinds of magic. Even if they weren't very proficient, they would still be able to use some low-level magic. This wasn't a difficult matter. At this time, knowing that his opponent was a dark creature like the evil ghost, the best choice was to not use magic formation and instead use light magic from the lower realms. This way, he would be able to guarantee his own safety. The evil ghost also discovered the use of light magic. He didn't move forward, he was still hiding in the darkness. His mouth was screaming again and again. In addition to launching a spiritual attack, he was also ordering his subordinates to move forward. The subordinates of the evil ghost were also undead. They had a natural fear of light magic, but they couldn't resist the urging of the evil ghost. They slowly moved forward. When the undead entered the range of the light magic, their bodies immediately emitted bursts of black gas. One by one, they screamed again and again as their bodies slowly melted. When the mages of Adam Academy saw this situation, they felt relieved. The magic in their hands immediately went towards the direction where the undead came out. However, they didn't manage to hit the malicious spirit. The malicious spirit had already floated to its original position. It was like a viper hiding in the dark, staring at the 6 mages. At this time, the other evil ghosts also came over, but their choice was similar to the previous one. They also ordered their subordinates to attack the mages while they hid. Although the strength of the undead controlled by the ghosts wasn't very strong, their numbers were still far from the 100 that Xianxia said. Instead, there were more than 1,000 of them. Although the strength of the mages was very high, they were still under great pressure in this environment. Additionally, although the undead were moving towards the range of the light element magic, they discovered that the light element magic was too lethal to them. Therefore, the undead stopped moving towards the light element magic. Instead, they picked up stones and threw them towards the mages. These low-level zombies weren't very fast and their defense wasn't very strong. However, they were famous for their strength. The stones that they threw were very powerful. Fortunately, the mages had a layer of defensive magic on themselves. Therefore, the stones didn't pose too much of a threat to them. The mages weren't fools, they immediately launched their magic towards the undead. The speed of the zombies was very slow, they simply couldn't dodge. Additionally, the magic that the mages launched were reinforced by magic formations, making them very powerful. Therefore, the more than 1,000 undead were quickly eliminated by the mages. However, although the mages managed to eliminate the undead, they weren't able to injure even a single one of their targets, the malicious ghosts. Not only were the wraiths unharmed, but if the mages were to make a big noise, they would also attract the attention of the beasts. What was strange was that the beasts seemed to be able to sense the presence of the wraiths, but they were able to get along with each other peacefully. They didn't attack each other, instead, they targeted the mages. These beasts weren't simple. Zhao Hai discovered this when he used his spiritual force to observe them. When Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to observe the beasts had some reaction. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. Although Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very stealthy, these beasts were still able to sense it. From this point, Zhao Hai was sure that these beasts and ghosts were at least king rank. Such strength would be considered experts in the underworld. Although these beasts and ghosts weren't as strong as these mages, if they were to fight, then these mages might not necessarily be their opponents. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Although formation magic was powerful, it also required a lot of spiritual force. These mages had just ascended not long ago, so the magic staves in their hands were the ones they used in the lower realms. They weren't the magic staves used in the machine field. Because of this, the mages wasted a lot of spiritual force in their attack. If the beasts and evil spirits were to attack them, then it would be hard for them to resist. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the mages and said, "Mages, I'm afraid that you can't do anything about it." Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he quietly looked at the monitor. The beasts and ghosts had already surrounded the 6 mages. They were ready to attack at any time. The 6 mages didn't seem to know that they were surrounded. They were still moving forward cautiously. Zhao Hai had already discovered that the environment of the mine was very similar to the underworld. Not only was there a lot of dark energy, there was also a slight spiritual suppression. This suppression would also suppress one's spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai had already adapted to this suppression in the underworld. And with his tyrannical spiritual force, it didn't affect him much. Zhao Hai knew that the mages weren't far away. The senses of the beasts and ghosts were very keen. They felt that the mages could still fight. Because of this, they didn't attack the mages. Once they felt that the mages couldn't pose a threat to them, then they wouldn't be polite. However, Zhao Hai didn't have a happy expression on his face. Even the expression of watching a play had disappeared. The behavior of the beasts and ghosts was very unusual. They were very smart, moreover, they knew how to cooperate. This wasn't something that wild beasts and ghosts could do. Naturally, this didn't mean that the beasts and ghosts were being controlled by people. The possibility of this was very low. Moreover, cultivators wouldn't come to Tairua planet for no reason. There was nothing on Tairua planet that was worthy of their attention. Even this mine was filled with yin qi. The spiritual qi here was similar to that of the underworld. Compared to the other places in the cultivation continent, it was far worse. From all these signs, it was clear that these malicious spirits and demonic beasts were not under the control of humans. However, they gathered in this cave as if they were guarding something. What exactly were they guarding? Could it be that there was something like the heart of the underworld in this cave that was worthy of their protection? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. On the other hand, Laura and the others didn't have the time to care about Zhao Hai. They were all staring at the screen. They were completely treating this battle as a horror movie. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a small projection appeared in front of him. The projection showed the 4 warriors from the Wilderness College. The 4 warriors had also heard the sounds of the battle between the mages and the undead. They were currently rushing towards the scene. Zhao Hai didn't stop them, he wouldn't stop them. Although the Ashley family and the Kitano family had some friendship, Zhao Hai could see that their relationship wasn't very deep. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rejected Margaret's invitation to form a team with him. In Zhao's mind, there were several kinds of people. One was his family, like Laura and the others. He would do anything for his family, and anyone who dared to touch his family would die. The second kind of people were friends. These friends were like Odin's and the others. When Odin's and the others were in trouble, Zhao Hai would help them. However, he wouldn't treat them like family members. But when Zhao Hai was in trouble, if Odin's and the others didn't help, then Odin's and the others wouldn't be friends anymore. The third type was passers-by. These people had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. He wouldn't care about their life or death because he wasn't a saint. The fourth type was enemies. Needless to say, all enemies must be eliminated. In Zhao Hai's eyes, the people from the Wilderness College were just passers-by. Their life and death had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wouldn't take the initiative to kill them, but if they wanted to die, then Zhao Hai wouldn't stop them. Just as the warriors from the Wilderness College were about to reach the mages from the Atom Academy, the dark magic beasts began to attack the mages. On the other hand, the evil spirits didn't make a move. However, these dark magic beasts were more than enough to deal with the mages. There were a total of 12 dark magic beasts, and each of them had the strength of a king of the underworld. Most importantly, although they were dark magic beasts, they weren't undead. In other words, the energy inside their bodies belonged to the dark element. They were living creatures, so light magic wouldn't be able to deal much damage to them. Among the 12 dark magic beasts, there were 10 that looked like wolves. However, their bodies weren't covered in fur, but rather scales. They looked very fierce. The remaining 2 were snake-like dark magic beasts. Their bodies were black, and their scales were also black. They could completely blend in with the darkness. These snakes didn't look thick, a normal person would be able to hold them in their hands. However, they were very long. The first snake was nearly 20 meters long. When Zhao Hai was looking up information on the Titan star, he saw an introduction to these snakes. These snakes were very famous on the planet. They were close relatives of the iron thread snake, called the poison dragon iron thread. The poison dragon iron thread snake was a type of snake that was native to the Titan star. Their bodies were as hard as steel. Most importantly, their bodies were very poisonous. Even their scales were poisonous, not to mention their fangs. If one was bitten by these snakes, even a 4th-rank warrior wouldn't be able to resist. As for the wolf-like beasts, they weren't simple either. They were called poison scale wolves, and they lived in packs. Each pack consisted of 5 to 10 adult poison scale wolves. They weren't very strong, but their bodies were poisonous. Their mouths could spit out venom, and this venom could corrode a person's true chi and magic. If it came into contact with a person's body, then the person would instantly turn into a pool of black liquid. They were very powerful. Naturally, this information wasn't obtained by Zhao Hai himself. It was Laura and the others who helped him. After learning that Zhao Hai went to the Titan star, they began to investigate. The Titan star was very famous in the machine field. Because of this, they were able to find information about the planet. Poison scale wolves and poison dragon iron thread snakes were the most dangerous beasts on the planet. The poison scale wolves slowly walked out of the shadows. They were exposed to the light element magic. The range of the old mage's light element magic couldn't reach as far as before. It can be seen that his spiritual force was being consumed very quickly. Upon seeing the poison scale wolves, the faces of the magicians changed. They came here to eliminate the evil spirits, but they didn't expect to encounter a poison scale wolf. They weren't idiots. After coming to Tyran Star, they did some research and naturally knew how powerful the poison scale wolves were. When a young mage saw the poison scale wolves, he couldn't help but shout, "Poison scale wolves? How can there be such things here? Aren't there only evil spirits?" Nobody answered him. The complexion of the mages didn't look good. But at this time, the poison scale wolves began to attack them. Several poison scale wolves jumped up and attacked the mages. As for the 2 iron thread snakes, they didn't appear in front of the light element magic. Instead, they climbed up the side of the mine. Zhao Hai looked at the poison scale wolves and couldn't help but knit his brows. Although the poison scale wolves were strong, they didn't seem to be able to fly. This was strange. In the lower realms, poison scale wolves would also be able to fly. Why couldn't these mages fly? This wasn't normal. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the poison scale wolves were already fighting with the 6 mages. The poison dragon iron thread snakes and the 7 evil spirits were like assassins waiting in ambush. They were ready to deal a fatal blow to the 6 mages. Whoosh, a poison scale wolf pounced towards a mage. Although this poison scale wolf couldn't fly, it was able to jump very high, reaching a height of more than 100 mago. That mage didn't expect the poison scale wolf to be able to jump so high. Caught off guard, the poison scale wolf crashed into his barrier. Boom, the mage's barrier shook violently. His entire body was sent flying back by the poison scale wolf. At the same time, his barrier was broken. The mage's expression changed drastically. One must know that his barrier was strengthened by a magic formation. Although it was only a barrier, it wasn't stacked with magic formations, but it was still much stronger than his own. How could such a barrier be broken by the poison scale wolf? However, the poison scale wolf that collided with him had used up all its strength and fell from the sky. However, the poison scale wolf flipped in the air and gently landed on the ground like a falling leaf. The mage let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to cover himself with another layer of barrier, he suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. Startled, he hurriedly flew forward. But it was too late. Just as he was about to fly forward, he felt a chill on his neck. Then his arm went numb, and he lost consciousness. At this time, the other mages didn't notice him, but Zhao Hai did. There was a poison dragon iron snake coiled around his neck. Just now, it was that snake that had coiled around his neck and bit his arm. With the might of the poisonous dragon iron thread snake, that bite was enough to take his life. However, he didn't fall down. The poisonous iron-striped snake coiled around his neck fiercely swung its body like a bowstring and fiercely struck the magician's neck. The magician's body was directly sent flying into the darkness outside the light element magic, while the iron-striped snake used the force of the collision to send another magician flying. The mage that was bounced into the darkness by the snake didn't fall to the ground. An evil spirit pounced on the mage's corpse like lightning. Then the evil spirit's body slowly melted into the mage's body. The originally dead mage's eyes suddenly opened. But this time a black light flashed in his eyes. Then it was replaced by a crazy killing intent. The mage floated back into the range of the light magic formation. But just as he floated in, his body began to emit a black gas. His eyes flashed with a painful expression. However, he didn't make a sound. Instead, he slowly floated towards the other mage. This mage was the old mage that used light magic. Zhao Hai calmly looked at all of this. When the poison dragon iron snake threw the mage into the darkness, Zhao Hai knew that there was something else going on. He thought that the evil spirits would turn the mage into an undead. He didn't expect the evil spirits to use possession. Possession, also known as ghost possession, was a widespread ghost ability on Earth. But whether it was in the Ark continent or the underworld, Zhao Hai hadn't seen any undead with this ability. He didn't expect to see it in Harmony Star. Zhao Hai was quite surprised to see this ability. At this time, the possessed magician arrived at the old magician's side. Although the magicians of the Atom Academy weren't united, they weren't fools. They knew that among them, only the old magician was a light magician. If the old magician died, then it would be even more difficult for them to deal with the evil spirits and the dark beasts. Therefore, they slowly surrounded the old magician to protect him. But at this moment, they didn't see the appearance of the poisonous iron thread snake biting the magician. Therefore, when the magician appeared, they didn't suspect anything and allowed the possessed magician to smoothly arrive near the old magician. The ghost pretended to be resisting the poison scale wolves and slowly moved closer to the old magician. After a while, he was only 5 meters away from the old magician. Although the old mage noticed it, he didn't attack. The range of the old mage's light element magic was very small. Moreover, because of the protection of the other mages, the old mage's shield was made using magic from the lower realms, not magic formations. Zhao Hai knew that the old mage's spiritual force was about to be exhausted. It must be said that the old mage's strength shouldn't be exhausted this quickly. It was just that they weren't very familiar with magic formations, so their spiritual force consumption was very fast. Another reason was that they underestimated the enemy. These mages must have seen undead in the lower realms. This time, they didn't take the undead seriously. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to any strategy and directly attacked. As a result, their spiritual force consumption was too fast, and they weren't able to kill the evil spirit. While the old magician was distracted, the possessed magician suddenly rushed towards the old magician. At the same time, he stretched out his hands. These hands were no longer the hands of the original magician. On these hands were long black nails, looking very disgusting. The old magician wasn't on guard against him at all, and by the time he noticed it, it was already too late. The speed of the ghost was extremely fast, and before the old magician could react, the ghost had already arrived at his side. A pair of sharp nails had already sliced through the old magician's throat. A gurgling sound came from the old mage's throat. He looked at the evil spirit with a frightened expression. Then the power in his body slowly disappeared. He couldn't maintain the light magic in his hands and disappeared. As soon as the old magician died and the light magic disappeared, the rest of the malicious spirits immediately screamed and rushed towards the remaining 4 magicians. The poison scale wolves and poison dragon iron-striped snakes also rushed towards the 4 magicians. The 4 mages panicked. They didn't think that the old mage would die like this. He was their last hope. As long as the old mage was alive, even if they couldn't kill the evil spirits, they could still safely escape. Now that the old mage was dead, they didn't even have the opportunity to escape. When the 4 magicians panicked, the malicious spirits seized the opportunity. They screamed and rushed over. With the cooperation of the demonic beasts, the 4 magicians died in the hands of the malicious spirits and demonic beasts in less than 10 minutes. After the mages died, the evil spirits immediately flew into their bodies and possessed them. At the same time, the beasts also went into hiding. This was because they felt that someone had entered their domain. This time, the ones who entered their domain were the 4 warriors from the Wilderness College. They held fluorescent lamps in their hands as they quickly flew over. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 and sighed. If they came a few minutes earlier, they might have been able to join forces with the other mages. Even if they couldn't kill the evil spirits, they would still be able to escape. But now that they've arrived, it's already too late. They don't have that opportunity anymore. Laura and the others nodded. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, aren't you going to make a move now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. If I make a move now, wouldn't I be telling others that I've been watching from the side? At the very least, I'll wait for them to get injured before I make a move." Laura and the others nodded and didn't say anything. Laura and the others' experiences weren't any less than Zhao Hai's. They were very clear about the dark side of human nature. Moreover, they had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, so they wouldn't be polite to their enemies. Before long, the warriors from the Wilderness College and the evil spirits clashed. Although the evil spirits had completed their possession, they didn't know how to use the magic of the mages. Additionally, the warriors were very cautious. Because of this, the evil spirits didn't have a chance to make a sneak attack. They could only attack with force. The warriors cooperated well with each other. It was obvious that the academy had given them instructions. Therefore, although they were under the attack of 7 evil spirits and 12 demonic beasts, they were still able to hold on. However, their complexions weren't very good. They had already discovered that the 6 mages were all dead. There were also 4 evil spirits attacking them instead of 5. Among the 7 evil spirits, 6 of them had already possessed the 6 mages. Only one of them hadn't. Additionally, there were 12 high-level demonic beasts. With such a combination, they couldn't win. Retreating was their only choice. One of the 4 warriors said in a deep voice, "Wu Quan, Lan Jiang, you 2 hold them off for a while. Finley and I will release our sword auras to attack them. It's best if we can kill the 2 of them, then we'll retreat immediately. The situation here is more serious than what Master said, we're not their match." The other 3 warriors responded. 2 of them brandished their swords even faster, blocking the attacks of the demonic beasts and evil spirits for the other 2. The other 2 held their swords and adjusted their breathing, preparing to attack with sword chi. The aura of the 2 warriors grew stronger and stronger. Finally, even the swords in their hands lit up. The 2 warriors roared at the same time and swung their swords forward. Sword chi slashed towards 2 poison scale wolves. The 2 poison scale wolves were in the middle of attacking. Their bodies were still in midair and there was nowhere for them to hide. They were directly struck by the sword chi. The sword chi sliced through the 2 poison scale wolves like paper. The 2 poison scale wolves were cut into 4 halves in an instant. They fell to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. Their innards spilled all over the ground. After twitching twice, they stopped breathing. This wasn't the end. They followed up with a few more sword chi slashes, killing 2 more poison scale wolves, 2 more evil spirits, and a poison dragon iron-striped snake. Their attacks finally caused the remaining malicious ghosts and demonic beasts to feel a trace of fear. The malicious ghosts and demonic beasts stopped their attacks and slowly retreated into the darkness, no longer making a sound. The warriors weren't naive enough to think that the evil spirits and beasts wouldn't attack them. On the contrary, the evil spirits and beasts hiding in the darkness would be even more dangerous. The faces of the 2 warriors who had released the sword chi were now a little pale. It was obvious that they had overused it and would need some time to slowly recover. The one who spoke before said, "Retreat immediately. The mages from Atom Academy are already dead. Moreover, the number of monsters is more than we imagined. There are also beasts as well. We aren't their opponents. Let's go back and look for the mentors." The other 3 people immediately responded. The 2 people who didn't emit any sword chi protected the 2 people who emitted sword chi and slowly retreated. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and stood up. Then he turned to Laura and said, "All right, it's about time for me to appear. My wives, watch my performance." Laura and the others gave him a warm applause. Zhao Hai laughed as he flashed out of the space and arrived at the mine. The place where he appeared was still some distance away from the battle between the warriors and the evil spirits. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to directly appear on the battlefield. If he did, people would think that he was just watching from the sidelines. Therefore, he pretended that he had just arrived. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared in the mine, he immediately released a light element spell. This light element spell was released using magic formations. Moreover, it wasn't a light element spell that could cover a large area. The light of the spell was very concentrated. The light of the spell was like a searchlight that emitted a strong light. Then Zhao Hai whistled as he flew towards the battlefield where the warriors were. His speed was very fast. The blood lotus staff was already in his hand. Now that he was holding the staff horizontally, the blood lotus on the staff moved forward. The light element magic formation was like a sharp sword that pierced through the darkness. Zhao did this to let the warriors see his arrival. He hoped that the warriors would stop and fight together with him. This way, he wouldn't have any suspicions. If the warriors left, Adam's people might still suspect him. Zhao Hai made such a big move that it was impossible for the warriors to not notice him. When the warriors saw a white light flying towards them, they immediately knew who it was. This time, there were a total of 3 academies that came here for the trial. The 6 people from Atom Academy were already wiped out. On the other hand, there was only 1 person from the Odd Ancient Academy who didn't appear. Naturally, the person who appeared here was that person from the Odd Ancient Academy. Thinking of this, the warriors couldn't help but hesitate. One of them said, "Campo, what do we do now? Do we still want to retreat?" Campo looked at the white light and said, "That's light element magic, it has a restraining effect on the undead. We need to stop and fight with him. If we retreat now, then we'll have failed this trial." The others nodded. The 4 of them stopped and issued whistles at the same time. Wu Quan and Lan Jiang protected Campo and Fini in the middle, allowing them to recover their strength as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's speed was very fast. In the beginning, he pretended to deviate from the position of the warriors. But after the warriors issued whistles, he immediately adjusted his direction and flew towards them with his fastest speed. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the side of the warriors. Zhao Hai discovered that the evil spirits and dark beasts had surrounded them. Zhao Hai looked at the warriors and smiled faintly, "So it's friends from the Wilderness Academy. What's wrong? I just sensed energy fluctuations here. Could it be that you found those malicious ghosts?" Campo and the others gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen Mr. Yes, we just saw the evil spirits. They've already dealt with the people from the Atom Academy. They should be around us right now. Mister, please be careful." Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that so? I didn't think that 5 evil spirits would have such great ability." Campo immediately replied, "Mister, it wasn't 5 evil spirits, but 7. There were also 12 beasts. But now, only 5 evil spirits and 7 beasts are left. The remaining ones have already been eliminated by us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he laughed. With a wave of his hand, a magic formation suddenly appeared on his staff. Then the magic formation exploded, releasing a huge white light that illuminated a kilometer around Zhao Hai. Naturally, the evil spirits and beasts were unable to hide. Upon seeing the evil spirits and beasts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good demons, you really have some ability. Unfortunately, you're all going to die." Then a magic formation suddenly appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. This magic formation was different from the light element one. Once this magic formation was released, the dark energy in the surroundings would no longer be controlled by the light element. It would fly towards the magic formation. At the same time, the magic formation's color became darker and darker. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the magic formation to expand and cover the evil spirits. The evil spirits screamed and struggled, but they discovered that they couldn't move at all. Zhao Hai shouted, "Withdraw." Just as his voice fell, the magic formation fiercely withdrew. Campo and the others saw several shadows flying out from the corpses of the mages. Then the corpses fell to the ground like stones. This was also a type of dark magic. However, the dark magic of the past wasn't this strong. After the magic formation's support, the dark magics might had doubled. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to subdue them and throw them into the space. When the evil spirits entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: dark element variant undead detected. This undead has a serious tendency to attack. It has malice towards the space. Immediately subduing it. Subduing it successful. Zhao Hai didn't mention the prompt. As long as the evil spirits entered the space, then they wouldn't be able to escape. The space's energy wasn't something to be trifled with. After dealing with the evil spirits, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the beasts. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You beasts actually came to join in the fun. Good, I'll deal with you as well." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as several small magic formations appeared in front of him. There were a total of 5 magic formations. When these 5 magic formations appeared, the surrounding dark energy quickly rushed towards them. The speed was a lot faster compared to the magic formation that Zhao Hai used before. In just a blink of an eye, the magic formations had already turned pure black. Zhao Hai looked at the magic formations and said, "Dark energy, gather. Tear the space. Open." As he spoke, the 5 magic arrays suddenly cracked from the middle. Then, a roar like that of an ancient beast came from the spatial crack. Then, 2 black claws grabbed the spatial crack. Then, the spatial crack suddenly became bigger as if it was being torn apart by someone. Then a scale-covered head drilled out of the spatial crack. This huge head was covered with black scales. It had a huge mouth that could swallow 10 people in one gulp. The teeth in its upper jaw were exposed, which made it look ferocious. In the middle of its black eyes, there was a vertical pupil like a sword, which made its eyes look even colder and more ruthless. The huge head looked left and right before it jumped out of the spatial crack. Then it let out a long roar as a faint pressure was emitted from its body. The beasts couldn't help but shrink back as they stared at the monster in horror. Zhao Hai recognized it at a glance. It turned out to be a black dragon. It was very similar to the dragons of the Ark continent. However, this black dragon was much stronger compared to the dragons of the Ark continent. This black dragon didn't seem to be able to fly, but looking at its appearance, Zhao Hai thought that it was a Tyrannosaurus rex. The black dragon was about 15 meters tall. It had 2 short but sharp front claws, 2 long and thick hind legs, and a thick tail. All of these showed its strength. After the black dragon roared at the sky, it turned its cold eyes towards the poison scale wolves and the poison dragon iron-striped snake. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a black flame towards the poison scale wolves. The poison scale wolves immediately turned around and ran. However, the black dragon didn't give them the opportunity to do so. It immediately chased after them. In just a few steps, it caught up with the poison scale wolves. With a wave of its huge tail, it sent the poison scale wolves flying. No one knew where they were sent flying. As for the poison dragon iron snake, it turned around and fled into a nearby mine. Campo and the others stared blankly at all of this. They didn't think that the poison scale wolves and the poison dragon iron snake would be dealt with so easily. Wasn't this too simple? Actually, what they didn't know was that the poison scale wolves that were sent flying by the black dragon didn't die. Instead, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift and absorbed them into the space, turning them into magic beasts. The poison dragon iron snake was the same. It was scared to the point that it ran into the mine. However, it didn't expect that Zhao Hai had already opened a spatial rift in the mine. The poison dragon iron snake didn't pay attention and entered the space. After dealing with the magic beasts, Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared and absorbed the black dragon. After receiving the black dragon, Zhao Hai turned his head to Campo and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, the battle here is over. I think that there shouldn't be any problems. I'll be taking my leave first." Just as his voice fell, a voice was heard, "The trial is over. Everyone, please return to your flying cars." Zhao Hai nodded to Campo and the others. Then his body flashed as he flew towards his flying car. Before long, he returned to his flying car. Then the flying car started and returned to the ground. After Zhao Hai left, Campo and the others let out a long breath. Wu Quan turned his head to Campo and said, "Brother Campo, what's Zhao Hai's strength? How can he be this strong?" Campo let out a long breath and said, "According to his current standards, he should be a first-rank mage in the machine field. However, he's a multi-element mage. In terms of fighting strength, he's much stronger than ordinary mages." "Oh, not good." Wu Quan stared and said, "Brother Campo, what's wrong? Isn't the trial over?" Campo replied, "Adam Academy and the Odd Ancient Academy have always been at odds with each other. Our Wilderness College has a good relationship with the Odd Ancient Academy. But in this trial, the mages of the Adam Academy died. Although this matter has nothing to do with us, I'm afraid that the Adam Academy wouldn't believe us. Now that we're in the Academy, we don't need to be afraid of anything. But once we leave the Academy, we'll be afraid of retaliation. That would be troublesome. Brothers, if you have spatial equipment, you can take the corpses of those mages." Wu Quan and the others understood what Campo meant. But when they ascended, they left their spatial equipment to their families. So they didn't have any right now. Lan Jiang looked at the corpses of the mages and said, "Brother Campo, maybe these mages have their spatial equipment. Let's go and take a look. If there are, we can use their spatial equipment to take them back." This sentence reminded Campo of something. He nodded and said, "Right, I forgot about that. Let's go down and take a look." Then the group descended from the sky and walked towards the corpses of the mages. After carefully examining them, they found 3 pieces of spatial equipment. The group immediately put the corpses of the mages into their spatial equipment and flew towards their flying car. While flying, Wu Quan turned to Campo and said, "Brother Campo, since we've decided to join the Northern Wilderness family, why don't we leave 2 pieces of spatial equipment behind and give one to Adam Academy?" Campo shook his head and said, "We can't touch these spatial equipments. I think Adam Academy should have a record of them. If we take them, they would be suspicious of us. Let's just give them to them. Don't worry, I've been online for a while now. In the machine field, spatial equipments aren't anything special. After we graduate, we'll be able to earn enough money to buy one. Let's go. Let's go." Wu Quan and the others were convinced by Campo. They nodded and then returned to their flying car before flying away. After several hours of flying, the group returned to the mining city. Margaret, the other 2 mentors, and Simpson were already waiting for them. Seeing Zhao Hai safely coming back, Margaret relaxed. Not long after Zhao Hai returned, Campo and the others also returned. After Zhao Hai gave Margaret a salute, he stood behind her and didn't make a sound. After Campo gave his teacher a salute, he whispered a few words to the teacher. The teacher's expression changed. He turned to Campo and said, "Is what you said true?" Campo nodded and said, "Yes." Campo nodded and said, "It's true. These are their spatial equipment, a total of 3. Then he handed the 3 pieces of spatial equipment over to his mentor. His mentor looked at the spatial equipment in Campo's hand and sighed. Then he received the items and walked towards Jin Changji. Jin Changji felt strange. Why did the people from the Wilderness Academy and the Ancient Academy return, but not the people from the Adam Academy? He didn't believe that the Adam Academy would be completely wiped out. This time, the Atom Academy sent 6 people, 6 magicians. How could there be no survivors? Teacher Dan walked in front of Xianxia and sighed. He said in a deep voice, Teacher Jean, you don't have to wait anymore. Atom Academy won't be able to come back. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and revealed the 3 spatial equipment in his hand. When Xianxia saw the spatial equipment in Instructor Dan's hand, his expression changed. Then he looked at Instructor Dan and said, Why are there spatial equipment in your hands? Did you wastelanders kill them? Teacher Dan didn't think that Xianxia would act like a mad dog. He coldly snorted and waved his hand, causing 6 corpses to appear on the ground. These 6 people were the 6 magicians from the Atom Academy. After Teacher Dan released the corpses, he looked at Xianxia and said, Surname Jean, don't bark like a mad dog. You're an experienced person, you should take a look at their injuries and know how they died. Our Behi clan doesn't care about these spatial items, we'll return them to you. After saying that, he flipped his hand and slapped the 3 spatial rings on the metal table next to him. When he raised his hand, the 3 spatial rings seemed to be embedded in the table. It didn't look like they were forcefully pushed in. From this point, one could see Instructor Dan's strength. When Xianxia saw Teacher Dan's action, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. However, he still coldly snorted and walked towards the 6 magicians. After taking a closer look at the 6 magicians, Xianxia's face couldn't help but turn even gloomier. This was because he could tell from the injuries on the 6 magicians that they had all died at the hands of malicious ghosts and demonic beasts. It wasn't caused by humans. This wasn't Xianxia's first day as a teacher. This wasn't the first time he brought students out for training. Because of this, he was able to see that the injuries were caused by evil spirits and beasts. After watching for a while, Xianxia slowly stood up. She looked at Mentor Dan and asked in a deep voice, What's going on? Although Teacher Dan was angry that Xianxia was slandering him, he knew that it was only a moment of anger. Because of this, he didn't give Xianxia any face. Instead, he said, there weren't 5 evil spirits in the mine, but 7, as well as 12 beasts. It was your people who encountered them first. Both sides fought. Campo and the others also saw the battle. They only felt the aura of the battle before they rushed over. However, it was certain that the battle was very short. Before Campo and the others arrived, the battle was already over. When Campo arrived, the 6 of them were already possessed by evil spirits. Campo and the others couldn't defeat the evil spirits and beasts, so they could only retreat. When they were about to retreat, Xiaohai appeared and eliminated the evil spirits and beasts. Xianxia calmly listened. It wasn't only him, Margaret was also listening. When she heard that Xiaohai suddenly appeared and eliminated the evil spirits and beasts, Margaret's eyes flashed with joy. She turned to Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, is what Teacher Dan said true? Xiaohai shook his head and said, When I appeared, my friends from the Wilderness Academy had already killed 5 beasts and 2 evil spirits. Therefore, of the 7 evil spirits and 12 beasts, I only managed to kill 5 evil spirits and 7 beasts. I didn't see the rest. Xianxia looked at Xiaohai and said in a deep voice, How could you kill 5 evil ghosts and 7 demonic beasts? You're lying. Xiaohai coldly snorted and didn't say anything. At this time, Campo lightly coughed and said, Teacher Jean, Mr. Xiaohai can certainly kill 5 evil spirits and 7 beasts. This is because he's a first-rank mage. Moreover, we only said that we were attacked by 7 evil spirits and 12 beasts. As for how many evil spirits and beasts attacked our friends from the Atom Academy, we don't know. Xianxia, Teacher Dan, and Margaret stared when they heard Campo. Margaret was pleasantly surprised as she turned to Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, are you really a first-rank mage? Perhaps Xianxia and Teacher Dan weren't familiar with Xiaohai, so they didn't know what Xiaohai's advancement meant. However, Margaret was very clear. Xiaohai had just ascended to the machine field for a month, and he was already a first-rank mage. If outsiders were to know about this, then it would be a huge matter. Before Xiaohai could answer, Xianxia's voice was heard, Nonsense, how could he be a first-rank mage? I don't believe you. After he said that, he waved his hand as a 10-layered formation appeared in front of him. Then a large sword appeared from the formation and slashed towards Xiaohai. Margaret also discovered Xianxia's movements. But by the time she did, Jin Changji's large sword had already arrived. Margaret didn't have time to think as she blocked in front of Zhao Hai. She waved her hand as a 5-layer formation appeared in front of her. The formation immediately turned into a blue light shield that protected her. But this time, Jin Changji was going all out while Margaret could only react. Moreover, one was using 5 stacked formations while the other was using 10 stacked formations. There was a gap of 1 layer between them. In this case, how could Margaret's water shield block Jin Changji's huge sword? The water shield was cut open by the large sword. Then the large sword went straight towards Margaret. But seeing this, Jin Changji's face turned ashen. It was impossible for him to take back his magic. Jin Changji was very clear that although Margaret was a teacher, her true identity wasn't simple. If she really killed Margaret, then even the Adams family wouldn't be able to protect her. At this moment, a fiery red shield suddenly appeared in front of the giant sword. When the sword slashed into the shield, it silently melted away. Fire restrains metal, so Jin Changji's sword was restrained by fire magic. But this was also because the fire magic was very powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to melt the large sword. The 5 elements were also relative. It was impossible to extinguish a volcano with a cup of water. At that time, it wouldn't be fire restraining fire, but fire restraining water. When Jin Changji saw that his sword was blocked, he couldn't help but feel relieved. But at the same time, he also noticed that the fiery red shield was a 5-layered magic shield. Moreover, this magic shield was released by Zhao Hai. This discovery made Jin Changji's expression change. He was now certain that Zhao Hai was a first-rank mage. Moreover, he was a first-rank mage with strong spiritual force. If he wasn't here, then the fire shield wouldn't have been able to block his large sword. Although his large sword was blocked by Margaret's water shield, the shield didn't consume too much of the sword's energy. After breaking the water shield, the sword still had about 70% of its energy left. But it was blocked by Zhao Hai's fire shield. In other words, Zhao Hai's 5-layered fire shield was able to block 70% of the sword's energy. This was enough to explain Zhao Hai's strength. At this time, Margaret also reacted. Her face paled as she looked at Jin Changji and said, "Jin Changji, you actually dared to make a move against me. Alright, let's fight to the death today." Then she waved her magic staff. When Jin Changji saw Margaret's appearance, he recovered. He knew that if he really made a move, then he wouldn't be able to leave today. He immediately bowed and said, "Teacher Margaret misunderstood. Please calm down, calm down. I really didn't do it on purpose." When Margaret saw Jin Changji's appearance, she knew that it wouldn't be good for her to make a move. She looked at Jin Changji and said, "What? Do you believe me?" Jin Changji smiled bitterly and said, "I believe you. But I didn't expect the Chigu clan to send a first-rank mage to test me. Teacher Margaret, how many months has it been since he ascended? How did his strength increase so quickly?" The reason why Jin Changji asked this was because the Chigu clan was a training ground for people who ascended for 3 to 4 months. Generally, it was impossible for someone who ascended for 3 to 4 months to become a first-rank mage. Margaret looked at Jin Changji. She seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but she still said, 5 months. He's the most important genius that our strange ancient sect has seen in the past 10 years. Because of this, we had him participate in the trial a bit later. You can only blame your bad luck. If he had met those ghosts earlier, then your people wouldn't have died. I didn't think that the ghosts would say that. Jin Changji nodded, then he looked at Margaret. After she said this, Margaret and the others turned their heads to Xianxia. This information was given to them by Xianxia. It can be said that if Zhao Hai wasn't as strong as the others, then everyone in the mine would have died. Although people who ascended from the lower realms needed to undergo training, it was undeniable that they were all geniuses. This was especially true for people like Zhao Hai and Campo. After developing in the machine field for a few years, they would become mid-level experts. If they died here, then the loss would be too great. And all of this was because Xianxia's situation wasn't accurate. Xianxia looked at Margaret and the others and knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Everyone, this really isn't my situation. This is what I was told. I don't know why there were so many beasts down there. You should know what kind of person I am. I wouldn't harm people who ascended from the lower realms. When they heard Xianxia, Margaret and the others nodded. Xianxia really wouldn't harm people who ascended from the lower realms. This was because Xianxia was also someone who ascended from the lower realms. When he ascended, he was only 30 years old. He was considered a genius. But later on, he was seriously injured in a battle. Since then, he couldn't increase his strength no matter how much he cultivated. In the end, he could only come here to watch over the training ground. Because of this, he had a special feeling for people who ascended from the lower realms. It was impossible for him to harm people who came here. Margaret and the others also sighed. They could only admit that they were unlucky. This time, they couldn't blame Xianxia for this. This was because this wasn't the first time that the magic beast's strength increased. Therefore, they didn't pursue this matter. The group rested in the reception area for a day before they boarded a ship to return to the academy. Naturally, Zhao and Margaret stayed in the same small ship that brought them here. The ships of the other academies were similar to theirs. When Zhao Hai arrived at the ship, he immediately went to his room and closed the door. Margaret didn't have any opinion on this. In her opinion, Zhao Hai was obsessed with cultivation. This was the reason why he was so strong. However, she was wrong this time. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately entered the space. However, he didn't enter to cultivate. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he immediately said to Laura and the others, "You should take a look at the terrain of the mine. I think that the appearance of the undead and the beasts is very strange. I want to see what's going on." Laura frowned and said, "Brother Hai, can't we just ignore this matter? Even if there's something strange, it has nothing to do with us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't worry about me. I want to see if there are any treasures there." "Didn't you see it? The undead and the beasts seem to be guarding something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so peaceful. Moreover, they would cooperate." When Laura heard Zhao Hai mention treasures, she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Ever since they arrived in the machine field, Laura and the others understood that with their current strength, it would be very difficult for them to survive in the machine field. Moreover, the machine field was only one of the world of cultivation's smaller realms. Moreover, the machine field was one of the weaker realms. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he could only be considered average in the machine field. Moreover, he could be considered average among mages. One must know that the strongest weapons in the machine field were magic mechas and battleships. Mages simply couldn't be ranked. If Zhao Hai wanted to upgrade the space, he would need to find some treasures from the world of cultivation. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to upgrade the space. Although Laura and the others didn't want Zhao Hai to take any risks, they had already seen the strength of the beasts and undead inside the mines. Zhao Hai wouldn't be taking any risks if he went there. After thinking about this, Laura didn't stop Zhao Hai. She nodded and said, "All right, but Brother Hai, you have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." After he said that, his figure flashed and reappeared inside the mine. Laura and the others immediately moved. They didn't look at Zhao through the screen, instead, they took out several computers. Then each of them divided themselves into an area and checked the mine bit by bit to see if there were any differences. This was a method that Laura and the others came up with in the past few days. If they were to help Zhao Hai fight, then they wouldn't be able to do it. Right now, they could only support Zhao Hai. This was the method that they came up with. These computers weren't ordinary computers. They were special computers made by the space. They were the same as the big screens in the space, but they were more convenient to use. Zhao Hai didn't enter the mine randomly. He was now in the area where the beasts and ghosts lived. The place where the beasts and ghosts lived wasn't the center of the mine. Instead, it was to the north of the mine. It was the place where the students of Atom Academy appeared. Those beasts and ghosts were entrenched here and didn't want to leave. This meant that there was a problem here. Perhaps there was something that they wanted to protect. Therefore, they didn't want to leave this place. When Zhao Hai appeared inside the mine, he immediately released his spiritual force to see if there were any dangers around. When he released his spiritual force, he found something. The beasts and ghosts that lived here had already been dealt with by Zhao Hai. But now, there were a few weak ghosts here. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then he smiled and said, interesting. Ghosts actually appeared. It seems like this place isn't ordinary. Laura, you don't need to check other places. Just look at this area carefully. Laura and the others nodded. Then they immediately began to carefully examine the area. At the same time, Zhao Hai casted a 5-layered light element spell. The newly formed ghosts were instantly killed. Then Zhao Hai released his spiritual force and carefully observed the area. He wanted to see if there were any differences. At this time, Meg suddenly said, "Young master, I found a place southeast of your location where the dark energy is very dense. The dark energy there is even denser than the underworld. It might be the place we're looking for." Meg nodded and said, "Young master, I found a place southeast of your location." Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, a map appeared in his mind. The place that Meg mentioned was marked on the map. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in that place. When Zhao Hai appeared in that place, he couldn't help but stare. The dark energy there was indeed very dense, much denser than the underworld. But what made Zhao Hai puzzled was that although the dark energy there was dense, it wasn't black, but silver. Dark energy was generally black, this was common sense. But the dark energy here was contrary to this common sense. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. At this time, an exclamation was suddenly heard in his mind. Zhao Hai stared. This was because Lizzie was the one who exclaimed. Lizzie was a person who had seen a lot of things, so what could make her exclaim? Zhao Hai quickly asked, "What happened?" Just as his voice fell, Lizzie said, "Big brother Hai, about a kilometer below where you are, there's a mithril lode. However, the lode is very strange. All of the mithril ores there are shaped like ghosts. It's very strange. Wait a moment, Sister Laura and the others are looking for information about this or on the internet." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Big brother Hai, there's a mithril lode about a kilometer below you." Just as Lizzie's voice fell, Laura's voice was heard, "Found it. Brother Hai, about a kilometer below you is a ghost silver vein. Ghost silver is a very special mineral in the world of cultivation. It's a type of mithril that contains dark energy. At the same time, it also has the metal attribute. It can be said that it's a natural dual attribute material. This material can be used to making attribute weapons. Ghost silver spirits are treasures in the world of cultivation, and it's very possible for them to be born in this vein. Ghost silver spirits are like ghost silver spirits, they have their own wisdom and can transform into any shape they want. Moreover, their entire body is made of ghost silver. Anyone who can deal with them would be able to obtain a transformable mithril weapon. This is something that every expert in the world of cultivation would want to obtain." Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone as he said, "Really? That's great. Right, what other uses do mithril weapons have?" Laura's voice was heard, "Mithril weapons don't have any other uses. This is because mithril isn't a particularly hard metal. However, mithril is the best material for conducting energy. No matter what kind of energy it is, it can conduct energy very well. On the other hand, ghost silver spirits have strong memory and analytical abilities. If a mage in the machine field obtains a ghost silver spirit as a weapon, then they can combine some formations and have the ghost silver spirit record them. Then when it's time to use them, they can directly use the ghost silver spirit. This would save a lot of time." Laura nodded and said, "Mithril weapons don't have any other uses." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good thing. I'll go down and take a look." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the blood lotus appeared in front of him. After he entered the blood lotus immediately dived down. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to reach a kilometer away. What appeared in front of Zhao Hai made him startled. He didn't expect ghost silver to look like this. Zhao was sure that he was in a very rich mine. Here, pieces of silver white ore were densely packed together. On top of these ores, there were ghost faces. None of these ghost faces were the same, but all of them were incomparably ferocious. Moreover, these ores were emitting a powerful dark energy. That huge dark energy, coupled with the ghost faces on the ores, made them even more terrifying, making people not dare to look directly at them. Zhao Hai smiled, he wasn't afraid of these things. With a move of his hand, he immediately released a large number of undead and began to move the ghost silver ores into the space. When the first piece of ghost silver ore entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: special silver ore with dark energy detected. After that, there was no response. Zhao Hai thought that the space would give him more information, but he didn't think that it would be this simple. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He had the undead carry the ghost silver ores into the space. At the same time, he flew towards the ghost silver ores. The undead were under Kai's control. As long as they get a piece of ghost silver ore, they would immediately be sent to the space. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't have the spatial rift directly collect the ores was because it would be much faster to have the undead carry the ores. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, he just moved forward bit by bit. As long as he finds this place, then it would be easy. Even if the ship returned to the academy, he could still come here and collect the ghost silver ores. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to see if he could find the ghost silver spirit that Laura and the others talked about. The ghost silver spirit was a good thing. Although it was of little value to Zhao, in the eyes of others, it was a treasure. Zhao also had an idea. In the past, when he took the spirit of other ores into the space would produce a vein of those ores. This time, he wanted to see if he could also produce a vein of ghost silver ores if he took the spirit of ghost silver ores into the space. What Zhao Hai cared about the most wasn't the ghost silver ore, but the ghost silver spirit. If he can find a ghost silver spirit and bring it to the space, then the space would have another type of ore. At the same time, the space would gain a lot of experience, allowing it to level up a bit faster. For Zhao Hai, nothing was more important than leveling up. After leveling up, his strength would also increase. Once his strength increases, then everything would be gone. Although Zhao Hai wanted the space to level up a bit faster, he wasn't too anxious. This was because being anxious was useless. If he was too anxious, then he might make a mistake. And in a place like the world of cultivation, making a mistake would mean death. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was completely released. He sat on the blood lotus, which was now the size of a fist. He was shuttling back and forth between the ghost silver ore. The mithril ore behind him was quickly disappearing. With the help of the space and the undead, collecting these ores was very simple. As Zhao Hai was walking forward, he suddenly felt a spiritual fluctuation in front of him. This spiritual fluctuation was very well hidden, but Zhao Hai was still able to feel it. Zhao Hai immediately stopped and stood there quietly. It was impossible for there to be any living thing in this place. The only thing that could send out spiritual fluctuations was a ghost silver spirit. Zhao Hai carefully sent his spiritual force towards the direction of the spiritual fluctuation. He controlled his spiritual fluctuations to a low level because he was afraid of being discovered by the other party. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual fluctuation found the direction of the spiritual fluctuation. However, when he saw the thing that sent out the spiritual fluctuation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because it wasn't a stone, nor was it a humanoid or animal-shaped ghost silver spirit. The thing that sent out the spiritual fluctuation was actually an egg. No, Zhao Hai felt it. It was an egg that wasn't very big. This egg was about half a meter tall and had a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Its entire body was bright silver. There were no ores, soil, or anything else around the egg. The egg was just floating in the void. It was very quiet, but it was also very strange. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately drove the blood lotus towards the egg. Before long, he arrived in front of the egg. Upon arriving in front of the egg, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he felt that not only was the egg emitting spiritual fluctuations, but the egg was also shaking as if it was afraid. Zhao Hai slowly rode the blood lotus to the side of the egg. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently touched the egg. Once he touched the egg, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because the egg was not only trembling, it was also shrinking and expanding. It felt like it was breathing. Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but send his spiritual force into the egg. He wanted to see what was inside the egg. Just as Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the egg, he felt a suction force coming from the egg. His spiritual force was crazily being sucked into the egg. Zhao Hai was startled. He wanted to take back his spiritual force, but he discovered that he couldn't. The egg seemed to have a huge vortex that was sucking in Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Zhao Hai discovered that he couldn't control his spiritual force at all. When he sent his spiritual force into the egg, it was as if a channel had been established between him and the egg. This channel was constantly sending his spiritual force into the egg. Even if he wanted to close this channel, it was impossible. Zhao Hai was startled. Now that he couldn't return to the space, he was in big trouble. If he couldn't return to the space, then his biggest reliance would be gone. He could only wait for his death. Zhao Hai discovered that the space couldn't guarantee his safety forever. If other people were to use this method to deal with him, then he wouldn't even know how he died. Just when Zhao thought that his spiritual force was going to be sucked dry by the egg, a spiritual force suddenly came out of the egg. This spiritual force returned to his head, making up for all the spiritual force he had just consumed. Zhao Hai stared. He felt his spiritual force enter the egg and return. At the same time, it also brought back some information. Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes as he gently felt the information. To Zhao Hai's surprise, there wasn't anything in the information. However, he could feel loneliness, fear, and other emotions. It was like a child being locked up in a dark room. Zhao froze for a moment. He really didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of joy coming from the egg. Then the egg suddenly lit up, as if the whole egg was melting. It turned into a liquid metal that surrounded his whole body. Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of joy coming from the egg's spiritual force. Then the egg suddenly lit up, as if the whole egg had melted. Zhao Hai stared, but he discovered that the liquid metal didn't seem to have any malice towards him. Although it wrapped around his hand, it didn't affect his movements. Instead, it gave him a very warm feeling. When the liquid reached Zhao Hai's shoulder, it slowly gathered on his shoulder and then slowly transformed into the shape of a child. Zhao Hai looked at this little thing with curiosity. This little thing was a bit smaller than Kai. It wore a small doudou on its upper body and a pair of shorts on its lower body. It looked very cute. Zhao Hai stared at this little thing. Although this little thing was very cute, its entire body was bright silver. It looked like a small robot. At this time, the little thing's body emitted spiritual force fluctuations. This spiritual force fluctuation revealed its attachment to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand what was going on. But after thinking about it, he understood that this little thing had just been born and was treating him as a family member. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he still gently stroked the little thing. The little thing rubbed its face against Zhao Hai. Although the little thing looked metallic, it wasn't hard at all. On the contrary, it was very soft to the touch. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then his body moved as he brought the little thing back to the space. As soon as he entered the space, a prompt was heard: liquid metal humanoid detected. It has recognized the host as its master. Extracting the energy of the liquid metal humanoid and improving the host's genes. The host now has the ability to liquefy metal. Because the liquid metal humanoid that the host has absorbed is a ghost silver or spirit, the space has added a ghost silver or vein. Because the liquid metal humanoid has the ability to analyze and store things, the space's universal analyzer has been upgraded. Requesting the host to work hard. As soon as the prompt was heard, the space's universal analyzer underwent another change. The building where the universal analyzer was located became taller. At this time, it was 10 stories high. In front of the building was a magic formation. Behind the building was another magic formation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. After coming to the machine field, he understood how important the universal analyzer was to him. At this time, he already had hundreds of stacked magic formations. This was all thanks to the universal analyzer's ability. Now that the universal analyzer had been upgraded, he believed that it would be even more beneficial to him. However, after thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Although he obtained another ability, his overall physical strength didn't increase by much. Although this ability could help him in times of need, it couldn't increase his spiritual force. It also couldn't increase his star art. This was something that Zhao Hai was very distressed about. At this time, his star art was still at the peak of the first layer. He hadn't reached the second layer yet. He could feel that he could break through to the second layer at any time. However, he couldn't. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Hai calmed his emotions. He knew that even if the universal analyzer was upgraded and could analyze more stacked magic formations, it would still be useless to him. This was because his spiritual force wasn't enough to support more stacked magic formations. With his current strength, 100 stacked magic formations was already his limit. However, for Zhao Hai, being able to obtain so much ghost silver or as well as the space's ability to produce ghost silver veins was already a big harvest. Therefore, he wasn't greedy anymore. Zhao Hai didn't look at the universal analyzer. There was no need to look at it. Moreover, he didn't use it much. Most of the time, he would give it to Laura or Kair to use. He rarely used it himself. When Zhao returned to the villa, he almost fainted. Laura and the others were holding a computer and commanding the undead to move the ghost silver ore into the space. But this wasn't much. He didn't think that they would actually be competing. It was like a game. Zhao didn't think that they would actually be competing with each other. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel faint. At this time, Kair flew to Zhao Hai's side and looked at the little guy beside Zhao Hai. She smiled and said, "Young master, is this the one that the prompt mentioned?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to the little guy and said, "Little guy, this place will be yours from now on. This is your big sister Kair, you can follow her from now on. Those over there are my wives, they are also your family. Since you're wearing silver, I'll call you Silver Child. Silver Child, go play with Kair." Silver Boy seemed to understand Zhao Hai's words, but he seemed to understand Zhao Hai's meaning. Silver Boy gave a happy shout as a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. Then with a flap of his wings, he flew towards Kair in a crooked manner. When Kair saw Silver Child's expression, she couldn't help but smile. Then she led Silver Child to play. Zhao Hai went to Laura and the others and looked at the game they were playing. At this time, each of them was commanding 10 undead. They were competing to see who could mine more. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. Laura and the others were bored staying inside the space every day. It was good that they found something to do. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as his body moved and went to an empty place. He was ready to try out his new ability. Zhao Hai had already discovered that when he received Silver Child, the dark energy in the mind slowly decreased. It seems like the dark energy was released by Silver Child, so there was nothing to check. Zhao Hai's new ability was to transform his body into liquid metal. This made Zhao Hai confused, so he tried to use the ability. When he used it, Zhao Hai felt his body turn silver. At the same time, all of his cells turned silver. Moreover, he felt his bones and internal organs disappear. Now, he can freely transform his body. When Zhao Hai tried it, his hand turned into a sword, a bright silver sword. Upon seeing this sword, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of the T-1000, the Liquid Terminator. His body now looked a bit like that. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He felt that he was becoming less and less like a human. However, he didn't need the Liquid Terminator. For Zhao Hai, his ability was just one of his abilities. It was like his swordsmanship. When he didn't use it, it wouldn't show itself. It was just like when he didn't use a sword to fight, he wouldn't use his swordsmanship. After sighing, Zhao Hai began to cultivate again. This time, he made arrangements for his time. Every day, besides sleeping, he would constantly condense magic formations. At the same time, he would also use 2 hours to familiarize himself with the magic formations he had mastered. This way, he would be able to use the most appropriate magic formations in the future. Just like this time, the magic formations he used, except for the last time when he was dealing with the beasts, where he used 5 stacked magic formations, the rest of the magic formations he used were all from one magic formation. It's just that he used the most appropriate magic formation at that time. Because of this, he was able to display a lot of power. If the mages of the Atom Academy were able to use the most appropriate magic formation at the most appropriate time, then they wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Having power was one thing, but completely mastering it and making it your own was another. Because of this, Zhao Hai took some time out every day to familiarize himself with the magic formations. In addition to the 2 hours of training in the magic array, He still had to use another 2 hours to master the shooting of sword energy. He was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, so it would be a pity if he didn't use the killing intent of sword energy. Zhao Hai had seen Campo and the others use their sword chi. Their sword chi was truly invincible. As long as he could master this sword chi, then he would have another card in his hand. This would be very beneficial for him in the future. Besides the magic formations and sword chi, Zhao Hai also used 2 hours to familiarize himself with his spiritual force. In the machine field, spiritual force was very important. Besides these, the time he spent practicing the stellar art also increased. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't deliberately practice the stellar art. But now, he had to practice it. The stellar art was a supreme cultivation method. Leveling up the stellar art was the most important thing. While Zhao Hai was studying the magic formations, Kair's voice was suddenly heard. "Young master, quickly return to the ship. Margaret is looking for you." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately reacted and went to his room on the ship. Just as he appeared in his room, he immediately heard someone knocking on his door. Zhao Hai immediately went to the door and opened it. Margaret was standing outside. She looked at Zhao Hai with an anxious expression and said, "Zhao Hai, come with me to the command room. There are space pirates, we might have to retreat." After saying that, she walked towards the direction of the command room. Zhao Hai quickly followed behind her. Before long, the two arrived at the command room. The command room was different from the last time Zhao Hai came. The last time Zhao Hai came, the people in the command room were very quiet. They were holding teacups and drinking tea while looking at the instruments they were controlling from time to time. But now, it was a busy scene. Everyone was using all their strength to control their instruments. Their hands were constantly tapping on the keyboard while their mouths were constantly reporting information. The entire room was noisy. Margaret didn't make a sound this time. She led Zhao Hai to the captain's side. The captain was still standing at his desk, looking at the screen with a serious expression. From time to time, he would issue orders. Zhao was also looking at the screen on the table. He thought that the space pirates that Margaret was talking about were those who drove spaceships, similar to the pirates on Earth. But now, it seems like it wasn't the case at all. Beside the spaceships, there were some people who flew in space. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that these people could fly in space. Moreover, they were wearing magic robes and warrior uniforms. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Puzzled, Zhao looked at Margaret and said, "Teacher, are these space pirates? Are they mages?" Margaret didn't look at Zhao Hai, she just nodded and said, "Right, these are space pirates. Some of them ascended from the lower realms while some of them are natives of the machine field. They are all third rank and can fly freely in the universe. They specialize in plundering. Moreover, once they reach third rank, whether it's a mage's 50-stacked magic formation or a warrior's sword chi, they can cause damage to ordinary spaceships. On the other hand, the Academy spaceship is just an ordinary spaceship with almost no defensive systems. It would be very difficult to get rid of them." Margaret nodded and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. According to his strength, he was currently a 4th-rank mage. If a 3rd-rank mage can fly in space, then it seems like he can also fly in space with his body. Margaret didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai's expression. She was still looking at the space pirates as she said, "In general, space pirates wouldn't attack an Academy spaceship. This is because they know that the Academy spaceship doesn't have anything valuable. Even if they managed to steal the Academy spaceship, it wouldn't be of any use. This is because no one would buy the Academy spaceship." Zhao Hai nodded. He already checked the information. In the machine field, the Ascension Academy status was very high. The Ascension Academy spaceship was protected by the 3 major forces. Anyone who attacks the Ascension Academy spaceship would be hunted down by the 3 major forces. Margaret continued, "The appearance of these people is strange. Not long after we left Peaceful Heaven planet, they appeared. It seems like they were deliberately waiting for us." Upon hearing Margaret, a figure instantly appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. It was Jin Jingji. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Teacher, could it be that Jin Jingji sent people to do this?" This time Adam's people didn't go back. He also doesn't want us to go back. Margaret stared, then she shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Jin Chongji knows my identity. He wouldn't dare do such a thing." When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, he couldn't help but stare. But his eyes shined. This was because Margaret's words revealed something. Her identity wasn't simple, but Zhao Hai still immediately said, "Teacher, there are only 4 possibilities for this situation. The first is that these people are real space pirates, but that's unlikely because space pirates generally wouldn't attack the Academy's spaceship unless they were instructed by someone. The second possibility is that they are from a family hostile to the Addams family. The reason they attacked us is because they know that the Addams family has enmity with us. They want to use this method to bring disaster to the Addams family and let the Ashley family and the Addams family fight to the death, while they reap the benefits from it. The third possibility is that these people are really from the Addams family. They just want to attack us here. After killing us, if the Addams family comes looking for them, they will say that they were framed by someone else. They won't do such an obvious attack to draw trouble to themselves. This way, no one will suspect them anymore. The fourth possibility is that these people are from the opposing forces of our Ashley family. They want to attack us here and then blame it on the Addams family so that our 2 families will fight to the death." Margaret wasn't the only one who heard what Zhao Hai said, the captain also heard it. When they heard what Zhao Hai said, both of them were dumbfounded. It seemed like a simple pirate attack, but Zhao Hai was able to explain so much. The 2 of them didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to explain so much. Margaret stammered, "Then, who do you think are the people who attacked us?" Zhao Hai replied, "First of all, it's impossible for these people to be space pirates. Comstar is a training site, this isn't a secret. There's nothing strange about us coming here to test ourselves. Even space pirates wouldn't attack us, so they can't be real space pirates. Second, they can't be people from the Addams family. Although the mages of the Addams family were killed, the Addams family wouldn't take the risk, because it was worth it. So it's impossible for these people to be people from the Addams family. Third, I don't think that these people are from an enemy family of the Addams family. Although killing us might cause the Ashley family and the Addams family to go to war, the 2 families should know that war wouldn't bring them any benefits. When the time comes, both the Ashley family and the Addams family would do everything in their power to track down the culprits, which would expose them. Therefore, although killing us seems like a good move, it's actually a very unwise move. Therefore, I don't think that these people are from the Addams family's enemy family. They were blinded by hatred, so they wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack the Ashley family. Therefore, they made this move this time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Although the Addams family's mages were killed, there's only one possibility left for the Addams family. They were blinded by hatred, so they wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack the Ashley family." Zhao Hai's analysis was so thorough that Margaret and the others couldn't find any reason to refute it. Therefore, Margaret and the captain nodded at the same time. Margaret said, "Zhao Hai, what do you think we should do now?" Zhao Hai looked at the mages and warriors on the table and said, "Turn around and return to Tairoa Star. We just left Tairoa Star not long ago. With the speed of the spaceship, returning to Tairoa Star is the safest. The enemy shouldn't expect us to go back. When we reach Tairoa Star, we'll send a message to the family and ask them to send people to support us." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai's words, she couldn't help but stare. Then her eyes lit up as she turned to Captain Crick and said, "Crick, what do you think?" Crick thought for a moment and said, "It makes sense. We're not far from Tairoa Star now. As long as we turn around and fly to Tairoa Star, it won't be a problem for us to escape to Tairoa Star with the shield of the spaceship. Even if we suffer some losses, it won't be too serious. At least the safety of the crew can be guaranteed." Margaret nodded and said, "Turn around immediately and rush to Tairoa Star at the fastest speed." Crick nodded and turned to look at Zhao Hai. Then he immediately gave the order to turn around. Because the spaceship wasn't big, although it wasn't as simple as a person turning around, it wasn't very difficult. After turning around, it immediately turned around and headed towards Tairoa Star. The movement of the spaceship really caught the people who wanted to attack it off guard. They didn't expect the spaceship to turn around, so they didn't react for a while. When they wanted to attack the spaceship, it had already flown far away. Although these people could fly in the universe, their speed couldn't be compared to the spaceship. The reason why they could follow the spaceship before was because they were waiting on the path that the spaceship had to pass by. Just like those people on the train, they couldn't run as fast as the train, but when they ran with all their strength, they could still keep up with the train for a short distance. These people were in such a situation now. But now that the airship suddenly made a turn, these people couldn't keep up. Additionally, the airship's shield wasn't just for decoration, it was an evolution of the magic formation technique. It was enough to block the attacks of 5th-rank mages. Because of this, the attacks of the mages didn't have any effect on the airship. Although most of the airship's energy was used for flight, the airship still had a layer of armor. With a shield and armor, it wouldn't be a problem for the airship to block the attacks of the mages and warriors. But now Xiaohai and Margaret didn't think so. After the spaceship made a turn, Crick immediately shouted, "The reactor is 100% activated. 80% of the energy is in the thrusters and 20% of the energy is in the shield." At this moment, the spaceship's hull shook a few times. Then a staff member immediately said, "Captain, the 5th, 7th, and 11th cabins have cracks in them. The pressure is changing." With his voice, the speed of the spaceship slowly decreased. Crick calmly said, "Close the emergency doors outside the 5th, 7th, and 11th cabins. We don't want those 3 cabins. Fly back to Tyrua Star at full speed." Following Crick's words, the speed of the spaceship sped up again, leaving the magicians and warriors far behind. Spaceships had shields, but shields weren't omnipotent. In space, danger was everywhere. Those spaceships could be attacked by space junk, cosmic rays, or other things at any time. In the face of cosmic rays, the spaceship's armor and shields were as fragile as paper. It was precisely because of this that ordinary spaceships would install some special emergency doors outside their cabins. The emergency doors would only be used when the hull of the spaceship was damaged. If a cabin was damaged, the emergency door would be activated immediately. In this way, the cabin would be completely isolated. Even if the pressure of flight would tear the cabin into pieces, it wouldn't have much impact on the spaceship as a whole. Just now, several cabins of Zhao Hai's spaceship were damaged because of the pirates' attacks, so Crick immediately ordered the emergency doors of those cabins to be closed to ensure that the spaceship could fly normally. If the emergency doors weren't activated, the pressure on the spaceship would become greater and greater. In the end, the spaceship might be torn in two by the huge pressure. Then they would really be finished. Seeing that the pirates had been shaken off, Crick and the others were relieved. Then Margaret and Crick looked at Zhao Hai with a very strange look. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai could be so calm in such a critical moment. Don't underestimate the seemingly simple plan of turning back. In that case, it wasn't easy to choose to turn back calmly. Although they were now closer to Tyrua Star, it wasn't very close. They had been straight for almost a day now. They had walked almost a third of the way from Tyrua Star to the college. In this case, most people wouldn't choose to turn back. Zhao Hai was also aware of this. They could go forward, but if the enemies of the Ashley family were really going to deal with them, there might be an ambush ahead. So Zhao Hai decisively chose to turn back. This might give them a chance of survival. His choice was correct. When Zhao Hai turned back, the mages and warriors couldn't catch up. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to escape with their lives. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. Margaret didn't ask Zhao Hai anything, she just turned to Crick and said, "Immediately report the situation to the family. Ask the family to send someone to meet us. Let's go to Harmony Star as soon as possible. We'll rest there for a while." Crick nodded. Although they haven't arrived at Tyrua Star yet, Crick knew that they were basically safe. As long as they entered the range of Crick Star, they would be safe. In the machine field, every planet had its own defensive capabilities. And Tyrua Star was an important mithril mine. If it was robbed, then it wouldn't be good. Because of this, Tyrua Star's defensive capabilities were much stronger than other planets. After the ship entered Terra Star, the people on the ship let out a sigh of relief. Margaret brought Zhao Hai back to the reception and told Xianxia about the situation. Then she asked Xianxia to arrange a place for them to live. Xianxia naturally agreed and immediately arranged rooms for them. After the rooms were arranged, Margaret flashed and arrived at Zhao Hai's room. After Zhao Hai asked Margaret to sit down, he poured her a cup of tea before sitting opposite her. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai for some time before she said, "Zhao Hai, I want to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, then I'm afraid that we would have been in danger." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Margaret and said, "Zhao Hai, I want to thank you for your help." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Teacher, you're too polite. I'm also thinking for myself. If we can't get through this crisis, then the people in the ship wouldn't have been spared." Margaret nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I think you should know about the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. To be honest, the bone symbol camp isn't as strong as it used to be. There aren't any experts in the camp. However, I still hope that you can join the bone symbol camp. At the very least, you will be safe in the camp. Moreover, I will tell the camp lord that after you join the camp, the entire camp will help you. With your talent, you will surely become a famous expert in the future." Margaret nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I think you should know about the bone symbol camp." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Teacher, there's no need to be like this. If I say that I'll join the bone symbol camp, then I will. I won't regret it." Margaret nodded, then she said, "In the future, I'll make it more convenient for you to adapt to the environment. As long as you think that you can adapt to the machine field spiritual chi, you can tell me and I'll let you graduate in advance." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, All right. Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he didn't want to stay in the academy for a long time. He wanted to adapt to the density of spiritual chi in the machine field as soon as possible and see if he could level up. At the same time, he also wanted to explore the machine field as soon as possible. He wanted to find a place for Laura and the others to have legal identities in the machine field. This way, they wouldn't have to stay in the space all day. Margaret replied, "I've already notified the family. The family has already sent people to support you. However, they would arrive the day after tomorrow at the earliest. You have to be careful in the next 2 days. Although they wouldn't dare to attack Harmony Planet, they can still send assassins. If there's nothing else, it's best if you don't leave your room for the next 2 days." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, teacher can rest assured." Margaret nodded, then she turned around and left. Zhao Hai also knew that after this matter, the bone symbol camp had taken a liking to him. Otherwise, Margaret wouldn't have said that the bone symbol camp would use all of their resources to help him cultivate. However, Zhao Hai also got some information from Margaret's words. First, the bone symbol camp didn't have any experts that they could send out. It seems like this was true. Secondly, Margaret's identity was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Margaret left, Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai, they immediately greeted him and said, "Brother Hai, today's incident was very dangerous. You have to be careful in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, you don't have to worry. Margaret already said that after I return to the academy, I'll be able to adapt to the spiritual chi density of the machine field. I want to adapt to the spiritual chi density here as soon as possible so that I can leave the academy. This way, you can go out and explore the world. You don't have to stay in the space every day." As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately became happy. For them, this was very important. They had already seen the wonderful world of the machine field on the internet. They wanted to go out and see it with their own eyes. Unfortunately, they didn't have the opportunity to do so. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it was natural for them to be happy. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and couldn't help but be happy. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "We'll be staying on Calm Planet for a few days. I'm going to use this time to look around Calm Planet and collect some mithril. It would be a pity if we don't collect some mithril when we go to a place that produces mithril." Laura and the others nodded and said, "All right." Laura smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. In any case, we've already been here, so we can come back whenever we want. Brother Hai, I think the most important thing for you right now is to improve your own fighting strength. Right, if you have time, you can go to the city and buy some gifts for Odin and the others. If Brother Hai wants Odin and the others to follow you in the future, then you can ask them about their strength and design their cultivation path. For example, Odin, he's a fire element mage. You can help him condense a magic formation that suits him the most. You can also help him analyze the formation. This way, he'll be able to save a lot of time. Moreover, he would also be grateful to you for this. Now that you're about to enter the Bone Symbol camp, although Margaret said that the Bone Symbol camp would fully support you, there are still some forces in the camp. Brother Hai entering the camp in such a high-profile manner might cause them to be dissatisfied. Therefore, you should cultivate your own forces. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go to the Bone Symbol camp." Zhao Hai calmly listened to Laura's words. He felt that what Laura said was reasonable. If he joins the Bone Symbol camp in the future, then he must have his own forces. Otherwise, he might be isolated. Although Odin's and the others were old, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. The space can make life-prolonging potions that would allow them to live for hundreds of years without a problem. Moreover, as their cultivation increases, their lifespan would also increase. When the time comes, they might become a force that couldn't be underestimated. As long as Zhao Hai shows them kindness, then when he joins the Bone Symbol camp, he wouldn't need to worry about them not surrounding him. This was equivalent to having his own forces. He wouldn't need to be afraid of anything. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll cultivate in the next few days." "Right, Kai I haven't thought about using potions to break through my bottleneck. Can you take a look at the herbs in the space and see if they can help me break through to the second layer of the Yin-Yang stellar transformation? I feel that if I break through to the second layer, then I'll have unimaginable benefits." Kai nodded, then she turned around and flew away. Silver Child had now become Kai-er's follower, constantly following Kai-er. As for Bubble, he still liked to stay in the villa with Laura and the others. Laura and the others were already used to his existence, they used Bubble as a pillow and a toy. Zhao Hai was too lazy to pay attention to this perverted Bubble. Although this fellow was lustful, his strength was still good. At this time, Zhao Hai had placed several things inside Bubble's body for him to refine. These things were the 2 adult blue dragon snails and the ice tower that Zhao Hai obtained. Naturally, the blue dragon snail didn't need to be mentioned. Zhao Hai discovered that as long as the blue dragon snail was refined in the machine field, it could be used as a battleship. As for the ice tower, it was made from Bubble's water attribute energy. Although it wasn't very useful right now, it would certainly be useful in the future. Just as Zhao Hai was cultivating in the space for an hour, Kai came looking for him. When Zhao Hai saw Kai, he knew that Kai was looking for him regarding the breakthrough potion. Sure enough, Kai quietly went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, there are potions in the space that can help you break through. However, it will take some time to concoct them. Also, you need to pay attention to one thing. When you break through, you will need a lot of spiritual qi. How much spiritual qi you can absorb during your breakthrough will have a huge impact on your strength." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Kai meant. He turned to Kai and said, "Does that mean that the concentration of spiritual qi in the space and the academy isn't enough? We need to test the concentration of spiritual qi in the machine field before we level up." Kai nodded and said, "Yes, young master, that's what I meant." Sister Laura and the others just checked and found that there are spirit-gathering formations in the machine field that can gather large amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Moreover, I also analyzed that as long as you slowly adapt to the density of spiritual qi in the machine field, the density of spiritual qi in the space would also increase. Therefore, if you want to level up and increase your fighting strength, the best thing to do is to wait until you adapt to the density of spiritual qi in the machine field. Then you can set up a spirit-gathering formation and then level up. Once you level up, you'll be able to absorb a large amount of spiritual qi and increase your strength once again. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll talk about it later. But you should prepare the potions first so that we don't have to worry about it later." Kai nodded, then she turned around and left. Zhao Hai put down his thoughts of leveling up and focused on his cultivation. It wasn't until dinner time that Zhao Hai came out of the space. He thought that someone would bring him dinner today. But he didn't expect that not long after he came out, someone knocked on his door. Zhao Hai scanned the room with his spiritual force and found out that it was Margaret. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. He and Margaret weren't very familiar with each other. Margaret only taught him a few classes. Adding on the few times they met, the number of times they met was less than 10. Now that Margaret came looking for him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be puzzled. However, he still opened the door. When he saw Margaret, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Teacher Margaret, why are you here?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? I can't come? You don't need to stay in your room all day to practice. It's best to practice alternating between tension and relaxation. Let's go to the dining hall to eat. The crew will be eating there, so we can have some fun together." When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, he understood why she came looking for him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't object, so he immediately said, "All right, teacher, please." Margaret nodded, then she led Zhao Hai to the dining hall. Zhao Hai also noticed that after he helped Margaret through this crisis, Margaret's attitude towards him had changed. This was something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. When the two arrived at the dining hall, the crew was already there. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the crew stood up and greeted the two. They were even more enthusiastic towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew that they were being enthusiastic towards him because he asked them to save their lives. Crew members had a very high-paying job. However, being a crew also meant that their cultivation talent wasn't good. Because of this, they were just ordinary people. For ordinary people, being able to find a stable and high-paying job and live a safe and sound life was their greatest happiness. After all, in this world where cultivators were everywhere, their status wasn't very high. These crew members were ordinary people. They had a large family to support. If they died, although the Ashley family would give them some compensation, their living conditions would plummet. Because of this, they were very grateful to Zhao Hai for saving them. Zhao Hai didn't put on airs. After returning the greetings, he sat down and chatted with them. Zhao Hai's performance won the crew's favor. Before long, they were all on good terms with each other. Margaret and Crick were sitting at another table, which was a small table. In addition to the two of them, only the two first officers were sitting there. That was to say, the people sitting at that table were all people of high status. Crick looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Margaret and said, "Miss Margaret, it seems like our Bone Symbol camp has recruited an extraordinary person this time. I think this person must be a killing god in the lower realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remain calm in that situation." Margaret nodded and said, "All right." Crick and the two first officers were members of the Bone Symbol camp. This was why the Bone Symbol camp was different from the other camps. The other camps only recruited geniuses and weren't interested in other people. However, the Bone Symbol camp accepted anyone. As long as you showed extraordinary talent in a certain aspect, they would take you in. Margaret smiled and said, "This Zhao Hai is really good. You don't know, but he already has his own influence in the academy. Other than a few geniuses, the other mages who ascended at the same time as him are now following his lead. This fellow is very good at conducting himself. Moreover, you're right, I suspect that this fellow was a butcher back in the lower realm." Margaret smiled and said, "You're right, this Zhao Hai is really good." Crick and the others were people of the Bone Symbol camp, so they naturally understood what a 10,000 human butcher meant. The expressions of Crick and the others couldn't help but change. The first officer couldn't help but say, 10,000 human butcher? How can that be? He doesn't look like one. Margaret replied, "Judging from his performance, he's likely to be a 10,000 human butcher. When he entered the mine, he asked me if there would be any problems if I killed Adam's 6 people. When he asked me, he had a smile on his face and didn't release any killing intent. Moreover, he was calm in the face of this crisis. Only 2 kinds of people can be calm. One is someone who is confident in their own strength. They believe that even if the spaceship was destroyed, they would still be fine. The other is someone who doesn't take human life seriously. I think that Zhao Hai is the latter, so I'm sure that he's a 10,000 human butcher." Crick looked at Zhao Hai, who was talking and laughing with the crew. He couldn't help but think that Zhao Hai was a 10,000 human butcher. However, Crick also knew that he couldn't understand the mysteries of these cultivators. Therefore, he was just curious and didn't say anything. The second mate of the spaceship curiously asked Margaret, "Miss Margaret, how long has Zhao Hai been in the Ascension Academy?" How come we haven't heard of such a genius before? Margaret looked at the two and lowered her voice. Zhao Hai ascended a month ago. Of course you haven't heard of him. Don't tell anyone. If people know that Zhao Hai ascended a month ago and became a first-rank mage, then he would be in danger in the future. Although Crick and the others couldn't cultivate, they had been serving the Ascension Academy for many years. Naturally, they knew what it meant to become a first-rank mage after a month of ascension. They had been in the academy for a long time, but this was the first time they heard of such an achievement. This was enough to show Zhao Hai's talent. Crick and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. After the three of them were recruited by the Bone Symbol camp, their treatment was much better than that of a captain, first mate, and second mate. Therefore, the three of them were very respectful towards the Bone Symbol camp. Now that they heard Margaret say this, they were naturally happy. Margaret looked at Crick and said, "You should know about the current situation in the camp. Zhao Hai's strength is extraordinary, and his talent is also top-notch. From the results of his training, it can be seen that not only has he become a first-rank mage, he has also reached a very proficient level in the use of magic formations. His future development will be limitless. Because of this, we can't say that he has only ascended for a month, we must say that he has already ascended for 5 months. If he isn't here, then not only will the other families deal with him, I'm afraid that the other camps will also deal with him. Those fellows wouldn't let the Bone Symbol camp rise again." As a member of the Bone Symbol camp, Crick was naturally aware of the struggles between the camps. He knew that Margaret wasn't speaking nonsense. If the other camps of the Ashley family found out about Zhao Hai's talent, they would certainly deal with him. Therefore, they nodded and said in unison, "Miss Margaret, rest assured, we know what to do. Our Bone Symbol camp has suffered a lot from the other camps over the years. Now that we have Zhao Hai, we can't let anything happen to him." Margaret nodded, then her eyes shone as she said, "Zhao Hai will certainly become the mainstay of our Bone Symbol camp in the future. The rise of the Bone Symbol camp will depend on him." Crick nodded. They were very clear that if the Bone Symbol camp wanted to rise, they would need an expert. But right now, the Bone Symbol camp didn't have an expert. The Bone Symbol camp didn't lack funds. For an outer sect camp like theirs, in addition to the funds allocated to them by the family every year, they could also generate their own income. Although the Bone Symbol camp didn't have any experts, their speed of making money was second to none in the Ashley family. However, the Bone Symbol camp was also clear that if they were to reveal how much money they made, then they would be in big trouble. Because of this, the people of the Bone Symbol camp hoped that someone would come out and take up the mantle. However, the Bone Symbol camp had been weak for a long time. Talented people wouldn't come to the Bone Symbol camp. Because of this, the Bone Symbol camp didn't have an expert. This had become the Bone Symbol camp's biggest weakness. After having his meal, Zhao Hai returned to his room. It was already late, so Zhao Hai didn't plan on going out. He returned to the space and cultivated for a while before resting. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space. After having his breakfast, he was about to go out when Margaret and the crew arrived. Seeing Zhao Hai about to go out, Margaret's expression couldn't help but sink as she said, "Zhao Hai, where are you going?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he said, "Teacher, I haven't gone out since arriving at Tranquil Star. I want to go out and take a look. I want to bring some gifts for Odin's and the others. Tranquil Star produces mithril. The mithril products here are much cheaper compared to other places. Mithril products are very helpful to mages, so I want to buy some." Margaret knit her brows and said, "No, you shouldn't go out. It's very dangerous outside. The pirates might chase you here. What if something happens to you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter, teacher. It's not like I can't fight back. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Margaret shook her head, but she still felt embarrassed to keep Zhao Hai in his room. She thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can go, but I want to accompany you." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Margaret with an embarrassed expression and said, "Teacher, this isn't good." "There's no need, I'll go by myself." Margaret coldly snorted and said, "No, either you let me go with you, or you don't need to go out." Zhao looked at Margaret awkwardly, then he nodded helplessly. "All right, teacher, let's go." "Right, do you want to take a look around?" "Whatever you see, I'll pay for it." Consider it a gift from me. Zhao Hai's last sentence was for the crew. When the crew heard Zhao Hai, they cheered and hugged Zhao Hai as they walked out. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai, who was surrounded by the crowd, and helplessly shook her head. She didn't know whether she should praise Zhao Hai's generosity or blame him for not using his money properly. Although mithril products were cheaper in Tranquil Planet compared to other places, they were still mithril products after all. Aside from mithril products, Tranquil Planet was also more expensive than other places. At this time, besides being a mining planet, Tranquil Planet was also a tourist planet. The biggest feature of a tourist planet was that things were more expensive than other places. Zhao Hai was afraid that he would bleed a lot today. Margaret impatiently followed behind Zhao Hai as they walked out. Actually, the mining city wasn't much different from other cities. The only difference was that the houses were converted into mining caves. You couldn't see the sun in the sky, only the magic formations were shining. The shops and other things weren't much different from other planets. However, compared to other planets, mithril products were much more abundant here. Zhao Hai and the crew of the spaceship walked on the street. They didn't call for a taxi and just strolled around. In addition to some shops, there were also some stalls. However, there weren't anything special in those stalls. Zhao Hai glanced at them and then turned his head away. While walking, Zhao Hai suddenly felt several hostile gazes directed at them. Zhao Hai scanned with his spiritual force and discovered that they were mages. They were sitting in a small tea house and drinking tea. They looked very leisurely, but from time to time, their eyes would sweep towards Zhao Hai's group. Their eyes were flickering with killing intent. Zhao Hai had killed countless people, so he was very sensitive to killing intent. Therefore, when these people looked at him with killing intent, Zhao Hai immediately knew that they were the pirates. Zhao Hai didn't make a sound, he just said to Kai in his mind, Kai, pay attention to the mages in the tea house. Record their images and check if they were the pirates we encountered. Kai complied and went to carry out the task. After Zhao Hai finished giving his instructions, he continued to stroll around with the crew. Suddenly, Zhao Hai saw a shop in front of him with a magic staff. Moreover, the signboard seemed to have been used for many years, it looked a bit old. It was a wooden signboard. Compared to the other high-tech signboards, this signboard wasn't very eye-catching. It looked like an ugly duckling standing in a flock of swans. However, Zhao Hai looked at this simple signboard in a daze. This was because he could feel waves of magic coming from the signboard. It seems like the wood used to make this signboard wasn't simple. When the crew saw Zhao Hai stop, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. One of them asked, "What's wrong, Zhao Hai? Why are you in a daze?" Zhao Hai recovered, he looked at the crowd and smiled, "Everyone, let's go. Let's go to the shop and take a look. This time, I'm going to buy some magic staffs for my friends from the academy. You should know that mithril is very cheap here. If you miss this village, you won't be able to find another shop like this." The crew originally came to accompany Zhao Hai to play. So when they heard Zhao Hai say this, they naturally agreed. Everyone crowded around Zhao Hai as they walked towards the shop. The shop wasn't very big. This time, Zhao Hai and the others came with more than 10 people. When they entered the shop, the entire shop was packed. Zhao Hai looked at the shop. It looked very ordinary. The shelves and cabinets inside the shop looked quite old. They were all made of wood and covered with glass. They looked very ordinary. On the shelves and cabinets were magic staffs. These magic staffs were made of wood and their style was very simple. On each magic staff was a label with a price written on it. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the shop, a robot came to greet them. The robot bowed to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Welcome, may I ask if you need any help?" Zhao Hai looked at the robot. It was a very ordinary robot. Although it was more advanced than Ding Dang, it wasn't a very advanced product. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he just said, "I need a few magic staffs. Can you introduce me to the abilities of these magic staffs?" The robot immediately complied and said, "Yes, please wait a moment." Then the robot went to the side and took out a book from a cabinet. Then the robot handed the book to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please take a look. All the information about the magic staffs are here." Zhao Hai nodded and then opened the book. Upon opening the book, Zhao Hai saw that although it looked like a book, it was actually a projection computer. When he opened the book immediately turned into a screen and projected a three-dimensional magic staff. Then the book automatically made sounds as it introduced Zhao Hai to what the magic staff was made of and what magic formations were engraved on it. Such a thing was rare even in the machine field. Zhao Hai took the book and looked at the magic staffs on the cabinet. Then he looked for the magic staffs that were most suitable for Odin's and the others. It must be said that the shop's mages were very good. All of the magic staffs were made of wood that was very suitable for mages to use. Inside the magic staffs, there were 5 groups of first-rank mages or 10 groups of second-rank mages. Inside the magic staffs, there weren't any magic formations above 3rd rank. However, this was enough to attract Zhao Hai's attention. At this time, Odin's and the others weren't even first-rank mages, so they wouldn't be able to use high-level magic staffs. Instead, they were given first-rank magic staffs. Margaret stood in the back and looked at Zhao Hai seriously selecting a magic staff. She couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she felt that she couldn't see through Zhao Hai anymore. Zhao Hai became a first-rank mage a month after ascending. It can be said that he was a genius among geniuses. Such a genius should be very arrogant. However, Zhao Hai wasn't arrogant at all. Not only was he able to make friends with Odin's and the others, he was also able to make friends with ordinary crew members. Such a person was very rare. Margaret couldn't imagine what kind of place could nurture a person like Zhao Hai. One must know that the young geniuses who ascended were all peerless geniuses back in the lower realms. They were supported by great forces, and besides cultivation, they didn't need to worry about anything else. It was precisely because of this that these geniuses were able to develop arrogant personalities. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything else in the lower realms. He didn't need to worry about anything else. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was even more of a genius than those geniuses. For a person like him to ascend at such a young age, it meant that there was a great force behind him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't unfamiliar with fighting, nor was he unfamiliar with life. Moreover, he wasn't arrogant at all. Margaret even suspected that Zhao Hai was a butcher who slaughtered tens of thousands of people. If these things were taken out individually, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, when these things were put together, it showed how different Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai bought 15 first-rank magic staffs, spending nearly 20,000 machine coins before he came out of the shop. As soon as he came out, Kair's voice echoed in his mind, "Young master, the identity of those people has been confirmed. They were the pirates who attacked the airship. I verified their identities one by one, there's no mistake." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took 2 steps back to Margaret's side and whispered, "Teacher, the pirates are chasing us. They're waiting for us not too far away. Moreover, we've been surrounded. Can you tell Mr.'s brothers to go back?" Margaret nodded, then Zhao Hai took 2 steps back and whispered to Margaret, "Teacher, the pirates are chasing us." Margaret stared, then her expression turned cold. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure, I'm very sensitive to killing intent. Moreover, before I went in to buy the magic staff, I saw a few people dressed as mages drinking tea in a tea house. I think I saw them on the screen of the ship, they were the ones who besieged the ship. Moreover, I can feel killing intent coming from all directions, it seems like they're preparing to make a move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm very sure." Margaret trusted Zhao Hai, so she immediately said, "All right, then I'll have the crew leave immediately." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai gently shook his head and said, "I can't say it directly. Otherwise, those guys might attack the crew and distract us. Teacher, you just need to be on guard against them. I'll go talk to them." Margaret nodded, she couldn't help but raise her spiritual force. Zhao Hai looked around and sneered. Then he turned to the crew and said, "Brothers, I've bought several good magic staffs today. These magic staffs are very useful. In order to celebrate, I'll treat everyone to a drink. The bar in front looks very good, let's go." Then he pointed towards a bar on the side of the road. Although the crew didn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to treat them to a drink, having a drink was also a good thing. These guys weren't polite to Zhao Hai as they cheered and ran towards the bar. When Zhao Hai saw them run, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You guys, once you hear about drinking, you run faster than anyone else. If I don't go in, then who's going to pay for you? The crew didn't care about this. Two of them liked to joke and said, after we finish drinking, we'll count it to you. Brothers, let's go, we must get 2 bottles of good wine today. When Xiaohai heard this, he seemed to be very anxious as he ran towards the bar. While running, he said, brothers, don't go too far. I don't have that much money. He fully displayed the weakness of a mage. He ran very slowly. When the crew entered the bar, he still hadn't reached the door. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but secretly admire him. With just a few words, Zhao Hai made the crew enter the bar. Moreover, his performance was very natural, there wasn't a single flaw in it. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly shouted as a magic formation appeared in front of him. Then a sword flew out of the formation and shot towards the second floor of the bar. Its speed was very fast. When the sword passed through, a magic barrier suddenly appeared on the second floor of the bar, blocking Zhao Hai's sword. However, after Zhao Hai released the sword, he also released a 5-layered magic formation. From this magic formation, a fiery red spear flew out and chased after the sword towards the magic barrier. Inside the magic shield, a faint silhouette of a person could be seen, but his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The person's magic shield easily blocked the sword, but he couldn't block the fiery red spear that came after. The spear easily pierced through the magic shield as if it was a piece of paper. Then the spear pierced through the magic shield and stabbed the person inside. The person just had time to let out a pitiful scream before the spear exploded. After a loud explosion, the person was completely blown away. But what was strange was that although the person was blown to death, the bar didn't suffer any other losses except for the broken windows. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He released another 5-layered magic formation and then the magic formation exploded. A black fog with the magic formation as the core quickly covered the entire street, making it impossible to see one's own hand. As soon as the dark mist dispersed, Zhao Hai immediately floated to Margaret's side and whispered, "Teacher, I can feel their position, but they can't find us in the dark mist. If they enter the dark mist, then we can deal with them." Margaret nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret nodded, she could feel that her divine sense was greatly suppressed inside the dark mist. One must know that Margaret was a 5th-rank magic array, her divine sense was very strong. But inside the dark mist, her divine sense could only sense 500 meters away. In Margaret's opinion, this was simply impossible. Zhao Hai replied, "Teacher, let's go to the tavern first and have the crew find a safe place. My magic can last for a period of time, but if they use light magic, then it can only last for about 10 minutes. Use this time to get the crew to leave, then we can go all out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Teacher, let's go to the tavern first." Margaret nodded and said, 10 minutes is enough for them to leave. Moreover, don't forget that this is Tyru planet. There are guards here. Since we made such a big noise, the guards have already been alerted. 10 minutes is more than enough for them to arrive. Margaret nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't care about anything else as he caught Margaret and their figures flashed into the small tavern. The people inside the tavern were now aware of the battle outside. Nobody dared to move, some of them even hid under the tables. Zhao Hai's magic didn't only cover the street, it also covered the tavern. However, this magic had no effect on Zhao Hai. After bringing Margaret into the tavern, Zhao Hai immediately let go of Margaret's hand and said, "Teacher, don't move, I'll go look for them." Margaret had never been held by a man before. At this time, her face was red, so how could she refute Zhao Hai's words? She nodded. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he arrived at a table. Naturally, the crew members were drinking here. When they heard the explosion, they immediately hid under the table. When Zhao Hai arrived at the table, he couldn't help but laugh as he knocked on the table and said, "All right, don't hide." Then he waved his hand as a light shield appeared. The dark mist around the table slowly dispersed, revealing the crew members. When the crew members heard Zhao Hai's voice, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked up and saw Zhao Hai looking at them. They stared, then they jumped up. Zhao Hai made a silent gesture and said, "All right, listen to me. The pirates that attacked us came back. I just fought with them. You should immediately follow them. They will send you to a safe place. Remember, unless they disappear, don't come out. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and summoned a skeleton. The crew members knew that this wasn't the time to talk, so they immediately nodded and followed the skeleton. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he appeared beside Margaret. Margaret had already calmed down. Although her spiritual force was suppressed, she was still aware of everything that happened in the tavern. She also saw what Zhao Hai did. Now that Zhao Hai came back, she immediately said, "The people outside didn't attack the dark mist. Does that mean they don't plan to attack?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, they're still outside the dark mist. It's just that they didn't attack. Maybe they thought that they wouldn't attack. The more they act like this, the more dangerous it is. Since they aren't in a hurry to act, it means that the guards of Calm Star won't appear for a while. They can rest assured and act boldly." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Calm Star is jointly controlled by the three major forces. Nobody can bribe all three at the same time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then they must have used some other method to divert the guards. Teacher, I think we need to find a way to deal with them. It would be best if we break out of the encirclement." Margaret nodded and said, "All right. Can you feel that their encirclement is weaker?" Margaret was now regretting that she had been too careless this time. In the entire ship, only she and Zhao knew how to use magic. The other crew members were just ordinary people, so they couldn't help at all. Moreover, Margaret wasn't a fool. She knew that they had been fighting with the pirates for a long time, but the guards of Titan Star still hadn't appeared. This meant that the other party had made ample preparations. Today, they would definitely make sure that they stay here. After thinking about this, Margaret immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm afraid that even if we break out of the encirclement, they wouldn't let us off easily. The family's people would arrive tomorrow night at the earliest. These 2 days and 1 night will be very dangerous for us." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, I think we need a place for the decisive battle. We can't fight in the city. Not to mention the fact that we can't go all out, we might also implicate the innocent. If we wait until after the battle, the three major forces would come looking for us. That would be troublesome. Moreover, they have a lot of people, it would be easy for them to surround us in the city. We need a more complex terrain, a more suitable environment for us to fight in." Margaret nodded and said, "Aren't you an expert in dark magic? Then as long as we enter the mine, it should be more suitable for us to fight, right?" When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, his eyes lit up and he said, "Teacher, I have a good idea. As long as we lead them there, I can guarantee that they won't be able to return." Margaret nodded and said, "All right." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. "You mean there? It can't be that trial mine, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's the trial mine. Teacher, the dark energy inside the mine is very dense. If we enter there, I can display 100% of my dark magic's might. With my dark summoning magic, they would surely die." Margaret stared, then she knit her brows and said, "Is this okay? Do you know the way to the mine? Moreover, the mine is very far from here. Will those people follow us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They certainly will. They want to kill us. The more remote we are, the happier they will be. Most importantly, if we lead them away, the crew will be safe. I think that those mages and warriors wouldn't attack the crew members who don't have the ability to fight back, right? When I went to the trial mine last time, I was already familiar with the path. Teacher, you can rest assured." Margaret nodded and said, "That's true. They wouldn't easily make a move on those who don't know magic. All right, let's go there." Margaret didn't realize that she was already following Zhao Hai's lead. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Teacher, come with me. We'll rush out of their encirclement first, then we'll run out of the mine." This time, Zhao Hai didn't pick up Margaret. Instead, his figure moved and floated up. Margaret also quickly followed. Zhao Hai sensed the direction of those people, then he suddenly accelerated towards the opposite side of the bar. Margaret also followed. At this time, Zhao Hai took out a magic staff. This wasn't the Blood Lotus staff, but a magic staff that he bought today. It was a Light magic staff. When Margaret saw Xiao Hai take out a light magic staff, she couldn't help but stare. One must know that light magic can be said to be the weakest among low-level magic. Only at the high level would light magic be able to display its might. Why did Xiao Hai take out a light magic staff? After Xiao Hai took out the light magic staff, he turned to Margaret and said, "Teacher, don't forget to close your eyes." Margaret understood what Xiao Hai wanted to do. She couldn't help but secretly praise him. Xiao Hai was an all-element mage, this was something that she already knew. However, Xiao Hai was only at first rank, which made him the weakest among mages. But if he could use all kinds of magic skillfully, then his strength couldn't be underestimated. Magic array was essentially the same as the magic of the lower realm. In the lower realm, an all-element magician was very powerful at a low level. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could use magic skillfully. Moreover, they had to know how to use magic. Knowing how to use magic meant that they had to use the appropriate magic in the right place. A magic attack that wasn't very strong, as long as you use it properly, can also kill people. Even if a person has the strongest magic, if you don't know how to use it, then it would be a waste. Because of this, there was a saying in the magic world, "This world doesn't have trash magic, only stupid mages." At this time, the people who were preparing to attack them were all focused on the black fog. At this time, they would suddenly rush out and use a strong light magic. Even if it was a low-level light magic, it would still be much brighter than the mine. Many mages would be blinded for a short period of time. Since they couldn't see anything, then they would naturally panic and take the opportunity to escape. Before long, the two arrived at the street. Margaret also felt two very secretive spiritual waves coming from the intersection. It seems like there were two mages guarding the intersection. These two spiritual waves were very secretive, she didn't feel them before. Even now, she could only feel them faintly. If she didn't concentrate, then she wouldn't have felt them at all. This made Margaret even more surprised towards Xiao Hai. She was a 5th rank mage, yet she couldn't feel the presence of these mages. However, Xiao Hai could clearly feel them. This was too strange. Could it be that Xiao Hai's spiritual force was stronger than hers? At this time, Xiao Hai waved the staff in his hand and suddenly shouted, "Light burst." Along with his voice, a 5-layered magic formation appeared on the staff in his hand. Then the magic formation exploded and turned into an incomparably strong light. This light turned everything around them white. The two mages who were monitoring the black fog felt a stinging pain in their eyes before they couldn't see anything. Xiao Hai didn't care about the two as he shouted, "Let's go." Then he flew towards the alley. If it was the old Xiao Hai, then he would have killed the two mages. But now that Margaret was with him, he couldn't do this. This was because he didn't want Margaret to know about his cards. The two quickly flew through the streets. Xiao Hai had already sent out flying needles to scout the surrounding terrain. They were able to see if there was a dead end or if there was a faster way to reach the mine. The more Margaret flew, the more curious she was about Xiao Hai. She saw Xiao Hai walking around the mine. Although they were still chasing after a large number of mages, they didn't block them. It seems like Xiao Hai was very familiar with the streets. While Margaret was thinking about this, she discovered that she and Xiao Hai had already left the city and arrived at the entrance of a mine. The entrance of the mine was surrounded by a fence with the words, "Trial Mine Entrance, No Entry," written on it. Margaret didn't think that they would end up here. At this time, Xiao Hai waved his hand and threw a spell. A large hole was blasted in the fence. Then Xiao Hai flew in first. At this time, Margaret didn't have time to think about it as she also flew in. However, Margaret could feel that the mages behind her didn't stop, instead, they followed them into the mine. Margaret could feel that the mages behind her weren't 5th rank, the highest was only 4th rank. Margaret's strength was higher than them, but she didn't dare to turn around and fight. This was because there were too many of them. After circling around the city, Margaret could feel that there were at least 50 mages chasing after them. Not all of them were mages, there were also some warriors. Moreover, these people weren't weak, the weakest among them was 2nd rank. In this case, if she turned around and fought, then she would certainly die. Margaret followed Xiao Hai around the mine as the mages chased after them. When they were in the city, the mages and warriors were afraid of destroying the buildings, so they didn't use magic formations and sword chi. But now that they were in the mine, they didn't have to worry about that. From time to time, spells and sword chi would be shot towards the two. The two hurried along while dodging these things. The two's flying speed was very fast. Additionally, the mine wasn't a straight line, it was all crooked. Because of this, the mages weren't able to catch up to them. The deeper they went, the denser the dark energy became. Although Zhao Hai had received Ghost Silver and Silver Child into the space, the dark energy that had accumulated here wasn't something that could be easily dissipated. Because of this, one could still feel the dense dark energy in this place. However, it was clear that the mages chasing after Zhao Hai didn't care about this. When they entered the mine, they knew that it was a trial mine. Moreover, the trial mines in Tranquil Planet were very famous. Among the people chasing after Zhao Hai, some of them had gone to this mine before. Because of this, they knew that this mine wasn't dangerous for mages and warriors. Because of this, they became even more enthusiastic in their pursuit. Margaret was following behind Zhao Hai. To be honest, following Zhao Hai to this mine was something that Margaret couldn't do. Margaret could see that the people chasing after them were very meticulous. They had transferred the city's guards. Moreover, with so many people surrounding them, it seems like they wanted to kill them. If they were to fight in the city, then they would certainly injure the innocent. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of damage to the city. When the time comes, even if the matter was resolved, the three major forces would use this as an excuse to attack the family. If that was the case, then the family wouldn't let the Bone Symbol Camp go. Margaret didn't want to cause trouble for the Bone Symbol Camp. Because of this, Margaret agreed to follow Zhao Hai to this mine. Not only did they come here for the safety of the crew, Margaret also wanted to eliminate these people. Even if they couldn't eliminate them, they could still use the complex terrain of the mine to get rid of them. The two were flying very fast, but the mages weren't slow either. The two sides were only 500 meters apart. With such a short distance, it was impossible for the mages to lose track of them. As long as they followed the magic fluctuations left behind by Zhao Hai and Margaret, they wouldn't lose track of them. Moreover, the mages were able to see the backs of Zhao Hai and Margaret. Because of this, the mages became even more excited in their pursuit. Margaret, who was flying behind Zhao Hai, couldn't recognize the way. She believed that if Zhao Hai left her here, then she wouldn't be able to return to the surface. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Teacher, pay attention. We've arrived at the trial mine. Follow me." Immediately, Margaret nodded. Just as Margaret nodded, the two entered the mine. Upon entering the mine, Zhao Hai immediately cast a dark magic spell. This dark magic not only made the dark energy in the mine more intense, it also concealed the magic fluctuations that the two flew past. After casting this spell, Zhao Hai immediately took Margaret to a small mine nearby. Then they stood there motionlessly. Margaret didn't make a sound, she just stood there quietly, trying to see how many people were chasing them. As soon as they entered the mine, those mages chased after them. Margaret carefully counted them and found that there were 78 of them. Zhao Hai replied, 78, 40 mages, 38 warriors, 18 second-rank warriors, 43rd rank mages, 23rd rank warriors, and 24th rank mages. Ah, that's not right, there are also 2 death warriors. It seems like these guys are really ruthless. Zhao Hai nodded, that's not right, there are also 2 death warriors. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare, then she whispered, death warriors? Death warriors? She didn't feel that there were death warriors among the people outside. Now that she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 2 people, about the strength of a 3rd rank warrior. They almost managed to deceive me, they're very strong. Margaret frowned and said, then what do we do now? Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Margaret, then he smiled faintly and said, now? That's easy, there are 80 of them. But today, none of them will be able to escape. They will become members of my undead army. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Following his gesture, a spatial rift appeared beside him. As soon as the spatial rift appeared, a large number of undead rushed out. What made Margaret shocked was that these undead seemed to be endless. They were constantly emerging from the spatial cracks. In the beginning, Margaret could still count them, but in the end, she couldn't count them anymore. There were just too many of them. If it was just quantity, then Margaret wouldn't be too surprised. Most importantly, the strength of these undead were very strong. Although they were weaker than first-rank mages, they weren't the worst in the machine field. The ranks of mages in the machine field were determined by the number of people who used magic formations. However, this was very unfair to mages who ascended from the lower realms. Mages who ascended from the lower realms never learned magic formations. Because of this, it was impossible for them to develop 100% of their strength. According to Margaret's estimates, mages who ascended from the lower realms would have the spiritual force of a third-rank mage. But because they didn't know magic formations, they didn't even have the title of a first-rank mage when they first arrived in the machine field. This was obviously unfair. If they didn't use magic formations or formation swords, then a lot of third-rank mages and warriors in the machine field wouldn't be as strong as mages and warriors who ascended from the lower realms. It can be said that the way mages and warriors were evaluated in the machine field was very unfair to mages who ascended from the lower realms. However, this world wasn't fair to begin with. If you were born in the lower realms, then you can only blame your birth. You can't blame the heavens, this was a fact. On the other hand, the undead that Xiao Hai released had the strength of a first-rank mage. This was already an amazing existence. The people of the machine field didn't look down on the magic of the lower realms. The magic formation technique absorbed a lot of magic from the lower realms. Therefore, Margaret had a good understanding of magic from the lower realms. She knew that mages from the lower realms could summon undead. This method could also be used in the machine field. However, nobody in the machine field would use it. This was because the strength of the summoned creatures was very low. Any ordinary person in the machine field would be able to fight against 10 of them. But Margaret didn't think much of it. However, the undead that Xiao Hai released had the strength of a first-rank mage. This really surprised Margaret. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary cultivators wouldn't be a match for these undead. In the machine field, aside from 1st to 9th rank mages and soldiers, there were also some cultivators. They were called unranked cultivators. These cultivators were also divided into 9 levels. They were generally called apprentice, warrior apprentice, and mage apprentice. Only after becoming a 9th rank apprentice and officially becoming a 1st rank mage would one be considered a true mage. Because of this, there were still people who practiced before becoming a 1st rank mage. However, these people weren't noticed. But just because they weren't noticed didn't mean that they didn't have any fighting strength. These apprentices were much stronger than ordinary people. This was especially true for 9th rank apprentices. They were very close to becoming 1st rank mages. Their fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. If a 4th rank mage was surrounded by 109th rank apprentices, then the 4th rank mage would die in the end. The biggest difference between apprentices and mages was that apprentices couldn't learn magic formations. It wasn't that they couldn't learn magic formations, it was just that they didn't have enough spiritual force to learn magic formations. However, they could still learn ordinary magic. While learning ordinary magic, they also needed to familiarize themselves with magic formations so that they could learn magic formations in the future. It can be said that the magic apprentices of the machine field were inferior to those who ascended from the lower realms in terms of spiritual force. But they also had an advantage, they were more familiar with magic formations compared to those who ascended from the lower realms. Often, spiritual force was the most important thing. This was because magic formations could be learned later. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate spiritual force to the level of a 1st rank mage. There were a lot of apprentices who were stuck at 9th rank and couldn't become 1st rank mages for their entire lives. It was precisely because of this division that Margaret couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Xiao Hai release so many undead that were equivalent to 9th rank apprentices. Xiao Hai didn't release too many undead, only 10,000. And these 10,000 undead weren't ordinary undead. They were all wearing bone armor. Back in the underworld, these undead were Xiao Hai's elite troops. But in this place, Xiao Hai didn't dare let these undead fight the enemy. Doing so was no different than courting death. At this time, Xiao Hai had more than 30,000 undead wearing bone armor. But this time, Xiao Hai only released 10,000 undead. After releasing the 10,000 undead, Xiao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Teacher, let's go outside and take a look." Once we eliminate these people, we'll be able to find out who they belong to. Margaret recovered. She turned to Xiao Hai and said, Xiao Hai, are these the creatures you summoned from the lower realms? Did you make them? Xiao Hai nodded and said, yes, I learned a secret method in the lower realms. I can use a special method to refine some low-level undead into high-level undead. Those undead were made by me. Xiao Hai nodded and said, yes, I've learned a secret method in the lower realms. Margaret looked at Xiao Hai, her face was pale as she asked, did you kill all these people? When Xiao Hai heard Margaret, he stared for a moment before he nodded and said, yes, that's only a part of it. There are still a lot of them that couldn't be used because of failed refinement. Margaret's face turned even paler. She looked at Xiao Hai and said, how many people did you kill in total? Xiao Hai looked at Margaret's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, it's better if you don't know. After he said that, Xiao Hai walked out of the mine. Outside, the undead were already fighting with the mages and warriors. Margaret looked at Xiao Hai's appearance, her expression turned even uglier. She was now convinced that Xiao Hai was a monster in the lower realms. In order to make undead, he actually killed so many people. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing to have such a person join the Bone Symbol camp. I rushed out a chapter overnight and posted it as early as possible. I hope that everyone will support me. Mingyu thanks you. Xiao Hai calmly stood there and looked at the battle outside. Gui had told him to kill a lot of people, so he wasn't afraid to let Margaret know. He also wanted to see how Margaret would react. Xiao Hai looked at Gui calmly. Margaret quietly stood beside Xiao Hai. Although her eyes were looking at the battle, her eyes were empty. It was clear that her mind wasn't there. Xiao Hai's words had a huge impact on her. She didn't think that the sunny and kind Xiao Hai was actually a devil. He actually killed more than 10,000 people in order to refine his summoned creatures. No matter which space one was in, one would be considered a devil. Even in the demon realm, there weren't many people like Xiao Hai. Thinking of this, Margaret couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was currently looking at the battlefield with a serious expression. He seemed to be nervous. Margaret stared for a moment, then she quickly looked at the battlefield. She thought that the undead couldn't fight against the mages. However, when Margaret looked at the battlefield, she couldn't help but stare. This was because the undead were about to surround and kill the mages. It can be said that the situation was good. Why was Xiao Hai so serious in this situation? What Margaret didn't know was that in Xiao Hai's eyes, the undead weren't tools. They were living beings, and they were a special race. They were Xiao Hai's subordinates. And just now, Xiao Hai felt that hundreds of his undead had died in this battle. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Hai was this serious. The battle didn't last for a long time. These undead were Xiao Hai's elites. When they were in the hell space, they didn't just cultivate. They also practiced battle formations and cooperation. Because of this practice, the undead were very skillful in their cooperation. Naturally, the mages weren't their opponents. In less than an hour, 80 people were eliminated. When Margaret saw the undead fighting, she couldn't help but be stunned. The cooperation between the undead was too good. Even the best army in the machine field wouldn't be able to do this. All of this was too mystical. When the battle was over, Xiao Hai waved his hand and collected the undead. Even the dead undead were collected. These dead undead would be brought back to the hell space and buried on the Bone Mountain. This had already become a tradition among the undead. Xiao Hai waved his hand and collected all the undead. Even the dead undead were taken back to the hell space and buried on the Bone Mountain. After collecting the undead, Xiao looked at the corpses of the mages and warriors. Then with a wave of his hand, he surrounded the corpses with a mass of black gas. The black gas couldn't turn the corpses into undead. However, Xiao Hai added a 100-layer superposition formation to the black gas. This 100-layer superposition formation could only turn the corpses into undead. Originally, Xiao Hai didn't want to be so troublesome. He wanted to turn the corpses into undead and then throw them into the human world. But after the universal scanner analyzed the magic formation, it discovered that there was a 100-layer superposition formation. This was the first 100-layer superposition formation that Xiao Hai mastered. If it was just turning corpses into undead, then it wouldn't be too troublesome. Using this superposition formation to turn corpses into undead didn't only preserve their consciousness and memories, it also preserved their strength to the greatest extent. For example, if Zhao Hai used an ordinary method to turn a fourth-rank mage, then even if it was improved by the space, it would still be equivalent to a god-rank expert in the lower realms. In the machine field, it would be equivalent to an 8th or 9th rank magic apprentice. It was simply impossible for them to use magic formations. But if he used this 100-layer superposition formation to turn corpses into undead, then the undead would retain the strength of a 4th-rank mage. This was what Zhao Hai wanted the most. But because he couldn't let Margaret see the 100-layer superposition formation, he used the black gas to cover the area. Before long, Zhao Hai received his magic. The dead mages and warriors stood up again. Their weapons were still in their hands and their strength was preserved. However, in order to not let Margaret discover their characteristics, Zhao Hai turned them into skeletons. Then Zhao Hai immediately interrogated the undead. After that, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Teacher, does the Ashley family have enmity with the Fire God Temple's Xiang family?" When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed as she said, "Fire God Temple's Xiang family? Did these undead say that?" Because these undead were skeletons, they naturally couldn't speak. When Zhao Hai interrogated them, he used spiritual force to communicate. Naturally, Margaret couldn't hear what they were saying. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the Fire God Temple's Zhang family. Their target this time is you, teacher. If they kill you, then they can blame the Adams family. If the Ashley family and the Adams family go to war, then they would be able to benefit from it." Margaret coldly snorted and said, "Zhang family, it's actually the Zhang family." Very good, very good. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret with a puzzled expression. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, since things have reached this point, I don't need to hide it from you. I'm actually the 6th daughter of the Ashley family's current patriarch, Lei Ming Ashley. My mother was an ascender from the lower realms. Later on, she married my father. However, my father didn't treat my mother well. My mother eventually died of depression. At that time, when my mother ascended, she was a member of the Bone Symbol Camp. Because I didn't like the internal strife of the family, I went to the Bone Symbol Camp's Ancient Ascension Academy to become a teacher. When I was young, my father arranged a marriage for me. The person I was engaged to was the Fire God Temple's Zhang family's 3rd son, Zhang Mingyue. When Zhao Hai heard Margaret, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "So the relationship between the Ashley family and the Zhang family isn't bad?" Margaret sneered and said, "It's more than good. The Zhang family is known as the Ashley family's most loyal ally. I didn't think that this ally would turn out to be the Ashley family's biggest enemy." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Teacher, what do you plan to do?" Margaret sneered, "What else can I do? When I go back, I'll immediately report this matter to my father. Although he didn't treat my mother well, he's still my father. I'm still a member of the Ashley family. If the Ashley family falls, then I won't have any good days ahead of me." Margaret sneered. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Teacher, if I were you, I wouldn't tell your father about this. Let's not talk about whether he believes it or not. Even if he does, would he immediately go to war with the Zhang family? If the two of you really go to war, then the ones who would benefit in the end would be the other families." Margaret stared for a moment, then she frowned and said, "What you said makes sense. But if we don't tell him about this, then the Ashley family wouldn't be able to guard against the Zhang family. In the end, the Zhang family might even plot against us." Zhao Hai also frowned. He knew that what Margaret said was reasonable. But if he told the patriarch about this, then the Ashley family and the Zhang family would certainly fall out. This would be very disadvantageous for the Ashley family. Moreover, looking at Margaret's appearance, Zhao Hai could roughly guess that her relationship with her father wasn't very good. Even if Margaret told him, her father wouldn't believe her. However, as a patriarch, shouldn't he have some sense of propriety? Even if he didn't believe it, he would still be on guard against the Zhang family. This would be good for the Ashley family. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's also good to remind your father. But you should also remind him not to fall out with the Zhang family. Also, don't let too many people know about this." Otherwise, it's possible for the Ashley family to start a war with the Zhang family. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Margaret couldn't help but frown. Although her relationship with her father wasn't very good, she knew her father very well. He was a very obstinate and self-opinionated person. If she told her father about this, then her father wouldn't believe her. And unlike what Zhao Hai said, her father wouldn't keep it a secret. Instead, it would cause an uproar. After thinking up to here, Margaret couldn't help but sigh and said, "All right, I'll deal with this matter. Don't tell anyone about this." Zhao Hai nodded. Looking at Margaret's appearance, Zhao Hai knew that there was something else going on. However, this wasn't something that he could manage, and he didn't want to. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the new skeletons into the space. Unexpectedly, he didn't hear any prompt from the space. This was reasonable, but it was also outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. In the past, when the space received some powerful undead, the other undead would also level up. But this time, the space didn't level up even after receiving so many powerful undead. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Hai understood. In fact, this wasn't the first time that the space had encountered such a situation. Ever since he received the first underworld undead, the space had made adjustments to the undead. For those undead that hadn't reached demigod rank, the space would automatically upgrade them to demigod rank. As for those undead that had reached demigod rank, the space wouldn't upgrade them. Instead, the space would have the undead slowly increase their level. Perhaps it was because the space had already treated the undead as a special race. If the space still treated the undead as humanoid robots, then it would have already upgraded them. Although he was somewhat disappointed, Zhao Hai was still able to accept the space's method. This was because he already treated the undead as a special race. Naturally, he wouldn't oppose the space's method. In fact, the space made these adjustments according to his wishes. When Margaret saw Zhao Hai receive his undead, she couldn't help but feel relieved. She was now sure that Zhao Hai didn't kill people and turn them into undead when he was in the lower realm. Just looking at how smoothly he did it, she knew that he wasn't the type of person who killed people and turned them into undead. After Zhao Hai received his undead, Margaret turned her head to look at Zhao Hai. It was clear that she was waiting for Zhao Hai to speak. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Teacher, I just heard that they sent a total of 100 people this time. 80 of them came to kill us while the remaining 20 went to the reception area. Can the people there hold on until we return?" When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, her expression couldn't help but change. Then she said, "The reception area has some defensive forces. If the other party were only 3rd or 4th rank mages, then I'm afraid it would be very difficult to defend against them. However, Simpson is there. Although Simpson's strength isn't very strong, he can still be considered a 3rd rank mage. He should be able to deal with them for a while. Let's go back quickly." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Teacher, I have a spatial divergent ability. We can use the space to return to the reception area. But once we get there, I'll lose most of my strength. It would be very difficult to deal with the enemy." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but light up as she said, "All right, let's go back immediately. I'll deal with the enemy." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pretended to chant some incantations. Then he made some gestures that he didn't understand. After that, he opened a spatial passage and followed Margaret inside. In the next moment, they appeared in the reception area. As soon as the two entered the room, they heard the sound of explosions coming from outside. Zhao Hai pretended to be pale as he said, "Teacher, I need to adjust my breathing. I'll leave the rest to you." Margaret nodded, then she turned around and walked out. Before long, she arrived at the lobby. Upon arriving at the lobby, Margaret understood why the reception was able to last for so long. It turned out that there was a defensive formation in the reception. The defensive formations of the machine field weren't the same as the defensive formations of the lower realms. The defensive formations of the machine field were powered by crystals. Because of this, the defensive formations were much stronger compared to the defensive formations of the lower realms. These crystals were the ones in Zhao Hai's space. When Zhao Hai saw these crystals, he was surprised. He didn't think that the crystals in his space would be the most important resource in the world of cultivation. Margaret looked at the barrier that surrounded the reception area. Simpson was standing inside the barrier, and from time to time, he would fire a few spells at the mages outside. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. However, Margaret's heart wasn't in a good mood. From the situation in the reception area, it seems like the guards of Thailand Star haven't discovered anything. This wasn't good news for Margaret. This meant that the people of Thailand Star might have been bought over. Aurora Star was an important source of mithril. The three major forces were very strict in controlling this place. Now that so many mages had entered the city and were fighting in the city guards were nowhere to be seen. This could only mean that the guards had already been transferred away. Moreover, they were transferred away by their own people. If this was the case, then this operation wouldn't only involve the Zhang family. This was because the Zhang family didn't have the ability to do so. However, this thought only appeared in Margaret's mind. She didn't think too deeply about it. It was impossible for her to investigate this matter by herself. Right now, she needed to solve this problem first. After thinking about this, Margaret began to move. One must know that Margaret was a 4th-rank mage. Although she didn't like fighting, she had been a teacher for a long time. Most of her time was spent studying magic formations. Because of this, her understanding of magic formations was far beyond ordinary mages. If it was in an ordinary situation, then Margaret would be at a disadvantage against these mages due to her lack of combat experience. But at this time, Margaret was standing inside the defensive formation and was casting spells towards the mages. This was different. Others couldn't hit her, but she could hit them. In this case, the other side would naturally be at a disadvantage. The other party also discovered Margaret's sudden appearance. Although they didn't know why Margaret suddenly appeared here, they were sure that their assassination attempt had failed. This time, their main target was Margaret. Originally, they surrounded Margaret in the bar as a backup plan. In their minds, if they failed in the bar and Margaret managed to break out, then Margaret would certainly return to the reception area. They also had people in the reception area, so if Margaret ran to the reception area, then she wouldn't be able to escape their ambush. But it was a pity that Zhao Hai, who was completely unremarkable in their eyes, made their plan fail. Margaret and Zhao Hai didn't return to the reception area at all, instead, they ran to the mine. The people who chased after Zhao Hai and the others also entered the mine. Because of this, the people in the reception area wanted to kill the crew. However, they didn't expect that the reception area had a defensive formation that prevented them from attacking. These people weren't in a hurry. In their opinion, it didn't matter if they couldn't break in. After all, their main target was Margaret. As long as they killed Margaret, it didn't matter if the crew died or not. But now that Margaret appeared in the reception area, they couldn't help but panic. Although they didn't know why Margaret was here, this proved that their plan to assassinate her didn't succeed. Margaret was safe in the reception area, so it was impossible for them to break in. Moreover, they couldn't attack for too long. Although they had bribed the garrison of this area, the garrison wouldn't be able to suppress them for too long. It can be said that their operation was a complete failure. The mages looked at each other, then one of them nodded and waved his hand. Therefore, the mages immediately withdrew. However, Margaret and the others didn't immediately remove the barrier. They didn't know if the enemy would come back or not. After the people left, Xianxia went to Margaret's side and said, "Teacher Margaret, what's going on? Where's Zhao Hai?" Xianxia's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. Zhao Hai was usually very gentle and didn't have any arrogance. Because of this, Xianxia appreciated Zhao Hai very much. Margaret calmly said, "Rest assured, Zhao Hai is fine. He's just resting in his room. Are my crew all right?" Xianxia nodded, "Of course they're fine." However, some of the crew members didn't come back. They were the ones who went out with Zhao Hai to buy things. Margaret remembered that Zhao Hai had his skeletons take a few crew members away. Thinking about it, those people shouldn't have any problems. Margaret nodded and said, "I think they'll be fine." "Right, what about Crick? Where is he?" Xianxia replied, "He should be in his room. I told them to stay in their rooms and not come out." Margaret nodded, then she turned around and went upstairs. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation outside. He didn't need to rest, so naturally, he had to pay attention to the situation outside. When he saw that those people had left, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He immediately informed the skeletons to take the crew members back. At the same time, he went out of his room. However, Zhao Hai still pretended to be pale. As soon as he came out, he saw Margaret, so he immediately said, "Teacher, how is it?" Margaret looked at Zhao Hai, then she quickly said, "It's all right, those people have already withdrawn. You can go rest, there's no need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's good, I just used too much strength." "It's nothing. I'll have the skeletons take the crew back." Margaret nodded and said, "I'll go to Crick's room to take a look." "You can come with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Margaret to Crick's room. Zhao Hai knew that Margaret letting him follow her meant that she was treating him as one of her own people. This was even better, it would be more convenient for him to do things in the academy. Crick's room wasn't far from Zhao Hai's room. The two quickly arrived at Crick's room. When they arrived at Crick's door, Margaret gently knocked twice and said, "Captain Crick, are you there?" "I'm Margaret, open the door." As soon as her voice fell, the door opened. Crick looked at Margaret with surprise. When he saw Margaret, Crick couldn't help but be happy. "Miss Margaret, you're back." "That's great, you're fine." "Mr. Zhao Hai, you're also fine?" "That's great." Margaret nodded and said, "Don't worry, everyone is fine." "You don't have to worry." "Right, go and call the other crew members. We'll gather in the dining hall. It's almost time for lunch, so let's have something to eat." Crick nodded and then ran to call the others. At this time, a burst of sirens could be heard outside. These sirens were different from the ones on Earth, but they were still very sharp. At this time, Simpson also came up and said to Margaret, "Miss Margaret, the guards are here. What do you think?" Margaret's expression was very ugly. It's been 3 hours since she was attacked. After such a long time, the guards still haven't appeared. Now that they're here, Margaret sneered and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he followed Margaret outside. He knew that Margaret wouldn't say anything nice. However, he didn't intend to stop her. The Ashley family was a powerful force in the machine field. Naturally, they would have their own bearing. If the other party did something like this, then they would be seen as weak if they didn't say anything. Just as Margaret and the others came downstairs, they heard an arrogant voice in the hall, "Where's the person in charge? Tell him to come out. What's there to say about today's matter?" When Margaret heard this voice, her expression turned ugly. She quickly walked into the hall with Xianxia and Zhao Hai following behind her. Upon arriving at the hall, Zhao Hai saw the guards. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as he imagined, the leader of the guards was a fat man. He had a round head and no neck. He had 2 round eyes, a round body, round arms, and round belly. He looked like a meatball. At this time, Xianxia quickly walked forward and gave a salute to the person. "Sir Officer, what brings you here? You're giving me too much face by coming to this broken place." Xianxia nodded and said, "Sir Officer, what brings you here?" The meatball looked at Xianxia, then he rolled his eyes and said, "Xianxia, you old man. Today, you have to make things clear. What's going on here?" Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Margaret's voice was heard, "Who are you? What's your name? Let's see if my Ashley family can afford it." Hearing Margaret's words, the meatball finally noticed her. He blinked his bean-sized eyes and threw a glance at Margaret. His eyes turned green like a hungry wild wolf who had seen a little white sheep. The meatball immediately replied, "Is this beautiful lady asking me? I'm the Western District Guard of Mine City, Zhu Dachong." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the meatball and said, "Pig intestine? You're actually called Pig intestine? Ha ha ha. This name is quite interesting." Margaret's face also showed a smile. However, she endured it, causing her face to turn red. Zhu Dachong wasn't happy, he blushed and said, "It's Zhu Dachong, not Pig intestine. Kid, you're courting death." Margaret coldly snorted and said, "I don't care if it's Zhu Dachong or Pig intestine. I just want to ask you a question. When we were attacked, where were you?" "Those people have already retreated," and now you're here and you're asking us what's going on. Is your surname Zhu or are you really a pig? Why would you ask such a question? Zhu Dachang didn't think that Margaret would be so impolite. He was stunned for a moment. After a while, Zhu Dachang angrily said, "Impudent. Who do you think you are? You're just a teacher of the Ascension Academy, yet you dare to talk to me like that? How dare you?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Dachang and couldn't help but sigh. He was now certain that the Zhang family must have bribed this stupid police officer to act so unscrupulously. Zhao Hai coughed and said, "Sir, please allow me to interrupt you. This is Margaret, a teacher of our ancient Ascension Academy. At the same time, she's also the 6th Miss of the Ashley family. Today, those people came to assassinate the young Miss. Have you thought about it? If Miss Margaret was assassinated here, would the Ashley family let go of Sir? Even if Sir has a backer, I wonder if that backer of yours would offend the entire Ashley family because of you, Sir?" If he was talking to a smart person, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have said so much. But since Zhu Dachang was speaking, Zhao Hai had no choice but to speak in detail so that Zhu Dachang wouldn't understand. When Zhu Dachang heard Zhao Hai, his red face turned pale. Just as Zhao Hai said, he was able to become a police officer here because he had someone above him. His brother-in-law was a bishop of the Fire God Temple. Although he didn't have a high position, he was still in charge of the planet. Because of this, Zhu Dachang was placed in the western region of the planet as a police officer. Although Zhu Dachang was as stupid as a pig, he wasn't ignorant. The Ashley family was a branch of the Dark Temple. In the machine field, they weren't a small force. Although his brother-in-law was a bishop of the Fire God Temple, he wouldn't go to war with the Ashley family for Zhu Dachang. When he thought of this, Zhu Dachang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, he cursed the people who gave him money. Those people didn't tell him about Margaret's identity, they only said that she was from the ancient Ascension Academy. Zhu Dachang thought that it wasn't a big deal, so he didn't take it to heart. But now that Zhao Hai pointed out Margaret's identity, Zhu Dachang couldn't help but be afraid. Zhu Dachang wiped his cold sweat and then said to Margaret, "I've seen Miss Margaret. Miss Margaret, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you were here. And unfortunately, today is the day of the Western Region's quarterly drill. Because of this, I wasn't able to come early. I hope Miss Margaret can forgive me." Margaret coldly snorted and said, "Officer Zhu, I was attacked here, but you're acting like I committed a crime. How do you want to solve this? What do you mean by that? Could it be that you want me to compensate you for your losses?" Zhu Dachang quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I just came here to ask a routine question. I wouldn't dare ask Miss Margaret to compensate for my losses. Miss Margaret can rest assured, I'll go back and have someone investigate this matter. I'll certainly give Miss Margaret a satisfactory answer." Zhao Hai nodded. Although this fatty was stupid, he wasn't that stupid. His excuse wasn't bad, and his answer was still acceptable. Zhao Hai went to Margaret's side and said, "Teacher, this isn't the right time to make an enemy." Then he went back. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she could only suppress her anger as she said, "Since it's like this, then I won't say anything else. But I ask Officer Zhu to give me an answer. Otherwise, my Ashley family will certainly pursue this matter." Zhu Dachang wiped his sweat and said, "Yes, yes, Miss Margaret can rest assured." Margaret snorted and then turned around to leave. Naturally, Zhao Hai also followed her. After seeing Margaret, Zhu Dachang let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and turned to Simpson, "Brother Simpson, I really have to thank you this time. If you didn't protect Miss Margaret and something happened to her, then I would have been done for." "Thank you very much." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, to be honest, I really didn't know about Miss Margaret's identity. I just wanted to be responsible for the people living here, so I protected them. Now that I think about it, I'm a bit scared. If something happened to Miss Margaret, then my old bones would be torn apart by the Ashley family." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, to be honest, I really didn't know about Miss Margaret's identity." Zhu Dachang wiped his sweat again and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you this time. Alright, I won't say anything else. I have to go back and see if those bastards left or not." Then he turned around and ran out. Although he was running, his running speed wasn't slow. In the blink of an eye, he ran outside and sat in his flying car. Then the car flew away. Simpson looked at the escaping Zhu Dacheng and sneered, "Thank me? Humph, you should think about how to get through this first. Do you really think that the Ashley family is that easy to talk to? Stupid pig." Then Xianxia walked towards the dining hall. Xianxia didn't know about Margaret's identity before, but after hearing Zhao Hai's words, he knew that this humble teacher of the Ascension Academy was actually the Ashley family's 6th Mississippi. Her identity was extraordinary. At the very least, she wasn't someone that a nobody like him can afford to offend. It didn't take long before Margaret arrived at the dining hall. At this time, Crick had already called the crew to the dining hall. When Margaret and Zhao Hai appeared in the dining hall, the panicked crew immediately calmed down. Their hearts that were hanging in the air also calmed down. At this time, Simpson came in and said to Margaret, "Miss Margaret, this old man didn't know about your identity before. If I offended you, please forgive me." Margaret shook her head and said, "No, Mr. Simpson, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my crew would have been in danger." Then footsteps were heard. Margaret and Simpson turned their heads and saw that it was the crew that went out with Zhao Hai. These crew members had been hiding in a tavern in a small alley for more than 2 hours. Although they were afraid, the skeleton didn't move, so they didn't dare to go out. Later on, when the skeleton went out, they knew that there was no danger. They immediately followed it back to the reception area. When they arrived at the reception area, the skeleton disappeared. When they entered the reception area, they were immediately told by the robot to gather at the dining hall. When Zhao Hai saw them, he smiled and signaled them to enter the dining hall. When these people saw that Zhao Hai and Margaret were safe, they felt relieved. They bowed to Margaret and then turned to enter the dining hall. Zhao Hai saw that Margaret seemed to have something to say, so he didn't stand behind her. Instead, he gave her a salute and sat down with the other crew members at the table. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai but didn't say anything. Although she liked Zhao Hai, she also knew that it wasn't good to be too enthusiastic with Zhao Hai at this time. After everyone sat down, Margaret looked at them and said, "Today was a very dangerous day. Zhao Hai and I were assassinated. Even the reception area was attacked. Fortunately, with Mr. Simpson's help, we were able to avert the danger. You don't need to worry anymore. This time, there were 100 people who came to assassinate us. 80 of them were killed by me and Zhao Hai. Moreover, the family's support will arrive tomorrow, so we don't need to worry anymore." Upon hearing Margaret, everyone cheered. However, Xianxia was startled. Xianxia fought with these people today, so he knew how strong they were. However, he didn't think that there would be 100 of them. This was almost equal to the strength of a small force. What surprised him the most was that Margaret said that they had already killed 80 of them. This made him very surprised. 83rd and 4th rank mages, this was a force that couldn't be underestimated. But Margaret was only a 4th rank mage, while Zhao Hai was only a 1st rank mage. Simpson was very curious about how the two of them managed to kill 80 people. Margaret waited for everyone to calm down before she continued. "This time, it can be said that our trip was very thrilling. But I think that from now on, there won't be any more dangers. Today, I called everyone to the dining hall because I want to treat everyone to a good meal. Mr. Simpson, I'll have to trouble you this time. If you have anything good to eat, please don't hesitate to send it over." Margaret nodded and said, "All right." Simpson laughed and said, "Being able to gather with everyone today is fate. This meal is on this old man. Please wait a moment, it will be served immediately." Then he turned around and walked out. At this time, Margaret turned to everyone and said, "All right, before the dishes are served, if you want to drink, you don't have to be polite with me. Captain Crick, Mr. Zhao Hai, Mr. Khan, and Mr. Inoue, please come to this table and sit down. I have something to say to you." Zhao Hai, Crick, and the first and second mates of the ship sat down at the table that Margaret pointed at. After everyone sat down, Margaret said, "Today's matter was very dangerous. But we have to thank Mr. Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Mr., then we would have been in danger." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Teacher is too polite. I'm now a member of the Ashley family. Naturally, I have to contribute my strength. Also, those people included me. If I don't resist, then I would be the one to die. Margaret shook her head and said, having said that, I still have to thank Mr. If it wasn't for Mr., then casualties would have been inevitable. Mr. can rest assured that in the future, Mr. will have the greatest freedom in the academy. Even if Mr. enters the bone symbol camp, you will still receive the best treatment. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll have to thank Teacher Margaret. Margaret shook her head and said, Zhao Hai, I called you here today because I want to tell you that Mr. Crick and the others are also people of the bone symbol camp. Although you haven't officially joined the camp, I already consider you as one of us. If you have any problems in the future, you can ask the three of them for help. If the three of them ask for your help, then please don't refuse. The bone symbol camp is very united. If one person is in trouble, then the whole camp will help. I hope you can remember this. Margaret shook her head and said, you're not a member of the bone symbol camp. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, teacher can rest assured. I will remember. Margaret nodded and said, Zhao Hai, can you estimate how many months it will take for you to leave the academy? I think you need to adapt to the density of spiritual qi in the machine field. I don't think it will take too long, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, teacher is right. Right now, I just need to adapt to the machine field's spiritual qi density. It shouldn't take more than a few months for me to graduate. Zhao Hai nodded. Margaret nodded and said, after we return to the academy, I'll give you some information about the bone symbol camp. I hope you can take a good look at it and understand what kind of dangers you'll encounter in the bone symbol camp. As they were talking, some robots began to serve them food. The atmosphere in the dining hall immediately became lively. Zhao Hai quietly sat inside the space as he looked at the ships on the monitor. There were a total of 10 ships, all of them were sent by the Ashley family. Upon seeing these ships, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about tomorrow's situation. Yesterday at noon, these people drank too much. Zhao Hai didn't even know how he returned to his room. Yesterday, they really drank too much, causing the crew members to go crazy. Maybe it was because of the joy of surviving a disaster. In any case, Zhao Hai was afraid of being toasted by them. In the end, he lost consciousness. Zhao Hai didn't use his ability to dissolve the alcohol. Although it was very easy for him, he really wanted to make friends with these people. Therefore, he didn't do so. After Zhao Hai was sent back to his room, Kaier pulled him into the space. Then he drank some spatial water before he sobered up. Now, it was already the second day, and the Ashley family's reinforcements finally arrived. There were a total of 10 ships, each of them was much bigger than the Academy's ships. Seeing these ships, Zhao Hai roughly understood the Ashley family's strength. To be able to send 10 ships at once, the Ashley family's strength really couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps because they were about to enter the planet's atmosphere, the speed of these ships wasn't very fast. Zhao Hai carefully observed them. On the ships, there was a crest. This crest was a skull in a dark cloud. This crest was the Ashley family's crest. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 ships. Each of them was about 500 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 100 meters thick. They were shaped like shuttles. One could see that these ships were very fast. Zhao Hai paid attention to the people inside the airships. On each of the 10 airships, there were nearly 100 staff members. In addition to these staff members, there were also nearly 500 mages and warriors on the airships. These mages and warriors ranged from 1st to 5th ranks. Most of them were 1st ranks, while about 10 were 5th ranks. This was a strength that couldn't be underestimated. The leader of these people was a big fatty. This guy was very fat. Although he was thinner than pig intestine, he was still much fatter than an ordinary person. He wore a magic robe and had a fierce face. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a butcher. Zhao Hai knew this person. It was the Bone Symbol Camp's camp commander. Zhao Hai had seen his photo on the internet. When he saw this person's photo, he didn't expect such a ferocious-looking person to be able to lead the Bone Symbol Camp to have the fewest casualties in the machine field. This was in contrast to his appearance. To be honest, Zhao Hai had a good impression of this fatty. This fatty had publicly expressed his opposition to the cruel elimination system more than once. From his management of the Bone Symbol Camp, it was clear that he was doing the same. This was the reason why Zhao Hai had a good impression of him. Moreover, the information about this person on the internet was very detailed. Not only was this fatty the Bone Symbol Camp's campmaster, he was also the manager of the Ashley family's outer court. He was one of the managers of the Ashley family's outer court. It can be said that he had a high position. It was precisely because of this that although the Bone Symbol Camp had declined over the years, nobody dared to do anything to it. Besides being the manager of the outer court, he also had another identity. He was a servant of the Ashley family's current patriarch. He was deeply trusted by the patriarch. Although he took care of the people in the Bone Symbol Camp and opposed the elimination system, he was an out-and-out butcher when it came to the Ashley family's enemies. Fat Butcher Desbarres was a famous person in the machine field. He was known for his ruthlessness towards his enemies. This person was a complex of contradictions. However, his personality was very similar to Zhao Hai's. He would take care of his own people while showing no mercy to his enemies. It was precisely because of this that the Ashley family's patriarch was relieved to have Margaret stay in the Bone Symbol Camp. The patriarch believed that with Desbarres there, Margaret would be fine. Naturally, this information was inferred by Zhao Hai. It was impossible to find this information on the internet. However, Zhao Hai believed that his inference wasn't wrong. This time, Desbarres was personally leading the team. This showed how much importance the Ashley family attached to this matter. When Zhao Hai saw that the ship was about to enter the atmosphere, he turned off the monitor and returned to his room. Just as Zhao Hai returned to his room, he heard a knock on the door. Zhao Hai quickly opened the door and saw Crick standing outside. When Crick saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Little Zhao Hai, come with me. The young miss is calling for reinforcements." This time, the camp lord is personally leading the team. Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned. Then he nodded and followed Crick outside. Before long, the two arrived at the reception hall. Margaret was already waiting for them. Besides Margaret, Simpson was also present. When Margaret saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod to Zhao Hai and said, "They're here. The camp lord is personally leading the team. They're about to enter the airport. Let's go and greet them." Zhao Hai and Crick nodded. Then Margaret and Simpson led the way out of the reception hall. Zhao Hai and Crick followed behind. When the group arrived at the airport, they could already faintly hear the sound of a ship. Just as the group stood still, a roar was heard. Then several huge ships fell from the sky. After the ship came to a stop, the hatch of the ship opened. A fat person quickly walked out and arrived beside Margaret. This person was Fat Butcher Desbarres. Desbarres arrived at Margaret's side and said, "Young miss, are you all right? You were scared to death." As he spoke, he looked at Margaret from head to toe. It seems like he was afraid that Margaret would lose a piece of meat. Margaret smiled faintly and said, "Fat uncle doesn't need to worry. I'm fine." At this time, Simpson gave a salute to Desbarres and said, "Simpson has seen Manager Desbarres." Zhao Hai and Crick also gave a salute. Desbarres nodded to Simpson and then turned to Zhao Hai and Crick. Desbarres nodded to Simpson and didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully looked at Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai gave a salute, he stood up straight. Although Desbarres was looking at him, he didn't move. His face was calm. After some time, Desbarres laughed and said, "Good job, Zhao Hai. I've heard of your name before. Good job. Let's go back first." Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Zhao Hai gave a slight bow to Desbarres and said, "Thank you for your praise." Desbarres waved his hand and said a few words to the people behind him. Then he got on the flying car and headed towards the reception. Naturally, Zhao Hai and Crick couldn't sit in the same flying car as Desbarres. The two of them and Simpson sat in another flying car, following behind Desbarres. After getting on the flying car, Crick looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Good job, Zhao Hai. The camp lord praised you today. You'll definitely be valued in the camp. And with the young miss protection, you'll definitely become a manager in the camp. You can take care of me in the future." Zhao smiled wryly. "Come on, I haven't even entered the camp yet. How can I think so much about it? There are still a few more trials to come, and if I can pass them, then I'll think about it." Crick chuckled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. With your current strength, you're already qualified to enter the camp. As for the trials, the camp lord can handle it. Didn't the young miss say that as long as you adapt to the machine field's spiritual chi density, you'll immediately be summoned to the camp? The two didn't hide this from Simpson. In any case, this wasn't a secret. While they were talking, the flying car didn't stop. Before long, they arrived at the reception. The group entered the reception and arrived at the lounge. Simpson tactfully excused himself. Zhao Hai and Crick also excused themselves. However, Margaret had Zhao Hai stay and had Crick return first. After the three sat down, Desbarres turned his head to Margaret and said, "Young lady, what happened this time? Tell me the details." Margaret nodded, then she told the story from beginning to end. From the end of the trial, to the encounter with the pirates in space, to when they returned to the reception, and the pirates retreated. Desbarres listened quietly. After Margaret finished, he let out a long breath and said, "That was close. This time, we really have to thank Zhao Hai. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid young miss would have been in danger." "Zhao Hai, you're very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Desbarres looked at Margaret and said, "Young miss, you can rest assured. I will definitely investigate this matter. No matter who it is, if they dare to make a move on you, I will make them pay with their blood." Margaret hesitated for a moment. She didn't tell Desbarres that Zhao Hai knew who attacked her from the undead. Now that she heard Desbarres, she couldn't help but hesitate. She didn't know if she should tell Desbarres the truth. Desbarres was also a person with a sharp mind. When he saw Margaret's expression, he knew that there was a secret behind this matter. He immediately said, "Young miss, do you know something? Tell me quickly." Margaret hesitated for a moment before she said, "After Zhao Hai killed those people in the mine, he turned them into undead. Then from the mouths of the undead, he found out that the people who attacked us were from the Zhang family." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Zhao Hai killed those people in the mine and turned them into undead." When Desbarres heard Margaret, he couldn't help but stare. "Zhang family? How is that possible?" He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did you really ask them? Is it really the Zhang family?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, they really did identify themselves as people from the Zhang family. The undead wouldn't lie, so it shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, they lost 80 people this time. This number isn't small. There should be some clues left behind. I think we should be able to find some clues." Desbarres nodded, he also agreed with Zhao Hai's words. It was impossible for them to lose 80 people without leaving any traces. As long as they investigate carefully, they should be able to find some clues. After thinking about this, Desbarres couldn't help but sneer and said, "Zhang family, what a good Zhang family. They're really ambitious." After he said that, Desbarres turned to Margaret and said, "Young miss, you should get ready. Let's go back." This time, the master attached great importance to this matter. He wants to see you as soon as possible. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in a room on the ship. This room was much bigger than the rooms on the Academy's ships. The entire room was more than 50 square meters. It was divided into a living room and a bedroom. The entire room was decorated like an ordinary room on the ground. This room was on the Withered Bone, which was Debar's flagship. This time, Zhao Hai and Margaret were sitting on this battleship, while Crick and the others were sitting on another ship. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to stay on the Withered Bone was because of Margaret. When Desbarres saw Margaret, he didn't stop and immediately had Margaret pack up her things before leaving the ship. At the same time, Margaret told Zhao Hai to sit with her on the Withered Bone. Only then did Zhao Hai board the Withered Bone. Otherwise, he would have gone with Crick and the others to live on another ship. After Zhao Hai entered the Withered Bones room, he didn't dare enter the space. Instead, he took out an anti-surveillance device and checked the room. When he saw that the room wasn't being monitored, he felt relieved. However, he still didn't enter the space. At this time, there were a lot of powerful mages on the Withered Bone. These mages could pay attention to the situation in the room. If they used their spiritual force to scan the room and found that Zhao Hai wasn't in the room, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't enter the space. He just stayed in the room and continued to condense magic formations. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't know how many magic formations he had condensed. He could now control his spiritual force very well. He could condense hundreds of magic formations at the same time. This speed was much faster than before. While condensing magic formations, Zhao Hai turned on the computer. Actually, he was only pretending to turn on the computer. What he was showing right now was the image of the space monitor. On the screen was the image of Desbarus' room. Desbarus wasn't in his room at the beginning. He was outside commanding the fleet. After the fleet got up and went into space, Desbarus returned to his room. As soon as he arrived, he heard a knock on the door. Desbarus stared, then he immediately said, "Who is it?" Margaret's voice came, "Uncle Fatty, it's me." When Desbarus heard that it was Margaret, he quickly opened the door and invited her in. After Margaret sat down, Desbarus had the robot pour her a cup of tea. Then he said, "Miss, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Margaret nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Fatty. I looked for you today to tell you about Zhao Hai." Hearing Margaret, not only Desbarus, even Zhao Hai listened carefully. Desbarus looked at Margaret and said, "Miss, is there a problem with Zhao Hai? When I was in Talord, I heard you say that you killed those 80 magicians and warriors in the mine, and I felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be related to Zhao Hai?" Margaret nodded, then she said, "Actually, it was Zhao Hai's idea to enter the mine. Moreover, I didn't participate in the killing of those 80 magicians and warriors. It was Zhao Hai who did it alone." When Desbarus heard Margaret, his face couldn't help but be shocked. He already knew that Zhao Hai was a first-rank mage. A first-rank mage dealing with 80 second-rank to fourth-rank mages and warriors? How was this possible? Margaret looked at Desbarus and said, "Zhao Hai is a dark summoning mage. When he was in the lower realm, he was able to summon 10,000 undead. Each of these undead had the strength of a 9th-rank apprentice. It was because of these 10,000 undead that he was able to eliminate the mages and warriors. After that, he was able to turn them into undead." Desbarus nodded and said, "Zhao Hai is a dark summoning mage. When he was in the lower realm, he was able to summon 10,000 undead." When Desbarus heard Margaret, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Miss, you mean to say that Zhao Hai was able to summon 10,000 undead in the lower realm? He killed 10,000 people?" Margaret nodded and said, "Right, I asked him at the time and he confirmed it. Not only that, he said that he used a secret method to refine ordinary undead into 9th-rank undead. In other words, he must have killed more than 10,000 undead in the lower realm." Margaret nodded and said, "That's right. I asked him about it at the time and he also confirmed it. He said that he used a secret method to refine ordinary undead into 9th-rank undead." Desbarus smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect that kid to be so ruthless. Hee. Interesting. If we know what method he used to upgrade his undead, then it would be very beneficial to our Ashley family." Margaret looked at Desbarus and angrily said, "Uncle Fatty, do you understand what I mean? I mean, Zhao Hai killed more than 10,000 people in the lower realm. He's definitely a dangerous person. Isn't it appropriate to recruit such a person into the Bone Symbol camp?" When Desbarus heard Margaret, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Young miss, you're thinking too much. Think about it, those who ascended have hands stained with blood. If they weren't ruthless, then it would be very difficult for them to ascend. Those so-called geniuses who ascended were generally nurtured by great powers in the lower realms. Although they have seen blood, they haven't necessarily seen too much blood. Such people might have good talent, but in the end they might not be able to achieve anything. They might even die in the process of cultivation. Zhao Hai is strong, talented, and ruthless. Only such people are worth nurturing. You said that he killed a lot of people, but that doesn't matter. Even if he's a dragon, once he enters my Ashley family, he will still be a dragon of the Ashley family. Young miss, you don't need to worry about it." Desbarus nodded and said, "You're right." Margaret knit her brows, but she still nodded. Although she didn't manage the family's matters, she knew how formidable the family was. Not to mention Zhao Hai having 10,000 9th-rank undead, even if he had 100,000, the Ashley family wouldn't be afraid. If one wanted to control an azure dragon, then one would need to have a dragon-slaying technique. And the Ashley family didn't lack dragon-slaying techniques, Desbarres looked at Margaret and nodded. Then she said, if it's no longer suitable for Zhao Hai to return to the academy, then let him enter the bone symbol camp and slowly adapt to the world's spiritual qi. Once he's fully adapted to the machine field spiritual qi, then we can assign him missions. Margaret nodded, then Desbarres nodded. Margaret stared, then she frowned and said, Uncle Fatty, isn't this too fast? Also, is it appropriate to not let him return to the academy? Desbarres smiled faintly and said, young lady, extraordinary people need extraordinary methods to nurture them. Zhao Hai is an extraordinary person, so we need to treat him with extraordinary methods. You don't need to worry. Right, young lady, come with me to Zhao Hai's residence. I want to see if he's willing to give us the method to refine advanced undead. If he does, then it would be a great help to the Ashley family. Margaret frowned and thought for a moment before she nodded. Although her relationship with her father wasn't good, she was still a member of the Ashley family. Naturally, she had to think about the Ashley family. Their conversation was heard by Zhao Hai. Seeing that the two were heading towards him, Zhao Hai turned off the monitor. If it was before he went to the underworld, then Zhao Hai wouldn't know how to refine advanced undead. But after entering the underworld, according to the Lich's notes, as well as the plants in the underworld, Zhao Hai came up with a method to turn ordinary undead into advanced undead. Moreover, he tested it in the underworld and succeeded. Although it wasn't as fast as having the undead enter the space, it was still a method. Moreover, it could conceal the existence of the space. This was an excuse that Zhao Hai came up with. Not long after Zhao Hai turned off the monitor, someone knocked on the door. Zhao Hai didn't ask who it was and just opened the door. Upon seeing Desbarres and Margaret standing outside, Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised. Then he quickly invited the two into the room and poured tea for them. Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, all right, Zhao Hai, you don't need to be busy. Sit down, I have something to tell you. Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised, but he still sat down and said, Camp Lord, please don't hesitate to tell me. Desbarres smiled and said, I heard from the young miss that you released a large number of undead when you fought against the mages. Moreover, those undead were very high level. Is that right? Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised, then his expression turned ugly. However, he still nodded and said, right. When I was in the lower realm, I developed a method to make undead level up quickly. Because of this, there were a lot of powerful undead. Desbarres nodded and said, Zhao Hai, I don't know if you're willing to sell this method to the family. If you're willing, then the family wouldn't treat you badly. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to agree right away. Otherwise, it would arouse Desbarres' suspicion. Therefore, Zhao Hai pretended to be embarrassed. After some time, he smiled bitterly and said, Camp Lord, it's not that Zhao Hai doesn't want to sell this method. I'm afraid that even if I give it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. When Desbarres heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He raised his eyebrows and said, oh? What method is there? I can't use it? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Then he turned his hand and took out a sheepskin scroll. He placed the scroll on the table and said, Camp Lord, take a look at it. Desbarres picked up the parchment and looked at it carefully. He discovered that the parchment had been written for quite some time. It looked very old, but it was still preserved well by Zhao Hai. The words on the parchment weren't blurred at all. The more Desbarres looked at it, the more surprised he became. In the end, his face was filled with shock. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, where did you get this method? There were a lot of undead there, and it was said that it was connected to another plane. Nobody dared to go in, so I had no choice but to go in. There was a magic tower there, a very ancient magic tower. Later on, I found all the herbs in the forbidden place. And with the dense dark energy, I was able to create undead. But after I came out, I searched the entire continent but still couldn't find the herbs. Because of this, even if I told the Camp Lord about this method, the Camp Lord wouldn't be able to use it. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, because of this, the Camp Lord didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, because of this, the Camp Lord didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, because of this, the Camp Lord didn't know what to do. When Desbarres heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, kid, you're really careful. You actually went online to search. but rest assured, you're now a member of the Bone Symbol Camp. You don't need to worry about these things. If you can't find the materials online, then the Bone Symbol Camp might be able to get them. If you're willing to hand over the refining method to the family, then you don't need to return to the academy. You can just live in the Bone Symbol Camp. Moreover, I can guarantee that you'll receive the best treatment in the Bone Symbol Camp. Additionally, I'll also give you 10 million machine points, a decent house, a flying car, and everything else that you need. If you don't want the robots to serve you, then I can also give you 2 female slaves. How about that? As soon as Margaret heard Desbarres, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would really agree. She didn't know what was going on, but when she heard that Desbarres would give Zhao Hai female slaves, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. When Zhao Hai heard Desbarres, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then he reacted. Indeed, most of the plants recorded on his beast skin scroll were unique to the underworld. But now that he was in the world of cultivation, there were all kinds of heavenly treasures. In this case, it wouldn't be difficult for him to collect all of the plants recorded on the beast skin scroll. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret it. First, the method recorded on the beast skin scroll was indeed useful. Second, the beast skin scroll was completely useless to him. If he could use it to exchange for some benefits, then it wouldn't be bad. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately said, since it's useful to the camp lord, then take it. As for the reward, I'll take it. However, I don't want the female slaves. I'll just have the robots to take care of me. Desbarres didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree so readily. Moreover, he didn't refuse the reward. This made Desbarres think highly of Zhao Hai. He laughed and said, all right, then we'll do as you say. This time, you don't need to return to the academy. You can go directly to the Bone Symbol Camp. When you arrive, I'll immediately give you your reward. Kid, remember this, you'll be a member of the Bone Symbol Camp from now on. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Desbarres stood up and walked out. Margaret also stood up and gave Zhao Hai a deep look before following Desbarres out. Zhao Hai quickly said, Teacher, please wait a moment. Margaret stared, then she stopped. Even Desbarres does. Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, Teacher, after you return to the academy, will you return to the academy? If you do, then I want you to give the magic staffs that I bought to Odin's and the others. When Margaret heard this, she immediately nodded and said, all right, give it to me. I'll go back to the academy and hand it over to them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and took out the magic staffs that he bought and handed them over to Margaret. When Desbarres saw Zhao Hai take out so many magic staffs, he couldn't help but exclaim, good kid, I didn't expect you to be rich. What's wrong? Did you bring a lot of good things from the lower realms? Do you have anything else? Take them out and let me see. When Zhao Hai heard Desbarres, he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Although Desbarres wasn't polite, this showed that he was treating Zhao Hai as one of his own. If Desbarres really wanted Zhao Hai's things, then he wouldn't have said this. After all, Margaret was still present. When Margaret heard Desbarres, she couldn't help but grumble, Uncle Desbarres, how can you be like this? Desbarres laughed and didn't mind. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Zhao Hai smiled and said, Camp Lord, I have something to give you, but I don't think you'll like it. Desbarres was just joking. He was a person of the machine realm, so he had seen a lot of good things. How could he be interested in things that came from the lower realms? He was just teasing Zhao Hai. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and said, you really have something? All right, let me see what it is. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his hand and took out 2 bottles of wine. Then he handed them over to Desbarres and said, Camp Lord, this is the wine that we brought from the lower realms. We haven't been willing to drink it. Take it back and have a taste. Desbarres thought that Zhao Hai would give him some gold or silver treasures. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to take out 2 bottles of wine. This made Desbarres think highly of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really gave him gold or silver treasures, then it would be too vulgar. But now, Zhao Hai only gave him 2 bottles of wine. This made Desbarres think highly of Zhao Hai. Desbarres laughed and said, all right, then I'll accept it. Right, when it's time to eat, you should come and drink with me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I wouldn't dare to disobey. Desbarres laughed again, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before he turned around and left. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai one more time before she turned around and left as well. Zhao smiled faintly as he watched the two of them leave. He wasn't very familiar with this kind of social interaction, but he had a think tank, so the idea of sending gifts was something that Laura had helped him with. Laura was very talented in doing business, and in order to do good business, social interactions were naturally indispensable. But if you want to send gifts, you also need to look at the person. What kind of person would you send what kind of gift? This was something that Laura had done a lot of research on. Zhao Hai did as Laura said and gave 2 bottles of wine to Desbarres. Sure enough, Desbarres was very happy. Zhao Hai was also very happy. With Laura and the others here, he could now worry less. Zhao Hai didn't go to the space. He was still sitting in his room, refining formations. He didn't need to walk around so that he would look like a cultivation madman. And the more he behaved like this, the more Desbarres and the others would be reassured. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai wanted to do anything to the Ashley family. It was just Zhao Hai's character. He didn't like to be too dazzling, especially when he wasn't strong enough. Doing so would only attract unnecessary enemies. There were a lot of formations in the machine field. Moreover, some of these formations didn't just belong to the category of formations. Some formations were even related to formations from the cultivation realm. Even if Zhao Hai was refining formations all the time, he still didn't know when he would be able to finish refining them all. However, what made Zhao Hai happy was that there were more formations that he could use. At this point, Zhao Hai could use more than 1,000 stacked formations. The other formations were also innumerable. If it was an ordinary mage, then even if they knew these formations, they still wouldn't be able to use them. A person's energy was limited. It was impossible for a mage to learn all the formations. They could only be proficient in some formations and use them against their enemies. Just like a warrior, it was impossible for him to learn all the martial arts in the world. He could only learn a few of them and use them as his signature moves. In the machine field, a mage's rank wasn't determined by how many formations they mastered. Instead, it was determined by how many formations they could stack. Even if one mastered 10,000 stacked formations, one would still be a second-rank mage. As long as one mastered 50 stacked formations, one would still be a third-rank mage. However, Zhao Hai's situation was different. The formations that Zhao Hai refined could be used. The space inside his body wasn't just an ordinary space. It was also very helpful when facing an enemy. Think about it, when 2 people fight, Zhao Hai could always use the most suitable formations. This would give him the upper hand in the battle. Although mages and warriors had different ways of fighting, they were essentially the same. When a warrior and a warrior fought, they would have different ways of dealing with the same move. For example, when facing a palm strike, some people would choose to dodge while others would choose to counterattack. Mages were also the same. When the other party shot an icicle, one could use a shield to block it. One could also use magic to counterattack. This mainly depended on one's combat awareness. When 2 people fight, it was difficult to be 100% calm. In this case, experience would play a big role. Zhao Hai's space could calculate the most advantageous way for Zhao Hai to fight. This allowed him to use the most suitable method to attack. Naturally, Zhao Hai would be able to take advantage of the battle. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai was controlled by the space. The space only played an auxiliary role. The space told Zhao Hai how to use the moves, but whether or not to use them was up to Zhao Hai. The space was a tool, the best tool in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai cultivated until it was time to eat. He didn't come out by himself, someone knocked on the door. When Zhao Hai opened the door, he saw a robot. This robot looked almost like a real person. Its body was covered with biochemical skin, but its head was bald. There was also a serial number on its forehead. Because of this, people could tell that it was a robot at a glance. The robot bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, the camp lord invites you to the dining hall for a meal." Zhao Hai nodded, then he closed the door and followed the robot to the dining hall. The withered bone was a medium-sized spaceship. There were more than 100 people on board. Including the magicians, there were nearly 200 people on board. In addition to weapons and some other things, there was also a lot of space. In addition to some living quarters, there were restaurants, bars, entertainment halls, and other places. One must know that spaceships sometimes had to travel long distances. Flying in space for several months was a common thing. In this case, the crew needed a place to entertain themselves. Otherwise, they would go crazy from boredom. The dining hall on the ship wasn't very well decorated. It was bright and clean. There weren't any private rooms, it was just a large dining hall. Although it was time to eat, there weren't a lot of people here. Most of the crew were still working, so they couldn't eat at this time. Zhao Hai followed the robot into the dining hall. When Desbarra saw him, he waved his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, come here." Zhao Hai followed the robot. This was a large table that can seat 10 people. At this time, 9 people were already seated. There was only one empty seat left, and this seat was right beside Desbarras. There was also another person beside Desbarras, it was Margaret. Margaret sat on Desbarras' left while Zhao Hai sat on Desbarras' right. Zhao Hai didn't become polite, he walked to Desbarras' side and gave him a salute. "I have seen the camp lord." Desbarras laughed and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite with me. Sit down. These people are my bone symbol camp's people. From now on, we're all on the same side." Zhao Hai gave a bow and said, "Zhao Hai has seen everyone. I hope that you can take care of me in the future." While speaking, Zhao Hai looked at the people in front of him. 4 of them were dressed as mages while the other 4 were dressed as warriors. Although they didn't carry any weapons, they still looked very energetic. One could see that they weren't weak. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they were all 5th ranks. Whether it was mages or warriors, they were all 5th ranks. With such strength, they could be considered experts in the cultivation realm. When these people saw Zhao Hai giving them a salute, they also politely returned the salute. They knew that Zhao Hai had a very high status in Desbarras' heart. This can be seen from Zhao Hai's seat. Moreover, they knew that Zhao Hai was a genius. He was the hope of the bone symbol camp. Because of this, they were very polite to Zhao Hai. After giving the salute, Zhao Hai sat down. Desbarras was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's salute. He had heard that although Zhao Hai was a genius, he wasn't arrogant at all. Now that he saw him, he believed that this was true. To be honest, Desbarras was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. After Zhao Hai sat down, Desbarras smiled and said, "Our main task this time was to bring the young lady home. Now that our mission has been completed, and Zhao Hai has officially joined the bone symbol camp, it's time for us to celebrate." It just so happens that Zhao Hai also brought 2 bottles of wine from the lower realm. "Let's have a taste." Then he laughed. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai looked at Desbarras and smiled faintly. "Camp lord, I didn't bring only 2 bottles of wine. How can 2 bottles be enough for so many people to drink? I'll take out a few more bottles. However, these aren't good wine, so please have a taste." After saying that, he took out a few more bottles of wine. These bottles of wine were not as good as the 2 bottles given to Desbarras. This could be seen from the bottles. The 2 bottles of wine that Zhao Hai gave to Desbarras were crystal bottles. They looked very beautiful. However, the bottles that Zhao Hai took out were actually glass bottles. Desbarras could tell at a glance that they were glass bottles. However, Desbarras didn't say anything. On the contrary, he was very happy. No leader would want to receive a common gift. Even if the gift was the same, it would be different from what was given to others. Desbarras wasn't an exception. Naturally, Desbarras was no exception. Now that he saw the wine that Zhao Hai took out, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. Then he laughed and said, "Good. Little Hai, you actually hit a lot of wine. It seems like you're a drunkard in the lower realm. Come, pour some for everyone." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Little Hai." Zhao Hai nodded and then opened the bottle and poured everyone a cup. This wine was naturally the space's white wine. Zhao Hai also discovered that there was no white wine in the machine field. What people drank was fruit wine. Although the taste was good, it wasn't good to drink. After pouring the wine, Zhao Hai didn't raise his cup. Instead, he turned his head to Desbarres. When Desbarres saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but feel happy. He secretly sighed at Zhao Hai's tactfulness. Generally, the first person to make a toast would be the head of the table, followed by the person with the highest status. And now, whether it was the head of the table or the person with the highest status, it should be Desbarres who made the first toast. Although Margaret's status was higher than Desbarres, she was still a woman. In this case, the first one to propose a toast should be Desbarres. Desbarres thought that after Zhao Hai poured the wine, he would be the first one to propose a toast. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to turn his head to look at him. It was clear that he wanted Desbarres to be the first one to propose a toast. This made Desbarres appreciate Zhao Hai more. Desbarres picked up his glass and looked at everyone as he said, "Our operation this time is mainly to bring the young miss back. But at the same time, we want to let those people know that the Bone Symbol Camp isn't easy to deal with. The Bone Symbol Camp isn't fond of fighting, but we aren't afraid of fighting. Anyone who dares to challenge the Bone Symbol Camp will be killed. I know that everyone has been sullen these past few years, but now isn't the time for the Bone Symbol Camp to be arrogant. As long as the time is right, the Bone Symbol Camp will let everyone know that wherever the Bone Symbol flag goes, there will be bones everywhere." Desbarres knew that the overall strength of the Bone Symbol Camp was good. However, they still lacked an expert. In a camp, there should be at least a 6th rank or 7th rank expert in order to be considered a strong camp. The deterrence of an expert was much stronger than 1,000 ordinary soldiers. It was just like how a nuclear bomb was stronger than a machine. At this time, the strongest person in the Bone Symbol Camp was Desbarres. Although his strength was good in the machine field, he was only a 6th rank expert. Moreover, he could only use 1,000 stacked formations. Moreover, he needed a long time to prepare to use this formation. Desbarres was known as the Fat Butcher because he was good at scheming. Because of this, almost all the people that he wanted to kill were killed by his schemes. After Desbarres learned about Zhao Hai's talent, he regarded Zhao Hai as the hope of the Bone Symbol Camp. He wanted to gather all the strength of the Bone Symbol Camp and cultivate Zhao Hai into an expert. From then on, the Bone Symbol Camp would be able to run amok in the machine field. It was because of this that Desbarres said this. He really hoped that the Bone Symbol Camp could regain its glory. The people present were also veterans of the Bone Symbol Camp. Naturally, they understood what Desbarres meant. Everyone raised their glasses and loudly said, "Where the bone flag goes, bones will be everywhere." Desbarres laughed and said, "All right, cheers." Then he drank the wine in his glass. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses at the same time and drank the wine. However, it was obvious that they hadn't drunk this strong wine before. They also didn't know how strong it was. Now that they drank the wine, they felt as though they were on fire from their throats to their stomachs. Everyone couldn't help but let out a breath that reeked of alcohol. Some people with low alcohol tolerance coughed again and again. They even choked on their tears. At this time, Desbarres laughed and said, "Good wine. This wine is really strong." There were also several warriors who had the same reaction as Desbarres. Warriors were fond of wine. After drinking this wine, they felt refreshed and couldn't help but shout out loud. This time, there was no need for Zhao Hai to pour the wine. They poured the wine themselves. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the table warmed up. At this time, Margaret had already left. Just now, she drank a glass of wine in one breath. She couldn't take it anymore, so she turned and ran away. This meal was very happy. Desbarres and the others were much better at drinking compared to Crick and the others. Everyone drank a lot. However, Zhao Hai didn't drink too much today. He drank a few glasses of space water. Even if he drank a lot, he wouldn't drink too much. This time, he was drinking with Desbarres. It was different from the last time he drank with Crick and the others. Crick and the others were ordinary people. If he drank too much with Crick and the others would think that he was an honest person. However, if he drank with Desbarres and drank too much, then Desbarres would think that he didn't have a sense of propriety. He was too greedy for wine and wasn't reliable. In the end, Desbarres and the others collapsed on the table. Zhao Hai helped the crew send them back to their rooms. Then he returned to his room and continued to cultivate. The next day, when Zhao Hai appeared in the dining hall, all the people he knew and didn't know greeted him with a smile. When Zhao Hai sat down to eat, Despares and the others appeared in the dining hall. One couldn't help but recognize that the wine that Zhao Hai took out from the space was definitely not fake. Because of this, even if Despares and the others drank a lot, they wouldn't feel any headache. Additionally, the wine was brewed using spatial water. Because of this, after drinking it, one wouldn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it would make one feel refreshed. This was a great benefit to one's cultivation. Because of this, when Despares and the others appeared in the dining hall, everyone couldn't help but stare. When Despares saw Zhao Hai eating, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you're really good at drinking. You actually made all of us drunk. You're amazing." Zhao Hai stood up and gave Despares a salute. Despares didn't mind at all, he just smiled and said, "Come, I'll have breakfast as well." Ha ha ha. This is the best time I've ever had to drink. This wine is really good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If the camp lord likes it, then I'll tell you the recipe later. You can brew more. This way, the brothers can drink more wine. Also, it can increase the income of the Bone Symbol camp." As soon as Despares heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but pat Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good job. Little Hai, you now have a bit of the Bone Symbol camp style. Don't worry, I'll arrange for it. When the wine is brewed, you will get 50% of the profits." When Zhao Hai heard Despares, he couldn't help but stare. Then he embarrassedly said, "Camp Lord, this isn't good. I just gave you a recipe." Despares waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? You don't know how much your recipe is worth. Don't worry, the Bone Symbol camp won't mistreat our brothers. You might not know, but the robots that Chi makes are also manufactured by the Bone Symbol camp. They are also sold in the machine field. He gets 50% of the profits. This is the rule of the Bone Symbol camp." When Zhao Hai heard Despares, he didn't say anything. Then he nodded and said, "All right, Camp Lord. Then I'll accept it. If the brothers need my help in the future, then don't hesitate to tell me. As long as I can help, then I'll certainly help." Despares patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. At this time, the robots delivered breakfast. Despares ate the breakfast in front of him and no longer spoke. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai was about to return to his room when he was called out by Despares. Zhao Hai followed Despares to his room. After sitting down, Despares looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, tell me the truth. What level of people can you deal with right now?" Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "With the battalion, I think I should be able to deal with the experts of the 4th Battalion. Besides being a mage, I'm also a warrior, and I'm a dual cultivator. In this operation, I got a few magic swords, so I can display part of the warrior's strength. If I have to deal with a 4th level expert, I should be able to kill them with my undead and magic swords." Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "I should be able to kill them." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Despares stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're a warrior? When you were in the lower realm, did you learn martial arts?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I did. But when I ascended, I chose to ascend to the magic continent. Because mages were popular in the lower realm, I thought that after ascending, mages would also be popular. Therefore, I chose to become a mage." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Despares couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, very good. Little Zhao Hai, you can rest assured. In the future, all the resources of the Bone Symbol camp will be open to you. You should have looked up a lot of magic formations on the internet, right? You can rest assured that our Bone Symbol camp has a lot of secret formations and formations. These things will be open to you. Moreover, I will forge weapons for you according to your requirements. If you need any materials, we will provide them to you. What you need to do is to cultivate and become an expert as soon as possible so that you can contribute to the Bone Symbol camp." If someone else said this, then Zhao Hai would certainly have a reaction. However, Zhao Hai wasn't disgusted with Despares. This was because Despares wasn't doing this for himself. He was doing this for the Bone Symbol camp, for the Ashley family. It must be said that Zhao Hai didn't have any sense of belonging to the Ashley family. However, he had a good impression of the bone symbol camp. From the very beginning when Margaret came in contact with him, everything that the bone symbol camp had done had been seen by Xiao Hai. To be honest, he liked the people of the bone symbol camp. This was because the people of the bone symbol camp didn't scheme against each other. Everyone had the same goal, which was to make the bone symbol camp rise. For this goal, they were willing to sacrifice everything. This was what moved Xiao Hai the most. Xiao Hai had the space, and with his cultivation, he had no interest in authority. Additionally, he had a beautiful wife at home, so he didn't care much about beauty. However, people were social animals. After arriving in the machine field, the bone symbol camp treated him very well. Although they did get some things from him, in Xiao Hai's opinion, those things weren't good. Moreover, Desbarres was very kind to him. Now that he agreed to open the bone symbol camp to him, this was good news for Xiao Hai. Zhao also knew that those big clans would definitely have some secrets that they wouldn't pass on to others. And those things might be more useful to him. Seeing that Xiao Hai didn't speak for a long time, Desbarres couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Xiao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "There's nothing else, Camp Lord. However, I need your help. I have 2 robots in the academy. I need your help to transport them to the camp." Those 2 robots were made by Qi. They're very handy. Desbarres thought that Xiao Hai had something to say. Desbarres thought that Xiao Hai had something to do, so when he heard Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Alright, that's not a problem. That kid Qi might not be good at other things, but he's definitely a genius when it comes to robots. You can rest well. This time, we'll head straight to the bone symbol camp. You can live in the camp for the time being. Once you've adapted to the spiritual Qi density of the machine field, you can go to your villa. I'll arrange everything for you." Xiao Hai nodded and didn't object. Seeing that Xiao Hai agreed, Desbarres said, "Alright, you can rest now. We'll arrive at the bone symbol camp tomorrow." Then he stood up. Xiao Hai also stood up to send him off. The day went by peacefully. Xiao Hai was still sitting in his room, condensing magic formations. He didn't expect that this seemingly simple trial would turn out like this. Moreover, he was sent to the bone symbol camp ahead of time. Recalling his experiences, Xiao Hai didn't feel anything wrong. Although his strength was exposed, he didn't reveal his true strength. For Xiao Hai, this was very important. Moreover, Xiao Hai had also sent out a message. Once you're in the machine field, you need to show your strength. Only in this way can you get more attention and more benefits. Think about it. If Xiao Hai didn't become a first-rank mage in a month, if he wasn't as strong as he was now, if he was just like Odin's and the others, an old ascender with no potential, would Desbarres be polite to him? Would he say that he would open up the entire camp's resources for him to cultivate? He certainly wouldn't. And this was the bone symbol camp. If it was any other camp, they would have already killed Xiao Hai after learning about the recipe for the undead. The machine field wasn't simple. Because of this, while Xiao Hai was being careful, he also revealed some of his strength. He told Desbarres that he was a dual cultivator. This was something that Xiao Hai did deliberately. Xiao Hai already discovered that in the machine field, there were some secret formations that were passed down by families. However, these secret formations weren't passed down to outsiders under normal circumstances. Even those with inferior qualifications wouldn't be able to learn these formations, let alone someone who just ascended. Therefore, Xiao Hai told Desbarres that he was a dual cultivator in order to make Desbarres pay more attention to him. Only then would he be able to learn more things. The day passed by quickly. When it was time for dinner, Desbarres called Xiao Hai over to eat. At night, Desbarres took Xiao Hai to the recreation room to play for a while. The recreation room was a place for the crew to relax. There were a lot of fun things to play with. It looked like a huge hall. After walking around for a while, Xiao Hai said something to Desbarres before returning to his room. Desbarres didn't have any opinion about Xiao Hai's approach. In his opinion, Xiao Hai was someone who was obsessed with cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his strength to rise this quickly. Desbarres was the only one who didn't have any opinions about Xiao Hai. The night went by uneventfully. The next day was the same as the day before, After having breakfast with Desbarres, Zhao Hai told Desbarres to tidy up. They would arrive at the bone symbol camp at night. Zhao Hai didn't mind. After returning to his room, he checked the bone symbol camp situation. This time, he mainly checked the location of the bone symbol camp. After checking, Zhao Hai discovered that the bone symbol camp wasn't very close to the ancient Ascension Academy. The ancient Ascension Academy was located in a city called Magic Cloud City. This city was under the jurisdiction of the Ashley family. In the south of Magic Cloud City, there was a large island thousands of miles away. This island wasn't smaller than a continent. It was more than 3 million miles wide. This island was the main city of the Ashley family. The main city of the Ashley family was called Sublime Demon City. The main city of Sublime Demon City was this large island. This island was also called Sublime Demon Island. Around this large island were 8 small islands. These 8 small islands were like guards protecting Sublime Demon Island. These 8 small islands were where the Ashley family's 8 outer court camps were located. These 8 battalions were respectively named after the evil ghosts demanding lives. The Bone Symbol Battalion was the 3rd of the 4 evil ghost camps. The planet where the Ashley family was located was called Dark Demon Planet. The entire planet was the territory of the Ashley family. This planet was the headquarters of the Ashley family. On this planet, there were more than 10,000 cities. The population exceeded 10 billion. There were more than 100 ascension points. The area where Magic Cloud City was located was under the jurisdiction of the Bone Symbol Camp. However, it was located in the periphery of the Bone Symbol Camp's territory. With the decline of the Bone Symbol Camp, this area was also targeted by other camps. However, with Desbarres around, these people didn't dare to go too far. Instead, they were able to poach some ascended geniuses. Although the 8 battalions belonged to the Ashley family, they didn't seem to have a good relationship. On the contrary, the relationship between the 8 battalions wasn't very good. This was all because of the competition system of the Ashley family. The 8 battalions competed with each other, and every year, there would be a large competition. The battalions that ranked higher in the competition would receive more financial support from the family, and also have the priority to recruit people from the ascension points controlled by the family. In addition to these, there was also the matter of status. Every year, the camp ranked at the bottom of the competition would have to come forward and salute the people of the other camps. The Bone Symbol Camp hadn't had a good time in the past few years. Although they weren't at the bottom in the first competition, they were still hovering around the 6th or 7th place. They had to salute the people of the other camps. How could they endure this? The Bone Symbol Camp didn't lack money. Just the robots that Chi made were enough for them to make a lot of money. Because of this, although the Bone Symbol Camp didn't receive a lot of funds from the family, their financial strength was still very strong. What they lacked now was status. It must be said that the Ashley family was a very famous existence in the machine field. Their family actually controlled an entire planet. This was rare in the machine field. In the machine field, there were more than 1,000 habitable planets. And these 1,000 planets were divided among the 3 major forces. And among the 3 major forces, there were countless smaller forces. If each of these forces wanted to control their own planet, then even 10,000 planets wouldn't be enough. Because of this, there were a lot of planets that were jointly controlled by several forces. It was rare to see a family like the Ashley family controlling an entire planet. It was only now that Zhao Hai understood the Ashley family's strength. They weren't simple. Although there were more than 1,000 planets in the machine field, this was still a remarkable achievement. Before long, the ship arrived at Dark Demon Planet Space Base. The Ashley family had a total of 4 space bases. These 4 bases protected Dark Demon Planet in the middle. The first base had 10 high-level battleships, more than 100 mid-level battleships, and countless smaller battleships. As for the dry bone that Zhao Hai and the others were riding, although it was called a mid-level battleship, it was actually a lower mid-level battleship. Generally, it was used for reconnaissance missions, so it was classified as a small battleship. Battleships like the dry bone could enter the interior of a planet. On the other hand, high-level battleships as well as mid-level battleships weren't allowed to enter the interior of a planet. This was because doing so would cause changes to the interior of the planet, causing natural disasters. Generally, only small battleships could enter the interior of a planet. Desbarres was the manager of the outer court, so he could mobilize up to 10 mid-level battleships without any need to report. Therefore, Desbarres brought the dry bone and the other battleships to meet Margaret. Although the withered bone was a small existence among medium-sized battleships, it could enter the interior of a planet and was usually used as a small battleship. However, it was indeed a medium-sized battleship. Its combat power was much stronger than a small battleship. Moreover, the withered bone was specially prepared for reconnaissance and was extremely fast. Therefore, Desbarres had transferred the withered bone to meet Lamagra. However, when they arrived at Dark Demon Planet, they couldn't drive the dry bone into the planet. They had to leave the dry bone in the space base and then transfer it to a smaller ship before entering the planet. Before, when Zhao Hai went to Tranquil Planet, he didn't pay attention to the space base. This was because they didn't need to go to the space base. They used the smallest civilian ship and took a different route. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't see the space base. But this time, they were going to the space base to change ships. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to see the space base. Upon seeing the space base, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the space base would be this huge. The entire space base looked like a huge castle floating in space. Outside the castle, there were countless space docks. Battleships were parked there, making the place look very beautiful. After the ship stopped, Desbarres led Zhao Hai and the others out of the cabin. When they came out, Zhao Hai discovered that the cabin was connected to a secret corridor. People could directly go out of the cabin. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but think about it. When they came out, Desbarres discovered that the cabin was connected to a secret corridor. After walking through the corridor, they arrived at a platform. This platform was also completely sealed, but the environment inside was the same as inside the ship. There were several flying cars parked on the platform. Desbarres led Margaret and Zhao Hai onto one of the flying cars. After getting on the flying car, Desbarres turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we need to return to the family as soon as possible. Therefore, we can't stay here any longer. Next time, I'll take you to this space base to have some fun." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord is too polite. I also want to go back as soon as possible so that I can cultivate." Desbarres smiled and said, "Don't just think about cultivation. Your cultivation speed is already very fast. And to be able to use 5 stacked formations in such a short time is already very amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Desbarres also didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai. He had been with the Ashley family for most of his life. What kind of people hadn't he seen? He had seen a lot of cultivation maniacs like Zhao Hai. As long as someone like this didn't die in the future, they would definitely become experts. The flying car quickly flew through the space base. Before long, they arrived at another port of the base. There was already a small ship waiting for them there. There were a few people standing at the door of the spaceship. They were all wearing the spaceship's uniform. This uniform was made with the upper and lower body of the uniform joined together. It looked like it was made of leather. It was a tight design and looked very handsome. When Desbarres and the others got off the car, the leader immediately gave Desbarres a salute and said, "I have seen Sir Manager. The ship is ready." Desbarres nodded and said, "All right, I'll help you thank your commander. I'm in a hurry to return, so I won't be going to him." The leader didn't dare. Desbarres boarded the small ship along with Margaret, Zhao Hai, 30 mages, and 20 warriors. This time, Zhao Hai didn't go to his room on the ship. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the planet's interior. There was no need for him to go to his room at this time. Therefore, he followed Desbarres into the command hall. Desbarres was the first to arrive. Naturally, there was a captain in the command hall. Zhao Hai and the others just stood in the hall and looked at the scenery outside through the computer. It wasn't until the ship entered the atmosphere that Desbarres relaxed. He turned to Zhao Hai and smiled, "I'll send you to the Bone Symbol camp to settle down first. Then I'll send the young lady back home. I've already talked to the people in the camp. They'll give you a good room. Also, you'll need to bring the spiritual chi regulator with you. You can try to adjust the concentration of spiritual chi in your body." Don't be too greedy, you need to adapt slowly. Zhao Hai nodded and nodded. This caused the mages behind him to be envious. Although Desbares was good to the people in the bone symbol camp, he had never personally given them orders like this. It seems like Desbares really cared about Zhao Hai. Desbares didn't tell the others that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. When Zhao Hai told him about this, Desbares decided to keep it a secret. In his opinion, a dual cultivator would be Zhao Hai's trump card. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai's trump card wasn't as simple as he thought. While they were talking, Zhao Hai noticed that 9 islands had appeared on the computer in the command hall. The central island was bigger than the other 8 islands combined. The other 8 islands were like 8 guards protecting the central island. Desbares pointed at one of the islands and said, "That is the Bone Symbol Camp's Bone Symbol Island. The center of the island is where the Bone Symbol Camp is located. At this time, the Bone Symbol Camp has more than 4,000 mages and 6,000 warriors. The weakest is 1st rank while the strongest is 5th rank. Besides the Bone Symbol Camp's camp, there are also 8 training grounds as well as 2 villa areas. You can settle down in the Bone Symbol Camp first. I'll send the young lady back home and then I'll go there as soon as possible." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord, you don't need to worry. I don't have many requests. I'm just going to cultivate in the camp. There won't be any problems." Desbares nodded and said, "I've already instructed them. There shouldn't be any mistakes." "Alright, we're here, let's go." While they were talking, the airship had already arrived above the Bone Symbol Camp. Then it slowly descended towards the camp. The Bone Symbol Camp had its own spaceship docking area. However, it wasn't very big. Generally, they would take a small ship to the space base before changing to a bigger ship. Because of this, the spaceship docking area didn't need to be too big. Zhao Hai used this time to observe the Bone Symbol Camp. Although the Bone Symbol Camp was called a camp, it was actually a very tall building. Zhao Hai estimated that the height of the building was about 200 floors, more than a kilometer. The area of the battlefield was also about 10,000 square meters. The entire building was in the shape of a tower and was inlaid with glass. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai didn't expect the camp to be such a high-class building. This wasn't the same as the camp in his mind. At this time, the ship had already landed on the ground. Desbares led Zhao Hai and the other mages and warriors out of the ship. A large number of mages and warriors of the Bone Symbol Camp were already waiting for them outside. Desbares looked at Tao Wang and said, "Tao Wang, Zhao Hai will be a member of the Bone Symbol Camp from now on. Have you arranged the things I asked you to do?" Tao Wang nodded and said, "Camp Lord, rest assured. It's already been arranged. You don't need to worry." Desbares trusted Tao Wang. He nodded and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you go with Tao Wang. I'm going to send the young miss off. If you need anything, just tell Tao Wang." Zhao Hai nodded and then gave Tao Wang a salute. Then Desbares turned around and boarded the ship. Then the ship flew towards Demon Island. After the ship flew away, Tao Wang turned to the mages and warriors and said, "Alright, go do what you need to do. Little Zhao, come with me. I'll take you to your room." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Tao." Tao Wang smiled and said, "No need to be polite. We're all brothers of the same camp. Let's go." Then he led Zhao Hai into the building. The first floor of the building was a large hall with a dining room and a place to rest. In the largest hall, there was an electronic curtain wall. From time to time, a variety of information would appear on the curtain wall. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "In the Ashley family's outer camp, besides the annual competition and the distribution of funds, the outer camp is still very free. Every year, the outer camp will receive missions from the family. As long as you complete these missions, you will be free to do whatever you want. Every year, there will be a large number of free missions in the camp. These free missions are issued through the network. Everyone can take these free missions and do them. The funds that the family gives to the camp every year are actually the salaries of the people in the camp. These salaries aren't very high and are divided according to rank. Although these salaries aren't low for ordinary people, for cultivators, these salaries aren't enough. Therefore, the development of the camp depends on whether the camp can create wealth. Zhao Hai understood Tao Wang's words. Although the camp was managed by the Ashley family didn't feed them for free. The amount of money given to the camp every year was limited. If the camp wanted to live well, then they would have to find ways to make money. Tao Wang continued, these missions aren't limited to the Dark Demon planet. There are also missions on other planets. If you want to do these missions, you'll have to take a spaceship. If you want to go faster, you can also use a transmission formation. However, the cost of a transmission formation is higher. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Tao Wang continued, if it's a family mission, then all the expenses will be paid by the family. But if it's a free mission, then the expenses will be your own. After saying that, Tao Wang led Zhao Hai to the elevator. After opening the elevator, Tao Wang directly pressed the button for the 180th floor. After pressing the button, Tao Wang turned to Zhao Hai and said, to be honest, our camp is similar to the Ascension Academy. The first floor has a restaurant, a place to rest, and the other floors also have halls. Moreover, there are also shopping malls and shops opened by the family. People like us can also go there and trade freely. For example, if we get some rewards or extra income, or if we dig up some treasures, we can go there and trade. The family won't take any fees from there. Naturally, if you harvest something, you can also sell it to the family. The family won't treat you badly. Zhao Hai nodded. He now fully understood that the outer court camp was a place where a family's mercenaries were stationed. However, it was a place where the family could collect more good things. If a great family wanted to develop, then it wasn't enough to rely on a few experts and battleships. They also needed to develop in all aspects. In other words, they needed to have a foundation. The existence of the outer court camp played a key role in the development of a family. Although the people in the outer court camp were strong and weak, their overall strength was pretty good. They were equivalent to an army. And raising an army like this didn't cost a lot of money. This army could also bring benefits to the family. For example, a mage from the outer court camp went out to do a mission. During the mission, he inadvertently obtained a piece of ore. This ore was very rare in the machine field. However, he couldn't use it himself. If he sold it to someone else, he might be killed. Therefore, the best way for him was to sell the ore to his family in exchange for something he needed. Naturally, he could also keep it for himself and use it in the future when he's strong. But before that, if people knew that he had this ore, they would certainly try to rob him. Then he would be in even more danger. This ore was very likely to be an indispensable piece of ore to make a powerful warrior. If the family got their hands on it, then they would naturally be able to make weapons that were even stronger. In this way, the family would have a lot of good things. And in a fight, the usefulness of a good weapon was immeasurable. This was especially true in the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, there were many famous forces that didn't have powerful weapons. As long as they had these weapons, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. It was just like how a nuclear bomb was to a country. It was precisely because of this that the families allowed the people in the outer court camp to freely accept missions. This was because this would bring benefits to the family. Tao Wang introduced the situation of the camp to Zhao Hai. The shopping mall in the camp was divided into 2 floors, the 100th floor and the 150th floor. The 100th floor was the Ashley family's shopping mall. Inside, there were potions and other things that mages and warriors needed. The goods were very complete and the prices were much cheaper compared to the market outside. The 150th floor was the free trading area of the camp. Everyone in the camp could go there to trade. For example, if a mage went out to do a mission and obtained a magic sword, it would be useless to a mage. However, it would be very useful to a warrior. The mage could go to the free trading area and use the magic sword to exchange for things that he needed. Upon hearing Tao Wang, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He thought of a good idea. A free trading area like this would certainly have a lot of good things. Zhao Hai had the space's universal manufacturing machine, so he could make a lot of good things. Then he could take these things out and sell them. At this time, the elevator made a ding sound, indicating that they had arrived. Tao Wang led Zhao Hai out of the elevator. Upon coming out, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't think that this floor would be like this. The ceiling of this floor was very high, about 10 meters high. There were some ornamental trees on the ground as well as some flowers and plants. Most importantly, the rooms here weren't like other places where they were next to each other. Instead, each room here had a small courtyard, just like a small villa. It was very elegant. Zhao Hai didn't think that this would be the case. Tao Wang looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. This place is generally reserved for fourth ranks and above. This time, the camp lord specifically ordered me to arrange for you to live here. Come, I'll take you to see your room. Zhao Hai was moved. This was definitely a special treatment. Although he didn't go to the other floors, Zhao Hai noticed that the rooms on the other floors weren't as good as this one. Naturally, there were some rooms that were better than this one. However, Zhao Hai also felt that those rooms were occupied by fifth ranks. Zhao Hai didn't feel that this was unfair. Or rather, he felt that it was unfair. However, it wasn't towards him, it was towards the other people in the camp. He was a newcomer in the Wind-Coming camp, and the strength he had shown so far was only that of a level 1 mage. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very unfair to the other people in the camp to arrange for him to live in a villa that only level 4 mages could live in. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn his head to Tao Wang and said, "Brother Tao, this isn't good. If I live here, what would the others think? I think it's better for me to live below." Tao Wang smiled and said, "Don't worry, those guys wouldn't care about you. Don't underestimate those guys. They're all rich now. Don't forget, besides the camp, there are also 2 villa areas in the Bone Symbol camp. Those guys who have good prospects have their own houses in the villa areas. Very few of them would come here to live. Also, the camp lord personally ordered you to live here. Who would dare to say anything?" Brother Tao smiled bitterly and said, "Then I'll have to thank Brother Tao. Brother Tao, when I came from the lower realms, I didn't bring anything valuable, so I'll give these 2 bottles of wine to you. This wine is the best thing that I have. I only have a few bottles in total. I gave 2 bottles to the camp lord 2 days ago. I don't know if the camp lord has tasted them or not. Have a taste and see if they are to your liking. Brother Tao also has some other wines that aren't that good. But since I brought them from the lower realms, it's possible that you haven't tasted them yet. Brother Tao, please give them to Brother Tao so that everyone can have a taste. I've already given the recipe to the camp lord so that everyone can see if the wine is to their liking." As Zhao Hai said that, he took out 2 bottles of wine and a spatial bag. Spatial bags weren't rare in the machine field. As long as one was a cultivator, almost everyone would have one. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to boldly take them out. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Tao Wang also understood what Zhao Hai meant. However, he was happy to receive Zhao Hai's respect. He received the 2 bottles of wine and placed them in his spatial equipment. Then he smiled and said, "Good stuff. Big brother doesn't have any other hobbies other than drinking. I'll taste your wine later. Then I'll give it to you. Don't worry, I'll tell them that these wines were given by you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Big brother Tao is too polite. If you want to drink in the future, you can come and find me. I don't dare say anything else, but I have enough wine. Right, here are 2 kinds of wines. Take them back and have a taste." Then he took out another bottle and gave it to Tao Wang. Tao Wang wasn't polite as he received the bottles and placed them into the space. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look at your house. When you're done, I'll come and drink with you." Then he led Zhao Hai inside. Zhao Hai's house wasn't close to the elevator. His house was in the best location on this floor. And the so-called best location was close to the window. From there, one could see the scenery outside. Therefore, it was the best location on this floor. Zhao Hai looked at the house. He didn't have too many requirements for a house, as long as it was habitable. But this house was really good. The entire house was divided into 2 floors. The floor area of the house was less than 100 square meters. There was also a small garden outside the house. This was how all the houses on this floor were built. Tao Wang took Zhao Hai to carefully look at the house. Although the house was small, it had everything that a house should have. There was even a kitchen. The house was divided into 2 floors. The upper floor had 3 bedrooms. The lower floor had the kitchen and living room. There was also a bathroom upstairs and a bathroom downstairs. Other than that, there wasn't much else. After introducing the house to Zhao Hai, Tao Wang smiled and said, "Little Hai, although this house is a bit small, you can rest assured that the camp lord has already prepared a villa for you. As long as you test the machine field's spiritual qi, you can move to the villa." Tao Wang smiled and said, "Little Hai, although this house is small, the camp lord has already prepared a villa for you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need for that. This place is very good. I'm alone, so why would I want to live in such a big house? Right, Brother Tao, when we eat, do we have to go to the cafeteria downstairs? I can see that this house has a kitchen. Can't I make my own?" Tao Wang smiled and said, "Of course you can. If you don't know how to cook, then you can go to the store and buy a robot to cook for you. But you don't have to worry about that. The camp lord has already said that no matter what you want, I'll satisfy you. Don't worry, I'll arrange it for you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, Brother Tao, I already have 2 robots and 2 people. They were given to me by Qi when I was in the academy. I've already asked the camp lord to help me get those 2 robots. My main task right now is to stay here and adapt to the spiritual qi. As long as I can adapt to the spiritual qi, then everything will be fine." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, Brother Tao." Tao Wang laughed and said, "Good, then I'll bring you some food in a moment. I'll bring you food regularly in the future. Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to neglect the camp lord's orders." Then he laughed and left. Zhao Hai knew that Tao Wang was just joking with him. He didn't have any malicious intent, so he didn't care. After familiarizing himself with the villa, he returned to his room and took out the anti-surveillance device. After confirming that there was no surveillance, he relaxed. However, he didn't enter the space. He knew that Desbarres would come in a while. Because of this, Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the villa as he condensed the formation. 2 hours later, the sound of a flying car could be heard from outside the villa. Then Tao Wang's voice could be heard, Little Hai, what are you doing? Come out quickly." Zhao Hai came out of his bedroom and saw Tao Wang and Desbarres. Aside from the 2 of them, there was no one else present. Zhao Hai quickly opened the door and invited the 2 to come in. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that Tao Wang had several bags in his hands. It seems like there was something inside. Tao Wang wasn't polite as he directly went to the dining room of Zhao Hai's villa. He put down the bags and opened them before he took out several things. It turned out to be several lunch boxes filled with food. Desbarres looked at Zhao Hai's dazed expression, then he laughed and said, "Little Hai, today is your first day in the bone symbol camp. Tao Wang and I are also people who like to drink a few cups. Therefore, we came here to drink a few cups with you. How about it? Do you welcome us?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "What is camp lord talking about? I'm happy to have someone accompany me to drink. Please, it's a pity that you brought cooked food today. Otherwise, I'll show you my hand." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're right." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tao Wang's face suddenly showed a strange smile. He turned his hand and took out the spatial bag that Zhao Hai gave him. Looking at Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "Little Hai, this is the spatial bag that you gave me to store the wine. Now, this spatial bag contains food for you. It's raw food that you have to make yourself. Come, show us your hand." Tao Wang smiled and said, "Little Hai, this spatial bag is the one that you gave me to store the wine." Desbarres and Tao Wang thought that Zhao Hai was just bragging. In their opinion, a cultivation genius like Zhao Hai should be wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. How could he cook? Because of this, they said that. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. When he heard Tao Wang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he curiously approached the space bag and looked at its contents. There were rice, noodles, meat, eggs, vegetables, and even seasonings. Zhao Hai looked at the things inside the space bag and then looked at the things that Desbarres and Tao Wang brought. The things that Tao Wang and Desbarres brought were mostly cooked food, such as fried chicken and fries. There wasn't anything special about them. To be honest, Zhao Hai also liked to drink a few cups of wine. However, he couldn't bear to drink these things. When he was drinking inside the space, if he wanted to eat something, then it would be Meg who would make it. Meg's cooking skills were currently weaker than ordinary chefs. Since Xiaohai liked to eat Chinese food, Meg also majored in Chinese food. The taste of her food was very good. Because of this, Xiaohai's appetite became very picky. Because of this, Xiaohai wasn't polite. He took out a fish and some vegetables before he began to cook. When Desbarres and Tao Wang saw Xiaohai's proficient appearance, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Xiaohai would be able to cook. Before long, Xiaohai had made 2 dishes. One was a cold dish, a common cold dish. The other was a hot dish, a famous Sichuan dish, fish and water. When Xiaohai placed the 2 dishes on the table, Desbarres and Tao Wang were dumbfounded. It must be said that the world of cultivation was better than Earth in everything. However, there was one thing that was lacking, and that was that the food they made couldn't be compared to Earth's. In the world of cultivation, cultivation was the most important thing. Even if they had the same ingredients as back on Earth, they wouldn't waste their time researching them. In the eyes of the people in the world of cultivation, it would be better to research 2 sets of magic formations instead. It was precisely because of this idea that the entire cultivation realm didn't develop any outstanding dishes. The food that people ate was generally very simple. The common cold dish wasn't that special. However, the boiled fish was different. It required a lot of effort to make. Because of this, when Desbarres and Tao Wang saw this dish, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A few days ago, when Xiaohai ate at the college, he discovered that the dishes here weren't very good. After checking the internet, he knew that Meg's cooking skills weren't that good. Because of this, he decided to show off his cooking skills. If one really wanted to compare, then his cooking skills were far worse than Meg's. Desbarres looked at the 2 dishes and said, "Good. Little Hai, did you make these 2 dishes? Where did you learn them?" Xiaohai smiled and said, "I researched them myself." "Try them." Tao Wang couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and eat. Everyone in the Bone Symbol camp knew that a newcomer had arrived. This newcomer was arranged to live in a villa that only 4th-rank experts could live in. Although they didn't live in the villa area for a long time, they still felt uncomfortable when they heard this news. Moreover, this person was very mysterious. Aside from the first time they met 100 people and had Tao Wang give them a bottle of wine, this person had never appeared in the camp. Now that 2 months had passed, the number of people who had seen this person in the camp could be counted on one hand. Not only did this person not walk around the camp, he almost never left his room. He stayed in his room every day. Besides the 2 robots, only Tao Wang and the camp lord went to his room. Moreover, Tao Wang and the camp lord went to his room at least twice a week. In the past 2 months, the camp lord and Tao Wang went to the villa at least 20 times. Every time the camp lord and Tao Wang went to the villa, they would come out with red faces. Naturally, they drank a lot. This made the people in the camp curious about the villa and the people inside. Naturally, the people in the Bone Symbol camp didn't know that Desbarres and Tao Wang didn't go to Xiaohai's place just to drink. They also wanted to see how Xiaohai adapted to the environment. Xiaohai's adaptation made Desbarres and Tao Wang very happy. Other people would take a year to adapt to the spiritual qi density of the machine field. However, Xiaohai only took 2 months to adapt. What Desbarres and Tao Wang didn't know was that Xiaohai didn't only adapt to the spiritual qi density of the machine field. He also made a breakthrough in his strength. After being in the Bone Symbol camp for more than a month, Xiaohai was already adapting to the spiritual qi density. Moreover, he also felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. Because of this, he took a day to leave the camp and find a place where nobody was around. Then he laid down a spirit-gathering formation and began to try to make a breakthrough. This breakthrough allowed his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art to break through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. The amount of spiritual qi required for this breakthrough was very terrifying. After breaking through to the 2nd level, Xiaohai's spiritual force also improved. Originally, he could only use 100 stacked formations. But after breaking through, he could now use 1,000 stacked formations. This made him equivalent to a 6th-rank mage. Not only did this breakthrough increase Xiaohai's strength, there was also a martial art in the 2nd level of the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. This martial art was a fist technique. However, the name of this fist technique was very peculiar. It was called the stellar body tempering technique. Zhao was very curious. At first, he thought that this set of fist techniques wouldn't be of much use to him. After all, his body had long surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Whether it was his crystallized body or his liquid metal body, he didn't need any body forging technique to train. He thought that if he got this book, he would be able to learn a set of fist techniques. It was really a bit of a chicken rib. However, when he took a closer look at the stellar body forging art, he didn't look down on it at all. The contents of this book were really too powerful. The stellar body tempering technique allowed the cultivator to draw the power of the stars to temper their body. Moreover, this tempering didn't only affect the meridians and bones, but also the cells. According to the stellar body forging technique, the cells of a person's body were like energy storage devices. They were independent and dependent on each other. The stellar body forging technique was to draw the power of the stars from the 9 heavens to temper the cells of a person's body. This would make the cells more resilient and at the same time, allow them to store more energy. As long as a person persisted in the practice, every cell of a person's body would have the power of the stars. At that time, a person would naturally become invincible. This was an unprecedented, novel cultivation method. Zhao Hai didn't even think about it before, let alone hearing about it. If it wasn't for the perfection of the stellar body tempering technique, Zhao Hai would simply think that it was just a figment of his imagination. Such a cultivation method didn't exist at all. But after seeing the perfect cultivation method, Zhao Hai hesitated. Was such a perfect cultivation method really just a figment of his imagination? It didn't look like it. Moreover, at the end of the stellar body tempering technique, it also recorded a major shortcoming of this cultivation method. There was only one shortcoming, and that was pain. This cultivation method was to use one's own spiritual force to draw upon the power of the stars in the universe and draw the power of the stars into one's body to refine one's body. This power of the stars didn't refine the flesh or bones, but rather the cells of the human body, every single cell of the human body. Moreover, when practicing the stellar body tempering technique, one had to achieve the realm of separation of mind and body. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. The so-called separation of mind and body was to separate a person's mind from his body. It was similar to the out-of-body experience, but it was not exactly the same. The out-of-body experience meant that a person's soul left his body and his body could not move. The separation of mind and body required by the stellar body forging technique was to separate the mind from the body. In other words, the mind left the body and manipulated the body like a person manipulating a puppet. A person manipulating a puppet did not know how the puppet felt. They just connected the strings and manipulated the puppet according to their will. The separation of mind and body was the same. Although it was written in the stellar body tempering technique that there would be dangers, Zhao Hai still wanted to learn the stellar body tempering technique. He always felt that this stellar body tempering technique would be of great use to him. Zhao Hai thought that his body had a variety of divergent abilities. Coupled with the crystallization and liquefaction of metal, learning the stellar body tempering technique wouldn't be as painful as other people. However, when he really started learning, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. His body had a lot of divergent abilities. There was also the crystallization ability that could make his body extremely hard. At the same time, there was also the ability to liquefy metal, just like mercury. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai felt even more pain when he was training. If other people's cells were bread that could be kneaded by the stellar body tempering technique, then Zhao Hai's cells were undoubtedly iron balls. The stellar body tempering technique would be like a fire burning the iron balls. It would be like a hammer hammering the iron balls until the iron balls turned into well-tempered steel balls. The stellar body tempering technique appeared in the form of a fist technique. This fist technique wasn't just a body tempering technique, it was also a powerful martial technique that could be used against enemies. However, when Zhao Hai practiced the fist technique according to the stellar body tempering technique, he understood why the stellar body tempering technique stated that one must separate their mind and body in order to practice it. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. This was because it was too painful. When Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to stimulate the power of the stars to temper his body, he felt as if every cell in his body was on fire. This kind of pain was beyond his imagination. Not to mention practicing the fist technique, he fainted on the spot. After that, Zhao Hai stopped practicing the stellar body tempering technique. He focused on how to separate his mind from his body. Originally, this wasn't very difficult for him. As long as he emptied his mind and let Kai control his body, then he would be able to separate his mind from his body. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this because he felt that it would be very beneficial for him to separate his mind from his body. After 5 days, Zhao Hai finally managed to separate his mind from his body. This was also with Kai's help. Zhao Hai completely emptied his mind and let Kai control his body. Then he slowly used his mind to control his body, allowing him to separate his mind from his body. After separating his mind from his body, Zhao Hai began to practice the stellar body tempering technique. This time, he succeeded. Zhao Hai felt as if he was floating in the air. It was as if he was controlling his body like a puppet. At this time, he didn't feel any pain. At this point, Zhao Hai could be considered to have truly learned the stellar body tempering technique. However, it was impossible to practice the stellar body tempering technique every day. At this point, Zhao Hai could only separate his mind from his body for about 2 hours. This was the time needed to practice the stellar body tempering fist technique. In this way, the stellar body tempering technique was added to Zhao Hai's daily practice. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the stellar body tempering technique was very useful for him. After practicing the stellar body tempering technique, Zhao Hai was able to directly use the 2 abilities on his body, the crystallization and the liquefaction. Now, when he uses these 2 abilities, his body wouldn't change at all. In the past, when he used the crystallization ability, his body would become like a crystal. Although he didn't use the energy of the liquefaction ability in battle, he still experimented with it. When he used it, his body would turn silver. At first glance, it didn't look like a human's body. But now, when Zhao Hai used these 2 abilities, it was completely different. It seems like Zhao Hai was still Zhao Hai. There was no difference. Moreover, Zhao Hai's body had become indestructible, but at the same time, it was also as soft as a stream. But the benefits of the stellar body tempering technique weren't limited to this. It was also a great help to Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Moreover, when he absorbed spiritual qi and practiced the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art, it became smoother and faster. Besides these, Zhao Hai's biggest harvest in the past 2 months was the secret formations that Desbares provided to Zhao Hai. These formations could be opened to Zhao Hai at any time. Zhao Hai counted that there were more than 100,000 formations. In just 2 months, all of them were condensed by Zhao Hai. Now, Zhao Hai's speed of condensing formations was even faster. He could condense 10,000 formations at the same time. This speed was too astonishing. At this point, not to mention the secret formations of the bone symbol camp, even the formations of the machine field had been condensed by Zhao Hai. This was an unimaginable number. And now, Zhao Hai could use 1,000 stacked formations. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that he was invincible. It was impossible. He knew that mages in the machine field were important characters. But compared to the people of the world of cultivation and the other 5 realms, mages were nothing. The people of the other 5 realms focused on cultivation. Their strongest fighting force was their people. On the other hand, the machine field's strongest fighting force was their battleships. Because of this, while Zhao Hai was condensing formations, he was also focusing most of his energy on the stellar body tempering technique. Although he could only practice the stellar body tempering technique for an hour a day, Zhao Hai was still studying the technique. The more he studied, the more he felt that the technique was extraordinary. There were 2 ways to use the technique. One was to combine it with the stellar body tempering technique. When combined with the stellar body tempering technique, the technique would be stacked. This would make the stellar body tempering technique twice the result with half the effort. Another way to use it was to use the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang energy art to activate this set of fist techniques. Then, this set of fist techniques would be a top-notch set of fist techniques for fighting with others. At this time, Zhao Hai's myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique had only reached the 2nd stage. After this breakthrough, Zhao Hai divided each stage of the technique into 9 stages. The first stage was divided into 9 stages. Zhao Hai had been stuck at the first stage for a long time. Now that he had a breakthrough, his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique reached the second stage. It could be said that he had accumulated a lot. Besides Zhao Hai's cultivation, the space also improved. At this time, Zhao Hai's space had reached level 150. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual qi inside the space was now equal to that of the machine field. Because of the existence of the 100 spirits tree and the tree of life, the concentration of spiritual qi inside the space was slowly surpassing that of the machine field. The reason why the space's level increased was due to the change in spiritual qi concentration. When Zhao Hai's body slowly adapted to the outside world's spiritual qi concentration, the spiritual qi inside the space also began to change. As the spiritual qi became more and more concentrated, the space's level increased as well. When the space's spiritual qi concentration reached the same level as the outside world, the space's level reached level 150. Naturally, it was impossible for there to be no benefits to leveling up. At this time, the space had already determined that the spiritual qi and technology inside the space had reached the intermediate level. Zhao Hai could now purchase intermediate cultivation and intermediate technology backgrounds. At the same time, the space determined that the space had reached the advanced level. Zhao Hai could now purchase advanced magic backgrounds. Don't underestimate these backgrounds. With these backgrounds, Zhao Hai could do a lot of things. At this time, Zhao Hai could already produce mechas and battleships with his advanced technology background. And with his cultivation background, he could grow more advanced herbs. He even obtained a lot of artifacts. Because of the constant leveling up, Zhao Hai hadn't left his villa for 2 months. He had been cultivating inside the space. End of chapter 1123. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.